Chapter 1. Recently, Mr. Shen, who just returned from Switzerland, has been feeling quite gloomy. The reason is not the male reproductive disease rumored outside, but rather the gout that has flared up in his elderly father. General Shen, who is 93 this year, was once a formidable figure in his youth, and even in old age, he remains restless. When he gets sick, he refuses to go to the hospital, plays cards with his eyes wide open, and spends his days squatting in the backyard, staring at 3 gourds hanging from a vine, vowing to contribute to the Shen family's troubles. The old lady is terrified of those 3 broken gourds and, calling on several grandchildren, has them each buy supplements to pay respects to the old man. One enters in the morning, another comes out in the afternoon, all neatly in line like pork being inspected. Shen Hanshan's father, Shen Yuan, was the old general's late-born son. In his youth, he abandoned the military for medicine, responding to the national call by having only 1 child. Compared to the many children and grandchildren of other families, Shen Hanshan, this lonely pig, stands out in the old man's eyes. At this moment, the pig just returned from abroad is sitting in the hall of the Shen family mansion, beaming with a wild turtle in hand. Before the old man even shows his face, a scolding voice comes in first. Humph. At 27, he can't even find a girlfriend. How dare he come to see me? Shen Hanshan senses the underlying meaning in those words and smartly realizes that he is the cause of the old man's gout flare-up. He puts down the turtle and feels a pang of guilt. The grandfather and grandson exchange glances, and after entering the room, they spend the afternoon discussing the turtle on the ground, finally concluding, if there's no girlfriend, at least bring back a proper man. Shen Hanshan, scared out his wits, steps outside, turns left, and asks the old lady grandma, what illness does the old man have? The old lady glares at him, her small green bean-like eyes wide open, poking his head and educating him. How can you even ask? Your childhood friend Yuan Sheng suddenly had a son a while back, bouncing around. Because of this, old Yuan has been showing off in front of your grandfather for over half a week, even winning 2 rounds of chess against him, taking away the precious antique. Screen your grandfather had just managed to acquire. After saying this, seeing that Shen Hanshan still looks indifferent, she can't help but sigh, oh, Hanshan, I'm not scolding you, but look at that shameless boy from the Yuan family, who suddenly has a son. You're so good-looking, and I heard you were some kind of school hunk before. How come after all these years you haven't found a girlfriend? Our Shen family is at least a respected name in Beijing. You always say you want to focus on work, but I see your brothers are busy too, and none of them have delayed getting married. Shen Hanshan feels a jolt in his heart and quickly comforts her. Grandma, can a girlfriend just be pulled out of thin air? It depends on fate. Besides, Yuan Sheng didn't just have a son, he had a monkey. This comment can't be blamed on Shen Hanshan's slander. After all, Yuan Sheng did look quite like a monkey when he was young, and his girlfriend was quite unconventional. Before going to Switzerland, Shen Hanshan had met that girl a couple of times and vaguely remembered her looking like a peacock, a male one that could spread its tail. At that time, Shen Hanshan, with a blessing attitude, pondered their relationship and concluded that one was idle and the other was just avoiding pregnancy, so they made a pair. That wouldn't harm society and were quite a match, but the unfortunate son of theirs was given a particularly loud name, Yuan Shikai. When Shen Hanshan heard that name, he was shocked and immediately brought 2 boxes of 6 walnuts to the Yuan family to offer condolences. However, Yuan Shikai actually didn't resemble his father at all, being a white, chubby little bundle, and when he smiled, he even had a hint of being a flower of the motherland. At this moment, Yuan Sheng was so overwhelmed with happiness that he was oblivious to Shen Hanshan's inner turmoil. He felt that his life had reached a new level of enlightenment, and he had the duty to fill the world with love. Whenever he saw Shen Hanshan frown, he immediately thought he was heartbroken over his own lack of descendants, stepping forward with a relieved expression to comfort him. Old Shen, I know you'll never enjoy this kind of family happiness in your life. After all, with your severe cleanliness obsession, you see everyone as a carrier of germs. Which woman would sleep with you? Oh no. Wait, which woman would you be willing to sleep with? Oh, what a waste of your good looks. Shen Hanshan found this hard to listen to. After all, he was clean but not impotent. He couldn't do things like having a one-night stand in America, but having a girlfriend was not a problem at all. Over the years, he hadn't found a girlfriend because, firstly, he was indeed busy with studies and work, and secondly, he hadn't met the right person. This buddy on his right hand was quite good, well-known and easy to use, and there was no need to create unnecessary psychological discomfort for himself, that was all. Unable to help himself, he rubbed his nose to clarify. Who said I haven't slept with anyone? Yuan Sheng was so startled that he nearly dropped Yuan Shikai, opening his mouth wide in shock and asking, which brave soul? Oh no, fierce woman was it? Shen Han clicked his tongue and casually pointed to someone on the TV screen, saying, that one. Yuan Sheng turned his head to look and felt his eyes go black, clutching his chest and shouting, what the hell, old Shen, your taste is too heavy. This woman looks at least 60. Shen Han smirked, gritting his teeth as he pointed at this idiot's forehead. I'm talking about that expert, you idiot. I'm talking about that host. Are you blind? How could you be looking at that expert? Yuan Sheng sat there, looking serious and expressing doubt. No, old Shen, you're bragging. You're not being honest. After a trip to Switzerland, you've lost even the simple nature of a silly deer. This host is clearly from Taiwan. How could a fresh little island girl be connected to your northeastern roughness? Shen Han snorted lightly, thinking with extraordinary integrity. Not only do I have a connection with her, but I can also make her seamlessly switch between Taiwanese and northeastern dialects in bed. He stood up, grabbed his clothes, and walked outside. Seeing Shen Han ignoring him, Yuan Sheng became a bit anxious, stood up, grabbed his arm, and exclaimed, hey, don't go. All right, he'll trust you this once. But why did you two break up if you had something going on before? A person like you, having a broken pot, can still let her run away? Is this something a friend should say? Shen Han clicked his tongue, unable to help but defend himself. What do you mean by having something going on? We never even dated back then. Yuan Sheng analyzed the statement from top to bottom, and after some reflection, he finally shouted with malicious intent, what does that mean, friends with benefits? I didn't expect it, old Shen. Your body is quite honest, but your thoughts are quite avant-garde. Shen Han had no way to explain this to him. After all, the reason he and Wu Cece went to bed was indeed quite peculiar. They enjoyed themselves in bed, but pretended not to know each other once they got up, to the extent that, when they eventually parted ways, they didn't give each other a proper reason, as they both felt that saying anything was superfluous. Some things and some people, if they were meant to part, they naturally would. Seeing that he wasn't speaking, Yuan Sheng thought he was reminiscing about his youthful days and couldn't help but ask again, ahem, well, friend with benefits can also turn into true love. Why didn't you two continue being intimate? Did you develop real feelings for her? Shen Han replied impatiently. Real feelings for this idiot? Am I crazy? She's just a drama queen, ungrateful, and using pretentiousness as a form of charm. How could I develop real feelings for her? All right. This was the first time Yuan Sheng had seen Shen Han curse at a woman. Although their group of friends usually didn't associate with elegance, they had never randomly cursed at women, especially Shen Han. Even when they secretly played music together, this guy would have a large group of crazy girls following him. Even if he was internally shouting idiot, he would still put on a gentle and kind facade on the surface. So at this moment, Shen Han's stubbornness and temper made Yuan Sheng feel that their matter was particularly reliable. He grinned and asked with a hint, but I see you're quite concerned about her now. What's up? Does this little fresh girl from the Treasure Island owe you $4.58? Shen Han silently glanced at him, took a spoonful of Yuan Shikai's rice paste into his mouth, and sneered. Is this me caring about her? This is me being persecuted by her. My mom spends all day watching her stupid show, getting ready to become an immortal. Damn, your rice paste is even better than what my mom makes. Upon hearing this, Yuan Sheng immediately expressed extra sympathy for his friend, while also handing over Yuan Shikai's pacifier, looking pained and saying, that's true, your Director Liang has always been hard to please. Director Liang is Shen Han's formidable mother. She studied abroad in Japan when she was young, developing a precious temperament. Now retired from a frontline position in the prosecutor's office, she has started pursuing the true meaning of life. But while other old ladies retire, at most they dance in the square to stay active or practice Tai Chi. She is different. Director Liang is obsessed with health programs, constantly pursuing immortality. Every afternoon, she meticulously sits in front of the TV to watch health shows, taking notes as if she were organizing confidential work documents, embodying a negative stereotype of elderly people losing their moral compass and the legal system. The key is that you can't criticize her. Director Liang has been a prosecutor her whole life and continues to lead the masses even in retirement, with her voice still loud and clear. If you dare to criticize her, she'll definitely think you don't love her or that you're complaining about her age, ridiculing her for becoming a societal burden, which she will. Then link to why young people today are unwilling to have children. Shen Han is genuinely afraid of Director Liang's incessant nagging. Once the program's music starts, he immediately and willingly retreats into his room, refusing to come out until it's mealtime. Director Liang believes her worldview and intelligence are superior, and every day she rummages through the fridge, replacing its contents repeatedly until only a few sad vegetables remain, which look bland and, upon closer inspection, seem to indicate infertility. That on top of the fridge, the daily meal plan is neatly posted, letting you know about the darkness of life in advance. The problem is that none of it is filling. Breakfast is plain porridge with no oil, and for lunch, she has cucumbers with fish without salt, while dinner is devoid of any meat. If he eats more than 2 bowls of rice, she will definitely nag in his ear, saying he's committing slow suicide. Shen Han and his dad, Dr. Shen, are so hungry their eyes are going dim. The 2 grown men lie in bed at midnight counting stars, each gnawing on a cucumber, reminiscing about Director Liang's constant reminders in their ears. A puff of smoke shortens your life by a day. Eating a pig knuckle burdens your liver for a week. Calculating carefully, they estimate their demise should be within the next few days. Shen Han truly can't stand this kind of immortal life. Watching the show host on TV with his eyes turning green with envy, he angrily thinks, "Good for you, Wu Cc. You're short and your heart is dirty. You ruined my life when we were young, and now that you're old and faded, you're coming to ruin my ignorant mother. Wearing such flashy clothes on a lousy health show. Who are you showing that long collarbone to?" It's not hard to understand why Shen Han has such thoughts. After all, they haven't been in contact since they broke up all those years ago, and seeing her again now inevitably brings forth some feelings of resentment. Shen Han doesn't know if Wu Cc has slept with anyone else over the years, but he himself hasn't slept with any other woman. It's not that he's guarding his body like a jade. He wouldn't believe that himself if he said it. It's just that the passion from their earlier years has faded. After all, when they first got together, they had already experienced most of the things they wanted to try, and at their wildest, they could sneak into a classroom and indulge for half an hour. Later, when they broke up, looking back, it actually seemed quite shameless. Director Liang has no idea about her son's little thoughts. Seeing him staring at the TV screen without saying a word, she thought he had become enlightened and developed an interest in health. Satisfied, she nodded her head until the program's intermission, when a segment from the animal world played, and she looked at her son expectantly, only to inadvertently discover the flagpole rising in Shen Han's pants. Her expression immediately became serious, and she called out solemnly, "Son." Shen Han came back to his senses, cleared his throat, and said, "Mom, I need to talk to you." Director Liang, as if anticipating what he was about to say, raised her hand in a gesture of refusal, covering her face with a pained expression, and said, "You should resolve your personal issues first, so that Mom can have some psychological preparation." Shen Han felt bewildered, realizing his loss of composure, and could only awkwardly stand up and head to the bathroom. When he returned, Director Liang was already having a serious conversation with Dr. Shen on the sofa, her tone sincere, but the content sounded almost ridiculous. "Old Shen, I finally understand why our son hasn't had a girlfriend. Today, while watching TV, he actually raised a flag at a female lion in Animal World. I've heard of pedophilia and gerondophilia, but I didn't expect our son to be into animals. Old Shen, do you think this illness can be cured?" Shen Han stood behind the sofa, unable to stop the muscles at the corners of his mouth from twitching, silently lamenting, "Mom, you really are my real mom." Chapter 2. Director Liang has no idea that her son is about to burst from internal injuries, and she hangs up the phone still looking worried. Shen Han stretched his neck and walked up to her, helplessly telling her, "Mom, I think you might have a misunderstanding about me." Director Liang looked up in surprise, frowning and asking, "What misunderstanding?" Shen Han sat down, grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds, and solemnly placed them in Director Liang's hand, frowning as he spoke. "Your son has always liked women raising a flag. Just now was a normal reaction for a man, and it has nothing to do with what's on the TV. That I don't need any treatment at all." After saying that, he cleared his throat, raised an eyebrow, and pointed at the person on the TV screen, asking, "Do you know this host?" Director Liang, realizing her earlier words had been overheard by Shen Han, felt a bit embarrassed and blinked in response. I know. That's Xiao Wu. She's a pretty good girl, looks nice, takes care of the guests. What's up? Do you have a crush on her? Shen Hanzhan ignored her, twisting his mouth and asking again. Do you know she's from Taiwan? Director Liang immediately nodded and replied. I know. Her voice is much more pleasant than a racket you and your dad make. Shen Hanzhan clicked his tongue in disdain. What do you mean by racket? You two are just a couple of silly deer from the North City. Great, even worse than Northeast rustic guys. Shen Hanzhan twitched his mouth, seeing that Director Liang wouldn't budge. He sat up straight and became serious again. Mom, I'm telling you, that host has always been a particularly ridiculous person, really. She's not very bright, the kind that gets sold and counts the money. You should really listen to her less. Director Liang raised an eyebrow, looking displeased and asking, What's going on? From what you're saying, do you two have some past grievances? Shen Hanzhan lightly coughed, casually saying, Not grievances, just slept together a few times. Director Liang was so surprised she couldn't even crack open a sunflower seed, her eyes wide in disbelief as she asked, Son, you have such a serious cleanliness obsession, and you actually slept with this girl? You're not lying to me, are you? Shen Hanzhan clicked his tongue, standing up under Director Liang's son finally conquers male ailments gaze, and turned to leave. Director Liang stood up and grabbed his hand, trembling with fear as she asked, Son, you're not going to kill someone to silence them, are you? Shen Hanzhan was almost amused by anger, pulling at the corners of his mouth and replying, Mom, is your son that kind of person? Director Liang nodded and replied, Looks quite like it. Shen Hanzhan's vision darkened, nearly fainting on the spot. With a cold laugh, he helplessly said, Don't worry. I just think that since this girl is unkind, I naturally won't be righteous. Since she has harmed our elderly lady, I should retaliate in kind. Director Liang watched her son's desolate figure leave, sitting in place and dazing for a while. Until the TV at the other end started playing a preview for Animal World, she hurriedly picked up the phone and dialed Dr. Shen's number, shouting, Old Shen, something big has happened. Our son finally has someone he's pursuing. Oh no, not an animal, but a person, a living person. Ugh, I can't explain it clearly. Wait until you come back to talk. Remember to bring back the 2 herbs I wrote down last time when you return. I'll make soup to nourish our son. Shen Hanzhan had no idea that Director Liang had already prepared a nourishing soup filled with unknown substances at home for his return at this time. It was still before the peak rush hour, and he drove directly to the North City TV station building. The North City TV station was quite large, although it couldn't compare to the national TV station. It still looked fairly impressive. The station director, who had been saved by Dr. Shen before, was more affectionate towards Shen Hanzhan than his own mother, holding his hand and refusing to let go, determined to be as warm as the enthusiastic workers and farmers welcoming the Red Army. Shen Hanzhan wasn't good at dealing with elders. After some small talk and inquiries about his well-being, they transitioned from discussing the dishes from yesterday to whether he planned to have children next year. It was only when someone called out that Shen Hanzhan finally managed to extricate himself and turned to walk towards Wu Cici's program team's floor. Just as he stepped out of the elevator and took 2 steps forward, he looked up to see Wu Cici approaching in a cartoonish big head costume. Both of them were momentarily stunned upon seeing each other. In that instant, Shen Hanzhan thought of many pretentious, affectionate, and sentimental words. But the moment he lunged forward to catch one of those words, they suddenly vanished, becoming elusive. He had studied medicine in college and dabbled in music, neither of which had anything to do with literature. But at that moment, he inexplicably recalled a line from one of Wu Cici's old books. She had said, The thoughts between people are most intense when unseen. And at the moment of reunion, all obsessions dissipate. What you might want to do is simply to give her a hug, nothing more. Shen Hanzhan wasn't particularly artsy, but he had bought all of Wu Cici's books. Wu Cici wasn't a professional writer back in her university days. She just wrote some random things on a website called Jinjiang. Her articles were quite short and overly artistic, not appealing to the general public, and didn't make much of a splash. But Shen Hanzhan enjoyed reading them. He always thought there was a quirky pretentiousness about her. He had secretly asked a friend at the publishing house to contact Wu Cici and got those few shabby books published. During that time, Wu Cici was as happy as a pig that had broken free from its pen, eating well and sleeping soundly every day, and occasionally showing off in front of Shen. Shan that time, Shen Hanzhan was infatuated and took out 5 books in front of her, earnestly asking her to sign them, claiming they were brought by true fans. Wu Cici, being quite naive back then, actually believed him and signed each one with a few encouraging words. When he returned home, Shen Hanzhan gave those 5 books to his friends Yuan Shang, Jian Hao, and some other buddies. After reading them, they all remarked, "It's written so damn well, but I just don't understand it." Shen Hanzhan, with an air of high moral integrity, slapped them on the back and coldly commented, "Fools." At this moment, the once aloof Mr. Shen came back to his senses first, chuckling, and reached out to pat Wu Cici's big head costume, asking, "Why are you dressed like this? Aren't you going to live stream that crappy health program later?" Wu Cici felt a bit shy. Her outfit was already quite thick, and with all the heat, plus seeing an old acquaintance, her face turned even more noticeably red. She wasn't typically shy, but this person was Shen Hanzhan, and they had an awkward past that was hard to overlook. Seeing him suddenly was indeed a surprise. Pursing her lips, she softly mumbled, "Don't pat my head, it's heavy." Shen Hanzhan found it amusing, smiling even wider, and intentionally patted her head again. Wu Cici was only 1.58 meters tall on ordinary days. She could claim to be 1.60 meters if her face was a bit larger, but standing in front of 1.83 meter Shen Hanzhan, she immediately showed signs of being intimidated. Looking like a big-head radish, white with a hint of red, Wu Cici was annoyed by his laughter and snapped, "What are you laughing at?" Shen Hanzhan symbolically suppressed his laughter, cleared his throat, and replied, "I can't help it, I just smile when I see you. It's a habit I was born with, can you cure it?" Wu Cici rolled her eyes inwardly, nearly telling him that the psychiatric hospital was straight ahead, left turn. Silently frowning, she stepped towards her makeup room. Shen Hanzhan followed behind her, not explaining why he was there. Their way of interacting had always been like this. If one didn't speak, the other wouldn't ask, and they would just spend time together or do their own things when needed without bothering each other. Upon entering the makeup room, they found another woman inside, wearing a black coat, a red hat, with 3 whites in her eyes and thick lips, looking like she was joking around. Lu Ling didn't recognize Shen Hanzhan and didn't have the time to ask. Seeing Wu Cici return, she immediately walked over with the script and said, "Hey, Xiao Wu, do you think the script here is a bit awkward? How about we add a viewer question in the middle?" Shen Hanzhan found it interesting and stretched his neck to ask, "Oh, you guys prepare such scripts in advance for the program?" Lu Ling felt annoyed at this remark and replied angrily, "Where? It's just that Yuan Ming, that ancestor, can't do anything. We're about to go live, and now she's throwing a tantrum over the script." Shen Hanzhan felt something was off when he heard this. He suddenly turned serious and asked coldly, "What do you mean? Isn't Wu Cici the host of this program? When did it change to this monkey?" Lu Ling insincerely corrected him. "It's Yuan Ming, not monkey." Shen Hanzhan didn't want to debate this with her. He turned to look at Wu Cici, who was reading the script with a downcast expression, and immediately raised an eyebrow, asking, "Is this monkey a relative of your station director?" Lu Ling chuckled awkwardly and said, "Not at all, she just has a wealthy sponsor." Shen Hanzhan, having grown up in the Shen family, immediately understood the implications. So this new host found a rich godfather, and they replaced Wu Cici, who had no background, with her directly due to sponsorship. But he sneered and asked, "Who's her godfather, and how much sponsorship did they provide you?" Lu Ling was taken aback, coughed lightly, and cautiously replied, "This matter is difficult to discuss. It's not appropriate to say." Yes, as soon as she finished speaking, the door suddenly swung open, and a woman in high heels walked in, followed by a big-bellied man. The woman had thick makeup, looking like she had just jumped out of a coffin. She glanced at Shen Hanzhan, revealing a hint of flirtation in her smile. Looking at Lu Ling, she unhappily asked, "Lu, is the script ready? My godfather is leaving soon, and I need to send him off after rehearsing." So this was the monkey. Shen Hanzhan let out a cold laugh. Before Wu Cici and Lu Ling could say anything, he directly grabbed the script and threw it into Yuan Ming's arms, saying, "You don't even know how to do your own job. Are you a level 2 disabled person or a level 3 idiot?" Yuan Ming initially had a good impression of Shen Hanzhan because of his looks, but upon hearing him say that, all her goodwill disappeared immediately. She glared at him and retorted, "Who are you?" Shen Hanzhan shrugged and replied with a smile, "Isn't it said that the audience is the lifeblood of your TV station? By that logic, I'm your dad." Yuan Ming had never encountered someone like Shen Hanzhan before. Angered, she stamped her foot and turned to the man behind her, shouting, "Godfather, look at this person. How shameless." After saying that, feeling unsatisfied, she turned to Wu Cici and asked, "Isn't this your lover?" The station has already given you the host position for the children's program. Were you still not satisfied with? At this point, Shen Han finally got a good look at the Godfather and couldn't help but grin, a mix of disdain and cheekiness in his expression. The man seemed to find Shen Han somewhat familiar, but couldn't quite remember where he had seen him before. Yuan Ming didn't expect her usually doting Godfather to not defend her at this moment, which made her even angrier. She had always been someone who relied on her connections, sailing smoothly since university, and had always been the one to give orders in the TV station. She had never encountered such humiliation before. She huffed and looked at Lu Ling, saying, "Editor Lu, my Godfather spent $2 million for me to join the program team, not to let me be wronged." Upon hearing this, Shen Han found it even more amusing that he took out a cigarette from his pocket, thought about it being indoors, and stuffed it back, casually saying, "$2 million just to let you show off in front of me? Little comrade, your show-off style is pretty unique." After saying that, he looked at the man next to her and added, "But Mr. E, back in the day when I saw your wife, I thought she had quite the class. I didn't expect your taste to change so. Vulgar." Chapter 3 Di Heo was originally thinking that Shen Han was someone he knew, but after hearing him speak, he became even more cautious. After a moment of thought, he asked, "Sir, do we know each other?" Shen Han's face already had a mocking effect, and now he grinned as if E owed him 28,000. He picked up 2 grapes from the table next to him, stuffed them into his mouth, and casually replied, "We've just seen each other a couple of times." The implication was that he didn't think much of E, and he certainly didn't want him to act like his goddaughter and eagerly claim him as a father. Yuan Ming, not catching the meaning behind his words, became indignant and said, "Why are you so ungrateful? This is a TV station. I don't care if you're Wu Cici's lover or whatever. The sponsors have the right to choose the host, and that's an unspoken rule of the station. My Godfather sponsored the show, so I have the right to take her position. If you have the ability, go sponsor her $2 million. After saying that, she disdainfully glanced at Shen Han's big shorts. Shen Han had always been careless about his appearance, only dressing casually outside of work. Sometimes he would wear flip-flops in the street, carrying a bag of roast duck in his left hand, the aroma wafting for miles, leaning back against a park bench as if the whole city belonged to him. If it weren't for the deceptive charm of his face, which still had a hint of ethereal beauty, he might have been swept away by the city management like fallen leaves in autumn. At this moment, Wu Cici stepped in, pulling Shen Han's hand and telling him it was okay. She looked up at Yuan Ming and calmly said, "Yuan Ming, I advise you not to be too arrogant. I voluntarily give my position to you, not because I'm afraid of you, but because I don't want the team leader to have a hard time. She has done me a favor, and I don't want her to confront the station director on my behalf. That's all." After saying this, she cast a faint glance at Di Heo behind her and pointedly remarked, "A girl who hasn't even graduated from university at such a young age. Doesn't know how to improve herself, but instead only thinks about relying on men for power and profit. To be honest, I despise you." Yuan Ming sneered at her words, responding nonchalantly, "Then why don't you go find a sugar daddy willing to spend $2 million on you? An old woman without even a university diploma, yet you dare to criticize others." Shen Han was taken aback by the mention of not having a university diploma, standing there silently frowning. When he met Wu Cici, she was a first-year student at the North China Music College. How could she not have a university diploma now? Suppressing his confusion, he spoke with a hint of annoyance. "Do you think everyone is like you, with 56 ethnicities and 56 fathers?" Lu Ling couldn't help but laugh at Shen Han's remark, but when she saw Yuan Ming glaring at her, she quickly cleared her throat and tried to mediate, saying, "All right, everyone take a step back. The station's decision is certainly reasonable." Shen Han sat aside, crossed his legs, and shouted, "Bullshit." He took out his phone, found Liang Yun's number, and said, "Get your director Lu to the makeup room on the 17th floor." Liang Yun was the mother of Yuan Cheng's son and had now toned down her non-mainstream vibe. She was arranged by her family to work as a makeup artist at the North City TV station, which counted as a proper job. Yuan Ming felt a bit puzzled by Shen Han's imposing demeanor. After all, although he dressed sloppily, his looks and charm were undeniable, and he could easily summon Director Lu, leaving people unsure of his true background. At that moment, Lu Xian happened to have nothing to do and soon arrived at the makeup room. Seeing Shen Han, he approached with a smile and asked, Xiao Shun, is Uncle Lu inviting you to the cafeteria for something to eat later? Upon hearing Lu Xian call him Xiao Shun, Heo suddenly recalled. In 2007, when he and his wife went to deliver gifts to the health bureau chief Shen, the brat lounging on the sofa, half-lidded and laughing at his bald head, was none other than this person in front of him. He didn't expect that after so many years. This brat had changed in appearance, but still had the same disdainful personality. Shen Hanshan's arrogant attitude was actually spoiled by Shen and his wife. Shen was the eldest grandson of the family and, nominally, Shen Hanshan's cousin, but there was a 20-year age gap between them. When Shen Hanshan was young, his parents were busy with their titles and had no time to discipline him. So Shen his wife took him into her home to raise him alongside her daughter, treating him as half a sister and half a mother, even closer than Director Liang. Shen Hanshan cleared his throat and stood up, casually asking, "Uncle Lu, I heard that at your station, sponsors have the right to replace the program host, right?" Lu Xian didn't expect him to suddenly bring this up and nodded in response, "Yes, as long as they're not special invited hosts. Sponsors have the right to request a replacement. It's an unwritten rule. Why do you ask?" Just as Shen Hanshan was about to speak, Heo unexpectedly interjected first. "Director Lu, before, Meng offended you and Miss Wu quite a bit. After considering it, I think she is too young and impulsive and really isn't suitable for this program. Why don't we give the hosting position back to Miss Wu?" Yuan Meng, who had initially had a defiant expression, suddenly had her face fall, staring in disbelief as she asked, "Godfather, what are you saying? Why should I get my position back?" Although Heo sponsored the program, he was ultimately just a businessman. He wasn't the type to spend lavishly for his lover, nor was he the kind of young man who would act out of anger for a beauty. If he really angered Shen Hanshan, Shen at the health bureau could easily make things difficult for him, and then his medical equipment company might not survive. Frowning, he pulled Yuan Meng's hand and seriously scolded her. Meng, you need to rein in that temper." Lu Xian was confused by their conversation and frowned, asking Lu Ling, "Old Lu, what is going on? Are you changing hosts for the health hall program?" Lu Ling nodded and replied, "Yes, Mr. E sponsored us. And the station director's intention is to replace Cici with Xiao Yuan for a trial." Lu Xian, who usually dealt with administrative matters, picked up on the implications immediately. He thought to himself that this little Wu must have some connection with Dr. Shen's son. Then, thinking of the Shun family's background, he couldn't help but feel a bit apprehensive. He cleared his throat and, acting as a mediator, suggested, "Since Mystery has said so, then Xiao Wu, today you can continue hosting the health hall. After all, those who could do more work, right? Later, I'll have your group leader Xiao give you a big red envelope. How about that?" Hearing this, Shen Hanshan became displeased again, pulling Wu Cici over with a face that showed he wouldn't back down, saying, "Why should she get to go? Today, this idiot must go." After saying that, he directly tossed the script into Yuan Meng's lap and said nonchalantly, "Here, girl, the script is yours. Don't say Dad didn't give you a chance. At least your godfather spent 2 million on you. Don't waste it." Yuan Meng looked at the script in her hands, her eyes turning red, and pointed at his nose, shouting, "You." Shen Hanshan quickly interrupted her, saying, "What is wrong with me? Can't bear to leave your dad and still want to suckle? No problem. If you're hungry, just turn left and find the toilet. There is plenty there." Lu Xian, being older, was momentarily confused and asked, "Huh? Xiao Shun, is this your daughter?" Lu Ling and Wu Cici couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter. Yuan Meng, feeling utterly humiliated, cried out and ran out. Just then, Lu Xian's phone rang. Although he was confused, he could only turn his head and gesture an apology to Shen Hanshan before turning around and leaving to answer the call. Seeing this, Lu Ling also pulled Heo out of the room, saying as they walked, "Mr. E, let's discuss little Yuan's matter again. Actually, we have quite a few programs at our station that can help train people, and they're all pretty good." Wu Cici didn't expect that the group of people who had just gathered would suddenly scatter. Standing in place, she felt a bit awkward. She walked to the water dispenser, filled a cup with water, placed it in front of Shen Hanshan, took a deep breath, and softly said, "Shen Hanshan, thank you for today. Also, for some things I said to you before, I feel I should apologize." Shen Hanshan's hand holding the cup trembled slightly, and he grinned. looking at her with a mocking expression, and asked, "How surprising. You, Miss Wu, actually have time to apologize to me?" Wu Cece bit her lip, not angered by Shen Hanshan's words. Her expression remained sincere as she nodded and replied, "Yes, I was immature before. Looking back, actually, you were right about a lot of things. Just consider it as being bitten by a dog back then. Don't take it to heart." Shen Han truly hadn't expected that after years apart, Wu Cece would apologize to him in such a low-key manner. This was so different from the old Wu Cece, who had been as stubborn as a bull in front of him, refusing to listen to others, filled only with her own self-importance. He put down the cup, and for a moment, a hint of awkwardness arose in him. To put it elegantly, Shen Han was perceptive. To put it bluntly, he was a bit of a macho man. As a woman, if you stood firm against him, he could be even firmer. If you softened, he would immediately show you a good face. The grievances he had held against Wu Cece in the past were ultimately just a matter of pride. Now that Wu Cece was so sincere in her apology, he felt so pleased that he almost forgot his own name. Clearing his throat, he changed the subject and asked, "So, I heard from that monkey today that you didn't graduate from university? What's going on? Are you not doing well?" Wu Cece looked at her fingers in silence for a while, shook her head, and replied, "No, it's just that there were some issues at home. I'm doing fine now." Watching Wu Cece speak with her head down, Shen Han felt like he was transported back to the years when they were still together. Clearing his throat again, he looked around casually and asked, "So, do you have a boyfriend now?" Wu Cece was taken aback, scratched her forehead shyly, and answered, "Not yet." Shen Han didn't know why, but his heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he instinctively said, "Then let's give it a try." "Huh?" Wu Cece was a bit bewildered by what he said, looking at him in surprise. When their eyes met, she immediately looked down again, shaking her head and replying, "No way, we can't." Shen Han had asked instinctively, and seeing Wu Cece's rejection, his rebellious nature kicked in, and he shouted, "What do you mean, huh? You even apologized to me, and you won't be with me." Wu Cece truly didn't understand Shen Hanshan's thought process and mumbled softly, "I didn't mean it like that." Shen Han had never been able to stand Wu Cece's timid demeanor. Just think about it. A person who usually flaunted around suddenly becomes soft in front of you. How could it not make one feel a bit excited? He got up and pushed her against the wall, hearing the pounding of his heart near her ear, swallowing hard, and pretending to be calm, shouted, "Hey, don't be so excited. My heart is about to jump out of my chest." Wu Cece was pinned against the wall, momentarily dazed. The familiar scent enveloped her, making her dizzy, and her speech became stammered as she softly replied, No, it's not mine, it's yours." Shen Han didn't believe her. Looking down and seeing Wu Cece's flushed ears, he pulled her in his arms, leaning down next to her neck, and fiercely said, "I don't care. You apologize to me. If you don't be with me, you're just a heartbreaker." Wu Cece couldn't even speak, until Shen Han suddenly sealed her lips with his. The familiar sensation came rushing back, and tears welled up as she silently sighed in her heart, feeling confused. How come, after all this time, the person left by my side is still him? Shen Han had no idea about her thoughts. After kissing for a while, he felt a surge of heat all over his body, reaching down to squeeze her backside, panting, thinking, "Damn, she's so soft." Chapter 4. When the two of them came out of the makeup room, there was a hint of unknown blush on their faces. One was shy, while the other was excited. Yuan Meng finished reviewing the script and came out of the room, immediately making a disgusted face upon seeing them. Just as they were about to enter the studio, she turned around and glared fiercely at Wu Cece. Wu Cece felt bewildered and turned to walk towards Qiao Yunwen's office with her leave request. She had just discussed with Shen Han in the makeup room that she would cook something delicious when she got home, partly to thank him for helping her out today. Secondly, she wanted him to help her change those broken light bulbs. Shen Han had rented a house outside the school for a long time during college because he was caught playing in a band, so he was quite skilled at fixing toilets and changing light bulbs. At that time, Wu Cece would occasionally sneak over when his friends were not around. One time, out of impulse, they couldn't help but roll around in bed. But that day was actually a rehearsal day for Shen Han, which led to Yuan Sheng and Zhou Xiang knocking on the door for a long time without getting any response. Shen Han was busy with Wu Cece, excitedly listening to her suppressed breaths while hearing the knocking from outside, and afterwards he was left to dry out like a fish for half a month by Wu Cece. Xiao Yunwen was organizing materials in his office when he saw Wu Cece outside and waved for her to come in. Shen didn't join the excitement and simply leaned against the corridor playing with his phone. When Wu Cece came out, the two went downstairs together, hardly saying a word. Only when a male colleague passed by and greeted Wu Cece did he look up momentarily, throwing a meaningful glance at anyone who seemed somewhat decent-looking. Those male colleagues only had a nodding acquaintance with Wu Cece and were intimidated by Shen Hanshan's animalistic gaze, quickly making their way along the wall. Shen Hanshan's brutish nature had been developed since childhood. He considered any territory where he had urinated as his own. Regardless of whether Wu Cece agreed to be with him or not, he maintained a serious demeanor wherever he went, adopting a shameless approach of scaring off anyone in his path. However, some people who were in the looks didn't buy into this. For instance, during the time Wu Cece was clocking in upstairs, several 14 or 15-year-old girls gradually surrounded Shen Hanzhan, seemingly there to support their idol for a show at the television station. These girls had given up their principles for the nation early on, and upon seeing a handsome guy, they immediately forgot the vows they once made to their idols, standing beside him with flushed faces and sparkling eyes. Shen Hanzhan felt annoyed by the stares and turned around, raising one eyebrow, asking impatiently, "What are you looking at?" The girls had never seen such a wildly confident man. After all, in this unpredictable world, where artistic melancholy was prevalent, it was hard to find a handsome guy who was so oblivious and without a flaw. Running over to ask him, "Handsome, are you a star?" Shen Hanzhan frowned, thinking, "Have you ever seen a star wearing big shorts?" He impatiently replied, "No, go away." Another girl asked, "Are you a new host?" Just as Shen Hanzhan was about to deny it, he suddenly cleared his throat, scratched his hair, and for the first time, smiled, shamelessly answering, "I'll tell you secretly, I'm a host's family member." The girls were so charmed by his smile that they no longer cared who he was and immediately asked for his autograph. Shen Hanzhan had encountered even crazier fans when he was in the band, calmly taking the water-based pen from the girl's hand. He bent down and quickly wrote "Lei Feng" in big letters on the notebook she handed him, then strutted out of the building. Wu Cece came down from upstairs just in time to see this scene. She walked up to Shen Hanshan's side and sighed, asking, "What is the point of bullying a few little girls?" Shen Hanzhan clicked his tongue and replied seriously, "Am I bullying them? I'm educating them about the harshness of society through action, teaching them to equip themselves with the 3 representatives and the 8 honors and 8 shames, so they won't be seduced by the capitalist sugar-coated cannonballs that invade their souls." Wu Cece, knowing that Shen Hanzhan was full of nonsense, didn't bother to argue with him. After walking out for a while, she saw the elderly woman who often carried a load to sell fruits and said, "Wait here for me. I'm going to buy some peaches." Shen Hanzhan nodded without asking further, walked to his car, and just as he was about to open the door, he felt something under his foot. Looking down, he discovered the corpse of a parrot, which looked quite tragic, and there was a light-colored stray cat squatting under the car. He recognized this cat. On the way here, he had whimsically fed it some snacks, and now the little creature seemed to have come to repay him, although the sight of it was a bit unsettling. Shen Hanzhan awkwardly looked at the parrot, thinking it must have come from a nearby pet shop, and suddenly felt a twinge of guilt. But he didn't have a garbage bag, so he took out a gift that Shen Yu had given him before, ripped off the bow-tied wrapping, squatted down, and wrapped the parrot's corpse in the bag. Carefully crossing the lawn, he placed it behind the pet shop, considering it a way to let its soul rest in peace. He thought he was being quite decent since he hadn't killed the parrot himself. However, not long after, a loud curse erupted from the pet shop. "Who the hell stole my dead parrot and even tied a bow on it?" Shen Hanzhan instantly froze in place, looking down at the cat, which was also staring at him. Wu Cece returned and saw the silent standoff between him and the cat, asking with some confusion, "What's wrong? Is this your cat?" Shen Hanzhan stiffly pulled the corner of his mouth, awkwardly replying, "No, I can't afford such a divine creature." After saying that, he opened the car door and climbed inside, but before he could close the door, the cat swiftly jumped in with a meow. Seeing this, Wu Cece covered her mouth and laughed softly. "This must be a stray cat. I feel like it has a connection with you. Why don't you adopt it?" Didn't you used to like cats a lot? Shen Han turned around and looked at the white cat curled up in the back seat, its pitiful expression making him think of the shop owner's curses. And with a sigh, he could only start the car and drive away. At this moment, escaping the scene was the priority. Ultimately, the two decided to adopt the cat. They spent over 1,000 yuan at a pet hospital outside Wu Cici's neighborhood to give it a bath, check its health, and get it vaccinated. Returning to Wu Cici's two-bedroom apartment just before 6 o'clock. This neighborhood was where Wu Cici had moved recently after getting a raise. As it was close to her workplace, and the location wasn't cheap. As soon as Shen Han stepped into the apartment with the cat, a faint floral fragrance greeted him. Glancing around, he saw that the gardenia Wu Cici had placed on the windowsill had bloomed, a white bunch that matched the simple and plain decor of the home, exuding a warm atmosphere. Shen Han had a lingering question for a long time. Why did he feel particularly at peace and grounded when he was with Wu Cici? When they were together, they didn't even have to say anything. Just her quietly sitting there made him feel like that was a place he could stay forever. Wu Cici was unaware of Shen Han's thoughts. Walking to the bathroom, she took out a half-height stool and placed it in front of him, lowering her head and saying, "Given your height, this stool should be enough to change the light bulb, right? If not, I can go downstairs to borrow a ladder." Shen Han came back to his senses, nodded stiffly, and cleared his throat, saying, "No need, it's enough." "Where's the light bulb?" Wu Cici exclaimed, and suddenly remembered she hadn't given him the light bulb yet. She immediately turned and ran to the TV cabinet, crouching down, brushing her hair behind her ears, and starting to search. Shen Han was slightly taken aback by her actions. Silently walked over, crouched down, and suddenly hugged her from behind. Wu Cici was startled, and her neck turned slightly red as she whispered, "What are you doing?" "I'm looking for the light bulb." Shen Han pouted, buried his head in her back, rubbed it back and forth for a while, and replied in a low voice, "Who told you to tease me?" Wu Cici felt wronged. She was seriously crouching down looking for a light bulb. How was she teasing him? Unconvinced, she shouted, "Who teased you? You were the one being inappropriate." Shen Han huffed and started to argue. "You know I like watching you brush your hair. So isn't that teasing me?" Wu Cici almost laughed out of anger at his shamelessness. She struggled to break free from his grip, stood up, looked down at him, and said, "That's not the same. Shindapeo, if you don't want me to kick you out, just change the light bulb obediently. If I'm happy later, I might even cook you some delicious dishes. Otherwise, you can take your old bye and leave. No send-off." At this point, Shen Han finally felt a bit of Wu Cici's past shadow. Sitting on the floor, he chuckled, stood up, picked up old bye beside him with a resigned expression, and sighed, all right, the lonely and helpless big deer is going to change the light bulb. Old bye, tell me, is it easy for your dad to get 2 meals? Old bye, quite understanding, meowed twice symbolically, making Wu Cici laugh uncontrollably. She turned and walked into the kitchen, opened a fridge, looked at the ingredients inside, and sighed softly. She thought that it had indeed been a long time since she had cooked and eaten with someone else. Since her mother passed away, Wu Cici's life had changed dramatically, and she had started to feel a bit resistant to excessive intimacy with others. She wouldn't admit that even when she was immature and reckless, Shen Han had given her a certain inexplicable sense of security. She also wouldn't admit that on this day, after many years apart, when she saw his face again, perhaps just for a moment, she actually felt nostalgic in her heart. Shen Han finished changing the light bulbs in the bedroom and balcony, as Wu Cici requested, and also checked the other wiring in the house. After wandering around her bedroom, he saw a row of health books on the bookshelf, lay down on her bed, closed his eyes, and began to feel drowsy from the smell of the quilt. After a while, he came out of the bedroom, leaned against the kitchen door, looked at Wu Cici's face and smiled, saying, "You know, after all these years, I really miss your braised beef." Wu Cici turned her head to glance at him, washed her hands without answering, and simply asked, "You still don't eat green peppers and scallions, right?" Shen Han was taken aback for a moment, nodded in response, "Yeah, you remember." Wu Cici took off her apron and smiled, saying, "You were so domineering back then. If you didn't eat it, no one else could either. It was hard to forget. I'll go buy some ginger. You help me keep an eye on the soup. If it bubbles up, turn the heat down a bit." Shen Han instinctively responded with an "oh" until Wu Cici closed the door, and then he came back to his senses, holding Old Bai and lifting its paw, asking proudly, "What do you think, Old Bai? Isn't my wife pretty good? She used to pretend. In fact, she loved me a lot. Really, after all this time, she remembers everything I don't eat." Old Bai rarely rolled its eyes, meowed, and then broke free from his arms, shook its fur, and jumped onto the sofa, curling up and giving off a vibe of refusal. Shen didn't receive any spiritual comfort from Old Bai, but he wasn't discouraged. Instead, he happily hummed a tune while scooping some soup with a spoon, shaking his head and sighing, "Now this is food that people eat." Wu Cece had no idea that at this moment, Shen was deeply moved by his pot of soup, just as she entered the elevator with the ginger. She looked up and saw Lu Ming standing inside. Lu Ming was an old acquaintance. A few years ago, they were both interns at Beijing TV station, living in the same dormitory, but later Qiao Yunwen kept her and let Lu Ming go. Because of this, Lu Ming and she indeed had a bit of animosity. Seeing the items in Wu Cece's hands, Lu Ming immediately scoffed. "So, I heard you found a boyfriend, a little punk wearing flip-flops and big shorts?" Wu Cece looked expressionlessly at the elevator numbers without answering. Lu Ming, however, wasn't ready to let her go, holding up her diamond and exaggerating. "So, one can have good luck for a moment, but it doesn't mean they have it for a lifetime. Although I couldn't stay at the station back then. I met my fiancé. You saw him last time in the elevator. By the way, he is going to be promoted to general manager in the second half of the year." Wu Cece saw that the elevator had reached the 16th floor, still did not speak, and directly walked out, not even leaving a word of farewell. Lu Ming, as if not done talking, followed her out of the elevator, smugly shouting, "Wu Cece, I'm getting married next month. You should come if you have time. You might meet a suitable man at the wedding. Although your conditions are average, it's still better than your current punk boyfriend. By the way, I won't be living here anymore. I have to move to my man's place. He bought us a duplex in Yunhe." Wu Cece expressionlessly took out her keys and replied coldly, "I don't have time." Lu Ming didn't really intend to invite Wu Cece to her wedding. Watching her open the door, she immediately curled her lips into a smile. When she saw the man standing inside the door, her smile suddenly froze in place, stunned. Chapter 5. Shen did not know Lu Ming. Seeing her staring at him without blinking, he thought he had encountered another infatuated girl. He frowned, showing a hint of disgust. Lowering his head, he took the bag from Wu Cece's hand and mouthed the words, "Is she your friend?" Wu Cece shook her head while taking off her shoes and told him, "I don't know her." Hearing this response, Lu Ming felt a bit awkward, cleared her throat, looked up and hesitantly asked, "You are Shen Han?" Shen clicked his tongue, and his face gradually showed a hint of anger. He was used to being the center of attention, expecting everyone to treat him with respect. People in the company called him General Shen. Friends called him Han Ge. Even idiots like Yuan Sheng had to call him Lao Shen. Except for his parents and Wu Cece, no one dared to call him by his name so directly. He stood there and said coldly, "Who the hell are you? Do you think you can just call my name?" This response surprised Lu Ming even more. She did not expect that Wu Cece's delinquent boyfriend would turn out to be the man Yang Shiji had liked for 6 years. Yang Shiji was Lu Ming's childhood friend, and they grew up in the same compound. Back in college, Yang Shiji had a crazy obsession with a man who played underground music, and that man was Shen Han. At that time, Lu Ming was still studying at Beichuan, and after class, she was often dragged by Yang Shiji to hang out at bars on Weinbach Street, where she not only watched Yang Shiji plaster Shen Han's photos all over the walls, but also had to help her take care of a huge stack of useless autographs, which was quite annoying. Lu Ming had a neutral impression of Shen Han. She knew he was handsome, but also knew that was all he had going for him. Having grown up with divorced parents, she tended to be pragmatic and a bit utilitarian in her actions, looking at people along with their family backgrounds. A man like Shen Han did not qualify as a serious man in her eyes. Moreover, when he slept with Yang Shiji and learned she was pregnant, he not only didn't show up, but also disappeared immediately, showing a complete lack of responsibility. However, what she didn't know was that the man who slept with Yang Shiji back then was actually not Shen Han, but their band's drummer, Lao Qin. Lao Qin came from a wealthy family and, upon learning about the situation, immediately handed a wad of cash to Yang Shiji's parents. Coincidentally, Shen Han was busy studying abroad in Switzerland at the time, which led to this confusing situation. Lu Ming recalled these old stories without any intention of feeling sorry for Yang Shiji. After all, her current fiancé was someone she had snatched from Yang Shiji. Today, seeing Shen Han in person, who was even more handsome than in the photos and was Wu Cici's boyfriend, she suddenly felt a spark and had a mischievous thought of wanting to take him for a spin. She had never had any moral reservations about chastity. Her current fiancé was lacking in that area and rather foolish, leading to frequent mischief outside. Shen Han was unaware that he had become the target of a hungry dog. After enjoying a meal with Wu Cici, he cut a half watermelon and stuffed 2 peaches in his mouth, feeling satisfied as he patted his stomach. Realizing life had gained a new meaning. While patting, he muttered, "Who would have thought Director Wu hosting a lousy health program that harms countless old men and women nationwide? Yet you eat so well yourself. Such a dirty mind. I like it." The title director was given to Wu Cici by Shen Han back in college. Fully called the director of the Women's Federation of Dormitory 213. Wu Cici was the wealthiest in their dorm and had a bit of motherly personality. Among their odd dorm mates, if one was dating today, another was sick tomorrow, she had to manage even the menstrual dates of several people. Truly worrying for the construction of a new socialist pigsty. Wu Cici ignored him and turned to prepare cat food for Lao Bai. Seeing this, Shen Han didn't meddle further and got up to clean the dishes, humming a tune from a big knife, chopping the ghost heads, happily washing the dishes. He had never let Wu Cici touch dishwashing liquid when they were together before. Wu Cici had delicate, fair hands, long and beautiful, especially tempting when holding Shen Han's little brother. He almost wanted to die in her hands. Once, after a hearty meal, he held Wu Cici's hand and joked, "Director Wu, look, isn't it particularly happy to be with me? Only eating the little brother and not suffering." Wu Cici sat up from his embrace at that time, putting on her clothes while coldly responding, "I'd rather eat your banana." Shen Han grinned, even happier. "Director Wu, you're so proactive. Should I blush to show my appreciation?" Then Wu Cici really slapped him, making his face turn red. Years had passed since that incident, and now, when Shen Han thought about it, he couldn't help but feel a little distracted. After washing the dishes, he noticed Wu Cici was on the balcony collecting clothes. When she raised the drying rack, revealing a bit of white flesh at her waist, he couldn't help but walk over and grab a handful. But Wu Cici quickly slapped his hand away, turned to look at him, and scolded, "If you're full, just roll or sit quietly with Lao Bai." Shen Han had no intention of leaving. He obediently turned and walked into the living room. When Wu Cici finished collecting the clothes and returned, she saw a person and a cat sitting upright on the sofa, both looking serious at her, and upon closer inspection, they did have a brotherly resemblance. Wu Cici couldn't help but chuckle, pressed her lips together, and asked helplessly, "Want some sour plum tea? I made it myself, good for digestion after a meal." Shen Han couldn't refuse. He could drink anything, even a pack of Banlon root. He would tear it apart and drink it like syrup. He immediately raised his hand and answered, "Yes." Lao Bai beside him also agreed, "Meow." So, this man and cat successfully managed to mooch an entire bottle of sour plum tea and a plate of mung bean cakes. It wasn't until Dr. Shen called to ask if Shen Han was coming home that he reluctantly stood up and started to babble. "I'm going back. This place is small, can't fit such a big man like me, Sai." Upon hearing this, Dr. Shen couldn't help but exchange glances with Director Liang beside him, clearing his throat to say, "Oh, that poor child. Why don't you invite her to live with us? Your mom likes watching her show, and they can communicate more, improving together in the future." Shen Han was shocked by this suggestion and shouted, "Dr. Shen, don't even think about it. Your wife has issues, but my wife is perfectly normal." Dr. Shen felt a blackness in his eyes, clutching his chest, unable to help but feel a face full of bitterness. This kid has grown up. How did he learn to hit where it hurts? After hanging up, Shen Han tossed the bag Wu Cici had asked him to take downstairs into the nearby trash can, turning towards his car. He had only taken a couple of steps when a woman approached him and waved. Upon closer inspection, it was Lu Ming, whom he had seen at the door earlier. Lu Ming was also a bit surprised to see Shen Han's car. She had thought he was just an ordinary thug, not expecting him to drive such an expensive car. Hearing Wu Cici close the door downstairs, she deliberately wore a low-cut, tight-fitting dress and leaned against Shen Han's car, smiling. Hi. We meet again. We seem to be quite fated. Shen Han smirked at her nonsense, walked past her, and replied nonchalantly, You see the old man at your community gate every day, and I calculated that you two are a perfect match. Lu Ming didn't expect Shen Han to have no reaction to her hints at all. Seeing him press the key to open the door and walk in, she immediately opened the passenger door and sat down, twisting her waist and giggling, saying, You're really funny. My boyfriend isn't here today. Shen Han thought to himself, Your boyfriend being gone has nothing to do with me. Am I supposed to call you dad or something? He looked at the woman in front of him with a face full of surprise, like he was seeing a fool just released from the mental hospital, still unhealed, the kind that shakes its head with a number. When he saw her suddenly licking her lips and staring at him with her mouth wide open, he couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart, alarm bells ringing. Lu Ming thought Shen Han was silent because he accepted her behavior, and she suddenly lunged forward to hug his neck, blowing into his ear and giggling, saying, You're so annoying. Shen Han clicked his tongue, and with a kick, he directly sent her outside the car. He picked up the old cat by his arms, tugged at the two tufts of fur on its head, and sighed with a face full of exasperation. Damn it, you scare me to death. I thought that idiot was going to steal my cat. Chapter 6. Lu Ming experienced a man with no romantic sensibility for the first time, getting up from the ground and rubbing his waist. He couldn't help but start cursing loudly. Are you out of your mind? Shen Han, brushing off some cat hair, replied with a wicked smile from inside the car. Even if you have medicine, I won't buy it. Lu Ming really couldn't understand this person in front of him. He looked rebellious on the outside, but who would have thought he had such a big pit in his head? Thinking that it was very likely Wu Cece had spoken ill of her in front of him, she suddenly felt bold and began to make things up. Humph. Do you think Wu Cece is some pure and innocent character? Changing men like changing clothes, treating you like a friend with benefits. Isn't that amusing? Picking up someone else's discarded goods and still wanting to be true love. What's that about? Shen Han was momentarily stunned by her words. Silently putting down the old by in his hand, he opened the door and got out of the car, walking expressionlessly towards Lu Ming. Suddenly, he reached out his hand and, in an instant, accurately and fiercely grabbed her neck. Normally, he was carefree, and even if he had a bit of a disdainful attitude, it didn't make people feel scared. But at this moment, standing at 183 meters tall, in front of Lu Ming, with a somewhat sinister expression on his face and a deep voice, he did give off a somewhat chilling vibe. I never hit women, but if you can't control that foul mouth of yours and dare to slander my woman again, I wouldn't mind making you the first. After saying that, he raised his left hand and slammed it against a nearby tree, leaving a clear dent from his fist on the trunk. Lu Ming was frightened by his strength, gasping for breath as she struggled against his grip on her neck. When Shen Han finally let her go, she didn't bother to say anything, grabbed the keys on the ground, and turned to run towards the hallway, as if afraid of a ghost chasing her. Shen Han watched Lu Ming's retreating figure, still expressionless. He retracted his fist, rotated his neck to stretch his muscles, sat back in the car, and silently lit a cigarette. After a while, he took out his phone and called Yuan Sheng, starting with Come out and spar with me. Yuan Sheng had just put his son to sleep, and upon hearing Shen Han's call, he immediately drove over with enthusiasm. This group of big men had always liked boxing since childhood. Yuan Sheng's brother had opened a gym a few years back, so they often hung out there. However, what Yuan Sheng didn't expect was that Shen Han's fighting spirit was off the charts today. By the time he arrived at the boxing room, Shen Han had already knocked down 3 people. Leaning against the soft railing by the ring, drenched in sweat, he still looked somewhat unsatisfied. Yuan Sheng found it interesting. Changed his clothes, jumped in, threw a punching greeting, and smiled. What's up? Our old Shen looks a bit gloomy today. Shen Han didn't reply and directly threw a punch at Yuan Sheng's face. Although Yuan Sheng usually didn't do anything serious, he was a proper veteran soldier and didn't get knocked down like the previous 3. The two exchanged blows for a while, both taking quite a few hits before collapsing onto the ground, panting heavily. Shen Han still felt stuffy in his heart and hoarsely said, I went to her house today. Yuan Sheng had heard from Liang Yin about Shen Han going to the TV station to find Wu Cece earlier that day. Now, hearing this, he immediately realized what was going on and, panting, asked, So, did you regain a bit of that youthful feeling? Or do you think that girl has aged? And you should just keep your old ticket as a souvenir. Shen Hanzhan was silent for a moment before answering off topic. I feel quite uncertain inside. Yuan Sheng chuckled, finding it fresh. After all, who was this person in front of him? Shen Hanzhan. This guy not only devours people without spitting out bones, but also has an arrogant demeanor, and even with a face like a male lead from a Korean drama. He insists on acting in a Northeast love story, cursing at the slightest disagreement. So, did she reject you? No, wait. I heard my wife say that Wu is currently single. So why is she ignoring such a great son-in-law like you? Yuan Sheng lay on the ground and began to analyze. Shen Hanzhan frowned and corrected him harshly. That's called a golden son-in-law. After saying that, he casually grabbed a handful of his hair, looking irritated, and muttered, "She didn't reject me. It's just, how should I put it? I don't know how she has been these past few years. She doesn't tell me anything. During dinner, she was all hesitant. And I don't even know what friends she has, or if anything happened at home." Yuan Sheng half understood and half didn't, tilting his head and asking, "You want to know if she has had a boyfriend, right?" Then he remembered Shen Hanshan's severe cleanliness obsession and thought he was worried about that. Clearing his throat, he couldn't help but start to speak for Wu Cece. "Well, old Shen, I think I need to educate you on this. We're all adults now. You can't think just because you don't find someone to sleep with that others have to be like you. That girl is also a person. Why can't she have normal physiological needs?" "Damn." Shen Hanzhan suddenly interrupted him, half sitting up and shouting, "I'm not talking about that. I'm just unhappy that she keeps everything to herself. I've made it very clear that I want to be her man. I want to date her. Yet she's guarding against me like I'm a thief. You don't know, today when I left her house, her idiot neighbor upstairs said all sorts of things about her in front of me. And despite their huge grievances, she didn't even mention it during dinner." Yuan Sheng finally almost understood, clutching his chest and wrinkling his nose, asking incredulously, "So, you're just feeling sorry for your Wu host being bullied, while also expressing your desire to quickly move up, right?" When Shen Hanzhan heard this, he was stunned, as the essence of the statement was quite accurate. He snorted and stood up, turning to walk toward the shower room. Yuan Sheng stood in place, almost overwhelmed by Shen Hanshan's thought process. Initially thinking it was a long unflowered iron tree romance facing obstacles, he didn't expect that the guy was actually just unsatisfied and showing affection. But upon careful thought, this was indeed something Shen Hanzhan could do. After all, despite being rough around the edges, he was always protective of his own people. As long as someone was his, he wanted to manage everything for them. If someone bullied his people, it was like bullying him, and they could forget about having it easy. After they finished showering and changed clothes, they came out of the boxing room. As soon as they entered the elevator, Shen Hanshan's eyes lit up at the sight of a woman inside, and he started stuttering, "Jiang. Jiang, what was it?" Jiang Ziyu looked up and found Shen Hanzhan somewhat familiar. After thinking for a moment, she suddenly realized and replied, "Jiang Ziyu, you're the friend of Cece from before, right? The one who often came to audit our school." Shen Hanzhan slapped his thigh and laughed. "Yes, Jiang Ziyu, you still remember me." Jiang Ziyu certainly remembered Shen Hanzhan. The Mei band he formed back then often performed in bars on Huayin Backstreet and was considered a semi-celebrity among surrounding colleges. Plus, with his relationship with Wu Cece, he was basically like a family member in their eyes. The elevator opened, and Jiang Ziyu's husband, Tan Fu, stood outside. Seeing the people coming out of the elevator, he immediately frowned. Pulling Jiang Ziyu over, he looked at Shen Hanzhan and asked, "Who are you?" Shen Hanzhan was momentarily stunned, thinking he was definitely being misunderstood. Uncharacteristically, he didn't retort, but explained sheepishly, "Bro, don't misunderstand. I was just chatting with your wife about Cece." Tan Fu obviously knew who Cece was. Back when Wu Cece entered the TV station, it was Jiang Ziyu who had helped her get in through connections. Jiang Ziyu smiled as she placed her hand in her man's, turning back to look at Shen Hanzhan and meaningfully telling him, "Shen Hanzhan, actually, our group of sisters has always been particularly worried about Cece's personal issues. With her mother passing away early, she's all alone in Beicheng. And we hope more than anyone that she can find someone truly suitable for her. Really, if you sincerely want to be with her, we will all support you. Good luck." Shen Hanzhan was so moved by her words that he almost hugged her leg and shouted thanks for the organization's trust. Watching Jiang Ziyu's departing figure, he wiped his face and, with a smug expression, said to Yuan Sheng beside him. Did you see that? This is recognized and stamped by the family. It was the first time Yuan Sheng had seen such a Shen Han. He patted his back and couldn't help but show a particularly radiant smile, responding loudly, All right, buddy. Let's keep the momentum going and aim to win her over soon. Shen Han snorted, his eyes instantly widening. Yuan Sheng quickly raised his hand and corrected himself. My bad. My bad. I'm so used to military talk. I meant to say we should win over your sister-in-law soon. Yes, win over your sister-in-law, and then accelerate into the practical phase. Only then did Shen Han nod calmly, saying with a dignified expression, What practical phase? Comrade Yuan, mine your sister-in-law's practical experience is already ample. What we are pursuing now is the high-end construction of spiritual civilization, something noble, pure, and detached from the lowly tastes of the people. You should learn more from me, read some profound books, and improve your literary accomplishments. Yuan Sheng felt a wave of darkness wash over him, thinking of the stained copies of Jin Ping, Mei, and Zai Hua, Chuan in Shen Hanshan's bedroom. And he couldn't help but think, am I seeing ghosts or something? Chapter 7. Early the next morning, Shen Han was awakened by the light coming through the window. When he opened his eyes, he felt that the world was particularly fresh and vibrant. Even his little brother below was bursting with extraordinary vitality in an artistic and emotional way. Habitually, he sprang out of bed in a flip, but as he reached out to support himself, he instantly flopped back onto the bed, forgetting that he had been boxing for too long yesterday and had strained his muscles. Director Liang was secretly watching from the doorway, holding Old Bai in his arms. With a worried expression, he went downstairs and sat by the dining table, watching his son, Dr. Shen, muttering anxiously, Old Shen, I think our son definitely had a taste of meat yesterday. But why does he look so sore and tired? He hasn't even spent the night yet. If his wife really moves in, won't our son be exhausted? I think he should go see a urologist. Dr. Shen sighed, put down his newspaper, and said seriously, You just like to overthink. Maybe the young couple had a fight yesterday. Director Liang nodded, patting his chest to comfort himself. That's right, maybe he was kicked out of bed. If Shen Han had heard their conversation, he would have definitely been furious. After taking care of a morning release in bed and finishing his shower, he lay back down and picked up his phone, accurately finding Wu Cici's number and dialing it without a second thought. The connection on Wu Cici's was a bit slow, and her voice sounded weak as she coughed a couple of times and asked, Who is it? Her voice was soft, with a slight nasal tone and an almost imperceptible hoarseness that made Shen Han feel weak in the knees. He quickly tucked away his thoughts and asked with a smile, Have you gotten up yet? Wu Cici recognized Shen Hanshan's voice and was momentarily stunned. She had been on the phone with Jiang Ziyu the previous night, enjoying the breeze on the balcony, and now she had woken up with a slight fever. Lying in bed, feeling dizzy, she replied sleepily, Not yet, I caught a cold. Her words were simple and her voice was soft, which sounded like a kitten whining in Shen Hanshan's ears, making his heart itch. After hanging up the phone, he went downstairs and looked at the bowl of breakfast porridge on the table that was glowing strangely. He immediately swallowed and said seriously, Mom, Cici has a cold. I need to go check on her. Director Liang showed some concern upon hearing this. Sick? Huh? No wonder I thought the host of the health program yesterday wasn't her. She looked so unkempt and couldn't even speak clearly. If you're taking Miss Wu to the hospital, remember not to misuse antibiotics and stuff. Shen Han grabbed his clothes from the sofa, walking out while replying, All right. With 2 medical students at home, you're the most worried. At this moment, Wu Cici still didn't know Shen Han was coming. She was feeling achy all over when she heard the doorbell and looked up to see it was already 9 a.m. Supporting herself, she opened the door, saw the visitor, and paused for a moment, skipping the greeting entirely as she turned and walked back toward her bedroom. Shen Han noticed Wu Cici looking so fragile and weak, and he found her quite endearing. Watching her walk unsteadily, he suppressed any inappropriate thoughts and scooped her up from the ground, quickly carrying her back to the bedroom and placing her on the bed. He gently patted her head, asking, You have a bit of a fever. Don't just tough it out. Wu Cici's face was flushed from the heat. Her eyes were a bit dazed from dizziness. Hearing Shen Hanshan's words, she furrowed her brows and said, I'll be fine if I just sweat it out under the covers. Shen Han pulled down her lower eyelid and looked at her tongue. Standing up, he walked toward the wardrobe while saying, "No, this is viral influenza. I saw several people at your station coughing yesterday. This thing spreads easily in air-conditioned rooms in summer." After speaking, he took out a coat from the wardrobe, pulled Wu Cece up from under the covers, and put the coat on her as if he were taking care of a baby. Then, he lifted her up and held her face-to-face in his arms. Don't ask why Shen didn't use the classic princess carry from Korean dramas. He had strained his muscles from boxing yesterday, and no matter how romantic the script should be, it couldn't portray his current sorrow as a socialist pig farmer. Moreover, this way of holding her was quite intimate, a unique benefit for a petite girl like Wu Cece. Just imagine a big guy carrying a girl over 1.7 meters tall like a koala. Even if the police didn't come to ask if you were a pervert, the looks from passers-by definitely wouldn't be normal. They might think you were carrying a biological weapon ready to blow up a bunker. Wu Cece was feeling a bit dazed, allowing Shen to handle her. When he picked her up, she felt dizzy for a moment, resting her head on his chest and instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. Softly mumbling, "I can walk myself." Shen smiled widely while holding her. "You're kidding, right? In your state, you'd probably get to the hospital just as the high-speed train to your house was finished." Wu Cece didn't have the energy to argue back, and after a moment of silence, she buried her face in Shen's chest and closed her eyes, dozing off. Downstairs, the elderly man at the registration desk, who had previously received 2 good cigarettes from Shen saw him coming out and immediately exclaimed, "Oh, Mr. Shen is out for a stroll with the kid?" Then, upon closer inspection, he realized that this kid was Miss Wu from room 702 and suddenly felt a bit embarrassed, closing his mouth and quietly pretending to be a good old man. Although Wu Cece's head was heavy, her ears were still quite sharp. Hearing the old man's words, she immediately huffed in dissatisfaction and glared at Shen. "I don't look like a kid," Shen thought. "Would I not look like one?" Raising an eyebrow and chuckling, he teased, "It's just your clingy demeanor." Wu Cece was even more upset, softly retorting, "Nonsense, not all kids like to cling. Besides, you don't even have a kid." Shen pretended not to hear, leaning in close to her ear and deliberately twisting the meaning. "Who said that? My kids have all been given to you early in the morning. Whether they cling or not, you wouldn't know." Wu Cece was slightly taken aback, and as she processed his words, even the tips of her ears turned red. Weakly, she scolded, "You're annoying. Not serious." Shen actually enjoyed hearing Wu Cece scold him. He was like a silly deer in a Northeast love story. Not afraid of being barefooted, unable to help himself, he leaned down and kissed her on the ear, and, after kissing, he looked at Wu Cece's angry expression and chuckled. "I miss you, big brother." Wu Cece was truly at her wit's end with him, so she simply lowered her head and pretended to be dead. The two of them drove to the hospital, where there were quite a few people with the flu, mostly children with low immunity. The waiting area was packed, each child sporting a rosy face. Shen initially wanted to get Wu Cece a hospital bed for proper rest, but Wu Cece stopped him. Looking at him, she said, "Don't waste medical resources. There are already tight hospital beds, and I don't need one for a small cold." Shen was astonished. "Wow, you look even more like a socialist successor than I do." Wu Cece lowered her head and remained silent. She didn't tell Shen that her mother had suffered when hospitalized because of bed shortages. Some things can only be truly understood through personal experience. Only when you have felt it can you learn what empathy is. A nurse came out of the pharmacy with a list and loudly called out in the crowded lobby, "Wu Cece, little friend, where are you? It's time for your injection." Upon hearing this, Wu Cece's face immediately flushed red, and she tugged at Shen sleeve. You have to promise me." Shen asked with a mischievous smile, "What's wrong? Is Director Wu shy?" After saying that, he stood up and raised his hand, saying, "Here I am. Little friend Wu Cece is here, let's go." Wu Cece felt dizzy from his words and almost wanted to turn around and leave. Shen noticed her mood and quickly nipped her thoughts in the bud. He pulled her into his arms and directly carried her into the infusion room inside. The intern doctor inside was a young man, writing with his head down on a small board. When he looked up and saw Shen entering, he was immediately stunned and exclaimed in disbelief, "Xiangzhong?" That was the name Shen used when he played in a band. Hearing someone call him that, Shen Hanzhan smiled and put Wu Cece down, softly sighing, "Oh, after all these years, someone still remembers me." The intern doctor said, excitedly, "Of course. Back in the day, 8 out of 10 girls from Beiyou wanted to marry you." Shen Hanzhan raised an eyebrow, afraid Wu Cece would misunderstand. After thinking for a moment, he wanted to show his mature, manly demeanor and couldn't help but clear his throat, nonchalantly saying, "Ahem, little sister, you're quite good, but..." After a moment of thought, he added, "I'm so handsome, you don't deserve me." He said this sincerely, without any discrimination. Wu Cece was quite taken aback and was just about to raise her head to comfort the intern doctor. Unexpectedly, the intern doctor looked quite happy and sincerely replied, "Of course. All the girls back then thought no one in the world could match you. Really, we were all certain that you would either transform into a relic 100 years later or become a renowned master after becoming a monk in your prime. Living a simple life, leaving a lasting legacy, and being childless." Wu Cece sat there, expressionless, thinking, "Oh, is this how people from Beiyou compliment others?" Chapter 8. Fortunately, the nurse in charge of the injections was slowly making her way over, and the parents on the other side began shouting for a doctor, which timely prevented an awkward situation from escalating. Wu Cece let out a sigh of relief, her whole body going limp as she leaned back into a warm embrace. It was Shen Hanzhan. At this moment, she felt dizzy and exhausted, too lazy to argue with him. Tilting her head to gaze unconsciously out the window, pretending not to know anything. Shen Hanzhan, seeing her like this, smiled happily and deliberately raised his voice to the nurse, saying, "Annie, sister, could you please be a bit more accurate with the injection? My wife is afraid of needles." Wu Cece shot him an annoyed glance, thinking, who was it back then that cried out like a pig when getting an injection? And also, who is your wife? The nurse, over 50, had seen the ups and downs of life, experienced early pregnancy and menopause, and had long developed a body of steel. She lowered her head to find a vein, completely unfazed by his antics, patted Wu Cece's hand, focused her gaze, and swiftly inserted the needle. After finishing, she couldn't help but raise her eyebrows and boast, "Your wife's veins are thin. Only I could do this. If it were someone else, they'd definitely mess it up." Shen Hanzhan immediately nodded in agreement. "Exactly, sister. You obviously are the #1 expert in the department, the kind that wears a big red flower every year. Labor model, people's role model." His words were loud and clear. Those who understood knew he was praising her medical skills, while those that didn't might think it was an award ceremony for a pig slaughterhouse. However, the nurse didn't pick up on any underlying issues and was quite pleased, turning to Shen Hanzhan to give him a couple of reminders before pushing the little cart away with a clatter. At that moment, Shen Hanzhan casually placed his hand on Wu Cece's head, happily watching the nurse leave. He lowered his head to look at Wu Cece's face and realized she had fallen asleep at some point. Her face flushed, her nose a bit stuffy, and her mouth was slightly open, producing a peculiar smile that made her look both pitiful and endearing, resembling how he first met her. Wu Cece had never known that Shen Hanzhan's first encounter with her was not in college, but when he was 17, also in a hospital filled with the smell of medicine. At that time, Shen Hanzhan was still a rebellious student, indifferent to the school and parents. Because he was good at studying, he often didn't want to stay in school listening to the teacher repeat lessons he had already mastered, so he occasionally skipped class. Sometimes to watch a movie, sometimes to pick up a martial arts novel at a bookstore, or simply to hang out in a music bar, listening to dreamers sing folk songs. Shen Hanzhan quite liked that atmosphere, and when he came across heartfelt lyrics, he would send a couple of bottles of foreign wine as encouragement. If he didn't like it, he would just click his tongue and walk away. Once, he skipped class with Yuan Sheng and ended up in a bar fight, waking up in the hospital with a bloodied face, only to find he was in the hospital where his father worked. Dr. Shen was very well informed. He immediately knew his son had almost been seriously hurt and was furious, his vision going dark as he put down the case files and prepared to go and personally educate him. But after years of revolutionary experience, Shen Hanzhan understood the truth that all reactionaries are paper tigers. How could he be afraid? He quickly dressed and ran out, not even having time to take a bite of the big chicken leg the nurse left on the table. However, unexpectedly, This reckless behavior caused him to stop when he passed by the intensive care unit on the second floor, captivated by a girl inside. At that time, Wu Cece still had a bit of baby fat on her face. When she cried, her features scrunched up into a chubby ball, somewhat comical. She was sitting by the bedside in the intensive care unit, her chin resting on the bed, holding the hand of the patient carefully above her head. Her face wet with tears, softly calling, "Brother, could you stroke Cece's head again, please?" Shen didn't know why, but upon seeing the scene inside, he found himself unable to move, standing there as if frozen. It wasn't until a nurse came by and saw him that she asked, "Oh, Han, here to see the director?" Only then did Shen snap back to reality, shaking his head and pointing towards the patient in the ward, softly asking, "What happened to the person lying in there?" Upon hearing his question, the nurse immediately displayed a hint of pity, sighed, and said, "He was in a car accident. A male student from Taiwan. The one inside is his sister, who just came from Taiwan." Shen replied with an "oh," frowning as he asked, "Is his injury serious?" The nurse fell silent for a moment, then shook her head and replied, "He is already brain dead. We're currently negotiating with his family, hoping they will agree to let the deceased donate his organs. That kid signed an organ donation agreement at school, but it seems his parents are quite opposed. By the way, his heart seems to match your uncle particularly well." Shen felt his head go blank, and he looked at Wu Cece with a new layer of sympathy. Hospitals are places where mercy and cruelty coexist. When a person dies, those here often care less about the family's sorrow and despair and more about the organs left behind and the potential for regeneration they offer. They excel at slicing them into bloody hopes in the name of mercy, presenting them on cold operating tables, satisfying the obsessions of those whose lives have yet to wither, or perhaps filling the greed of those struggling to live. Shen didn't know how Director Liang eventually convinced the Wu family. That afternoon, Liang Tsongin successfully received Wu Xiao's heart transplant. The next day, Wu Cece stood with her parents in Liang Tsongin's hospital room, watching the pale-faced man in the bed, her face showing only a hint of confusion and panic. Liang Tsongin was Shen Han's uncle, 5 years older than him, and had congenital heart disease, known for his cold personality. At that moment, upon seeing Wu Cece, an unprecedented sense of intimacy arose in his heart. He slowly raised his hand and said to her, "Come here." Wu Cece was momentarily taken aback, but walked over and sat down beside Liang Tsongin's bed. She knew that her brother's heart was now in this unfamiliar man's body. They were completely different people, with no traces of resemblance on their faces. But when his right hand gently patted her head, Wu Cece still felt a familiar tenderness. Her wide-open eyes blinked without pause, and when she came to her senses, she realized her face was already wet with tears. Trembling, she grabbed Liang Tsongin's sleeve and softly asked, "Brother, could you pat Cece's head again?" Shen stood outside the door, watching everything inside, feeling a sense of bitterness. A 17-year-old boy could not experience much pain. He was too young to talk about society and too shallow to discuss emotions. The naive feelings were like a fleeting melody in a dream, vanishing the moment one turned away. In the end, he didn't even have time to ask her name before he learned that she and her parents had already left the mainland. This experience left Shen feeling despondent for a long time. It was the first time he realized he was not an omnipotent figure. It was also the first time he understood why people always said that brilliance walks hand in hand with regret. Time always delivers the sharpest truths in the gentlest ways. Fortunately, 2 years later, he saw that person again at the gate of Huayin. Wu Cece woke up feeling that the dizziness was no longer as pronounced, but her throat was dry and hoarse, and she wanted to drink water. Shen came back from outside, just in time to open the bottle cap and hand her water. He watched as Wu Cece drank almost half the bottle in one go, then took out porridge from his bag and gently told her, "You haven't eaten anything all morning, come have some porridge." It had been several years since someone had fed her like this. Watching Shen Hanshan's actions, a hint of embarrassment crossed her face as she tilted her head and softly said, I can eat by myself." As soon as she finished speaking, a child not far away started to complain. "Look, that sister isn't eating. I don't want to eat either. I don't like porridge." The child's mother immediately comforted her in a low voice. "Sweetheart, How about you eat a little? The sister will eat later. Look, the brother is feeding the sister. Wu Cici's face turned completely red from being mentioned, and she bit her lip, murmuring softly, "Why are kids so unlovable now?" Hearing this, Shen Han couldn't help but laugh. Squatting in front of Wu Cici, holding up a spoon and saying, "Isn't it because of you, the big baby, setting a bad example?" Wu Cici retorted defiantly, "I'm not a baby." Shen Han raised an eyebrow, leaned in, and pretended to be angry as he lectured. "Who said that? You'll always be my big baby. Come on, big baby, take a bite, good girl." Wu Cici heard the sudden sounds of sniffles around her and wished she could find a hole to hide in. Chapter 9. Just then, the upright nurse returned after a round, sizing up Wu Cici and Shen Han, and with a disdainful click of her tongue, said, "What are you eating? Your family is done with all this, and you still want to stay in hospital for the new year?" After that, she directly pushed the tool cart over, bent down slightly, and without hesitation, pulled out the needle from Wu Cici's hand, making a gesture as if to say that she wouldn't see them off. Shen Han twitched the corners of his mouth, showing an expression of speechlessness. Wu Cici, however, was quite happy, standing up as if relieved, and walked out with her head down. After a nap and a shot, she had mostly recovered, and her steps were much steadier. Shen Han followed her closely, holding a bowl of millet porridge in his hand, repeatedly murmuring in his heart about the nurse's lack of recognition. Once they got into the car, he helped Wu Cici fasten her seatbelt. Just as he released the handbrake, his phone in his pocket suddenly buzzed loudly. Looking down, he saw it was a call from his grandmother. Shen Han was somewhat surprised that his grandmother would call him at this time, as she usually spent this time listening to dramas with her old friends. He cleared his throat and answered with a smile, "Grandma, what's up?" On the other end, his grandmother was in a good mood and immediately exclaimed, Han, do you remember that girl from the Tan family who dated your classmate for several years?" Shen Han thought for a moment. 2 eyes and a nose popped into his head, and he asked uncertainly, "Tan you?" Yes. His grandmother was delighted to hear that he even remembered her name, and she pulled the hand of her old friend beside her, looking excited as she asked, "Do you have anything to do this afternoon? Come out to have a meal with Grandma?" Hearing her tone, Shen Han sensed something was off. It sounded very much like a matchmaking dinner. Stealing a glance at Wu Cici, who was still resting with her eyes closed, he felt a bit more at ease. He cleared his throat and replied very seriously, "Grandma, I have something to do this afternoon, so I probably can't accompany you." His grandmother had already thought of where to eat, and upon hearing this, she immediately furrowed her brows. "Can't you put aside your company matters? Don't you still have people below you? Just 1 or 2 hours, and you can't spare it? Even the president of the country isn't this busy." Shen Han sighed and directly replied, "Grandma, to be honest, I don't have much going on at work. It's just that my girlfriend is sick today, and I need to take care of her, or she'll definitely get upset with me." His grandmother couldn't immediately digest what he had just said. Her eyes rolled around several times, and when the old actor on stage sang a long tune, she finally asked in surprise, "You have a girlfriend? Which family's girl is she?" Seeing Wu Cici open her eyes, looking at him with confusion, Shen Han decided to just go with it and laughed. "She's not from any family. She's someone I used to date from Taiwan, and now she's on TV." Before he could finish his sentence, his grandmother immediately became unhappy and shouted loudly, "What? A Taiwanese person? No way. Absolutely not. You can't date someone from Taiwan." Shen Han was puzzled about where his grandmother's prejudice against Taiwanese people came from. She had never mentioned it before, but this wasn't the time to persuade her. So he could only casually deal with it, half coaxing and half deceiving before hanging up the phone. Once the call ended, Wu Cici, who was quite displeased, finally spoke up. "Why did you say that to her?" Shen Han reverted to his usual shameless self, grinning as he replied, "What's wrong with that? Andy, I'm already 27. Going on 28. Isn't it normal to report girlfriend? But we're not in that kind of relationship yet." Wu Cici lowered her head and softly protested. After a moment of silence, she bit her lip and asked, "Shen Han, do you really want to date me? I mean, like a real relationship, not the twisted one we had before." Shen Han was taken aback by her question. He raised his right hand and ruffled her hair, asking pointedly, "Wu Cici, are you doubting me, or are you doubting yourself?" Wu Cici didn't answer because she couldn't even respond to herself. Silently looking out the window at the people and scenery passing by, she felt a wave of panic. A few years ago, she would have happily believed in love. After all, she was still young and could shed a few tears over a Korean drama. But things were different now. She was already 26. Having drifted alone in Beicheng for a few years, with no family and no background, she saw several close friends start their families. And she ultimately became the one left behind. People in this world are always too busy. No one cares to know why you cry when you step out of an empty subway station after working overtime. No one pays attention to the solitary you among the thousands of lights during the holidays. With a cold, unyielding heart, you can only swallow your grievances and endure the bitterness of fighting high fever alone under the covers. This might be the inner loneliness that each person drifting in a big city feels under the bright lights at night. Wu Cece had changed a lot over the years. She could no longer be the carefree Wu family princess she was at 18. She couldn't act like her naive self back then, fearlessly sleeping with a man. She had feelings for Shen Han, or rather, she could find a long-lost sense of security in him. But this sense of security was temporary. One day, she would have to return it. After all, she found it hard to believe that former bed partners could develop into a real romantic relationship. In her understanding, this was something that was unlikely to happen. Shen Han, of course, had no idea what she was thinking. Otherwise, he would have grabbed her arm and shouted, "You silly girl." Following her, they walked silently into the stairwell. When Wu Cece opened the door and took off her shoes, Shen Han suddenly pushed her against the wall, leaned down, and kissed her lips, his right hand gripping her waist, leaving her breathless. In a hoarse voice, he asked, "Wu Cece, I'll ask you one question. Did you ever, even a little, like me?" Wu Cece looked into the man's eyes before her. They reflected her own image. Perhaps also the joys they had once shared, real yet absurd. Blinking in confusion, she nodded lightly and replied, "Yes." With this answer, Shen Han finally smiled again. He always loved to smile in front of Wu Cece. Holding her close, he bit down on the flesh of her neck and fiercely told her, "That's enough. With this little bit of liking you have, I'll be devoted to you for life. If you dare to flirt with someone else in the future, I'll kill him." Wu Cece felt the warmth covering her lips again, and her once fragile heart gradually became steady. It was like a piece of land that had been sealed for a long time, ruthlessly tilled by someone without permission, every inch bearing Shen Hanshan's name. The two embraced and kissed for a while, and things were starting to heat up. Shen Han knew that Wu Cece was still recovering from her illness and wouldn't really get aroused at this moment. But he didn't want to waste the current atmosphere. So without saying a word, he picked Wu Cece up facing him, leaned down, and tore open her shirt with his teeth, licking her skin like a cat. His hands gripping her curvy hips, making low, satisfied sounds. Wu Cece felt her whole body heat up, unsure whether it was from the fever or embarrassment. Hearing the bell ring at the door, she instantly snapped back to reality, breathlessly pushing away the person on top of her, whispering, "Someone is coming." Shen Han frowned, cursing the person outside in his heart. He still didn't let go of the person in his arms and walked over, raising his left hand directly to the doorknob. Wu Cece was so frightened that she nearly died, thinking that this person had always been shameless. She quickly broke free from his embrace, rebuttoned the 2 buttons at her collar, tidied her hair, took a deep breath, and opened the door. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly froze in place. Shen Han noticed her suddenly stiffened neck muscles and couldn't help but look up as well, his brows furrowing tightly. Yang Shinji didn't expect to see Shen Han here. After a moment of silence, he looked at Wu Cece's face and spoke in a deep voice. "Cece, I've divorced." Chapter 10. Wu Cece looked at Yang Shinji in front of her, her consciousness suddenly drifting back to a long time ago. Lowering her head to look at her fingers, she softly hummed in response without answering. However, Shen Han clearly seemed a bit displeased. After all, he had just fired the first shot of revolutionary victory and had finally made some progress in his relationship with Wu Cece. Suddenly, such a fool appeared, not only with a face that looked like it had undergone a transformation, but also possessing the innate advantage of being a refined scoundrel. It was as if he had a sign on his forehead saying, "I'm here to steal your girl." How could he be happy about that? Wrapping his arm around Wu Cece's shoulder, he shouted, "What does this mean? Do you need to hold a banquet just for a divorce?" "Alrig, Professor Young." to congratulate you on escaping the grave of marriage. How about me and Cece gift you a high-end inflatable doll? One that's curvy and comes with a built-in calling bed function and can switch dialects at will. You're from Fujian, right? When that doll smiles, it'll be so familiar to you. Yang Shinji had long known that Shen Hanshan's mouth was merciless and had no intention of engaging with him at that moment. He noticed Shen Hanshan's hand around Wu Cece and frowned, softly asking, "Are you two together now?" Shen Hanshan, who had always been shameless, raised his eyebrows and replied, "Yeah, what's wrong with that Pacific police?" At this point, a hint of displeasure finally appeared on Yang Shinji's face. He pulled Wu Cece's hand and said in a low voice, "Cece, come out with me for a moment." If this had happened in the past, Wu Cece would have felt her head explode when Yang Shinji held her hand to talk. But today, she didn't know why, but she gently pulled her hand back, lowered her head, and replied, "Brother Shinji, let us just talk here." As soon as she said this, not only Yang Shinji, but even Shen Hanshan was stunned. He thought to himself, this girl, could she be a bit foolishly happy? Wu Cece, of course, was not foolish. She just no longer had any expectations for Yang Shinji. If Shen Hanshan had given Wu Cece the folly of youthful recklessness, then Yang Shinji had mostly brought her a mix of sweet and sour youthful emotions. Yang Shinji was a graduate of the Chinese department at National Taiwan University, due to his aunt and Wu Cece's mother being friends. Their families had known each other since childhood, and Wu Cece had grown up calling him brother. Wu Cece liked Yang Shinji for 5 years. From the time she was 12, when she learned that men had something extra down there, to 17, when she left Taiwan to come to the mainland for him. Before the age of 17, Wu Cece had led a rather mundane life, never having done anything significant. So when she stood at the gate of Huayin University dragging a large suitcase, she smiled widely, feeling particularly great about herself. At that time, her grandmother, Professor Qin, was quite worried about her coming to the mainland for her studies. She thought about how her granddaughter had been pampered since childhood and wondered if she could adapt to such a communal living environment. Wu Cece had confidently promised, appearing completely unconcerned. But when she actually stood at the door of her dormitory, looking at the various clothes floating around inside, a hint of disdain appeared on her face. Clearing her throat, she spoke with an air of superiority. "I am Wu Cece from Taiwan. Are the dormitories on the mainland this small? Just so you know, I have a cleanliness obsession." As the last person to move in, Wu Cece's declaration was quite unique and shocking. Her roommates seemed to sense a tragic determination in her sticky tone and expressed it with ghostly expressions on their faces. Especially Yang Xiaosu, the freshman from the composition department in the lower bunk on the left, who was still slurping instant noodles with half a sausage in her mouth. Coming from a small place and having seen little of the world, she had never encountered such a strange person before, and momentarily lost control of her emotions, letting out a very unrefined burp. In contrast, Jiang Ziyu, the beauty from the orchestral department in the lower bunk on the right, remained much calmer. She stood up, reached out to shake hands with Wu Cece, and greeted her. However, her expression was too cold, as if someone had a knife to her throat. The dorm leader, Yao Shan, unlike Yang Xiaosu and Jiang Ziyu, was the easiest to get along with. At that moment, lying under the blanket in the upper bunk, she heard Wu Cece's words and simply lifted her thin quilt, leisurely letting out a long, resonant fart, unabashedly saying, "This is how we make friends. Welcome to our friend from the beautiful island of Taiwan." At this point, Wu Cece only wanted to jump out of the window. Having grown up in a villa and driven around in a private car, it was one thing to live in such a 4-person shabby dormitory. But encountering such bizarre roommates made her future life seem predictably miserable. Yang Xiaosu, still lacking awareness, slurped the last noodle into her mouth and cautiously asked, Wu Cece, could you please move a bit? I need to grab my underwear. It's the one right above your head." Wu Cece looked up at the ceiling and immediately felt dizzy. Her designer travel bag fell with a thud to the ground as she turned and ran out as if a flood were behind her. Yang Xiaosu watched Wu Cece's retreating figure, scratching her head in confusion, and asked, "Why did Wu Cece run away again?" Jiang Ziyu snorted, leaning back in her seat, and coldly replied, "So what if she is from Taiwan? Has her face been blessed?" Yao Shan exclaimed as she got off the bed, grabbed a piece of mung bean cake from the table, and casually said, Ziyu, don't be like that. We need to give our friend from the beautiful island a bit of warmth. Let us give her a chance tomorrow to treat us to a meal on the back street. No one is allowed to deny her this courtesy. Wu Cece was still unaware that she had already embarked on the path of the Women-S director of Dorm 213. Running aimlessly with a blank mind, she didn't recognize the way, just as she noticed the sky suddenly starting to rain. She could only lower her head and run into a teaching building nearby to seek shelter. However, this place was remote, with hardly any students around, looking more like an abandoned area. Just then, the sky thundered twice, giving it a somewhat eerie atmosphere. Wu Cece shook off the raindrops on her body, looking around as she walked inside. Unexpectedly, after just a couple of steps, she suddenly had her eyes darken as she was knocked down by someone tumbling down the stairs. Just as she was about to speak, the person covered her mouth and whispered threateningly, "Don't say a word." Startled by the tone, Wu Cece froze. When she looked up and saw who was behind her, her mind went blank, and her legs felt weak as she thought to herself, "Could I have run into a male ghost?" Shen had been dragged by Yuchio today to take photos for their club's album. Dressed in ancient costume with flowing sleeves. While running, he had unknowingly gotten some paint on himself, and now he looked like he had a bright red splotch resembling blood. The key was that his eyebrows and eyes were too striking. At first glance, they might be described as ethereal, but on the flip side, they could be seen as demonic. Shen had no idea how frightening he looked. Once the few girls who had been chasing him left, he finally sighed in relief and released Wu Cece, softly asking, "Did I hurt you?" After saying that, he inadvertently glanced at her face, suddenly falling silent, standing there with his mouth open, looking as if he had been struck dumb. At that moment, Wu Cece had no thoughts left to admire any handsome ancient costume guy. Seeing the other person staring at her with wide eyes and an open mouth, she could only tremble and ask, "Are you a human or ghost?" At this time, Shen looked at the person in front of him, his heart nearly jumping out, and he could hardly hear what she was saying. Swallowing hard, he asked seriously, "What is your name?" Wu Cece thought he was admitting he was a ghost, and her fear grew even more. Thinking of those rural monsters that first asked for your name before eating you, tears welled up in my eyes, and I choked out, "You, don't eat me. I'm not tasty." Shen was brought back to his senses by her crying, and, feeling helpless, gently said to her, "When did I want to eat you?" Wu Cece sniffed, blinked her eyes, and asked, somewhat incredulously, "Really? Is that true? Then you're a good monster?" Shen was left speechless, his head spinning. He nodded slightly, then immediately shook his head and replied with a face full of exasperation, "I'm not a monster." Chapter 11. Wu Cece turned a deaf ear to this, nodded seriously, and answered with a solemn face, "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone." Shen had nowhere to express his grievances. He simply sat down with a thud, propping himself up with one hand against the wall behind Wu Cece, leaning forward and pointing at his own head, asking in disbelief, "Why do you think I'm a monster?" "Huh?" Wu Cece looked at the suddenly close face in front of her, a faint scent of shower gel wafting through her nose, carrying the unique vitality and freshness of a boy. After thinking for a moment, she sincerely replied, "Because you're good-looking." Shen had prepared to deny it, but Wu Cece's unexpected comment hit him like a fist on a soft pillow, completely disrupting his train of thought. Sitting there with his old face turning red, he covered the lower half of his face with his hand, glanced around nervously, swallowed a couple of times, cleared his throat, and asked with a restrained expression, You think I'm good-looking?" Wu Cece, not picking up on his nervousness and joy, nodded and said, "Yeah." After saying that, she hugged her knees with both hands, tilted her head to glance at him, and softly asked, "So, monster, what did you transform from?" Shen snapped back from his previous cheerful mood, clicked his tongue, and told her, "Little sister, I'm really not a monster. I'm a student from Bai, just here to take some photos for a friend's club." After saying that, to prove his innocence, he stood up and took off his costume, revealing his smooth, firm upper body. Wu Cece was so startled by his action that she gaped, quickly covering her eyes and shouting, "Are you finally transforming?" Shen rolled his eyes in annoyance, directly pushing aside Wu Cece's hands that were covering her eyes, grabbing them and placing them on himself, stating word by word, Feel that? I'm human, and it's hot. Wu Cece stared blankly at the expanse of white chest muscles in front of her, her mind buzzing. The raindrops on Shen Hanshan's head slid down his neck, creating a mix of icy and hot sensations on her hand. Wu Cece trembled as she stood there, suddenly losing her ability to think, stammering, Even if you're grabbing my hand and being a pervert, I won't be responsible for you." Shen Hanzhan looked at Wu Cece's silly expression, licked his lips, and shamelessly thought, "Then can I be responsible for you?" He stepped back, but didn't expect to still be holding Wu Cece's hand, accidentally pulling her over, causing her to fall onto him. The two awkwardly exchanged glances, and it was Shen Hanzhan who felt the two soft lumps on his chest first. Feigning calm as he said, "Hey, little fool, your chest is pressing on me." Wu Cece also panicked, shouting, You're pressing gets me down there." After saying that, both of them froze, realizing what they had just said, and quickly separated from each other, each retreating to a corner. One hugged their knees and stared at their fingers, heart racing. The other lowered their head to put on their clothes, ears flushed. Shen Hanzhan put his costume back on and noticed Wu Cece, who was bent over hugging her knees, feeling a bit sorry for her. Thinking that, as a big guy, he shouldn't hold a grudge against a girl, he couldn't help but take a step back and apologized. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have acted like that earlier." After a brief pause, he added softly, "But who says someone is a monster the first time they meet? Besides, I look so upright." Wu Cece bit her lip, feeling it made sense, and seeing him apologize, she started mumbling softly. Then, "I'm sorry too." Shen Hanzhan was completely taken aback by her soft voice. He walked over, smacking his lips and secretly glancing at her face, quietly asking, "What's your name?" Wu Cece looked up at him, countering with a question, "What about you?" Shen Hanzhan, not being at all reserved, sat down beside her and cheerfully replied, "Me? My name is Shen Hanzhan, the Han Mountain from the Cold Mountain Temple outside Gusu City. My dad said he felt the call of the Buddhist realm before I was born, and he went there with a big bag to practice for a while, gathering the essence of heaven and earth, absorbing the spirit of humanity, and after much contemplation, he finally succeeded in getting old cold legs." Wu Cece laughed out loud, finding him quite interesting. After a moment of silence, she quietly replied, "I'm Wu Cece, with the SI for missing." Shen Hanzhan immediately flattered, "Yeah, nice name." Wu Cece lowered her head, feeling a bit shy as she asked, "What's so good about it?" "It's a very ordinary name." Shen Hanzhan explained matter-of-factly. "Names with repeating characters are all good names. They have a sticky feel when called, making people want to be close." After saying that, he felt that his words seemed a bit too obvious, and he quickly added, "Don't think too much about it. I just remembered a classmate of mine also had a repeating character name." Wu Cece nodded in understanding. Seeing him looking out the window while talking, she couldn't help but feel a bit of unspoken sympathy, thinking that the girl with the repeating character name might have been someone he had a crush on. Wu Cece had always had a bit of an artsy and fresh side since she was young. At this moment, the rain outside was gradually weakening, leaving only a crisp sound, and a gentle breeze blew in, moving a few leaves on the tree and half of the white curtain on the windowsill, creating a gentle and serene scene, truly capturing the essence of enjoying a moment of tranquility after the rain. With a light laugh, Wu Cece tilted her head to look at the person next to her and asked, "You look so good. There must have been a lot of girls who liked you in middle school, right?" Shen Hanzhan was still thinking about how to get Wu Cece's phone number, and when he heard her question, he casually replied, "Yeah, quite a few. Just like that girl I mentioned earlier. She would stuff 2 envelopes in my drawer at a fixed time every week." Wu Cece was slightly taken aback, looking at him with eager anticipation. "Did you agree?" Shen Hanzhan clicked his tongue and replied, "How could I?" Hearing him say that, Wu Cece's imagination painted a picture of a boy trying to suppress his feelings for a girl's future, and she sighed. "Yeah, you were still in high school back then. It must have been tough." Shen Hanzhan agreed wholeheartedly. "Exactly. In the second semester, I mentioned it to the teacher, and she wrote a 30,000 word reflection. Was it easy?" Wu Cece had the words, "I wish you happiness," stuck in her throat, and after a long time, she patted her chest and couldn't find the words. Shen Hanzhan saw her expression and frowned, asking, "What's wrong?" Wu Cece waved her hand and smiled awkwardly. "It's nothing. I just feel a bit sorry for that girl." I hope she doesn't lose hope in love because of this. Shen Hanzhan had never had such an artsy conversation before, scratching his head and responding, "It's not that serious. She probably doesn't even remember who I am now." Wu Cece sighed, looking out the window with a sense of reflection, softly lamenting, "Yeah, time is so cruel. It always slowly wears down our edges." Shen Hanzhan fell silent for a moment, telling her with a conflicted expression, "Actually, it's not that bad. She originally had a short chin, so she didn't look sharp at all." Wu Cece looked up at him, speechless. She felt that the drizzling rain, gentle breeze, and green leaves around her suddenly transformed into a herd of terrifying sows, grunting and bumping around in her head. She stood up and silently walked outside. Shen Hanzhan quickly grabbed her hand, puzzled. "Where are you going?" Wu Cece took a deep breath and patiently replied, "Back to the dormitory. I had a bit of a disagreement with my roommate earlier, and now I need to go back." Shen Hanzhan then realized the reason why Wu Cece was here and seriously comforted her. It's normal to have conflicts. Even the left hand and the right hand can fight, let alone people. But you're doing well, and you don't need to change for anyone. It's only the ordinary people who like to huddle together for warmth. Just come to your brother for warmth. However, Wu Cece misunderstood. She had read too many books and often interpreted others' words as her own meaning. Looking into Shen Hanzhan's eyes, she softly exclaimed, "I didn't expect you to have read Schopenhauer." Shen Hanzhan had never read any Schopenhauer. He wouldn't even bother to look at the 100,000 Whys compiled by his aunt. Ruffling his hair, he shamelessly replied, "Of course, Comrade Xiaobo said it too. Too many chickens don't lay eggs, and too many women just cause trouble. As a man, we have to worry more." Wu Cece's originally smiling face suddenly turned cold, and with a blank expression, she left with a single word, "Get lost." Shen Hanzhan watched Wu Cece's determined retreat, feeling particularly helpless and confused, thinking, what's going on? Why did she leave just like that? He didn't get her phone number and was met with a "get lost." It truly made him feel pitiful. Chapter 12. Wu Cece really didn't want to see Shen Hanzhan's complicated face again. Originally a quite pretty person, the things he said sounded like those of an uncivilized barbarian, vulgar and unbearable. Yet upon closer listening, there were some points of reason that were truly terrifying. She also didn't want to go back to that broken dormitory. After all, the three oddballs there were even scarier than Shen Hanzhan. Wu Cece had always been accustomed to certain standards since childhood, and when she was out, she expected everyone to have the same romantic notions in their minds. Standing under the phoenix tree after the rain, a wave of bittersweet sadness rose in her heart, almost making her shed a couple of tears to the tune of Sick Song. Fortunately, at that moment, Yang Shenji's phone call came in at the right time. Wu Cece instantly put away her forlorn expression and raised a bright smile, sweetly calling out, "Brother Shenji." Yang Shenji smiled slightly on the other end and gently asked her, "Are you at school?" Wu Cece heard this and replied weakly with a hum, saying, "I've arrived." Yang Shenji could detect the disappointment in her voice and couldn't help but ask, "What is wrong? Don't you like school?" Wu Cece shook her head and replied, "Not really. School is quite nice. It's just I don't know how to say it." Yang Shenji had always treated Wu Cece like a half-sister since she was little, and hearing her tone made him a bit worried. After thinking for a moment, he suggested, "Why don't you come over to my place? I'll treat you to dinner at the peanut garden tonight. We can chat." Upon hearing this, Wu Cece's eyes lit up as if a little bird was about to jump out of her heart, vigorously nodding and responding, "Okay, I'll take a bus over right now." Yang Shenji graduated with a PhD from the Chinese Department of National Taiwan University last year and joined the teaching team at the Normal University at the beginning of the year, now settled in mainland China. Initially, when he heard that Wu Cece was considering coming to Huayin, he shared the same concerns as Professor Qin. But seeing Wu Cece's determination, he thought that children always have to grow up, and he could only smile and let her be. At this moment, he originally wanted to take Wu Cece into the city to eat some authentic northern snacks, but now that school had just started, there were too many things on his plate. Moreover, there would be plenty of time in the future, so after some thought, he decided to take her to the closer peony garden for a stroll. Wu Cece didn't care at all, as long as she was with Yang Shenji. She radiated a youthful energy. With her head full of romantic thoughts, she arrived at the agreed place. As soon as she got off the bus, she spotted Yang Shunji standing tall from a distance. Yang Shunji was about the same age as Wu Xiao, and when Wu Xiao was around, the two often helped Wu Cece clean up messes. After Wu Xiao left, Wu Cece's reliance on Yang Shunji grew even stronger. Today, Yang Shunji wasn't dressed formally, just wearing a regular polo shirt with suit pants and a pair of rimless glasses perched on his face. Even without speaking, he exuded a certain elegance. Wu Cece took a deep breath and walked over. Just as she was about to call out and playfully grab his hand, a clear voice suddenly came from behind. "Teacher Yang?" Yang Shunji was taken aback by the voice, turned around, adjusted his glasses, and smiled awkwardly while saying, "Yu Qing." This was the first time Wu Cece saw such a side of Yang Shunji. He had always been poised, gentle, and understated. She walked up, grabbed his sleeve, and softly asked, "Brother Shunji, who is this?" Only then did Yang Shunji remember Wu Cece, coughed lightly, patted her head, and introduced in a low voice, "Xiao Yu, this is my little sister Wu Cece, whom I mentioned to you before. Cece, this is Yu Qing, a PhD student at our school. You should call her senior sister." Wu Cece sensed an inexplicable hostility and looked at Yu Qing with displeasure in her eyes, her expression extremely cold. However, Yu Qing wasn't fazed by her reaction at all. Her smile grew even warmer as she gently patted Wu Cece's head and said, "Hello, Cece. I've heard Teacher Yang mention you before. I didn't expect you to be so petite and cute in person." After saying this, she covered her mouth with a smile and asked Yang Shunji, "With such a lovely little sister, Teacher Yang is really lucky." Yang Shunji was caught off guard by her smile. Nodding stiffly, he replied, "Yes." Yu Qing raised her eyebrows slightly, purposefully licking her lips and saying with a hint of distress, "But it seems like I want to find anyone to go to the concert with today. I had originally wanted to invite Teacher Yang." As soon as Wu Cece heard this, her heart sank. Sure enough, Yang Shunji fell silent for a moment before suddenly expressing surprise. "A concert? Xiao Yu, do you want me to accompany you?" Yu Qing blinked, looking at him and smiling as she replied, "That was the plan, but now that Teacher Yang's little sister is here, I can't, it's fine." Before she could finish, Yang Shunji turned directly to Wu Cece, looking at her with a pleading expression. "Cece, I'll let you dinner today. Next time, I'll take you to eat the most authentic northern snacks, okay?" Wu Cece didn't expect Yang Shunji would abandon her for this suddenly appeared woman. Coupled with the grievances she had suffered throughout the day, a chill ran through her body, and her eyes uncontrollably turned red. Lowering her head to avoid being seen, she forced a couple of dry laughs and pretended to say, "I'm fine, you guys go have fun." Yu Qing's eyes flashed with a hint of disdain. After hearing Wu Cece's words, she quickly put on a gentle smile again, sympathetically saying, "How can that be? Cece came all the way to find Teacher Yang. Teacher Yang, you're the brother. Leaving your sister here alone, isn't that too pitiful?" Wu Cece longed to be cared for, but she didn't want Yu Qing's comfort at all, as that so-called pity sounded more like a show of superiority. Taking a deep breath, she raised her head and replied, "How could it be? I just arrived in Beicheng. It's actually nice to wander around." Yu Qing smiled slightly, pulling Wu Cece's hand and innocently saying, "That's true. You can wander around by yourself today. Beicheng has many fun and beautiful places. Teacher Yang will take you next time. I'm afraid I want to find him again." Yang Shunji immediately waved his hand to explain, "No, I'm very busy with work." At this moment, Wu Cece's hand had already formed a fist. Her lips were tightly closed, and her gaze forlornly stared at the ground, like a defeated rooster. Just then a crisp voice came from behind her. "Oh, this lady? Oh no, this senior sister. What are you doing holding my roommate's hand?" Wu Cece looked up and found that the person was her dormitory leader, Yao Shan, who made friends through flatulence, followed by the cold-faced Jiang Ziyu and Yang Xiaosu, who was holding a candied hawthorn. Yu Qing raised her eyebrows, released Wu Cece's hand, and smiled. "Perfect timing, Cece. Your roommates are here. You girls can go back together. I don't have to feel uneasy about stealing your brother Shinji." Yao Shan clicked her tongue, looking somewhat displeased as she shouted, "What are you talking about? Our department's heartthrob is treating Cece to dinner today. We're here to be her advisors. How can we leave so early?" After she said this, not only Wu Cece, but even Yu Qing was slightly taken aback. awkwardly laughing and saying in a flat tone, "Oh, I see. I didn't realize Cece was quite popular." Jiang Ziyu, who had been silent all along, finally spoke up, his face expressionless. "You're also quite popular. Didn't you go on a date with Qin Laosan last time? I saw you at the CAF last week, looking very happy." Yang Xiaosu was the most timid. She had been nervously pinching her fingers by the side, and when she saw that everyone was silent, she cautiously said, "This beautiful lady, I just calculated and found that you were destined to have no descendants." Chapter 13, this was the first time Yu Qing encountered someone like this. And for a moment, she stood there, unsure of how to speak. Yang Shinji immediately assumed the role of a teacher and scolded softly, "What's wrong with you girls? Is this how you treat your seniors? Such a lack of respect." Wu Cece didn't want her roommates to be pointed at because of her, so she quickly grabbed Yao Shan's hand and whispered an apology. "I'm sorry, Brother Shinji. We'll leave right now." After saying that, she pulled Yao Shan out. If Yao Shan hadn't been pulled by Wu Cece, she probably could have argued for another 10 minutes. Halfway out, she couldn't help but mutter, "Why are you giving the BH any face? People like her are just shameless, acting like a delicate flower for whom? She's a 1,000-year-old demon." Wu Cece still held onto Yao Shan's arm, sighed silently, and after a while, softly said, "Although I appreciate your help, saying things like curse to be childless is too harsh. We're all women. Why say that?" Jiang Ziyu, who had been following behind them, suddenly sneered and spoke expressionlessly, "That's not nonsense. Susu's family specializes in treating infertility. She has the innate ability to read fortunes. If she says that, it means that woman is indeed fated to have no children. Right, Susu?" Yang Xiaosu, hearing her name mentioned, immediately nodded vigorously and replied seriously, "It's true. It's true. Her private life is too indulgent. She has had 2 abortions before, so she really can't get pregnant." After her words, Wu Cece stood there in shock. Yao Shan couldn't help but speak again. "Don't think that woman looks proper. She might be wild behind the scenes. She once interfered in the marriage of a man in our courtyard, and his wife was so distraught she wanted to commit suicide." Wu Cece truly didn't expect Yu Qing to be such a person. For a moment, she couldn't think straight, feeling quite lost as she muttered to herself, "No, it can't be. How could Brother Shinji like someone like that?" Jiang Ziyu didn't spare her feelings and bluntly replied, "What kind of pot matches what kind of lid? That just shows your Brother Shinji isn't a good person either." Yang Xiaosu cautiously tugged at her sleeve, signaling her not to poke at Wu Cece's heart at that moment. Yao Shan looked at Wu Cece's expression and felt quite sorry for her. After thinking for a while, she simply cleared her throat and called out, "Why are we talking about this nonsense? Today, our 213 group is all here. Let's go have hot pot first, then go to my aunt's bar for a while. How about it?" When Wu Cece heard they were going to a bar, her face immediately showed hesitation. "Is that okay? I won't be 18 for another 2 months. And besides, Xiaosa looks really young too." Yao Shan scoffed dismissively. "My aunt's place is filled with college students. It's not rowdy. It's quite romantic, and the police don't check. So what are you afraid of?" Wu Cece still felt a bit anxious after hearing Yao Shan's words. After all, she had been raised by Professor Qin since she was young. While she wasn't exactly a goody two-shoes, she had never touched anything her elders forbade. However, unexpectedly, while saying she didn't want to go, when they actually arrived at the bar, she ended up drinking the most from a broken bottle. Watching 2 bottles of beer go down, she couldn't stop crying, "I left Taiwan for him, and he likes a woman like that. Does he have any feelings at all?" Yang Xiaosu, who drank the least among them, couldn't help but sigh from the side after hearing Wu Cece's words. "So that's why you came to the mainland. But you're better off than me. I have no love for my dad or mom. I'm way worse off." Jiang Ziyu had a low tolerance for alcohol and felt a bit tipsy after drinking a little. Hearing their conversation, she began to lecture, "Foolish. A woman can pursue a man, but at least you should chase someone worth pursuing. Otherwise, it's a waste of your life." Yao Shan took another sip of her beer, slapped Jiang Ziyu's hand away with disdain, and said, "Cece, don't listen to her. She's just an older sister complex, obsessed with her brother since childhood. Especially weird. If you really want to win back your teacher Yang, I'll definitely help you. If it doesn't work out, I'll have my grandpa take care of those 2 beehies with a prostitution charge for a few days." At this moment, Wu Cece's eyes had already glazed over. Hearing Yao Shan's words, She felt that the bottle in her hands instantly transformed into Yang Shinji's gentle and handsome face. She collapsed onto the sofa, hugging one of them, softly calling, "Brother Shinji, Cece likes you the most." Shen Hanzhan didn't expect to run into an old acquaintance while wandering around the bar. He had been called by old Shen to come to the bar today and was initially quite unwilling. After all, over a month ago his band had performed here, and due to poor security, a rule-breaking girl took a photo and posted it on Weibo, which led to his grandfather discovering his music career. He was scolded thoroughly and had a whole month's worth of allowance confiscated, which was extremely annoying. But now, when he saw Wu Cece lying in a booth not far away, all his displeasure vanished instantly. He walked over in flip-flops and plopped down in front of Wu Cece, looking at her silly smile while hugging a broken bottle, thinking shamelessly, this girl has only had a few bottles and has already turned into this state. How will she be the big sister of those beer cans below me in the future? Wu Cece was unaware that someone had their eyes on her. Feeling herself being adjusted upright, she frowned uncomfortably and looked at Shen Hanzhan with an innocent smile. "Oh, little demon, you're here again." Shen Hanzhan's little brothers behind him looked as if they had been struck by lightning, covering their faces and thinking tearfully, this girl must be tired of living. She actually called our Han a little demon. The last person who dared to talk to Han Go like that is probably buried under a mountain of graves. But what they didn't expect was that their grave-digging Hangu wasn't angry at all. Instead, he wore a gentle smile, took the bottle from Wu Cece's arms, and leaned down to ask softly, "It's rare for you to remember me. What are you doing with the bottle?" Seeing her bottle gone, Wu Cece couldn't help but feel unhappy. Tilting her head, she suddenly pinched Shen Hanzhan's nose and hazily said, "Little rascal." Her action froze everyone around her, especially the new manager in the store, who had witnessed Shen Hanzhan's outburst before. She quickly grabbed Wu Cece's hand, apologizing, "Hangu, this girl is a classmate of our boss's niece. She usually doesn't act like this. She's just drunk today. Please don't take it to heart. I'll take her down right now." Shen Hanzhan frowned and pushed her hand away, pointing at Wu Cece's face with an unhappy expression. "TSK, how can you be so clueless? This girl clearly wants to confess to me. How can you deprive her of the opportunity to express her sincere feelings?" The new manager was completely bewildered, silently thinking, "Hangu, this girl really doesn't look like she wants to confess to you at all." But Shen Hanzhan didn't care about her. He cleared his throat, grabbed Wu Cece's arm, and softened his voice, asking expectantly, "Come on, Cece, look at my face, say what you want to say just now, one word at a time. Don't rush." Wu Cece's face was still flushed from the alcohol, and she smiled shyly, showing a hint of hesitation, exuding a kind of bashful and affectionate demeanor typical of a young girl. She lowered her head, leaned against Shen Hanzhan's embrace, and took a couple of breaths. When she lifted her head again, she looked silently into Shen Hanzhan's eyes. After a long time, finally, amidst the expectant gazes of everyone around, she suddenly spat it out. Chapter 14. The next morning, Wu Cece woke up to the sound of snoring beside her. Dazed and dizzy, she sat up in bed, her hands weakly supporting her as her vision was still a bit blurry. After sitting there in a daze for a while, she turned her head and saw a man beside her, bare-chested with a mysterious bulge in his lower body. His mouth twitched slightly, and she finally let out a loud gasp. Last night, Shen Hanzhan had taken Wu Cece to a room above the bar to rest. The two of them had engaged in a nonsensical exchange of ideas all night. From whether the water in Sun Moon Lake could cure infertility to why the flowers in Jinggangshan were so red. In the end, they were both satisfied and ended up sleeping soundly in bed. At this moment, Wu Cece screamed, and Shen Hanzhan's drooling mouth immediately snapped shut. He sat up defensively, adopting an aggressive posture. But upon seeing who was in front of him, he quickly reined in his demeanor, scratched his head, and coughed lightly, saying, "You're awake?" Wu Cece was actually dressed properly, but she felt as if she had been taken advantage of. Holding the quilt in front of her chest, she cried out in anguish, You bad guy who takes advantage of others." Shen Hanzhan, realizing what she meant, quickly shook his hands in denial. No, you misunderstood. Although it looks like something happened between us last night, we actually didn't do anything." Wu Cece, feeling wronged, pointed at a spot of blood on the bed, almost crying. "Nonsense. I'm bleeding." Shen Han looked down and awkwardly replied, "That's not your blood. It's mine." He couldn't tell Wu Cece that last night, while they were chatting, she had drunkenly tugged at her clothes and he, seeing a glimpse of her skin, embarrassingly had a nosebleed. That would be too humiliating. Wu Cece was speechless with surprise, touching her body and finding no discomfort, which only deepened her sadness as she sorrowfully shouted, "Could it be? Could it be that I actually took advantage of you?" Shen Han felt a lump in his throat, raising his hand to stop her from saying anything further. "Stop. Ancestor, can I just call you Ancestor? We just accidentally spent a night in the same bed. You got drunk and vomited on my clothes, which are now soaking in the sink." Upon hearing this, Wu Cece's face immediately turned bright red. Lowering her head to think, she couldn't help but recall some fragments from last night. With a sigh, she bit her lip and said, I'm sorry." Shen Han raised an eyebrow and casually replied, "It's no big deal. Just get my clothes dry cleaned, and by the way, give me your number. I'll come pick them up after they're cleaned." Wu Cece glanced at the unknown clothes in the sink of the bathroom not far away and asked softly, "Do these clothes really need to be dry cleaned?" Seeing her ask this, Shen Han immediately assumed a serious expression and told her, "Tizke, little comrade, you don't know the significance of this shirt to me. It was given to me by my aunt's sister's neighbor before he went abroad. During the darkest times of my life, it encouraged me countless times to move forward bravely. Don't be fooled by my appearance. I have a pure heart and am sentimental. Really, just like a 70-year-old child." Wu Cece had never encountered someone who could lie with such a straight face. Sitting there, she timidly asked, Really? How could that be true? This shirt was something he casually picked up at the night market, 2 pieces for $50. And he even swindled the shopkeeper out of a fake CK underwear when he left. But Wu Cece, adhering to her belief that she must take responsibility for her misdeeds, sighed and agreed to Shen Han's request. After leaving the bar, she held onto the shirt filled with hope, looking utterly helpless. Little did she know, things were about to get even more complicated. Although Shen Han sometimes appeared fierce, he was quite charming. And he had even formed a band that attracted a group of clueless girls. After a wild night, a terrifying rumor quickly spread through the school a few days later. It was said that a freshman who had just come from Taiwan publicly confessed to Xiangzhong, the lead singer of the maid band, in the bar. But when he was rejected, he angrily vomited on her in frustration and shamelessly offered to wash her clothes afterward. At that moment, Wu Cece was being pulled around by Yao Shan at the freshman club's reporting area. Upon hearing this, she couldn't help but sigh in boredom. But Yao Shan, who was intolerant of nonsense, stood in front of the vice president of the literature club and shouted, "Who are you talking about? Who confessed and vomited on someone? Your mouth runs like a train? Why didn't the Railway Bureau recruit you to run trains with love?" The vice president of the literature club already had a grudge against the people from dorm 213. Every single one of them was a weirdo, and they had been dubbed the department flower dormitory right after starting school. Plus, she was the department flower of the orchestra department. But ever since Jiang Ziyu enrolled this semester, her title had been taken away, making her even more unwilling. Seeing Yao Shan speak up, she confidently replied, "I didn't see it, but so many people in school did. What's the matter? Your Taiwanese friend can act, but can't own up to it?" Wu Cece scratched her head, thinking about how to simply and straightforwardly explain the situation. But before she could speak, a deep voice came from nearby. "Cece is my very good friend. She was just drunk that day. Please don't misunderstand." Everyone turned their heads towards the source of the voice. There stood Shen Han, holding a bag in the sunlight, wearing a $50 2-piece white t-shirt that he somehow made look fashionable. His jeans wrapped around his long, straight legs, and with a tilted head and a grin, he looked charmingly rogue. Yao Shan gasped and whispered to Wu Cece, "Wow. Actually, no Shindaxian?" Wu Cece awkwardly coughed and replied softly, "Actually, we're not that close. Why do you call him Daxian?" Yao Shan pointed at the nearby Ancient Style Club and said quietly, "He modeled for the Ancient Style Club last year and took a set of photos. The ethereal vibe was through the roof, and a bunch of people kneeled and called him Daxian. That's how everyone started calling him that." Wu Cece remembered the first time she saw Shen Han and nodded in understanding. Unable to help herself, she muttered, "But he really doesn't know how to be subtle when he talks." Yao Shan exclaimed, "Who cares about being subtle when you look like that? Even if he grunts like a pig all day, someone will still find it pleasant. Besides, his voice is quite sexy. Oh, and he sings really well. Next time, I'll take you to my aunt's bar to listen. Shen Han was oblivious to Wu Cece and Yao Shan's conversation. He walked over confidently, placed the bag in Wu Cece's hands, patted her head, and softly said, "I accidentally stepped on your shoes the other day and got you a new pair. Your size 34 shoes are hard to find, and I just bought them today." Shen Han himself didn't care much about shoes or clothing. Sometimes he would wear things from street stalls all day. But when it came to Wu Cece's things, he was particular, believing that as a man, what he gave to a girl must be high-end and classy. Otherwise, it wouldn't be worthy of someone as artsy and fresh as Wu Cece. Wu Cece took the bag, lowering her head and feeling embarrassed as she thanked him. "Thank you. You really didn't have to go through all this trouble. This is a Taiwanese brand, and it's really hard to find in the mainland." Seeing her shyly speaking with her head down, Shen Han felt a surge of affection. Licking his lips, he asked in a low voice, "Are you here to report to the club?" Wu Cece nodded and replied, "I want to take a look at the school's literary club." As soon as she finished speaking, the somewhat aggressive vice president of the literary club immediately became awkward. It was the president sitting in the tent who smiled and stood up at this moment, easing the atmosphere and saying, "Great. It's rare for a new student to be interested in our literary club. Xiao Yu, go get a membership application form." The vice president, who was called Xiao Yu, reluctantly brought over a form, rolled his eyes, and directly placed it in Shen Han's hands, grinning mischievously and saying, "Great one, since this student is your friend, you can help her fill this out. It's perfect. Our club collaborates with the Ancient Style Club, so we'll have more contact in the future." Shen Han didn't expect this guy to pull such a stunt. To show the authenticity of his friend, he could only accept it with a smile. He knew her name and age, but when it came to the special skills section, he suddenly became a bit lost. Clearing his throat, he looked back at Wu Cece and cautiously asked, "Cece, you have so many talents. Which one should I write?" Wu Cece's grandmother was an old kunku opera artist who had moved to Taiwan with the military, so she had learned a bit from a young age. At this moment, she raised her hand to her chest and performed a classic sleeve-flipping gesture from kunku. Shen Han understood her intention immediately and confidently bent down to write a few powerful characters. The president of the literary club took Wu Cece's application form, looked at it with a smile for a while, and then suddenly his expression stiffened. His eyes darted between Wu Cece and the form several times, and he cleared his throat and exclaimed, "I didn't expect you, Cece, to have such talents." Wu Cece lowered her head, feeling a bit shy, and replied, "It's a skill passed down from my elders. I only know a little." Hearing her words, the president's face became even more shocked, and he quickly covered half of his face with his hand, biting his lip and softly exclaiming, This is actually a family heirloom skill." Yao Shan felt that her reaction was a bit off. She quickly stepped forward and snatched the application form from her hands. When she saw the words on it, she felt her vision darken, almost spitting out a mouthful of old blood. There, in the special skill section of the large application form, were 5 big, concise characters, crushing stones on the chest. Chapter 15. Wu Cece felt that she couldn't stay in this place any longer. With a blank expression, she turned around and walked towards the dormitory. Yao Shan understood her temperament and simply stayed behind to joke with the president of the literature club, thinking that she would find a time later to change the specialties on that information sheet. Shen Han, however, had no idea what Wu Cece was thinking. Seeing her turn and leave, he immediately chased after her, linking his arm with hers and waiting for praise with a silly grin. "How about it? We have a telepathic connection, right?" Wu Cece glanced up at him silently, sneered coldly, and withdrew her gaze without responding. Shen Han had never been treated like this before, and he frowned, looking quite aggrieved. "What do you mean by that?" Wu Cece, feeling annoyed, stopped, shook off his hand, and was about to speak when a clear voice from a nearby boy came over. "Hey, Lao Shun, you're here? What do you think about what I told you last time?" After speaking, he turned his head and saw Wu Cece standing next to him, immediately stunned, scratching his head and jokingly saying, "Oh, isn't this our department's flower from the dormitory, the Taiwanese friend? I heard you confessed to our Laotian before." Wu Cece frowned slightly as she looked at the man in front of her. When she saw the woman following behind him, Her expression became even colder. Yu Qing didn't expect to see Yang Shunji's childhood neighbor again. She patted her younger brother Yu Qio's head beside her and gently said, "Xiao Qio, don't talk nonsense. You need to be subtle in front of girls." Yu Qio didn't mean any harm. He had known Shen Han since childhood and was used to joking around. Seeing Wu Cici's reaction, he awkwardly apologized. Sorry, beauty. I'm just a bit blunt. Please don't take it to heart." Wu Cici's gaze swept over Yu Qing. Then she lowered her head and replied, "I didn't confess to him." As soon as her words were finished, Yu Qing chuckled lightly, intentionally ruffling Shen Hanshan's hair and softly saying, "Look at all this dandelion fluff on your head." Shen Han didn't respond to Yu Qing. His attention was fully on Wu Cici. Just as he was about to reach out to take her hand, Yu Qing spoke again. "Xiao Qio, you still have something to discuss with Han, right? You guys talk first. I have some things to chat with Cici about too." Shen Han was surprised and asked, "Sister Qing, you know Cici?" Yu Qing slowly tucked her hair behind her ear, half lifting her eyes, and smiled. Of course. Wu Cici didn't want to have anything to do with Yu Qing. Although she wasn't overly conservative, she had always had a poor impression of people who intruded into their family matters, especially since she was someone Yang Shenji liked. Without saying anything, she directly turned and walked towards the dormitory. Seeing this, Yu Qing smiled gently at Shen Han and stepped forward to follow her. Wu Cici didn't give her a good face and coldly said, "What do we have to talk about?" Yu Qing then retracted her gentle smile, raising an eyebrow and softly responding, "Naturally, to tell you about Han. After all, you just confessed to him, right?" Wu Cici clicked her tongue, already quite impatient. "I said, I didn't confess to him. I'm not familiar with him." Yu Qing shrugged and laughed cheerfully. "That's even better. After all, it wouldn't matter if you did confess. The person he likes has always been me." Even though Wu Cici had no feelings for Shen Han, she couldn't help but stop in surprise. Looking at the smiling woman in front of her, she felt helpless and thought, what is wrong with the men in this world? Why do they all seem blind to like such hypocritical and self-deprecating women? Yu Qing saw Wu Cici's reaction and thought she was sad about Shen Han, revealing a hint of vengeful amusement, and leaned in to whisper, just loud enough for the two of them to hear. "But I'm quite curious. Between Shen Han and Yang Shenji, who do you like more? Or are you just putting on a show for Yang Shenji, waiting for me to return him to you?" Wu Cici looked expressionlessly at the woman in front of her, closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and replied coldly, "My things, my people, will never need to be returned. You don't need to think of yourself as so impressive. A woman who has had 2 abortions has no value for envy in my eyes." Yu Qing's eyes widened in shock at her words, frozen in place. Her abortion was a pain she had kept hidden from everyone. Even her younger brother Yu Qio didn't know about it. Why did this girl, who she barely knew, know? After Shen Han finished talking with Yu Qio, he turned and ran towards Wu Cici's dormitory. Halfway, he saw Yu Qing standing there pale and couldn't help but ask, "Sister Qing, why are you standing here dazed? Did a ball hit your head?" Yu Qing finally pulled herself out of her initial panic. Looking at Shen Han in front of her, she suddenly hugged him, softly crying, Han, I feel really bad right now." Shen Han responded with a confused huh, stepping back a bit, patting her back, and, after a moment of silence, said with a sense of nostalgia, "Hey, Sister Qing, I want to tell you earlier, there's a bit of enlarged hair follicles on your lower lip. And now you're feeling short of breath. It might be a gynecological issue. Also, your spine seems a bit curved. You should pay attention." Yu Qing awkwardly straightened up, lowering her head and sobbing, I'm fine. I'm just feeling stuffy inside. You don't know. There's a fool who has liked me for many years but has never dared to tell me, and I don't know how long I have to wait." Shen Han heard this and silently sighed in his heart. Wow, which drama is this from Xiaoyao? After thinking carefully, he couldn't help but cough lightly and asked earnestly, "By the way, Sister Qing, I have a question for you. If 2 people have already hugged and touched, but the other person is still being distant, what does that mean?" Yu Qing's eyes lit up immediately at his words. She affectionately tapped Shen Hanshan's forehead and replied with a hint of implication, "What do you think? If she lets you hug and touch her, do you think she would hate you?" Han, pursuing a girl isn't just about physical contact. You also need to use your brain. Shen Han nodded in partial understanding. Turning his head to see Yu Qing's smiling expression, He immediately gave a symbolic consolation. Sister Qing, don't worry. You're so beautiful, that fool. That person will definitely confess to you soon. Yu Qing's eyes couldn't help but curve up upon hearing his words, nodding in agreement. Thank you, Hans Han. Shen Hans Han casually replied. It's no big deal. Anyway, I'm just standing here talking, so it doesn't hurt. Don't take it seriously. Yu Qing's gentle smile immediately stiffened on her face. Shen Hans Han, oblivious, said goodbye and walked straight towards Wu Cici's dormitory. Downstairs, he bribed the dormitory manager with a supermarket shopping cart and started to shout. 5 minutes later, Wu Cici finally came down in a nightgown amidst the manager's loud shouting. Shen Hans Han looked at the rabbit pattern on her dress, feeling it resembled her face, making him want to pinch it. With a grin, he couldn't help but walk over and seriously supported her arm. Wu Cici looked up at him in confusion. Shen Hans Han still didn't speak, just took a couple of deep breaths. As if he had made some kind of determination, he closed his eyes dramatically, bent down, and with a loud thud, bumped his forehead hard against Wu Cici's forehead. Then, enduring the pain, he asked with deep affection, Cici, do you feel it? Wu Cici feels nothing. She just wants the person in front of her to die. Chapter 16. Shen Hans Han didn't get a response from Wu Cici and felt a bit disappointed. Wu Cici covered her forehead, tears welling up, biting her lip and softly shouted, Shen Hans Han, are you sick? Upon seeing Wu Cici's pitiable expression, Shen Hans Han couldn't help but chuckle. At that moment, he didn't even think about why Wu Cici couldn't feel his sincere feelings anymore. He had basically self-diagnosed himself with a condition, a disease that made him want to laugh every time he saw Wu Cici, and it was already in the late stages. With no cure in sight, his survival relied entirely on his strong revolutionary will. Wu Cici couldn't see through his intentions. She stepped hard on his foot, showing a hint of disdain on her face, huffed, and left with a dignified back as she turned to go upstairs. Shen Hans Han stood there, not feeling any pain. He was now basically half a lovesick fool, looking down and wiggling his charming toes, feeling quite pleased. A few onlookers nearby quickly processed what they saw, their faces revealing understanding expressions. The next day, news about Wu Cici appeared again. However, this time the news was no longer about her confessing to Shen Hans Han, but rather about her and Shen Hans Han entering a monastic life together. The two exchanged precious opinions on the challenges of human asexual reproduction through brainwaves beneath the dormitory building, which was said to have cross-era significance. Yao Shan lay in bed, nearly laughing herself unconscious at the comments in the forum, holding her stomach and shouting, Cici, now you're just like Shen Hans Han. Wu Cici held her head, looking distressed. Why can't they see that jerk is teasing me? Yao Shan replied seriously. Because Shen Hanshan's teasing isn't called teasing. It's called savoring the human experience, sharing the blessings of rain and dew. Don't you know the rumors? Eating Shen Hanshan's meat can grant immortality. Wu Cici retorted angrily, that's Tang's song. Moreover, teasing without emotional foundation is just being frivolous. Yao Shan stroked her non-existent beard and calmly replied, who cares about feelings when you're with someone like Shen Hans Han? Comrade Wu, life isn't as simple as you think. Wu Cici lay on the bed in despair, sighing about superficiality. Looking at the wilting lily on the windowsill, she suddenly sat up and murmured painfully to herself, no, I still have to confess. I can't lose without even expressing my feelings. Yao Shan immediately became interested upon hearing this and cheerfully asked, what is up? From the sound of it, are you finally ready to confront your brother Shinji? Wu Cici nodded, tidying up her things, and softly replied while looking for a dress. Yeah, no matter what, I still hope brother Shinji understands my feelings. Whether he chooses me or not is beyond my control, but at least I don't want to have any regrets. Hearing this, Yao Shan couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration for Wu Cici, patting her on the back and shouting, girl, I support you. I'll go cheer for you later. So, 2 hours later, Wu Cici finally appeared downstairs in Yang Shunji's office, wearing her favorite goose yellow waist-cinching dress, looking determined. Yao Shan stood under the tree behind, almost waving a little red flag to cheer. Shen Hans Han had also dressed up today, holding a rose prepared by his friend Shen Si, ready to formally confess to Wu Cici. However, He didn't expect that the girl from Huayi's dormitory had gone to the normal university. A few days ago, Shen Hanzhan got Yao Shan's phone number through someone else, and now he was on his way, accurately locating Yang Shunji's office building based on the information provided by the informant. Smiling widely, he was just about to step forward when he heard a calm male voice say, "Cici, I'm sorry, I don't have those feelings for you. I've always regarded you as my sister." Shen Hanzhan and Chun Si's footsteps froze in place. Wu Cici lowered her head and remained silent for a while before sniffing and softly asking, "Brother Shinji, do you like Yuqing?" Yang Shunji paused for a moment, nodded and replied, "Yes. But Cici, I hope you understand that my rejection of you isn't because you aren't good enough, but because I've really seen you as a sister since childhood. In my heart, I'm just like a Shio. We are both your brothers." After he finished speaking, another man's voice suddenly called from upstairs, "Teacher Yang, there's a meeting." Yang Shunji turned back to respond, hesitated for a moment, raised his hand, and after a moment of hesitation, he patted Wu Cici on the shoulder, sighed lightly, and left her with the words, "Go back and study hard." As he turned to walk inside the building, Shen Hanzhan watched Wu Cici standing there, her shoulders slightly shaking, knowing she must be crying. This girl had a thin skin and couldn't handle grievances. A few students passed by her at that moment, and upon seeing her, they displayed expressions of either sympathy or ridicule. Shen Hanzhan felt uncomfortable and took a step forward. Chun Si suddenly grabbed his arm, softly saying, "What are you going over there for? She just got rejected, you know?" Shen Hanzhan turned back and threw the roses into Chun Si's arms, wiped his face, and replied coldly, "Didn't you see those people laughing at her?" Chun Si was momentarily speechless from his words. Shen Hanzhan still had the loudspeaker hanging around his neck, which he originally intended to use to call out Wu Cici's name under her dormitory. He walked over, standing in front of her with a serious expression, his body straight, and gently placed his hand on her head. Wu Cici felt the large hand on her head, slightly raised her face, her cheeks still glistening with tears. Shen Hanzhan felt both heartbroken and delighted, coughed lightly, forcing a smile, and pretended to be casual as he said, "Have you gone silly? Haven't you heard that saying? Childhood sweethearts rarely come to fruition because men are all scoundrels, and they can't be bad to someone they see as a sister." Wu Cici looked at Shen Hanzhan's face, feeling that his eyes were particularly bright at that moment, and the mischievousness at the corners of his mouth had vanished, making him seem more like an ordinary man. Lowering her head, she softly asked, "Why? Are you here?" Shen Hanzhan grinned, carefree, and pinched her cheek lightly, replying with a smile, "Just passing by. Saw you looking like a bullied kitten, so I came to check on you. Stop crying. You look better when you smile." After saying that, he tilted his head and smiled at the onlooking girls, his eyes cold as he said, "Hey, you guys, yes, you few. See that lake over there? If you keep chatting nonsense, I'll call your parents to come get you tonight, got it?" The girls were all freshmen, having never encountered such a rogue before. Upon hearing his words, no matter how handsome he was, they couldn't help but feel scared, turning and running away. Wu Cici watched the girls' backs and murmured, "Why are you so fierce to them?" Shen Hanzhan replied nonchalantly, "I'm not a central air conditioner. I don't have to be nice to everyone." This was the first time Wu Cici had heard Shen Hanzhan say such things, blinking her eyes, feeling a bit dazed. At this moment, Shen Hanzhan also instinctively knew to press the little head in front of him into his embrace, listening to the heartbeats of both their chests, swallowing hard, and thinking to himself, "Damn, it smells so good." Not far away, Chun Si and Yao Shan were hiding behind a tree, whispering to each other like members of an underground party. Unable to resist, they made gestures to Shen Hanzhan, signaling him to confess his feelings. Seizing the moment to confess, Shen Hanzhan understood their intentions, cleared his throat, and felt that the atmosphere was indeed quite good. After organizing his thoughts for a moment, he took a deep breath and hoarsely called out, "CC." Little did he know that the loudspeaker on his chest was suddenly activated by someone, and a booming male voice echoed, clear and resonant. "Wenzhou, Zhejiang, the largest leather factory, Jiangnan Leather Factory, has closed down. The bastard boss Wang, he has squandered and gambled, accumulating a debt of 3.5 billion, and has run away with his sister-in-law." Wu Cici was so startled that she froze, suddenly breaking free from his embrace. Shen Hanzhan looked up at the people running away in the distance. And all he could think was, Chun-Si, damn you. Chapter 17, Chun-Si was quite scared at this moment. Originally, he just casually bought a broken trumpet at a street stall. Who would have thought it was actually recording samples inside? He turned around and ran away like he had seen a ghost, afraid of being caught and dismembered by Shen Hanzhan. Unexpectedly, the next day, the university forum in Beicheng began to circulate all sorts of chaotic news. Huayin female, student owes 10 million. Successfully intercepted by just and righteous male student from Bei at the normal university. The scene echoed with Huang. He took his sister-in-law and ran away. Enough to bring tears to people's eyes and shock the flowers. What kind of nonsense is this? Shen Hanzhan was quite distressed anyway, and didn't dare to act recklessly. After class, he hurried back to the dormitory, sending harassment texts to Wu Cici's phone every 10 minutes. Cici, our department recently got a batch of new corpses. Do you want to come see me dissect? They're particularly fresh, and the patterns are so clear. Cici, how about I take you to the lab and teach you to identify parasites? Cici, I heard you can sing kunku. That stuff is really nice. Especially that song Farewell, My Concubine. Wu Cici didn't even want to pay attention to him. Listening to her phone vibrating from time to time, she couldn't focus on the book Flower Falls, and even with her eyes open, she didn't know what she was thinking. It was only when Jiang Ziyu returned from class and came over to take a look that he sighed deeply. This person, isn't he a fool? Fortunately, Shen Hanzhan didn't know Jiang Ziyu's evaluation of him. Otherwise, he would definitely spit blood. Lying on the desk in despair, he heard his phone vibrate and immediately opened it excitedly, only to find a text from that idiot Yu Qiu asking if he was going swimming tomorrow. Shen Hanzhan rolled his eyes in disappointment and replied that he wasn't going. The other side asked why he wasn't going, saying it was a hot day, and his sister and her boyfriend were going too. Oh right, and also that little girl they met last time. Seeing this message, Shen Hanzhan immediately jumped up from his seat, didn't even reply to the text, and directly called. Which swimming pool tomorrow? Yu Qiu had never seen Shen Hanzhan so proactive. This guy was usually so laid back that even driving a pig could make him lazy. He clicked his tongue and replied, You've got some energy, huh? It's just the one below Shaoshan, a high-end membership place. The water quality is clean. Shen Hanzhan nodded, thinking it was good, and grunted in agreement. All right, then it's settled. But he had no idea that Yu Qiu's cunning fox wouldn't let him go so easily. The next day, at the fitness center, when he arrived, at least half of the girls from the Ancient Style Club were there, chattering away, making it so noisy that it felt like his head was going to explode. Wu Cici also didn't expect so many people to show up today. She was initially quite happy to receive a call from Yang Xinji. But when she arrived and saw Yu Qing and Shen Hanzhan, her face immediately fell. It wasn't that she disliked Shen Hanzhan. She was just a bit disappointed that her chance to be alone with Yang Xinji had turned into this group outing. After changing into her swimsuit and wrapping herself in a big towel, she sat on the side, looking disinterested. Shen Hanzhan pretended to wander over aimlessly, coughed lightly, and asked, Why aren't you getting in the water? Wu Cici looked around, trying to find Yang Xinji, and shook her head without answering. Seeing her like this, Shen Hanzhan immediately became unhappy and raised an eyebrow, huffing. Stop looking. Yang Xinji is definitely off in some corner with Yu Qing being all lovey-dovey. He won't come to accompany a little fool like you to watch the stars and talk about life. Liking someone who can't even see you, what are you thinking? Wu Cici heard his words and shot back at him. As if the person you like can see you. Shen Hanzhan thought, oh, that's true. However, he was used to being shameless, and with a grin, he joked, You're not a duck out of water, are you? Wu Cici was hit right on the mark. Her face turned half red, and she buried her face in her knees, no longer giving him any eye contact. Shen Hanzhan liked her awkward and shy demeanor, grinning widely and getting up to grab her hand. Wu Cici was suddenly pulled by him, her body leaning forward uncontrollably, causing her towel to fall to the ground, revealing her figure wrapped in the swimsuit beneath. The swimsuit was made of ordinary material with a modest design, but for Shen Hanzhan, it somehow felt irresistibly tempting. The pink floral pattern looked youthful, with a bow on the side of her hips, accentuating Wu Cici's skin that was flushed from embarrassment, making her look incredibly vibrant. Wu Cici felt a bit embarrassed being stared at by him, biting her lip and decided to pour some water over herself, slowly dipping into the pool. Without saying a word, Shen Han also dove straight into the water. The place they entered was a semi-deep area with a height of 2 meters, which was nothing for Shen Han, but still felt a bit overwhelming for Wu Cece. Just as she stepped down the ladder, not having reached the bottom yet, a child of about 10 suddenly rushed up from behind, and Wu Cece lost her grip, colliding with him and falling back into the water. Shen Han saw her flailing and quickly swam over to grab her, then stood up and lifted her right out of the water. Wu Cece was stunned at this moment. Water dripping from her chest onto Shen Han's face, her waist held by him, flushing slightly, her body suspended in the air like a child who hadn't grown up yet. At that moment, whispers began to arise around them, mostly from girls, some joking and teasing. Yuchio swam over, looking at Wu Cece, who had been set down, and shamelessly added fuel to the fire. Wow, Lao Shun, are you two acting in a Korean drama? Lifting her high up, Wu Cece's face turned even redder at her words, quickly climbing up the steps by the pool, not looking back and heading straight to the bathroom. Shen Han clicked his tongue and punched Yuchio beside him, grinning fiercely. Got a problem? Keep it to yourself. Yuchio made a gesture to zip her lips, holding her breath, but a few seconds later, she couldn't take it anymore and gasped. No way. I'm going to suffocate. Wu Cece didn't even know why she wanted to run away. She wasn't really rejecting Shen Han. She just didn't like being close to him in front of others. Perhaps it was because he was also a subordinate of Yuqing. Or maybe it was because he had seen her in a vulnerable state before. To Wu Cece, Shen Han was indeed a very contradictory existence. As she walked toward the changing room, just as she hung her towel on the nearby hook, a soft panting sound came from inside. The voices of Yuqing and Yang Shinji. Wu Cece's eyes widened, and she instinctively sidestepped into the adjacent stall. The whole world suddenly felt hot and filled with desire, and she could even imagine their passionate expressions from their intolerable sounds. Time seemed to drag on in such a situation, feeling like a century had passed. When the footsteps finally faded away, Wu Cece dared to come out, looking disheveled. Yuqing leaned casually against the door, looking at her with a smile. Eavesdropping is not good, little sister Wu Cece. Wu Cece felt like a caught criminal, her body stiffening in place, her eyes widening and unable to speak. Yuqing, feeling even more mischievous, leaned closer, whispering in her ear, "This is how the adult world works. Whether it's your Shinji brother or Han, men are happy creatures because of sex. Don't think that your so-called childhood times were so beautiful in the face of reality's pleasures. They're actually fragile." Wu Cece looked up from her voice, gazing at the silent Yuqing in front of her for a long time, and finally asked softly, "Yuqing, there's something I've always been curious about. Why do you always tell me these things? You shouldn't lack love, right? Yang Shinji isn't someone you love to the point of needing him, is he? Do you think you're in a cesspool, and everyone around you is in the same cesspool as you?" At this moment, the smile on Yuqing's face finally disappeared completely. She reached out to touch the youthful skin on Wu Cece's face and replied in a calm tone, "So adorable. Many years ago, I probably yearned for love just like you do. However, if one day you discover the true nature of men, you might not ask such questions and instead thank me. If you excuse men like this, then who will excuse my wounds, My lovely little sister Wu Cece?" Wu Cece frowned as she looked at the woman in front of her, feeling astonished. She had known from their first meeting that Yuqing was not a simple woman, but she hadn't expected that there was such an unknown world within her. Yuqing didn't pay any more attention to Wu Cece's bewilderment, chuckled lightly, and turned to leave the bathroom. At that moment, Shen Han happened to be buying a functional drink at a vending machine not far away. When Yuqing saw him, she put on a gentle smile and walked over, placing her hand on his shoulder, tilting her head and asking, "Why are you here alone?" Shen Han shook his shoulders a bit awkwardly, thinking, "Isn't that obvious? If half a person was here, that would be a monster." He looked up and saw Wu Cece coming out of the bathroom, calling out, "Come over and have a drink." Wu Cece's mind was already in disarray, and seeing Yuqing leaning beside Shen Han, recalling her earlier encounter with Yang Shinji in the bathroom, she bit her lip and felt a surge of unacknowledged resentment. Shen Han had no idea what had happened between them. He walked up to her, handed her the drink, and asked, "Shall we go to the private pool upstairs? I have a membership card here. You at least learned how to dog paddle, right?" At that moment, Wu Cici's mind was in chaos as she watched Shen Hanzhan walk towards her, leaving Yu Qing behind, and she couldn't help but feel a strange sense of satisfaction. She knew that this feeling was wrong, but she still couldn't help but nod, following him upstairs while reminiscing about what Yu Qing had said earlier. She thought, perhaps everyone has such a demon in their hearts, greedy, selfish, and insatiable. Shen Hanzhan didn't notice anything unusual about Wu Cici. He brought her to the private pool on the second floor, finished his drink, and jumped into the water. This was a place for premium members, and usually there weren't many people around. Wu Cici took off her towel, splashed a bit of water on herself, and slowly entered the water. She flailed about for a while, but no matter how she struggled, she ultimately sank like a drowned rat. Shen Hanzhan swam back after a lap and laughed when he saw her, pinching her face and grinning. "What you're doing isn't dog paddling. It's more like a rock sinking. Tomorrow, if the vendors at the school gate are shortchanging, they can use you as a weight." Wu Cici usually hated it when others mentioned her inability to swim. She huffed and walked towards the middle of the pool, but didn't expect that the slope in the pool was quite steep, and with a few steps, she suddenly found herself in the 1.8-meter deep area. At that moment, Wu Cici's neck craned, her feet slipped, and she immediately submerged, choking on a couple of mouthfuls of water. Seeing this, Shen Hanzhan quickly swam over, letting her grab his neck while she flailed her arms, bringing her back to the shallow area. Rubbing her nose, he laughed and asked, "What's wrong? Can't even walk, and you're thinking about flying?" Wu Cici felt genuinely wronged at that moment, her eyes turning red, and she didn't say anything. Just stood next to Shen Hanzhan, gasping for breath, and lightly hit his chest a couple of times, making his chest muscles bounce. Water flowed down her hair, tracing her forehead and jaw, finally pooling into a transparent wetness that made her skin appear even more tender and smooth. Shen Hanzhan couldn't handle such stimulation. His eyes widened, and his lower body immediately reacted. Even though Wu Cici was inexperienced, she felt the reaction and stiffened slightly in place, pausing for a moment before suddenly looking up at him with a bewildered expression and asking, "Shen Hanzhan, do you want to sleep with me?" Chapter 18. Could Shen Hanzhan not think about it? As a hot-blooded young man in his 20s, the moment he opened his eyes in the morning, the guy down there was hotter than the newborn sun. With his eyes closed in dreams, he imagined 24 different postures, and all he could hear were the cries of the girl in front of him. However, such matters were best kept to oneself and not brought to the table. Moreover, he prided himself on being a cultured rogue of the new era, enjoying kunku opera, reading the records of the grand historian, and having a hobby of taking people to see corpses. He couldn't possibly act in a way that didn't match his identity. So he cleared his throat and couldn't help but solemnly lament. The days are short and the nights long. How can one rise straight up to 90,000 miles? Wu Cici was momentarily confused by the meaning of these two sentences. Before she could ask, a chuckling voice came from outside the door. Looking up, it was Yu Qio. This guy often caused trouble and loved to spoil good things. He swaggered over, unbothered by the piercing gaze on him, and kindly explained, "What he means is, little Wu, you can't only allow the officials to set fire while forbidding the commoners from yearning for love. As a beast, he firmly supports his right to be in heat." Wu Cici's face darkened. She got out of the water, wrapped herself in a towel, and turned to walk outside. Shen Hanzhan stood up, wanting to chase after her, but was given a meaningful glance by Yu Qio, which made him awkwardly retreat, his face turning pale as he said, "Yu Qio, are you looking for death?" Although Yu Qio looked honest, he lost his virginity at 15 with a senior from the same school. Seeing his old friend's expression, he immediately showed a look of disappointment and squatted down to earnestly educate him. "Old Shen, you just haven't seen enough of the world and lack the enrichment of sex life." Shen Hanzhan's face flushed with embarrassment, and he quickly defended himself. "I'm just hot. This damn gym doesn't even turn on the air conditioning in summer. Can I not feel my blood boiling?" Yu Qio nodded in agreement. "True. Usually at this time of year, we're already wearing long sleeves. This year, we still have to come here to cool off. But old Shen, why don't you have a sex life at such a handsome age?" Shen Hanzhan really couldn't stand Yu Qio's nagging. He quickly changed the subject and asked, When you need those photos I took for your club? I have exams next week and no time. Yu Chio, understanding, nodded and replied, got it. Then we'll move it to next month. It's not urgent. Seriously, old Shen, you really haven't had any sexual experiences? Shen Han finally couldn't take it anymore. He pushed himself up from the water, lifted a leg, and kicked Yu Chio down, muttering as he walked away, "You and your constant prattling." After that, Yu Chio indeed quieted down for a while. After all, Shen Han could be quite intimidating when riled up. Shen Han also behaved himself for a while and didn't bother Wu Cece, as they were all busy studying medicine, and the new teacher was quite indifferent, appearing ethereal in class, but making students cry during exams. Shen Han buried his head in his studies, ignoring the outside world. And by the time the small test was over, it was already October. He didn't go out during the long holiday in November either. Yuan Sheng returned from the army and dragged Shen Han out for a heavy drinking session. The next day, after hearing from Yu Chio about Shen Han and Wu Cece, he immediately got a mischievous idea. He wasn't actually interested in Wu Cece. He just thought it was refreshing that someone like Shen Han could be shy. A few of them pondered for a while and decided to throw a small concert at the Sui Z bar for entertainment. The May Club had been established for a while, but there weren't many people who could gather together on ordinary days. Yuan Sheng was quite showy and enjoyed the feeling of being adored by young girls. Moreover, he thought it was unreasonable for Shen Han to have never had a girlfriend at his age, so he hoped to find a pretty fan for him. When Wu Cece was brought to the Sui Z bar by Yang Xiaosu in Yaoshan, she was actually quite unwilling. Firstly, she didn't like noisy environments, and secondly, she was reminded of the foolish things she had done there before, which made her feel a bit anxious. However, unexpectedly, the bar was not filled with chaotic dancing. Instead, a group of brightly dressed girls sat there, looking quite artistic and refreshing. Wu Cece sat in a booth close to the stage and quietly asked Yao Shan beside her, "Why are there so many girls here today?" Yao Shan smiled mysteriously, stroking her beard as she replied, "Because today is the reunion of May. They all came for Xiangzhang." "All right, that's your Shundaxian." Wu Cece awkwardly replied, "He's not mine." Yang Xiaosu, sipping juice beside them, said, "But you two have a fateful connection. You and he could have children, a boy and a girl." Wu Cece felt her head spinning from Yang Xiaosu's words, sitting there in a daze, when suddenly she heard a mix of cheers from men and women. Looking up, she realized that Shen Han and the others had taken the stage. Although Shen Han usually seemed unreliable, he was quite charming when he sang. Grabbing the guitar, his voice flowed smoothly, resembling that of a quality senior from Taiwan. Wu Cece wasn't fond of this atmosphere at first, but by the second half of the concert, as the songs gradually shifted from lyrical to rock, her emotions were gradually influenced by those around her. Yao Shan was the most energetic, holding a bottle of beer in one hand and a small fan in the other, shouting joyfully. As the concert neared its end, the usually reserved Yang Xiaosu suddenly grabbed Wu Cece's hand and began to make exaggerated facial expressions. Wu Cece couldn't hear her clearly and shouted, "What are you saying?" Yang Xiaosu then simply let go of her hand and stood up in the crowd, shouting passionately. Shen Han had always been high-minded and never had the intention of interacting with fans. But seeing Yang Xiaosu beside Wu Cece shouting like she was at her mother's funeral, he couldn't help but find it amusing. He cleared his throat and said, "A special thanks to everyone for not forgetting us. Let's have a fan come up to say a few words." After that, he pointed directly at Yang Xiaosu, smiling, "You little girl, you were the loudest just now." Yang Xiaosu was momentarily stunned and immediately wobbled her way onto the stage. Shen Han stepped back slightly and eagerly asked, "What do you want to say to us in May?" Yang Xiaosu paused for a moment, suddenly grabbed his microphone, and shouted in her southern accent, "Hey Daxian, my phone was stolen. Can you help me yell for it?" As soon as she finished speaking, Shen Han and the surrounding fans fell silent. Wu Cece stared at Yang Xiaosu's sincere face on stage and was frozen in place, unable to hold back as she finally burst into laughter. Unexpectedly, her laughter also amused Shen Han, followed by the fans and staff, who began to laugh one after another. Yang Xiaosu was completely confused as she came down from the stage and pulled Wu Cece's hand, asking Cece, "Why were they laughing just now?" Wu Cece reached up and patted her head, softly replying, "Because you're cute." Just as she finished speaking, A tall man in black stood behind her, leaning down to whisper in her ear, "Miss Wu, Hangge asked me to take you upstairs. He said he found your friend's phone." Upon hearing this, Wu Cece immediately nodded and agreed. She got up and followed the man through the staff passage upstairs, entering a room where she sat down. This room was not the same as the last one. This time it was clearly larger, with a Steinway piano inside, which seemed to be used for entertaining guests. Wu Cece waited by the piano for a while, and seeing that Shen Hanzhan hadn't come up yet, she simply sat down on the piano bench and entertained herself by playing a little serenade. Hearing the movement behind her, Shen Hanzhan had been watching her play the piano for a while. Wu Cece bit her lip, closed the piano lid, and softly asked, "Why didn't you call me?" Shen Hanzhan walked over, sat down on the coffee table opposite her, took a date from the table, and popped it in his mouth, smiling as he replied, "It looked good, so I watched for a while. You know, I really envy people like you who can play the piano." Wu Cece looked at his face, slightly surprised, and quietly asked, "Can't you play? I saw you play the guitar quite well." Shen Hanzhan shrugged nonchalantly. "My right pinky finger is a bit short. My teacher said I wouldn't amount to much, and I have a bit of a stubborn temperament, so I didn't want to learn anymore." Wu Cece exclaimed softly, "Isn't that a pity? You're not a professional pianist, so why care about what that teacher said?" Shen Hanzhan pulled out Yang Xiaosu as phone from his pocket and placed it in her bag, chuckling, "If you don't give up some things, you naturally can't gain others." Wu Cece felt his words were somewhat pointed. After a moment of silence, she nodded in thanks, saying, "Thank you for helping me find Xiaosu's phone," and stood up to leave. Suddenly, Shen Hanzhan also stood up and grabbed her hand. Wu Cece turned back, looking at him with some confusion, and didn't he ask anything, just silently looked at him. Shen Hanzhan felt a bit embarrassed under her gaze, cleared his throat, and said, "I saw you smile up there today, and I thought it was really beautiful. Really, you should smile more." Wu Cece didn't expect him to say such things, and she felt a bit shy. Biting her lip, she quietly murmured, "You were also very handsome when you were singing." Hearing her words, Shen Hanzhan couldn't help but blush. He raised his right hand to partially cover his face, as if to hide his emotions, and suddenly remembered something, saying, "By the way, let us go see the stars." Wu Cece exclaimed, What? Shen Hanzhan didn't wait for her to respond, directly putting on sunglasses and pulling her out of the room to downstairs. They walked to a nearby Tyrannosaurus motorcycle, took a helmet off the bike, and tossed it to Wu Cece, casually saying, "I've been pretty busy this month. I heard from Yuchio that someone in your department confessed to you and gave you a star tree, right? I heard you missed the night view of Taiwan a lot." Wu Cece didn't expect Shen Hanzhan would know about this, lowering her head as her ears turned slightly red. Seeing she didn't respond, Shen Hanzhan stepped onto the motorcycle, patted the seat behind him, and shouted with a carefree attitude, "Get on. I'll take you to see the real star tree." Wu Cece had already had a bit to drink at the bar with Yao Shan, and although it wasn't as much as last time, the night breeze still made her feel a bit dizzy. Hearing Shen Hanzhan's words felt like being enchanted. She dazedly put on the helmet, climbed onto his back, instinctively wrapped her arms around his waist, and softly asked, "What about your band?" Shen Hanzhan laughed dismissively. "They still need me to sing?" After saying that, he stepped on the gas and sped off. Wu Cece had grown up in Taiwan under various rules and had never experienced such excitement. Sitting behind Shen Hanzhan, she felt the wind rushing past her, as if she was about to float away. It was already midnight, and there were few cars on the road. Shen Hanzhan was driving up the mountain. They encountered a few motorcycles along the way, and upon seeing them, he started whistling, clearly wanting to compete. Wu Cece felt the speed of Shen Hanzhan increasing, leaning her head against his back, her grip on him tightening. Shen Hanzhan seemed to sense her nervousness and laughed heartily, shouting, "Hold on tight." Wu Cece was startled by his voice, and didn't expect the people on the other bikes to also shout in response, creating a cacophony of strange sounds mixed with the roar of racing engines, making it all the more boisterous in the deep night on the mountain. Wu Cece closed her eyes in fear for a while, and when she opened them again, most of the bikes had disappeared, leaving only an orange one following behind, ridden by a short man with a blonde foreigner sitting behind him. The foreigner, not considering himself an outsider, immediately smiled at Wu Cece and made a suggestive gesture, then whistled, displaying a lewd expression. Wu Cece felt Shen Han's muscles suddenly tense up. Then he gradually slowed the bike down, stopping it by the roadside, and waved to the foreigner in the nearby bike. The foreigner seemed to misunderstand Shen Han's intention, pulling out a pack of cigarettes and swaggering over. Looking at Wu Cece from head to toe with a lewd gaze, laughing as he asked, "How about we have some fun tonight?" Shen Han didn't take the cigarette offered, but grabbed the foreigner by the neck and with a swift motion pushed him down to the ground. The short rider heard the commotion and rushed over, throwing a punch at Shen Han. Shen Han had learned boxing since childhood from his uncle, who was a special forces leader. He struck at the man's vital points, and with his naturally strong hands. He crouched down and kicked the charging short man in the chest, then turned around with a sweeping kick to the foreigner's face, knocking both of them down. The foreigner, still unwilling to back down, stood up and charged at Shen Han. Shen Han cracked his knuckles, producing a series of popping sounds, caught the man's fist with one hand, and slammed his other hand into the man's stomach, sending him back to the ground. The short man, seeing an opportunity, quietly came up from behind and threw a punch. Shen Han took the hit to his jaw but didn't even grunt. He turned and grabbed the man, tossing him into the nearby woods several meters away. Then he wiped his chin, pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth, coldly licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, and spat on the ground, walking over to the foreigner, placing his foot on the man's forehead, grabbing his hair, and coldly said, "Although you're an idiot, I'll spare your life. Next time, remember not to stare at other people's stuff, got it?" The short man in the woods yelled, holding his chest. "Let him go. He is from England. Aren't you afraid of trouble with the embassy?" Shen Han wasn't afraid at all. He directly punched the foreigner in the face again, twisted his neck with a grin, and arrogantly replied, "Oh, that is unfortunate. I'm a local thug from North City, specialized in dealing with foreign idiots like you. Being from England is nothing special. In this place, I'm your ancestor." Wu Cece saw Shen Han about to make another move and immediately tugged at his sleeve, softly advising Shen Han, "That is enough." Hearing Wu Cece's words, Shen Han turned to look at her. He thought about it. After all, this girl hadn't seen much of the rough side of life, and seeing blood like this wouldn't help his image. He picked up a cigarette from the ground and put it in his pocket, turning back toward the bike and shouting as he walked, "Consider this a tribute to your daddy. If you're not satisfied, feel free to go to the embassy. I'm so scared." Wu Cece followed him onto the bike, and instead of feeling anxious, she felt a sense of relief. Perhaps it is the presence of Shen Han that brings her a sense of security, or perhaps there's a part of her that needs to vent. She leaned against Shen Han's back, took a deep breath, and softly asked, "Are we still going up?" Shen Han responded with a hum, turned back to confirm that she had put on her helmet properly. He started the vehicle and continued driving upward, smiling as he replied, "Has what I said ever been broken?" Wu Cece remained silent, lying on Shen Han's back. When the vehicle stopped, the lights along the roadside had dimmed almost completely. Dazed, she got out of the car, and Shen Han took her hand, leading her up a small forest path by the roadside. The two walked in silence, and after more than 10 minutes, when Wu Cece stepped over the last large rock, they finally arrived at a flat mountaintop. Looking out, half of North City lay beneath their eyes, while below was a dense, deep forest connecting to the starry sky above, as if the stars had truly fallen to the ground like trees. Wu Cece stood still, momentarily speechless at the sight before her. Shen Han stood beside her, glancing at the corners of her smiling mouth, feeling that there was no moment more satisfying than this. Shen Han was someone who wouldn't mind being laughed at. He was proud and often looked at others as fools. Growing up, he thought he was capable of anything, believing he could shoulder anything that came his way. But since meeting Wu Cece, he seemed to have changed a bit. He had never been in love, so he didn't know how a man who stands tall should tenderly express his inner emotions. He had never been to Taiwan, so he didn't know what the starry sky Wu Cece mist looked like. He instinctively wanted to give her the best things in the world. Watching her smile, seeing her shy, like a little adult with clumsy hands. There are no truly fearless people in this world. It's just that they don't have someone on their minds. Wu Cece stretched out her arms, closed her eyes, and stood still for a while. It was only when the sound of a plane echoed in the sky that she opened her eyes again, took a deep breath, sat down. looked at the night before her, and softly said, I like places like this. It feels like you are just an insignificant part of the world, and with every breath, every step, you can feel your own fragility and insignificance. Shen, someone who could be artistic, scratched his head and sat down, nodding in agreement. That's right. Isn't it fragility? If you jump down from here, you'd either die or be severely disabled. Wu Cece smiled, looking up at the sky, hugging her knees and softly lamenting. I want to see what's outside of Earth. Shen responded with a sound, smacking his lips. What's there to see? It's all just milk tea. At that moment, Wu Cece finally couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. She turned her head to look at the person beside her, her eyes slightly squinting, and softly thanked him. Shen, thank you for today. Shen looked at her slightly flushed cheeks and thought, who are we thanking? He reached out and lightly flicked her forehead, smiling as he replied, what are you thanking me for? We are just absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, contributing to the human cultivation cause. Wu Cece was a bit surprised, biting her lip, and tilted her head to ask, so you also read the school forum? Shen raised an eyebrow, deliberately pretending to be calm as he stroked his chin, occasionally coming down to understand the suffering of the world. Wu Cece found the man in front of her quite interesting, reached out and lightly tapped his arm, softly asking, do you, a celestial being with impure roots, really understand the suffering of the world? Shen was slightly taken aback, grabbed her hand, and looked intently at her, leaning in to ask in a low voice, how do you know this celestial being is impure? Wu Cece felt a bit flustered under his gaze. Wanted to pull her hand back, but Shen strength was not something she could match. She could only lower her head and mutter quietly, you're hurting me. Only then did Shen slowly let go of her hand, turning to look at the lights down the mountain, calmly asking the question he most wanted to know. Why did you reject that person as confession? Wu Cece didn't expect Shen to ask such a question at this moment. After a brief silence, she thought for a moment and replied, because my heart hasn't made enough space to accept someone else. If I abruptly accepted his confession, but couldn't reciprocate his expectations as a girlfriend, that would be unfair to the one who invested their feelings. Wouldn't it? Hearing her words, Shen only felt bitter and sour. Wu Cece didn't notice his emotions. Instead, she smiled and asked him, what about you? You must have someone you like too. Why don't you confess to her? Shen had no idea she was referring to Yuqing. After thinking for a moment, he self-deprecatingly replied, who knows, maybe she has someone else in her heart. This was the first time Wu Cece saw this side of Shen. In her mind, he should be the kind of person who was flamboyant and reckless. After a long silence, she inexplicably reached out her hand, placing it beside his cheek, looking at him, and calmly asked, Shen, do you want to sleep with me? This was the second time Wu Cece had asked such a question. Shen grinned, looking at her with a hint of awkward teasing. What? Are you offering yourself to me? Wu Cece didn't retort. Instead, she gently nodded. Do you want to? Shen was stunned, staring wide-eyed at her, swallowing hard and awkwardly exclaiming, oh, you're not joking, are you? Wu Cece tilted her head in confusion and asked, do you think I'm joking with you? Wu Cece had never been a humorous person. The reason she made such a request to Shen was quite simple. She didn't want to fall in love. After all, she was someone who easily fell for others, but she wanted to try the feeling of making love. Or rather, she wanted to know what was so different about the adult world that it could drive someone like Yang Shunji to lose their rationality and make Yuqing willing to twist herself for a moment of pleasure. She felt that Shen, like her, had an unshakable obsession in his heart, and that two such people could comfort each other, warming each other for a moment without any burdens. They wouldn't be like others, clinging to each other, nor would they need to be responsible for each other's actions. In her mind, they were the least likely to become a couple. However, Shen didn't see through Wu Cece's heart. Because of her do you want to, his mind was almost exploding. His Adam's apple rolled up and down for a moment. Then he suddenly pushed Wu Cece down to the ground and gently pressed his lips against her forehead. Wu Cece was clearly taken aback. Although she had prepared herself mentally, she was inevitably a bit shy, clutching the edge of Shen shirt at his chest and quietly asking, Shen, does this mean you agree? At that moment, Shen Han seemed to have returned to his unreasonable self, directly lowering his head to seal her lips, gently nibbling until Wu Cece let out soft whimpers. Before he finally released her, breathing heavily, and called out in a low voice, "Quick, say you want me." Wu Cece had never imagined that her first time would be in such an overwhelming night. At first, it was a bit painful, making her feel a sense of helplessness and regret, but as Shen Han caressed her body and moved slowly, she gradually began to sense a bit of pleasure. Especially when she saw Shen Han's restrained yet fascinated expression and felt the heat within her. She even had the illusion that they were a normal couple. However, that pleasure was still overshadowed by pain, and coupled with their ambiguous relationship, the summer night breeze brought a bittersweet flavor. Shen Han was released for the first time, looking somewhat dissatisfied as he lowered his head. Leaning on Wu Cece's shoulder, he frowned and quietly complained, "This time doesn't count." Wu Cece, still a bit weak at the time, lazily asked, "What doesn't count?" Shen Han replied with a defiant look, "The first time was too short. It doesn't count. I'm not usually like this." Hearing his words, Wu Cece chuckled and tilted her head, asking, "Oh, so your kind of time is considered short? I didn't know that." Indeed, without comparison, there are no conclusions. Shen Han clicked his tongue, picked her up, and replied with a stern face, "Who do you want to compare with? Come on, let's go to a hotel. I don't believe I can't make you submit." Wu Cece initially thought this was just a man's posturing, but when Shen Han actually took her to a hotel and kept her up until the early hours, she realized that what men say in bed isn't entirely untrustworthy. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, Shen Han woke up due to his biological clock. Looking at Wu Cece lying next to him, he mumbled softly, "Why are you still here at this hour?" After saying that, he stretched his arm to pull her closer and shouted, "Damn, you're alive." Wu Cece woke up from a shout, rubbed her eyes, and quietly asked, "You seem disappointed that I'm not dead." Shen Han ruffled his hair, pulled the blanket up, and touched her head, replying, "I just had a dream. You sleep a bit more. I'm going to take a shower." Wu Cece hummed in response. Perhaps they had really gone overboard yesterday, and she closed her eyes, soon falling back asleep. Shen Han quietly got out of bed, picked up the used condom from the floor, and muttered to himself, 1, 2, 3, 5, damn, Shen Han, you really are a beast. After that, he took out his phone and quickly searched for precautions for girls after their first time. When Wu Cece woke up again, it was already 11 in the morning. Shen Han had laid out the things he bought on the table and said, like a king at a banquet, "Get up, let us eat something first." Wu Cece glanced at the items on the table and awkwardly asked, "This is just my first time, not a pregnancy. You don't have to go this far." Upon hearing her words, Shen Han immediately became displeased and declared, "Who said that? Making love also consumes energy and spirit. Will you, a little girl?" "No." Wu Cece suppressed a smile, nodded, and replied, Yes, what Shun Daxian says is right. So who caused this?" Shen Han wilted again and quietly answered, "It was me." Wu Cece felt that Shen Han, who was lying there at that moment, resembled a large dog, and couldn't he help but reach out to touch his hair, softly comforting, "It's okay. I'm just a bit tired. Nothing serious." Shen Han, shameless as ever, wrinkled his nose and said, "I know that. They're only tired cows, not fields that have been overworked." Wu Cece couldn't help but shake her head again, lightly tapping his head and teasingly scolded, "Pervert." During that National Day holiday, Shen Han only showed up for a couple of days. For the next few days, until Yuan Sheng returned to the army, their group of friends hadn't seen him at all. Old Qin, Yu Qiu, and a few others took turns texting to check on him, asking if he was still breathing and if they needed to collect his body. Shen Han couldn't be bothered to reply to them. He was living a carefree life at that moment. Wu Cece had originally planned to return to Taiwan on the 3rd, but she had to stay for a rehearsal for an event in her department in October. Just so happened that Shen Han had rented an apartment outside, and since they had already crossed that line, there was no need to be coy anymore. So, taking advantage of the holiday, they moved in together. Shen Han almost knelt down to call Wu Cece his ancestor because of her braised beef. Wu Cece found his reaction amusing and pretended to complain during dinner. Shen Daxian has fallen to the mortal realm, not only tasting all the pleasures, but also having to be served 3 meals a day. Upon hearing this, Shen Han immediately cleared his throat and stated, "The 3 meals are secondary. You just need to serve me for 1 day." Since moving in with Shen Han, Wu Cece had increasingly seen his true colors. Hearing his words, she couldn't help but give him a disdainful look and turned to the living room to watch the news. Shen Han obediently went into the kitchen to wash the dishes. When he came out and saw Wu Cece looking serious, the fire within him reignited. He moved closer, picked her up, and tossed her onto the bed, starting to get frisky again. Their days together were quite harmonious, even though Wu Cece never brought up love. Their compatibility in bed was undeniable. Shen Han had always loved Wu Cece's soft and sweet voice. Once he got her to bed, he became even bolder, pressing and pinching her to elicit some sounds. At first, Wu Cece was a bit shy, but later, she got used to Shen Han's size and gradually found it comfortable. After a while, even she became somewhat infatuated. Sometimes when Shen Han held her, he would bury his head in her chest and softly say, "I like you." Wu Cece would just smile in response. Desire is like that. The more intense it is, the more illusory it becomes. It blocks your inner self. When bodies are close, you can't hear the voice of your heart. Sometimes, she felt like a beast conquered by desire. But beasts have their own sorrow because they have a white lotus in their hearts that neither blooms nor withers, neither smiles nor cries. Even the tiger that lightly smells the rose has its helplessness. Without that rose, they might ultimately have to return to the real world. Shen Han held Wu Cece's hand in his palm, tilted his head, and kissed her cheek. At such times, Wu Cece would always obediently snuggle into his arms. She smiled, and Shen Han smiled back, but each held their own joys in their hearts. Their relationship lasted for a whole year. Shen Han became more famous because of the band, while Wu Cece became known as the good girl in her department. Their relationship was defined by their time in bed. There was no further progress, nor any regression. Wu Cece once thought that their relationship could go on like this for a long time, at least until she saw the scene of Shen Han kissing Yu Qing. She believed so. It should be said that women are ultimately emotional creatures. After spending so much time with Shen Han, even if she prided herself on being just a bed partner, she subconsciously thought that this man belonged to her. Perhaps even during those moments when they lay together at night, or when she was feverish and delirious, she had some unacknowledged fondness for him. She clung to this thought, comforting herself for a long time after losing Yang Shenji. But when she saw that man, who had just been entangled with her yesterday, unhesitatingly kissed the woman he truly loved, she still felt sad. This sadness was a bit ridiculous and a bit bittersweet. It was like an ugly demon mocking her, still a child abandoned by others. It was also like Yu Qing looking at her with a smile, saying that a man could sleep with different people. But in his heart, there was only one white moonlight. Shen Han returned from school, carrying the smell of formaldehyde and holding a box of plum cake that Wu Cece liked to eat. Wu Cece leaned on the sofa, listening to him complain about the teachers and the school, watching him come out of the bathroom after showering, half naked with water droplets still on him. He was indeed an excellent man, but unfortunately, his heart did not belong to her. With a light laugh, she looked at him and said, "Shen Han, let us end our relationship here." Shen Han seemed not to have heard her clearly, turned around, looked at her, and asked, "What did you say?" Wu Cece stood up and answered word by word. "I said, let's not sleep together anymore." Shen Han suddenly frowned, grabbed her wrist, and asked in a low voice, "What are you throwing a tantrum for? Didn't I just mess around in your classroom yesterday? At most, I won't touch you this week." Wu Cece closed her eyes, constantly recalling Yu Qing's words. She opened her eyes and looked at the man in front of her, smiling as she asked, "Shen Han, I don't understand. You're a pretty handsome guy, and there are plenty of people who want to sleep with you. So why do you act like you can't live without me every day?" Wu Cece felt that she must look extremely harsh at that moment. In fact, when they first got together, wasn't she also seeking the little warmth that Shen Han gave her? But she couldn't control herself. Yu Qing's words made her lose the elegance and rationality that a woman should have. Shen Han was also taken aback, squinting his eyes and asking in a deep voice, "What the hell do you mean?" Wu Cece shrugged, keeping her head down as she replied, "It's exactly what you think. We weren't together because of love, and now I'm tired of it. Let's go our separate ways." Shen Han's fist gradually tightened, and he asked with a stiff neck, "Is it because Yang Shinji is getting married?" Wu Cece kept her head down and didn't answer. She wouldn't admit at this time that she hadn't thought of Yang Shinji for a long time. However, Shen Han took her silence as consent. Usually a shameless big man, he suddenly had red eyes, turning away to grit his teeth, not wanting anyone to see his miserable state. The two pairs of slippers on the floor were the same ones they specially bought last week after watching a TV show, and now they only served as a reminder. Taking a deep breath, he rasped, "Wu Cece, I don't understand you either. You seem gentle and considerate, nice to everyone, but why are you so cruel to me?" Shen Han liked Wu Cece, but he wouldn't belittle himself for her. He couldn't sacrifice his dignity for an unattainable love. For a whole year, he enjoyed physical pleasure while craving emotional affirmation. But every time he cautiously said, "I like you," he was always met with Wu Cece's light-hearted smile. A person isn't afraid of chasing after the sun in the sky, but worries about losing the moon they once held in their hands. After such a long time together, completely cutting ties wasn't easy. Moreover, it was embarrassing to say it out loud. But even so, Shen Han still liked Wu Cece quite a bit, unable to control himself. But so what? Until leaving Beicheng, Shen Han didn't ask Wu Cece for an apology. He wasn't that kind of man, but occasionally when he was out, he would think, what a fool Wu Cece is. She seems to have read a lot of books, but her mind is just like a wooden fish. Without herself, where would she find a man who loves her more than he does? This thought was quite sincere, tinged with a bit of unspoken bitterness. But as time passed, even the deepest feelings could turn into something superficial. The initial indignation gradually faded, leaving behind a breath that couldn't be swallowed. In the end, the only thing Shen Han was willing to mutter was just one phrase. "Damn it, fool." Chapter 19. Luckily, Wu Cece has changed quite a bit now. Or rather, she has forced herself to hide her stubbornness and foolishness, compelling herself to become an ordinary person. At this moment, Shen Han's mind hasn't completely recovered yet. He stands like a statue, silent, watching Yang Shinji walk into the elevator. Wu Cece glances at him and gently asks while leaning on the handrail of the door, "What are you looking at?" Shen Han comes back to his senses, coughs lightly, scratches his head, and says, "Nothing, it's just that, Yang Shinji. You look a lot older, huh?" Wu Cece closes the door, casually hums in agreement, turns around to take out a pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet, and quietly responds, "He should be around 37 or 38 this year." Naturally, he's different from when he was young. We actually haven't been in touch these past few years. If this were someone else, they would definitely think she was trying to distance herself. But Shen Han isn't like that. He is particularly understanding. He puts on the slippers on the ground and walks into the living room with a melancholic expression, casually picking up an apple from the coffee table, taking a bite, and sighing. Getting divorced in middle age, it's either infidelity or impotence. Wu Cece pauses slightly, looking at the key in her hand, and calmly asks, "Aren't you regretful about Yuqing?" Shen Han responds with a huh, and asks, "Regret about Yuqing? Why? She chose her own man. Who can she blame for the divorce?" Wu Cece tilts her head and asks, "Didn't you used to like her?" Shen Han is genuinely taken aback this time, his eyes bulging like a goldfish, displaying a face full of disdain, and he stretches the muscles at the corners of his mouth to shout, "Director Wu, I've said it before, you should read fewer unreliable novels. Yuqing is at least 7 or 8 years older than me. Am I short of love or have a mother complex to like her?" Now it's Wu Cece's turn to be surprised, standing in place, not hiding her astonishment, murmuring, "You didn't like her? You never liked her?" Even if Shen Han's mind isn't the sharpest, he can sense the implication now. Squinting his eyes, he asks seriously, "You didn't think I always liked Yuqing, did you?" Wu Cece bites her lip and gently nods her head while looking down. In an instant, Shen Han feels darkness enveloping him, as if countless portraits of Chairman Mao are falling from the sky, one shouting about the east wind overpowering the west wind, the other shouting about the greatness of life and the glory of death. He sits there, covering his eyes, unable to speak for a moment. Wu Cece likely realizes her misunderstanding, feeling a bit unsettled, and just as she wants to lift her head to say something, Shen Han raises his hand again, silently rejecting her next words. Pretending to be relaxed, he wipes his face and solemnly tells her, So, idealism can be deadly. I finally understand that unrequited love isn't scary. Whoever is foolish is embarrassed. As for what happened back then, I can only blame myself for being foolish. Seeing him take the burden of the past entirely on himself. Wu Cece feels a strange sense of relief, her earlier melancholy and sadness suddenly fading away. She can only turn and walk into the kitchen, bowing her head to wash peaches. She knows Shen has always liked eating peaches, and at the same time, she needs a moment alone to digest what just happened. Who would have thought that Shen has a particularly strong ability to withstand emotional blows? Just a moment ago, he was listless, but now he is fully revived, walking into the kitchen and standing directly behind Wu Cece, pulling her into his arms, lowering his head to say, "But I'm still feeling particularly upset and need Director Wu's comfort." Wu Cece stiffens slightly at his embrace. Hearing his words, she shakes her head helplessly, reaching out to hand him a small piece of cut peach. Shen doesn't treat himself as an outsider, taking a big bite and smoothly licking Wu Cece's fingers, shamelessly adding, "If I use a toothpick, I might accidentally suck your fingers in two." Wu Cece's face turns red at his words, recalling the jokes they used to make while working together, and she lowers her head to softly murmur, "Why are you still so inappropriate?" Shen hasn't heard her this playful in years. He buries his face next to her neck, inhaling her fragrance without reservation, saying, "It's hard." Wu Cece almost gets scared to death. She quickly twists her body, trying to break free, but Shen, being tall and strong, doesn't let go of her at all. Wu Cece can only stand there, sighing, "Mr. Shen, please don't do this. You're the CEO of a listed company now. You need to be a serious and responsible person." Shen grins. "I am a good person. It's just my brother who is questionable." Wu Cece finally gives up on persuading him and starts pretending to be sick. I'm still unwell. Of course. Shen won't really do anything to Wu Cece. He is not a beast. He rubs her belly and pretends to answer. I know. I just think your skin is so delicate, and your waist is so slim. As a carnivorous animal, if I don't react to your tender body, would that be an insult to your physique? Besides, if this thing down here revolts, how can I not get hard? It only recognizes you besides my right hand. I'm also suffering. Wu Cece usually can't win against Shen in a debate, so she can only continue to hand him another piece of peach, trying to stuff his mouth with it. But can Shen be easily distracted by a piece of peach? He really is. He lifts his face, rubs his chin against Wu Cece's head, and softly laughs. I say, "Director Wu, have you grown shorter again?" Wu Cece is exasperated, pushing against his belly with her hand and retorting, "You've grown taller. How can people grow shorter?" Shen thinks about it and finds it quite reasonable. That's right. You could reach my ear before, and now you can only reach my chin. I'll work harder to grow taller, so I can carry you in my pocket and take you everywhere around my neck. Wu Cece wrinkles her nose and retorts, "Who wants to hang around your neck?" Shen laughs and calls out, "Don't you remember? Back when we had to run 800 meters, who was the one shouting to hang on me for me to take the exam for you? That was so many years ago." Wu Cece bites her lip to defend herself. "That was because our PE teacher was too strict. Besides, Teacher Liu even said he wanted to become a police officer back then. But isn't he's still a teacher now?" Shen displays a look of disdain, placing his hand on Wu Cece's waist and lingering. "Come on, your PE teacher was ugly enough to be shot, yet he wanted to become a police officer, only to be the first one to catch himself." Wu Cece ignores him. He never has anything nice to say. After a moment of silence, looking down at the peach in her hand, she quietly asks, "What about you? Why didn't you become a doctor and open a company instead?" When Shen hears her question, his fingers tremble slightly, but he quickly recovers, chuckling lightly and responding nonchalantly. "Hey, it's just that I suddenly realized that stupid medicine can't save the masses. Besides, you haven't worked in the piano industry either." Wu Cece looks down at her wrist, sighing softly, and doesn't ask further. Shen usually speaks bluntly, but he is indeed straightforward. Over the years they have been apart, they each have their own unworthy experiences to share, and if they were to truly calculate it, it would be endless. After washing the peaches, Wu Cece lies down on the bed for a nap. Shen doesn't cause any trouble. He just wanders around her room and takes the few pieces of clothes she and T washed yet and washes them for her. By the time she wakes up again, the station's phone has already called, asking if she is feeling better today and whether she can come in to take over the shift. Wu Cece actually quite likes her current job. As soon as she gets out of bed and puts on her clothes, she has to rush to the station. Shen Hanzhan has no choice but to drive her there. Unexpectedly, when he goes downstairs, he runs into Yuan Sheng, who is also there to send his wife off. Yuan Sheng still has a milky scent about him. When he sees Shen Hanzhan, he walks over, pats him on the shoulder, and with a mischievous smile asks, "Oh, isn't this our busy and love-avoiding comrade Shen? What is up with you? You look so radiant. Are you blooming like an iron tree?" Shen Hanzhan responds lazily, taking the cigarette Yuan Sheng offers, raising an eyebrow and shamelessly replying, reuniting with an old flame, isn't a big deal. Yuan Sheng looks at him, unable to contain himself, and exclaims, "Shameless." He adds, "Tomorrow I'll invite Xiaozi and the others to come and check out your beautiful wife." Shen Hanzhan clicks his tongue and quickly retorts, "All right, stop shouting that I found a beautiful wife every time you see someone. Are you crazy?" Yuan Sheng didn't expect that after not seeing Shen Hanzhan for a few years, he would even know how to keep a low profile. For a moment, he looked at him with new respect. But that respect didn't last long, as Shen Hanzhan immediately added, "Beauty is something you have to discover yourself. If others can't see it, do you have to shout it everywhere? Great, still a stupid fool." Seeing that it was still early, Shen Hanzhan didn't plan to continue talking to Yuan Sheng and directly called Yuchio. There were some things he needed to clarify with this guy. At that moment, Yuchio had just picked up his daughter from school. Upon receiving Shen Hanzhan's call, he hurried to the agreed restaurant, placing his daughter on a chair. And immediately she called out, "Uncle." Yuning looked much more well-behaved than Yuan Shikai. Ever since Shen Hanzhan walked in, she had been staring at him. And upon hearing her dad's words, she immediately shouted, "Shun Susu." Yuan Sheng was quite unhappy, sitting down with a pained expression. "Yuchio, your daughter is not honest. After seeing me so many times, she has never been this enthusiastic towards me." Yuchio replied while pouring tea, "Stop swearing, my daughter is cultured. She is currently reading Successful Life." Yuan Sheng's old face stiffened, "And I'm absorbing fairy energy every day." After he spoke, Yuchio's daughter really did let out a puff of fairy energy from under her bottom. This girl is 5 years old and in kindergarten. Today at school, she must have eaten something wrong, as she had been farting all the way here, which didn't smell bad, but the sound was somewhat embarrassing. However, the adults, including Shen Hanzhan, didn't take the child's behavior seriously and chatted away, not paying attention to it. But the little girl was not happy about it. Even though she was young, she perfectly inherited her mother's crushing nature. Seeing someone like Shen Hanzhan, she didn't even think about pulling her dad's 3 strands of gray hair. So she held it in. Yu Ningning, relying on her strong will, shook her bottom left and right and actually managed to hold it in. But just when the dishes came up after taking a couple of bites, she accidentally opened her mouth and let out a loud burp. Hearing that sound, Shen Hanzhan laughed. He grinned and said, "Oh, Yuchio, your daughter is something else. Her farts have navigation functions, knowing how to correct the route. Successful Life ISN read in vain. Yu Ningning is such a smart little girl." Upon hearing that the handsome uncle praised her, her eyes immediately turned red. Shen Hanzhan was startled and quickly picked up 2 pieces of meat and put them in her bowl, softly comforting her. Don't cry, Ningning. Look, this is rabbit meat. It's from the cute little white rabbits that hop around, with long ears and fluffy fur. It's really delicious. You're just asking for it." Yu Ningning looked at the meat in her bowl, and indeed, a look of reluctance appeared on her face. Her little cross-eyed eyes carefully focused on the meat in her hand, and she softly asked, "Why do we have to eat little rabbits? What will happen to their mommy and daddy if we eat them?" Shen Hanzhan felt a bit at a loss, remembering a clip he saw on social media. He immediately patted the little girl's head with a loving expression and said, don't worry, their whole family is right here." As soon as he finished speaking, the little girl burst into tears. Chapter 20. After finishing the meal in the private room, Shen Hanzhan deeply reflected on the issues he had with his consciousness and solemnly assured Yuchio that he would never rashly appear in front of her daughter again, unless he completely changed his ways and became a new person. Unfortunately, Uningning was somewhat seriously ill, and upon hearing this, she was quite unhappy, crying and shouting her disagreement. No, I want Shen Susu. I want to go save little rabbit with Shen Susu. Yuan Sheng, with a pained expression, told her, silly girl. The little rabbits you want to save are all in Shen Susu's belly. Shen Han clicked his tongue to interrupt him and seriously corrected. How can a grown man talk to a little girl like that? Ningning, don't listen to your Uncle Yuan's nonsense. You should listen to your daddy. If you behave, Uncle Shen will take you to eat big rabbits, okay? At this moment, a melancholic hiccup was stuck in Yu Ningning's throat, brewing for a long time. Finally, her vision darkened, and she turned around to bury herself in her father's arms and began to wail. This girl was experiencing the hardships of life for the first time, and it was normal for her to be a bit emotionally agitated. After all, she never expected that the first man she had a crush on would teach her such a profound lesson, that good-looking people are not necessarily heroes, and her ethereal beloved might not be lying in a dark ravine waiting for her, but rather across the ocean, becoming a barbaric Romeo or a foolish idiot who loves to eat rabbits. Shen Han had no idea what Yu Ningning was thinking at that moment. He felt that he was well-liked by the kids, which hinted at a happy life after having children, and he was quite pleased. He packed 2 bowls of porridge and a box of plum cake that Wu Sisi liked, drove to the TV station, and saw that it was almost 8 in the evening. Just in time, he ran into Wu Sisi finishing her recording and, without hesitation, went up to pat her face, bowing his head to ask, "Are you going back now?" Wu Sisi shook her head somewhat shyly and quietly told him, "The station is planning to launch a new health cooking show next month and wants me to join. I still have to discuss this with team leader Qiao." Upon hearing this, Shen Han was displeased, pressed her down into a seat, opened the porridge and cakes in his hands, furrowing his brow, and exclaimed, "If your station continues to exploit you like this, I'm going to get angry." At this moment, Wu Sisi happened to be a bit hungry, took a piece of plum cake and put it in her mouth, chuckling, "But I like this." Shen Han felt he was truly worried sick about this girl. With a domineering attitude, he sat next to her and shamelessly said, "Well, I like you too. Can I keep you in bed all day and not let you do anything else?" Wu Sisi, biting into the plum cake, felt her neck turn red from his words. Coincidentally, Lin Shen entered at that moment, pushing the door open at an opportune time. Hearing this, he immediately adjusted his glasses and coughed lightly. Boss. Lin Shen was Shen Hanshan's secretary, whom he had saved while in Switzerland. With a sense of gratitude, he had followed him to start a business together. Now, back in the country, he still retained a somewhat maternal quality. Seeing him come over, Shen Han waved and called out, "Just in time, come here, Lin. This is your sister-in-law." Lin Shen, usually expressionless, surprisingly showed a hint of a smile at that moment, nodding to Wu Sisi to greet her. Wu Sisi felt quite shy. After all, she had just reunited with Shen Han after a long time, and was suddenly called sister-in-law, which made her somewhat apprehensive. She stood up, smiled, and said, "I still have a meeting to attend. You guys sit first," and then directly fled with a blank expression. Lin Shen watched Wu Sisi's retreating figure, finding it amusing, raised an eyebrow, and asked the person beside him, "I remember you used to say you were indifferent to women, like a calm well." Shen Han was still eating the remaining plum cake Wu Sisi had bitten, wiped his mouth, and replied mysteriously, "That was just a deal with my 2 female professors. It's surrealist science. You wouldn't understand." Shen Han naturally had a good rapport with women. Even the 2 professors he brought with him for his undergraduate and master's degrees in Switzerland were all female. However, those 2 professors were somewhat older and had such high ideals that they seemed to have mentally castrated themselves, always wearing a serious expression, determined to charge into menopause, steadfastly dedicating their youth to the truth of science. To deal with such teachers, Shen Han had his own set of rules, to unite against a common enemy and maintain a virtuous image of being clear-minded and unattached. Lin Shen looked at Shen Hanshan's perfectly symmetrical face and felt that heaven had truly gone blind. Clearing his throat, he sat down and quietly asked him, "So, why did you call me here today?" Shen Han then returned to seriousness, saying, "Well, next month my YFS station has a new program going to air, and I was thinking we could use 4 Seasons as a sponsor." 4 Seasons was a brand under Shen Hanshan's company that specialized in grain products. The department had just been established in Switzerland at the beginning of the year and was now pursuing a high-end food route in the country, gaining some recognition, but still had a considerable gap compared to top brands. Although Lin Chen knew Shen Han was not the type to act recklessly for a woman, he couldn't help but joke upon hearing his proposal. "Boss, so you do splurge for women sometimes." Shen Han let out a hey and indignantly replied, "The reason you say this is that you don't truly understand me." After saying that, he confidently stood up, leading Lin Chen out while preaching. When it comes to chasing women, you have to be willing to give up something to gain something, no matter how difficult she is. Just coax her. If you really can't coax her, take a step back and avoid her. It's not a big deal. Trust me, you won't be wrong. Lin Chen certainly couldn't believe Shen Han's insights on pursuing women. When he had just returned to the country, he bought an apartment in Hong District to live alone. Not long after, a divorced woman in her 30s moved in upstairs, filled with desires with nowhere to release them. Seeing Shen Han was like seeing meat on a chopping board. One dark night, she climbed into his room. Shen Han was so frightened that he put on his shorts backward and ran downstairs in his underwear, only to be caught by patrolling police who looked at him with righteous expressions and dragged him into the station, adamant about not coming out. Holding onto the railing and shouting the East is red. The police would have suspected him of being a rogue if he hadn't been handsome. In the end, it was Lin Chen who drove him out. Even as he left, he shamelessly held the police's hand and shouted, "Thank you, comrades of the People's Police, for standing up for me. From now on, my life belongs to you." After that, whenever Shen Han was targeted by women, he would run straight to the police station, coming out saying he had just killed someone and was released. You could say this was madness. While thinking about this, Lin Chen happened to pass by Qiao Yunwen's office and saw Wu Cixi sitting inside. He paused, unable to resist taking another look at the peculiar woman who had captured Shen Han, who knew Shen Han wouldn't be pleased, seeing Lin Chen lost in thought. He immediately raised the alarm, patting his shoulder and whispering, "You're staring at my woman too intently." Lin Chen rolled his eyes, quickly walking towards the elevator while replying, "Boss, let me remind you kindly, your wife is a TV host. At the right time, all the old men over 60 in the city will be watching her, half of them widowed or divorced." Upon hearing this, Shen Han was indeed taken aback. After sending Lin Chen off, he watched the car leave, took out a cigarette, lit it, and stood there feeling quite melancholic. Unexpectedly, before he finished a cigarette, a dark shadow quietly floated over beside him. The shadow was about 1.8 meters tall, with a steadfast smile on his face and eyes like torches. He stepped forward, looked at them, and asked in a deep voice filled with human concern, "Big brother, want some clips?" This young man seemed quite inexperienced in this line of work and appeared a bit nervous. He had been watching for a while, feeling uncertain himself. After all, although Shen Han looked dejected, he was undeniably handsome. The kind of guy who would have women throwing themselves at him even without money. Perhaps he didn't even need clips to satisfy personal needs. But today, he was having a rough time. He had been chased by a few police officers for half a street without earning a dime. And to make matters worse, a poodle had just humped him that evening. If he didn't make a deal soon, he might not even have dinner. So he took a risk and floated over. Shen Han was still lost in his own melancholy. Upon hearing the young man's question, he tilted his head and tossed his cigarette into a nearby trash can. Looking at him and asking, "What clips?" The young man felt hopeful when Shen Han asked him. He rummaged through his big black bag for a while and excitedly said, this one, I recommend this self-touch one." Shen Han raised an eyebrow, asking, "Self-touch? The kind with 4 people?" The young man thought to himself, "Wow, this handsome guy looks like a star, but his taste is quite heavy." He looked down and searched around, immediately answering with delight, Yes, there are 4 people, and the rest dancing in the back too." Shen Han clicked his tongue in surprise and asked, "They even have dancing while teaching mahjong now?" The young man was the one who was surprised. He thought to himself, "Have you ever seen anyone selling mahjong teaching videos on the street?" Before he could voice that thought, a patrol officer from the unit had already walked over with a small flashlight, seeing the person in the darkness and shouting angrily, "You selling clips? How dare you come here?" With that, he raised his leg and ran over. The young man was scared out of his wits and fled toward the flower bed behind him. Shen Han, confused, followed him for a while. When the young man could no longer run, he fell to the ground with a thud, and Shen Han calmly asked, "Why are you running?" The young man covered his bag with a pale face, gasping for breath, pleading, "Big brother, please have mercy. I didn't recognize the mountain. Please don't catch me. I just came to North City and have only been in this business for 2 days. I haven't sold a single one, and I haven't even earned enough for dinner today." Shen Han saw a few discs scattered on the ground and immediately understood what he meant by selling clips. He squatted down and punched the young man's shoulder lightly, saying in a deep voice, breathing so heavily after running such a short distance, "You're weak. Your tongue coating is heavy, your breath is sour, and your stomach is cold. You haven't eaten well for a long time, have you?" The young man had never encountered someone like Shen Han before and was momentarily speechless, sitting on the ground. Shen Han didn't waste more words with him. He took out 2 bills from his pocket and handed them over, saying flatly, "All right, take it. It's not easy for anyone." The young man looked at Shen Han as if he had seen the bills in his hand. He thought, this person looks handsome at first glance. And while he speaks a bit roughly, once you talk to him, you find that his roughness is actually quite charming. Feeling moved, he couldn't help but secretly slip his favorite clip into Shen Han's pocket. Taking his money, he sniffed and shouted while walking away, "Big brother, I will remember you." Shen Han didn't need him to remember. He wasn't that kind-hearted. He just looked at the young man and thought of the rat he had started a business with in Switzerland. The rat was his partner, whose parents had immigrated to Switzerland early on, making him a rich second-generation Chinese. At that time, Shen Han and he had clicked in university. Both were fresh out of school, filled with the idea of starting from scratch without relying on family. They rented a place, sourcing goods, and seeking investments, waking up early and working late, sometimes returning home so tired that they didn't even wash up, just wiping their faces and collapsing in a bed, snoring away. Repeating this day after day. Wu Cixi had no idea what Shen Han had been through outside. After finishing her business with Xiao Yunwen in the office, she immediately returned to her makeup room to focus on the script for tomorrow. When Shen Han entered, he saw her deeply engrossed in reading. He quietly sat down beside her, leaning over the back of his seat, looking at her with a smile, like a husky waiting for its owner to give it a pat. After finishing the last line, Wu Cixi stretched her neck and turned her head to see Shen Han, unable to help but pause for a moment, tilting her head to ask, "When did you come back?" Shen Han replied, "I've been back for a while. Why didn't you call me?" Shen Han stood up and walked over, spreading his arms, leaning on the table in front of Wu Cixi, enveloping her small frame. He rubbed his nose against the top of her head for a moment, grinning and answering, "You look good, I just wanted to watch a little longer." Wu Cixi suddenly felt that this line sounded familiar, as if they had had similar conversations before. Looking up at him, she hadn't had the chance to speak when Shen Han lowered his neck and directly kissed her lips. Wu Cixi felt the action was both domineering and gentle, with a hint of the yearning that comes from reunion after a long separation. The little person in her mind was half crying and half laughing, feeling the breath exchange between them, which felt even more intimate and secretive than making love. Shen Han released her, his face slightly flushed, which was rare to see. He reached out and pinched her nose, laughing and saying, "My big baby is working so hard. It breaks my heart." Wu Cixi quickly lowered her head, burying her face in her arms and muttering softly, "Who is your big baby? Besides, I'm working hard for the audience, not for you." Shen Han immediately raised his hands in surrender. "Got it, got it. Our Wu host is selflessly dedicated, caring for the people, only wanting to build a quality new socialist China. I, a mere beast, can't compare." Wu Cixi felt a bit shy again. "You just like watching me make a fool of myself." Shen Han wouldn't want to watch Wu Cixi make a fool of herself. He would rather be the joke, so she could hug him and laugh every day. He reached out, pinching her fingers, scratching her hand with his pinky. He had originally planned to say something sentimental at that moment, like how beautiful she looked when she was serious, how much he liked watching her work with her head down, and how he had just met a guy selling clips who resembled an old friend. But when the words reached his lips, for some reason, they suddenly turned into, "Who said that? You look particularly good when you're working hard, just like a clip seller." Wu Cixi's shy smile froze on her face, and she suddenly leaned back. Unintentionally, She knocked a disc out of Shen's pocket, which fell to the ground with a thud. Upon closer inspection, the words on it were even more shocking. True love, little sweetheart, is actually a loose woman's wife. Office temptation passionately unfolds. Shen stared at the item on the ground, feeling darkness envelop his vision, silently thinking, this world really can't be saved. Chapter 21. After leaving the TV station, Wu Cici's face remained expressionless, clutching her small handbag as if she were carrying a bomb ready to explode at any moment. With a look that dared anyone to offend her, Shen wouldn't dare to cross her. He knew he had made a mistake and sat up straight in the driver's seat, looking like a primary school student. He quietly started the car, lowered the window to let the outside breeze in, trying to appear melancholic and harmless. But just last night, when Lao Bai came home, he had rolled around in his seat. Now, with that little wind blowing into the car, his mouth was full of hair, making it hard to suppress a cough, let alone feel sad. Wu Cici sat in place, and seeing Shen's discomfort, her anger gradually dissipated. After all, she was an adult now. When they were together before, she knew that Shen had strong needs in that regard. At 27, he was in the prime of his youth. If one didn't explore the true meaning of love through practical experience, at least one should let him vent. She sighed, just about to speak when her phone in the bag suddenly rang. Wu Cici glanced at it a couple of times without answering, until Shen curiously looked at her, and she silently declined the call. Shen, having forgotten his previous pain, couldn't help but ask, "Who is it? An insurance salesman? Or was your son being kidnapped?" Wu Cici shook her head and didn't answer. After a couple of seconds, the phone rang again. This time Wu Cici didn't hang up. Instead, she took a deep breath and answered it. Her tone was cold, as if she were speaking to a complete stranger. Aunt. Shen found it strange. When they were together before, he had never heard of Wu Cici having an aunt. Hearing it now, he couldn't help but eavesdrop, pretending to listen in. However, the voices of the two Taiwanese women on the other end were too soft, and after a while of and okay, he couldn't catch a hint before the call ended. Fortunately, Wu Cici's personality had changed from before. Noticing Shen's confusion, she took the initiative to tell him, "It's my aunt. She's coming to Beijing the day after tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Shen's mind raced with various guesses and then hit a realization, expressing his inner joy with a particularly charming smile. He was so happy mainly because he thought that since Wu Cici had directly told him about her aunt coming to Beijing, it meant she was implicitly agreeing to let him see her parents as her boyfriend. And since they had met the parents, talking about marriage was naturally a given. And since they were getting married, according to his capabilities, the arrival of a little bear child would surely be just around the corner. Wu Cici had no idea how rich this person's emotions were, even having already chosen the elementary school for their future child. She bit her lip and said, "I don't really like my aunt, so I'm not planning to meet her." Shen's smile instantly froze in place. The beautiful and perfect blueprint in his mind shattered into pieces. Each piece was still reaching out to him, crying out, "Boss, we can still salvage this." But Wu Cici's determined expression was like a loud slap, sending them all back without any chance for redemption. Shen cleared his throat, spat out the two hairs in his mouth, and asked with deep affection, "Is she your mom's biological sister? She came all the way from Taiwan, and you're really not going to meet her? Who knows if she'll bring any good food?" Wu Cici firmly replied, "She's my mom's biological sister. But when my mom died, she didn't shed a single tear." After saying that, she turned her head to look out the window and quietly told him, "She is coming this time for Shenji Go." About Yang Shenji. As soon as Shen heard the name Yang Shenji, he felt uncomfortable all over. Furrowing his brows, he asked, "What does that mean?" "The Yang family got divorced and came to find you, and you don't want to deal with him. So they mobilized your whole family to be mediators?" Wu Cici patted Shen's hand, comforting him like a troubled puppy. "It's not about marriage. Yang Shenji and I are impossible." After saying this, she withdrew her hand and looked at the night outside, speaking in a calm tone. "Actually, when Yang Shenji first got together with Yuqing, I really disliked Yuqing. But later, after they got married, I felt that I didn't dislike her that much anymore. After all, if it weren't her, it would be another woman." Shen wrinkled his nose and disdainfully said, "Of course. Do you think Yuqing is living happily?" Let me tell you. Last night Yuchio told me a lot about Yang Shinji, and when I go back to tell you, you'll definitely be so shocked you'll faint. Wu Cece sighed softly, not knowing what her feelings for Yang Shinji had faded into. Hearing Shen Hanshan's words, she found her heart surprisingly calm, and instead felt fortunate that she hadn't missed the person beside her, or rather, that years later they could still walk together again. As if those stupid misunderstandings and lost time had never happened. Shen Hanzan heard her sigh and quickly slowed down the car, unbuckled his seatbelt, and leaned over to kiss her lips without saying a word. Wu Cece was startled by his action, grabbing his shirt, and, after a long time, he finally let go. Her face flushed as she quietly asked him, "What's wrong?" Shen Hanzan licked his lips, still feeling unsatisfied, returned to the driver's seat, and answered arrogantly, "If you sigh about Yang Shenji again, I'll deal with you like this. 1 sigh equals 1 kiss, 2 sighs equal 1 hug. 3 sighs get you a free bite mark, and it won't go away for a week, and everyone will have to ask if you've been vaccinated." Wu Cece couldn't help but laugh at Shen Hanshan's words, lowering her head and covering her eyes with her hands. Taking a deep breath, she raised her head, grabbed Shen Hanshan's hand, and smilingly told him, "I wasn't sighing for him. I was saying how we've missed each other for so many years. Shen Hanshan, there is something I want to tell you. Although I'm a bit embarrassed, I think I should say it. I think I like you too." Shen Hanshan's eyes went dark at her words, and he stood there for several seconds, suddenly coughed, and slapped himself in the face, shouting in disbelief, "How can you, little girl, steal the first confession? What about my dignity as a man, Shunge? No way. We have to do it over. It must be redone." Wu Cece was confused by what he said, tilting her head and asking, "How do we do it over?" Shen Hanshan slammed his fist on the steering wheel, blocking his frustration. "Quick, ask me if I like you." Wu Cece was stunned and could only comply, quietly asking, "Shen Hanshan, do you like me?" Shen Hanshan then loosened half a button on his shirt, pretended to smooth his hair, cleared his throat, deliberately lowering his voice, and said word by word, "I don't like you." Then, to Wu Cece's astonishment, he leaned over and hugged her tightly, suddenly shouting, "I love you. I love you so much that I want to lock you up for a lifetime and want you to be the mother of my child." After saying that, he buried his face in Wu Cece's shoulder, took a deep breath, rubbed his nose against hers, and pitifully said, "Cece, marry your Shunge, okay? If you marry Shunge, I'll be a silly fool for you all day. If you don't marry me, I'll go register as a lifelong VIP at Teeling Psychiatric Hospital tomorrow." Wu Cece was both amused and moved by his confession. Although she had known since the past that Shen Hanshan had a tendency to talk nonsense, never before had it been like this, where they were both being honest with each other, with no reservations in their hearts. She wrapped her arms around his neck and playfully asked, "Really?" Shen Hanshan leaned in closer, their breaths mingling, close enough to hear each other's breathing, and hoarsely told her, "Really, I've even prepared the number. Ready to move in with my bags. Cece, just think of it as saving a lonely soul. If it doesn't work out, we can just pretend to be a couple for now, get familiar with the process." Wu Cece let out a soft laugh, lightly touched his lips, and whispered, "Then I'll temporarily agree to you." Shen Hanshan's eyes widened, excitedly shouting, "Really? Then let's have a car shake." Wu Cece blushed again, biting her lip and murmuring softly, "I knew your mind was full of messy things." Shen Hanshan quickly shouted, "Nonsense. I wouldn't allow you to insult yourself like that." Wu Cece paused slightly, and when she reacted, her face couldn't help but flush again as she leaned on Shen Hanshan's shoulder and gently bit him. Shen Hanshan squinted his eyes in pleasure and quietly educated her. "Do you know how many types of relationships there are in modern society? 1. Long-distance relationships. 2. Close-distance relationships. The one that suits us best is the last one, negative distance relationships." Wu Cece was truly impressed by Shen Hanshan's mouth that was always running. Just as she was about to speak, there was a sudden knocking sound on the car window. Shen Hanshan frowned and turned to look, only to see an old acquaintance. Lin Shen also felt awkward. He didn't want to disturb his boss's good time, but he had bumped into someone halfway and was being pestered by that little rascal, leaving him no choice but to cough lightly and say, "Boss, do you have any cash?" Shen Hanshan got out of the car, pointed at his own face, and gritted his teeth, asking, Do you think my face looks like I can just swipe it to buy things? Lin Shen thought, your face might actually work. He awkwardly pointed to the distance and quietly told him, I bumped into someone and I don't have cash. Shen Hanzhan looked up and saw Lin Shen's Cadillac parked at the intersection. A little girl was squatting next to it, her age unclear in the dim light, looking down and licking a wound on her hand, appearing quite pitiful. Shen Hanzhan took out a cigarette, put it in his mouth, and walked over with a fierce demeanor, looking down at the person on the ground, and asked from height, Did my Lin bump into you? Xiao Wu looked up, and the moment she saw Shen Hanzhan, she almost fainted from his handsome face. Swallowing hard, she replied softly, Yes, yes. He is so shameless. He touched my butt and didn't pay? Lin Shen stood by, feeling a mouthful of old blood stuck in his chest, unable to spit it out or swallow it down. Shen Hanzhan found it amusing, grinning and teasing, No way. I see your slender figure. My Lin doesn't tea like that type. Xiao Wu stood up, rubbed her butt, puffed out her not-so-full chest, and looked at Shen Hanzhan, muttering unhappily, You can't judge a person by their appearance. Handsome guy. You look so good but are also unfulfilled, huh? Lin Shen finally couldn't hold back anymore, took out his business card. He usually didn't hand out his card randomly, and with an unhappy face he said, Come find me tomorrow, get lost. Unexpectedly, Shen Hanzhan suddenly squinted his eyes and reached out to stop him. Wait, I think this girl looks very wise. Xiao Wu had never been praised like this before, and for a moment she stood up straighter, grabbing Shen Hanzhan's wrist and starting to babble again. Of course, handsome. You look like someone whose beloved doesn't want to be close to you, right? With a face like that, it's such a pity. After saying that, she skillfully took out a yellow cloth talisman from her bag, seriously placing it in Shen Hanzhan's hand, leaning in and whispering, Handsome. This talisman has been blessed by 12 bald monks and 8 bull-nosed Taoists. Its power can reach heaven and earth. You can imagine it as your beloved S-bra or shorts if you're feeling hot. Just take it out and pin it to your waist. It will definitely turn bad luck into good fortune, keeping you pure and untainted, with your heart unchanged. I see you're a faithful person. Just give me $100. Shen Hanzhan was half convinced, looking at the thing in his hand, raising an eyebrow and asking, Do monks still manage this stuff? Xiao Wu clicked her tongue, confidently replying, Of course, my senior brother was the one who opened the last Jimitang. Just then, as soon as she finished speaking, an old man riding a tricycle passed by, turned his head to see her, and immediately shouted, Xiao Banshan. Upon hearing this voice, Xiao Wu felt her whole body stiffen, frozen in place, not even daring to turn her head. Shen Hanzhan asked in confusion, Xiao Banshan? The old man was not polite, riding his little tricycle over, looking at the talisman in Shen Hanzhan's hand with a sincere expression, and hoarsely asked, Young man, you're also raising pigs, huh? Shen Hanzhan's mind exploded with a bang, pulling at the corner of his mouth, asking, What did you say? The old man suddenly didn't notice Shen Hanzhan's shock, scratching his head and saying, Xiao Banshan's medicine and talismans are the most useful. Just one use is effective, really, not exaggerated at all. The sows in our village rely on it to give birth. By the way, young man, which family are you buying it for to increase production? Shen Hanzhan grinned. He couldn't say it was for his own production, right? Standing there, his whole cigarette fell to the ground out of anger. Xiao Wu felt she couldn't stay in this place anymore and turned to run. Just as she stepped out, her collar was grabbed by someone, and turning back, it was Lin Shen's poker face, now smiling strangely, saying word by word, Xiao Banshan, where do you think you're going? Chapter 22. Xiao Wu felt like she had really bad luck today. Not only had she been hit by a car, but she was also caught red-handed while trying to make some extra money. Standing in place, she could only lower her head and plead, This Lord of Hell? Oh no. I mean this, sir, I really didn't mean to. Your friend, he just said I have great wisdom. Shen Hanzhan was even angrier upon hearing this, shouting hoarsely, Am I blind or something? As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Cici's voice came from behind. Hanzhan, what's wrong? Xiao Wu heard this voice and immediately looked up at the person in front of her. After tilting her head and thinking for a moment, she suddenly shouted, Cici? Cici Jia? You're Xiao Su's roommate from Taiwan, right? Wu Cici was surprised to hear Xiao Wu say this. She walked over, looked closely, and quickly grabbed her hand. laughing. Xiao Wu, it's been a long time since I heard from you. Have you decided to stay in Beicheng? Shen Han and Lin Chun stood on either side, and upon hearing their conversation, they immediately put away their fierce expressions, as if the two bandits from earlier were not them at all. Shen Han wiped his hands on his pants, leaned closer to Wu Cici's ear, and whispered, Cici, do you know this fool? This person? Wu Cici nodded excitedly and replied with a smile, of course. You know Yang Xiaosu, right? The one who asked you to help her find her phone at the bar. She and Xiaoxia are good friends. They used to often work together in a square. Shen Han certainly knew Yang Xiaosu. She was Lin Shupei's wife. But he didn't know that someone who looked so artsy would have worked in a square. He opened his mouth, looking surprised, and asked, Work in the square? Xiao Wu quickly stepped forward to clarify. We weren't working in the way you think. Xiao Su treats infertility for people, and I treat infertility for animals. We're both serious professionals who rely on our skills. Shen Han almost rolled his eyes to the sky. He thought, damn it, this fool really does treat pigs. He quickly tossed the talisman in his hand to Lin Chun, revealing a very disdainful expression. Wu Cici ignored him and looked at Xiao Wu, asking, Xiao Wu, where are you working now? Or are you still working the square? Xiao Wu scratched her head and answered quietly, I just roam around. I don't even have a diploma, so how can I get a job? Wu Cici remembered that she had received a lot of care from Yang Xiaosu and Xiao Wu when she had just dropped out of school. Hearing Xiao Wu say this, she immediately thought of what Xiao Yunwen had told her earlier and couldn't help but ask, Xiao Wu, I'm currently a host at the TV station, and we're looking for an assistant. If you don't mind the salary, how about you come work with me? Xiao Wu wasn't entirely unable to find a job. Her skills in treating pigs were solid. Yang Xiaosu had been saying she would help her get a job through a connection. But Xiao Wu just didn't like dealing with strangers. She had no cunning and no ambition, so why bother with that kind of hustle? However, she had always had a good impression of Wu Cici, and she thought working at a TV station sounded fresh. So she immediately nodded and exclaimed, Really? Cici, can I really be your assistant? Wow, a star's assistant. Wu Cici felt a bit shy and touched her face, replying quietly, I'm just a host, not a star. Xiao Wu didn't care and laughed while patting her chest. No worries. Once I'm your assistant, I'll promote you on my Weibo, and you'll definitely gain a bunch of fans. At that moment, Lin Chun, who was standing aside, couldn't help but coldly interject, Sorry, miss. My sister-in-law's show is about health for the elderly. Xiao Wu grinned and became even happier. That's perfect. My Weibo followers are all over 60 and are experts in breeding. Lin Chun felt a mouthful of old blood rise in his chest, thinking this woman was here just to annoy him. Wu Cici was particularly happy, and upon hearing that Xiao Wu lived nearby, she warmly invited her to stay at her apartment. The next day, Xiao Wu followed Wu Cici to the Beicheng TV station. Thanks to Shen Hanshan's prior arrangements, the onboarding process was incredibly smooth. Unfortunately, something suddenly came up with Shen Hanshan's Japanese partner company, and he had to rush to Japan in the afternoon. Before leaving, he patted Xiao Wu on the shoulder, sincerely reminding her, Xiao, look. Although we had some misunderstandings before, now you're Cici Jia's assistant. If she needs anything in the future, you must tell me right away. Especially if there are any flies or mosquitoes around. You must not let them go, understand? At this moment, Xiao was still fiddling with her messy Weibo account. Upon hearing Shen Hanshan's words, she immediately replied with a loyal expression, Don't worry, Boss Shen, I will definitely keep an eye on CCGF for you. If she misses you, where else can she find someone so good-looking and conditionally suitable, but a bit foolish? You can rest assured. Lin Chun stood at the door, watching Shen Han turn to say goodbye to Wu Cici with a smarmy look. He walked over to Xiao Wu, snorted coldly, and asked with a blank expression, Did your parents abuse your brain when you were a child? Xiao Wu caught a whiff of Lin Chen's faint aftershave and made a disgusted expression, thinking to herself how pretentious he was. She pursed her lips and said, Just kidding. My parents really dote on me. On a scorching summer day with 40-degree heat, they wrapped me in a big cotton coat and always advised me to drink more hot water. Lin Chun twitched the corner of his mouth, thinking, Girl, you really are foolish. Xiao Wu didn't expect that her nonsense would be taken seriously by Lin Chun. She clicked her tongue and said with a face full of emotion, If you ask me, you're just too stubborn. We both belong to the Single Dog Club, and should be on the same side, yet you choose to fight with me. Lin Shen thought, are you cursing me or yourself? Xiao Wu was completely unaware and continued to ramble. It's hard to be yourself in life. Do you know how difficult it is to maintain your single dog fragrance amidst the sourness of love? Lin Shen didn't want to know it all. When he saw Shan Han come out with a satisfied expression, he knew he must have been all over Wu Cece in the makeup room. Enduring the oncoming sour smell of love, he stepped into the elevator. The second week, as soon as Shan Han got off the plane, he rushed to the Beicheng TV station. During this time, Xiao Wu hadn't given any tips to anyone, a typical case of getting paid without doing anything. Don't think she was being quiet. She had opened a Smart Life account for Wu Cece on Weibo and was having a blast. Every day, she posted several selfies of Wu Cece, which had been edited multiple times, carefully selecting a few pretentious quotes, and, at night, she would share a couple of health tips. In just a few days, she had amassed a large wave of middle-aged and elderly fans. These older friends had been through the Cultural Revolution and had strong combat capabilities. They greeted each other with hello, friend, and good morning, little friend. A line of VIPs sent beautiful blessings holding red wine. Shen Han was impressed by Xiao Wu's promotional ability. That night, lying in the hotel, when he saw someone asking on Wu Cece's Weibo if she had a boyfriend, he couldn't sit still and shamelessly posted a picture of himself with a sports car. Unexpectedly, within an hour, there was a commotion under Wu Cece's account. One group was a bunch of girls who had somehow found their way there, each calling him hubby under his photo. Another group was Wu Cece's middle-aged fans, educating him. You are tarnishing our little Wu's positive and pure spiritual world with money. Go away, you fake fan. Shen Han was stunned by those comments, his mouth agape. The next day, after getting off the plane and arriving at the TV station, just as she reached the makeup room door, a man's voice came from inside. Cece, what bus do you take after work? How about we go together? You see, I just got into the station, and I'll need to consult you on many things later. Shen Han felt dizzy upon hearing this. He twisted his neck to loosen up and suddenly kicked the makeup room door open, looking at the pretty boy inside, and replied with a smirk, sorry. She's taking a Maserati home. Wu Cece was surprised to hear Shan Han's voice and turned around to look, her smiling face suddenly frozen in place, taken aback by his handsomeness. Usually, Shen Han was carefree, wandering around in shorts. But now, having just stepped off the plane, he was dressed in a tailored suit, with fitted trousers that made his legs look long and strong. As he lifted his right hand to adjust his tie, a mischievous yet fierce smile appeared on his face, as if he had walked straight out of a magazine. The man inside the room was a new anchor who had just been transferred from a local station and had only been mildly interested in Wu Cece. But upon seeing Shan Han, he suddenly realized something, stood up, and didn't dare to say another word, quickly muttering, I'll go to the team leader, before fleeing. Shen Han, feeling unsatisfied, spat in the direction the man had left and slammed the door shut. He walked over and picked up the still-dazed Wu Cece, placing her on a table against the wall. Leaning forward, he directly bit her lip. Wu Cece finally came to her senses and gently tapped his shoulder. But how could Shen Han let her escape? The little punch she gave felt like a tickle. He grabbed her hands and lifted them above her head, pressing her against the wall. With his left hand propped on the table, he pressed forward, pinning Wu Cece against the wall behind her. Then, he affectionately rubbed his nose against the corner of her lips, leaned down, and kissed her red lips, slowly prying them open and licking every corner inside. Wu Cece was left unable to think clearly. Feeling the heat radiating from the man, she felt a warmth rising within her, unable to suppress a soft whimper. Shen Han couldn't stand the sound and stopped supporting himself with the table, standing upright and wrapping an arm around her slender waist, pulling her into his embrace. Their bodies pressed tightly against each other through their clothes. Wu Cece felt the heat from Shen Han and momentarily lost her composure, looking up at him with tear-filled eyes. Her hands gently resting on his shoulders, her voice soft and sticky. Do you miss me a lot? Shen Han leaned down again to kiss her lips, gradually applying more pressure, as if he wanted to crush her in his arms. When they finally parted, their lips were still connected by a thin silver thread of desire. Breathing heavily, he placed his palm on her backside, kneading it gently, licked his lips, and replied in a hoarse voice, Director Wu, You're too polite. You should be asking if I miss you to death. After saying this, he leaned against Wu Cici's shoulder, breathing heavily as if trying to endure something. Feigning anger, he bit her ear and softly said, "Do you know what I thought when I saw those photos of you on Weibo while I was in Japan?" Wu Cici lowered her head and mumbled softly, "Those were all posted by Xiao Xia and were photoshopped." Shen Han snorted in response, "Of course I know. The mole behind your ear was photoshopped out. That place of yours is the most seductive. Whenever I lick there while you're working, you clench so tightly." Wu Cici felt a shiver run through her body at his words and softly scolded him, "You're so indecent." Shen Han smiled playfully and directly yanked off his tie, tossing it aside, then tore open the buttons on his shirt, leaning closer with a wicked grin, and softly replied, "You don't know. It's our family tradition to chase after our wives, to do it bare-assed and without shame, being bold when necessary." Wu Cici didn't know why, but hearing such blatant sexual harassment didn't make her angry. Instead, it ignited a long-lost warmth within her. Biting her lip, she finally let go of her restraint and took the initiative to wrap her arms around Shen Han's neck, licking his earlobe shyly as she said, I just finished my segment, and I don't have anything else to do later." Shen Han was momentarily taken aback by her words. Squinting playfully, he pinched the flesh on her cheek and leaned in closer, whispering, "No one will come in, right?" Wu Cici's ears turned red, and she nodded gently, burying her face in a Shen Han's embrace. Shen Han grinned, took Wu Cici's hand, and placed it on his waistband, leaning in insistently. "Close your eyes and help your brother Shen unzip. I'll show you what you like the most." Hearing Shen Han's hoarse voice, Wu Cici felt as if she had been enchanted. Taking a deep breath, she actually closed her eyes and, following Shen Han's hand, slowly unzipped his zipper. Shen Han looked at Wu Cici's shy face and felt delighted, tilting his head to kiss her and smiling as he said, "Open your eyes, big baby." Wu Cici bit her lip and slowly opened her eyes. Shyly and fearfully, she looked down, and in that instant, her previously flushed face turned pale. There, on top of Shen Han's bulging underwear, was a wiggling caterpillar toy. A brand that Wu Cici had loved during her university days, particularly high-end, with her face printed on each foot. All of them could shout "Mommy." Shen Han looked at her with a smirk and asked, "Surprised?" Wu Cici was so shocked that she felt like she could die right there. She smiled slightly and suddenly kicked Shen Han to the ground. At that moment, Xiao Wu and Yuan Sheng, leaning against the door outside, couldn't help but exclaim. Xiao Wu said, "Wow, that kick might leave him disabled for life. If Shen doesn't even hold it against Cici, this must be true love." Yuan Sheng replied, "Yeah, if old Shen is such a fool, and director Wu doesn't even break up with him, it must be true love." Chapter 23. The two sentences spoken were heartfelt, and as the two of them sensed the presence of strangers nearby, they immediately reacted, closing the slightly open door seam, standing stiffly, and looking at each other awkwardly before speaking seriously. Xiao Wu said, "What a coincidence you fell to, huh? I'm Cici's assistant, Xiao Wu. I didn't say anything inappropriate just now, did I?" Juan Seng replied, "Golf. No. The floor is too slippery. I just tripped a little bit too. By the way, I'm Yuan Sheng, Shen Han's childhood friend. Nice to meet you." Lin Shen arrived late, not knowing what had happened in the room earlier. Hearing the two of them, she thought these two lunatics had successfully met up. Before she could ask anything, the makeup room door was swung open from the inside, and Wu Cici walked out with a pale face, pulling Xiao Wu beside her, and said, "Xia, let us go back now." Shen Han came out of the room, covering his butt with a toy hanging from his hand. Looking at the backs of Wu Cici and Xiao Wu leaving, he felt quite wronged. This brand of caterpillar was her favorite back in college. She used to hug it to sleep every day. Why doesn't she like it now? Yuan Sheng, on the side, said with a knowing look, "Old Shen, I now think you should be 100% purebred without any mixed blood. If I were you, I would have taken my pants off earlier and knocked her down with a single shot." Shen Han shook his head in disagreement. "No way. She used to hate it when I touched her in public. I once did it in her classroom, and she ignored me for over half a month." As a married man, Yuan Sheng quickly shared his rich life experience. "That was in the past. Now that you two have reached this point, just take the plunge. and your relationship can reach a new level. Besides, women may say you're not serious, but they actually hope you can be a bit naughty. Wait, you're not shy, are you? Did you not shower yesterday? After saying that, he shamelessly leaned in, pretending to smell the back of his ear. Shen clicked his tongue, stepping back half a step in disgust, and impatiently replied, "What do you take me for? I'm a person of thought. I just think it's not cautious enough to restart our first time in a place like this." Yuansheng almost thought his ears were deaf, exclaiming, "Not cautious enough? Damn, how much caution do you need when you're about to hook up with an old lover? Do you want me to set up a little waterbed for you too, sprinkle some flower petals on top, burn incense below, and hang a banner congratulating Shen for successfully boarding Miss Wu's ship again?" Shen glanced at him lightly, showing an air of a transcendent being, and replied in a deep voice, "Can my family compare to yours? Your wife is inherently non-mainstream, going out with a messy hair color for good luck, and avoiding pregnancy at the head of the bed. My wife is a literary fresh girl, with nearly 100,000 followers on Weibo. Don't you know what people online say about her? They say she lights incense by the window, stands there in sorrow, and can only come up with a few subtle lines of inspiration at midnight. Her tears are made of gold." Yuansheng shouted, "Damn, then she is a monster." Shen was unhappy. "Get lost, I'm happy with it. If she drops a tear, I'll make a golden bean out of it. Do you care?" Lin Shan found it hard to listen any longer and lightly coughed to interrupt their nonsense. "So, boss, did you just reject your sister-in-law's mating request?" Yuansheng thought. This kid is sharp. Not only does he grasp the main idea accurately, but his wording is also so precise and constructive. Clearly, he is a seasoned player. Shen lowered his head, feeling gloomy, took out a cigarette, and sighed as he walked downstairs. "Could I not refuse? That place is bustling with people. There is not enough time. I haven't touched her in years, after one shot. I want to be able to come down for 1 or 2 hours." Yuansheng and Lin Chen couldn't help but roll their eyes in unison. Men can't stand others comparing their abilities in this area. Although Shen is recognized as a beast by them, this beast hasn't had sex in years. And now he is spouting nonsense without fearing for his own back. Wu Cc was unaware of the topic being discussed by the three men. She took Xiao Wu downstairs, and the taxi they had called in advance was already waiting below. However, Xiao Wu suddenly received a call from a client saying that the piglets in the village were sick. After a few ahas, she had to turn around and take the bus to the outskirts. Wu Cc was not unhappy, and she took the car back to the community alone. After getting out of the taxi, she bought a watermelon at the supermarket and was just about to swipe her card to enter the community when a familiar voice called from behind. "CC, do you have time?" Wu Cc stiffened slightly, turned around to see Yang Shunji standing under a tree, took a gentle breath, lifted her head, and smiled yes. "Shall we go to the CAF nearby to chat?" Yang Shunji nodded and reached out to take the watermelon from Wu Cc's hands, but she subtly sidestepped. Yang Shunji's expression remained normal, and he didn't feel awkward. Over the years, he had climbed from an ordinary teacher to the position of department head, developing a layer of superficial calmness. He was not easily shaken and naturally wouldn't change his expression because of Wu Cc's instinctive rejection. Sitting down at a window seat, Yang Shunji broke the silence first. "Several teachers in our department like the program you're currently hosting. They often say that the little Wu is doing quite well." Wu Cc looked down at her fingers, smiled faintly, and calmly replied, "It's thanks to the staff." The two hadn't seen each other for years, and the previous intimacy had finally created a distance of unfamiliarity. Yang Shunji swirled his tea, waiting for the little thorns to stand upright, before finally speaking again. "This year on Aunt Zheng's Memorial Day, are you not going back to Taiwan?" Aunt Zheng was Wu Cc's mother, who had a good relationship with Yang Shunji's sister, Yang Ning. Later, after Yang Ning married a foreign painter and moved to the UK, the two gradually drifted apart. However, when Aunt Zheng passed away, Yang Ning still returned to Taiwan to help a lot. Wu Cc nodded and quietly replied, "I'm not going back. There's no one they're hoping I'll return. I'm doing quite well in Beijing now." Yang Shunji was slightly taken aback upon hearing her words, looked up to meet her eyes, and asked in a deep voice, "Are you really with that friend, Yu Qiu?" Wu Cc thought for a moment, looked up and smiled to tell him. Shen his name, is Shen Han. Yang Shenji looked at Wu Cici's clear, unclouded eyes and finally relaxed his grip on the teacup, managing a faint smile as he sighed. Okay, since this is your own decision, I respect it. Wu Cici noticed Yang Shenji's reaction, fell silent for a long time, and finally, rarely called out, "Brother Shenji." Yang Shenji looked up in surprise. Wu Cici, with her eyes downcast, spoke the words in her heart. You should also find someone to start a new life. Yang Shenji subtly raised an eyebrow, calmly smiling. You Chill must have said quite a few bad things about me in front of your boyfriend, saying I used their family-esque connections to climb up to the position of department head and then abandoned his sister and so on. Wu Cici looked at the milk tea in her hands without speaking, clearly tacitly agreeing. Yang Shenji didn't defend himself, even calmly admitting, when I was with her, I indeed considered their family connections. Cici, you're grown up now. You should know that the world is just this realistic. If we can't stand out in Beicheng, we will ultimately be called outsiders or even more harshly, Taiwanese. At the beginning, Yuqing was with me for the sake of a marriage title, not the reality of marriage. We both know this. Over the years, I have endured her and her so-called first love's various indiscretions, tolerated the fact that she couldn't get pregnant because she had an abortion for another man. I can't say I was completely blameless, but I believe I am not an irredeemable person. A few years ago, if Wu Cici had heard such words, she might have questioned Yang Shenji, asking why his feelings were mixed with so many superficial and selfish elements, why he had to stand out in Beicheng. But now, having entered society herself and experienced many of life's frustrations, she realizes she doesn't have the confidence to blame anyone. Living is ultimately about facing reality. Wu Cici sighed softly, watching the people coming and going outside, her thoughts quieting. Yang Shenji was used to silence, so he wasn't in a hurry when she didn't speak. It wasn't until the waiter came by to refill their water that he finally asked, Cici, your mother's art studio will be transferred to you this year, right? Wu Cici was slightly taken aback, turned her face, and nodded in response, yes, this is the 4th year. Last month, Loyally already called me. Yang Shenji gently tapped his fingers on the table, a faint smile on his face as he looked at her, and asked softly, if I say, and I mean if I want to take over Aunt Zhang's studio, would you be willing or not? Wu Cici heard his words and sat there, stunned for a moment. After chatting with Yang Shenji, it was almost 7 in the evening. Wu Cici leaned against the elevator wall, holding a watermelon, lost in thought, until the bell signaled her floor, snapping her back to reality as she stepped out of the elevator. Just as she bent down to take out her keys, a force suddenly pulled her, and she fell into a familiar embrace. Taking a small breath, she quietly asked, You startled me. When did you come? Shen Han still held her tightly, resting his head against her ear like a dejected big dog, unyieldingly replying, when you were chatting with that damn Shenji. Wu Cici could hear the grievance in his words, and for a moment, she felt a pang of sympathy. As she grew older, she found herself more cautious and restrained in front of others, including Yang Shenji. But when facing Shen Han, she felt completely relaxed, even indulging him like an adult would with a child. She patted his arm, signaling him to let go, and softly told him, all right, I was just talking to Yang Shenji about my mother's studio. Don't overthink it, okay? Shen Han, taking advantage of the moment, directly pulled out the keys, opened the door, and kicked the watermelon inside. Then he picked Wu Cici up, pressing her against the front door, extending his tongue to lick her chin, pitifully saying no. The little friend's heart has been hurt, and not just the little friend. Even the little friend's brother is feeling very upset right now. Wu Cici, held in his arms, wrapped her legs around his waist, clearly sensing Shen Han's state, and suddenly felt flustered, biting her lip and asking you, how did you suddenly? Who said suddenly? Shen Han hurriedly defended himself. I was already hard since you were sitting in the CAF. Wu Cici's face turned red from his words, and she could only softly chide you. Why are you always so inappropriate? Shen Han now seemed a bit angry, deliberately pressing upward, harshly saying, I'm just this shameless, and you only realize it today. Who told you to talk and laugh so beautifully with Yang Shenji? After saying that, he buried his head in Wu Cici's collarbone, taking a deep breath and softening his voice. Cici, can you let me feel more secure? I really don't want to like anyone else. I just want to spend my life with you. No need to waste time guessing whether this woman loves me or not. No need to learn what love really is. I just want to figure out how to give you everything I can. To be the first to call you when I see the most beautiful flowers. To feed you the first bite of the most delicious food. I know I'm clumsy and ordinary, but I just want to be with you, together until death and old age. Listening to his voice, Wu Cece felt her heart soften completely. She touched his hair, sighed, and gently laughed, scolding him. Are you silly? Don't I want to be with you? Or do you think I'm that kind of frivolous and casual woman? Shen Han stiffened at her words, and then his emotions slowly relaxed with his muscles. The instinct of a beast is possession, but the heart of a beast is also exceptionally pure. A small matter can make him extremely sad, while gentle, sweet words can make him as happy as a madman. Shen Han released her, noticing a thin red mark on her hand where he had gripped her, and couldn't help but softly apologize. I'm sorry, Cece. Just now I was confused. Did I hurt you? In the future, I will control myself. I won't touch you anymore. Wu Cece listened to his words, feeling a mix of relief and an unspoken sense of loss. Shaking her head, she took a deep breath, bent down to put the watermelon in the kitchen sink. Turning around, she walked into the bedroom, looking for 2 pieces of sleepwear. Wanted to take a shower to wash away the fatigue clinging to her. Shen Han watched her actions silently. Sitting quietly on the sofa, he turned on the TV, expressionless as he stared at the news, his thoughts drifting elsewhere. Wu Cece closed the bathroom door, leaning against the sink, staring at her reflection in the mirror for a long time. It wasn't until her phone buzzed with a text message from Xiao Wu, telling her he wouldn't be coming back tonight, that she walked over, turned on the shower, and took off her clothes, watching the water cascade down her skin, forming streams of transparent light, meandering down, continuing to zone out. But that daze didn't last long. The bathroom door was suddenly flung open from the outside. Wu Cece instinctively covered her body and looked up toward the door. She saw Shen Han, no longer wearing his suit jacket, only in a shirt, stepping toward her. He looked at the patches of pink on Wu Cece's body and her dazed expression, finally unable to resist, reached out and pulled her into his embrace. The water fell, soaking his shirt and clinging to his body, revealing his muscles and the vitality bursting forth from his desire. Wu Cece felt Shen Han's tongue slowly licking her neck, and in an instant, she lost all strength. Shen Han grasped her waist firmly, holding her steadily in his arms, kissing the corners of her lips while hoarsely saying, I'm sorry, Cece, I think I can't hold back anymore. When Wu Cece heard his voice, it felt like a rough, calloused hand gently yet irresistibly caressing her, stirring up a long-lost ripple within her. She raised her hand, wrapping it around his neck, leaning in to whisper in his ear, then don't hold back. Shen Han, receiving Wu Cece's response, became assertive. He tore open the buttons of his shirt, forcefully pressing her against the deep blue wall behind her, gazing at her skin, which was made even more radiant by the tiles, feeling as if he had entered a fairyland. The sound of dripping water filled Wu Cece's ears, and in the gradually rising mist before her, there was a face with exquisite and profound features. Water droplets flowed down Shen Han's straight nose, falling one by one onto Wu Cece's chest, like repeated touches, leaving burning yet gentle marks on her heart. When Shen Han entered, he leaned against Wu Cece's shoulder as if he had been crying, the water from above falling on his face, making it hard to distinguish between tears and water. Bowing his head, he repeatedly suppressed his voice, saying, I miss you so much. Do you know how much I miss you? Wu Cece tightly embraced the man in her arms, and amidst the rising pleasure, she began to cry, leaving traces of her fingers on his back like silent screams. If Wu Cece could go back to when she was 19, she thought she might not have parted ways with Shen Han so easily. The time at 19 was too vibrant, singing little tunes more gracefully than anyone else, but it was only after missing it that she realized how fleeting time is, that many things cannot be retained, and that the youthful boy of yesterday would never again be dressed in fine clothes and riding a spirited horse. Of course, such if-only scenarios are merely hypothetical propositions. Almost everyone has entertained such propositions, and nearly everyone knows their futility. So, after contemplating for years, Wu Cece gradually forgot to think about it. She began to distinguish between pretentiousness and artistry. And she also came to understand that not every moment in time can be recorded on paper. For most people, youth is actually best kept buried in the heart. When she woke up again, it was already 2 in the morning. Wu Cece moved her arms on the bed, feeling a bit sore, and looked at the person holding her, tilting her head to ask, "You haven't slept at all? Just staring at me?" Shen Hanzhan had returned to his usual nonchalant self, smiled and said, "I took a nap, but when I woke up, I felt like I really missed you, so I just kept looking at you." Wu Cece's face turned slightly red, and she muttered softly, "What do you mean by really missing me? I'm right here with you." Shen Hanzhan lowered his head and kissed the corner of her mouth, answering with a hint of helplessness. "Yeah, it's because you're here that I don't know what to do. I want to do so many things for you, and I want to say so much to you." Wu Cece chuckled, poked his nose, and softly said, "Okay, then tell me now." Shen Hanzhan suddenly became reluctant. No, those are things meant for when you're asleep. I can't say them now." Wu Cece yawned, leaned her head on Shen Hanzhan's arm, and asked, "Aren't you going to sleep?" Shen Hanzhan grinned and answered, with a hint of suggestion, "I want to, but I want to sleep with you." Wu Cece wrinkled her nose and mumbled, "Can't you be a bit more cultured?" Shen Hanzhan buried his face in Wu Cece's neck, rubbing against her while talking nonsense. "Sleeping with you is cultured. Didn't Zhu Ziqing say that? A good woman is profound like a book. Reading it will definitely make you want to sleep." Wu Cece initially found the first sentence quite useful, but when she heard the second sentence, she helplessly punched his shoulder and laughed while scolding, "Shameless, Mr. Zhu never said such things." Shen Hanzhan was not in a hurry at all, explaining leisurely, "Who told you about that Zhu Ziqing? I was talking about my second uncle's father, whose surname is Zhu, and his name is Qing, a well-known old Chinese medicine doctor in Tiling. His life dream is to wear a long gown and help people solve their life's troubles. Really, when I grow old and can't satisfy you, I'll go to him for a prescription. He definitely won't let you feel empty and lonely. He'll make sure you're well fed." Wu Cece tilted her head and smiled slightly, finally kicking him off the bed with a thud. Chapter 24. The next day, Wu Cece woke up with a sore back and waist. Just after she stepped into the bathroom and finished her shower, Yang Xiaosu's call came ringing in. As soon as Wu Cece answered, Yang Xiaosu shouted into the phone, "Cece, you and Shindaxian are back together." Wu Cece winced and pulled the phone away from her ear a bit. Coming out of the bathroom, she sighed while putting on her clothes and asked, "Did Yuer tell you?" Yang Xiaosu huffed, sounding quite unhappy. "No, it was Xiao Wu who told me. By the way, do you know Shindaxian is famous on Weibo now?" Wu Cece buttoned her shirt and tilted her head, asking, "Famous? Why? Did his company go bankrupt?" Yang Xiaosu clicked her tongue and couldn't help but educate her seriously. "Can't you expect something good? Didn't he post a picture of himself onto your Weibo? He got doxxed by fans, saying he was the lead singer of May Before, and many of his old fans are reminiscing about their youth." Wu Cece hung up the phone, still confused, and walked over to her computer to open her Weibo. She found that Shen Hanzhan's photo had indeed caused quite a stir, with over 10,000 replies. The hottest topic at the top was about May's lead singer, Xiang Zhang. Shen Hanzhan returned from his run outside, drenched in sweat. He placed the soybean milk and youtiao on the dining table, and when he saw Wu Cece sitting in front of the computer with a frown, he couldn't help but lean over and ask, "Hey, Director Wu, which street office are you worrying about again?" Wu Cece pushed him away a bit, pointing at the comments on the screen, and replied helplessly, "For you. You casually posted a photo in Japan, and fans recognized you, making it to the trending list." Shen Hanzhan didn't care whether Wu Cece liked his sweaty self or not. In his mind, a wife who had crossed the threshold couldn't possibly disdain her husband. He directly sat down, picked her up, and placed her on his lap, holding her like a child, while scrolling down the mouse and coldly scoffing, "Damn, what's wrong with these people? I'm still alive, and they're all reminiscing about their youth, reminiscing about his aunt's husband. What a bunch of idle folks." Wu Cece frowned, feeling a bit unhappy. After waiting for a while, she suddenly grabbed the mouse and stopped, snorting, and pointed at the comments on the screen, reading them out loud in an annoyed tone. "I see you're enjoying this, huh? Look at what they're saying. That year at 17, I first heard Xiang Zhang's song. Went home feeling unwell, went to the hospital, and found out my ear was pregnant. Huh. Shindaxian, you're quite something. I didn't know singing could make someone have a love child. This was the first time Shen Han saw Wu Cece react this way. And he couldn't help but break into a brilliant smile, reaching into her shirt and laughing so hard he could barely breathe. Director Wu, did you eat some Afghan vinegar or something? Wu Cece lowered her head and didn't answer, twisting her body to try to escape his embrace. But Shen Han tightened his arms around her. Leaning down, he licked the mole behind her ear, resting by her neck, and whispered with a laugh. All right, be good. Don't fuss. Brother Shen swears by my little brother. No matter the past, present, or future, the children of the Shen family will only be yours. Okay? Wu Cece felt her face flush from his words and quickly raised her hand to cover her face, pretending to be angry. Who cares about you? Umph. It had been years since she had used a Taiwanese accent to throw a tantrum, and now that she was back at it, her tone ended up sounding somewhat spoiled. Shen Han probably had a Wu Cece voice line reactor installed in him. Hearing her voice now, he didn't even need to touch her. He instinctively stood up. In the morning, men easily get excited, and while he could barely suppress it before with running, now with Wu Cece's little movements, Shen Han directly surrendered and wasn't prepared to act like a person anymore. Wu Cece felt the pressure below and was actually quite scared, unable to help but hoarsely call out, I'm still a bit uncomfortable. Shen Han, though a bit of a brute, still cared for Wu Cece. He lifted her slightly and, without a hint of hesitation, took out his little brother, rubbing it against the skin of her inner thigh, and replied hoarsely, Don't worry. Would I hurt you? I'm just rubbing, not going in really, baby. Come on, be good. Open your legs a bit. At this moment, Wu Cece didn't have time to think about whether to believe Shen Han's words. After being on edge for a while, when he finally let out a muffled groan, her anxious heart finally calmed down. Looking at the stains on her legs, she whispered, I just took a shower. Shen Han leaned against her back to rest for a moment. Standing up, he threw her over his shoulder, walking towards the bathroom while shamelessly saying, Then let us take another bath together. Zhu Ziliang said, The meaning of life is to talk less nonsense and do more work. Deep love and misty rain are not as good as a mouse's child digging a hole. When the two of them finally got dressed and sat down to have breakfast, it was already 9 in the morning. Shen Han checked his phone, clicked his tongue a couple of times, and said, Don't worry about that Weibo thing. I've already had Lin Chen handle it. It should be sorted by this afternoon. Wu Cece took a sip of soybean milk and quietly asked him, So soon? What about all the heat from so many people? Shen Han dismissively clicked his tongue, wiped a bit of soybean milk off her mouth with his finger, tasted it, and casually told her, These things online, as long as they can be hyped up, they can naturally be suppressed. That's asset control. After saying that, he tilted his head and softly added, But I suspect this time it was that idiot Lin Shupei who did it. Last time we had dinner, I joked that your wife used to pick up clients at the square, and that kid wasn't happy at all. He kept cheating during card games. TSK. What a piece of work. Wu Cece was a bit surprised and frowned, feeling a bit angry. If you say that about Xiaosu, I'm not happy. Not to mention her man. Have you thought about it? If others indiscriminately insult me, would you be happy? Shen Han was now pleased, wiping his mouth with an angry expression. He dares. I'll make sure he regrets it. After saying that, he felt something was off and relaxed. No, I was just joking. Wu Cece stood up and silently rolled her eyes. After returning to the bedroom and changing her clothes, she decided to ignore him and went downstairs directly toward the parking lot. Shen Han had business to attend to at the company, so he dropped Wu Cece off outside the TV station and drove away. Xiao Wu saw Wu Cece come up in a makeup room and immediately approached her to whisper, Cece Jia, Director Ian wants to talk to you, but don't be scared. I've already explained it clearly on Weibo. When you go in, you must say that you and President Shen are just friends. Wu Cece was a bit confused and nodded blankly. She put down the script in her hand and turned to walk towards Ian Li's office. Ian Li was someone Wu Cece didn't interact with much, as they worked in different departments. She had joined the TV station a year earlier than Wu Cece and was now in charge of advertising and sponsorship. Young and already achieving a lot, plus coming from a good family, she was considered a figure of considerable status in the station. Wu Cece knocked on the door, received a response from inside, silently pushed the door open, sat down in front of Ian Li, and softly asked, Director Ian, you wanted to see me? Ian Li looked up from her documents, smiled, and appeared very gentle. Taking a sip of the tea in hand, she asked pointedly, "You know Shen Han?" Wu Cece didn't expect Ainley to come and ask her such a question. Remembering what Xiao Wu had said, she could only nod and reply, "Yes, I know him. We're just ordinary friends." Ainley raised her eyebrows, her mood seeming somewhat pleasant. Opening the interface on the nearby computer, she cleared her throat and said, "Xiao Wu, you are also considered a host brought up by Qiao Yunwen. Now the station values you a lot. However, since you have reached this position, you are also a public figure, so you need to pay attention to your personal life. Most of the audience of Healthy Hall are middle-aged and elderly people. Their thoughts are relatively conservative, and they find it hard to accept some new ideas, so..." Wu Cece raised her head, puzzled, and responded, "Director Ian, I don't quite understand what you're saying." Ainley chuckled and decided to drop the formalities. "I also know Shen Han. He used to call me senior. I know his family background, and helping you to move up is an easy thing for him. I also understand that this kind of atmosphere in our station has been around for a while, and you've suffered a lot because of it last time. However, this kind of thing is ultimately not in line with social morals. To put it harshly, it shouldn't be put on the table." Now Wu Cece finally understood Ainley's meaning. She thought that she was being kept by Shen Han. Sitting there, she let out a bitter laugh and was speechless for a long time. Seeing her silent, Ainley thought she was acquiescing and sneered. Taking out a document from the drawer next to her, she arrogantly told her, "You know, the day after tomorrow is the day for our station's new program Healthy Kitchen sponsor bidding, and as the host, you must attend." Wu Cece took the document in her hand and nodded expressionlessly. "I will prepare." Ainley shrugged and clapped her hands, saying, "All right, that's all I have to say. You can go now and pay attention to your identity in the future." Wu Cece stood up and felt she should say something, but after thinking for a moment, she still kept her mouth shut, took a deep breath, and left the office with her head down. Xiao Wu was eavesdropping outside, and when she saw her come out, she immediately walked over, took Wu Cece's hand, and whispered, "Cece, sister, Ainley is not a good person. Don't worry, just endure for 2 days, the day after tomorrow. I'll help you deal with her." Wu Cece didn't know why Xiao Wu said that Ainley was not a good person, as she had little interaction with Ainley. She patted her head and smiled, saying, "You have so many clever ideas." That afternoon, Shen Han went to the south due to a pharmaceutical factory issue and returned by plane on the 3rd day, just in time for the Healthy Kitchen sponsor bidding meeting. The two had just reconciled and developed a close relationship. They had indeed missed each other after not seeing each other for 2 days. Wu Cece followed the deputy station director and Qiao Yunwen, stealing glances at the impeccably dressed Shen Han. It seemed that Shen Han sensed Wu Cece's gaze. He suddenly turned his face towards her, flashing a playful smile and deliberately licking his lips, displaying a frivolous image that starkly contrasted with his perfectly tailored suit. Wu Cece took a deep breath and looked away. It wasn't until the meeting was nearly over that she found an excuse to leave the conference room and walk to the nearby restroom to wash her face. Just as she stepped inside, a pair of large hands pulled her into an embrace. Shen Han was leaning behind Wu Cece, looking quite pleased, and biting her ear. He asked in a low voice, "Mr. Shanggu after 2 days?" Wu Cece lowered her head, her face turning red, struggling and murmuring, "Let me go. This is the women's restroom." Shen Han didn't let go. Instead, he picked her up and took her directly into the adjacent stall. Closing the door, he sat on the toilet, holding Wu Cece in his arms, and slowly licked down her neck from her ear. Wu Cece felt her entire body flush, covering her mouth, only daring to make a suppressed sound. They had been reckless in public places during university, but this was the first time in such a bustling area. Wu Cece felt the buttons of her shirt being undone by Shen Han's mouth. His hot breath on her skin instantly made her weak. Leaning slightly against the man in front of her, she could only breathe lightly. Shen Han, feeling Wu Cece's skin, also couldn't control himself. He leaned in to kiss her lips, wanting to hear her make that sweet sound he loved. Just then, the restroom door was suddenly pushed open from the outside. A familiar voice came in talking on the phone. It was Ainley. Seeing Wu Cece tense up, Shen Han couldn't help but be mischievous and directly pulled open her shirt and leaned down to kiss her. Wu Cece's hands gripped Shen Han's shoulders, her lips tightly pressed together, afraid to make a sound. But Shen Han seemed to be determined not to let her have her way. seeing her holding back. He bit down on the skin in front of him. Wu Cece shivered all over and finally couldn't hold back, letting out a loud whimper. Ainley hung up the phone and was washing her hands when she heard the noise and turned around in confusion, knocking on the stall door and lightly coughing. "Is anyone in there? Are you okay?" Wu Cece took a deep breath and tremblingly replied, "No, I'm fine, Director Ian. I just accidentally bumped into something." Hearing her voice, Ainley recognized it was Wu Cece and didn't ask further. She had just received a note from Shen proposing, and her mood was quite pleasant. She didn't care about what was happening with his mistress. She responded and continued to touch up her makeup in front of the mirror, glanced around, packed her things, and turned to walk towards the AV room upstairs. Shen had thoroughly explored Wu Cece's body, and when she was teary-eyed, he finally settled down. He buttoned her shirt and rested his face next to her neck, rubbing against her like a wolf dog. Wu Cece still felt a bit weak, punching his shoulder and softly scolding, "You naughty dog, silly dog." Shen having had his fill, didn't care about Wu Cece's little temper. He grinned and leaned close to her ear, saying woof woof. When the two finally emerged from the restroom, the bidding meeting had already concluded. Lin Chun was signing contracts, and Shen told Wu Cece a few words before turning to head towards the AV room upstairs. Earlier, while sitting in the meeting room, he had received a note saying that Ian Lee wanted to see him alone in the AV room after the meeting. Although Ian Lee and Shen were not close, they were not strangers either. When Shen first entered Baik, Ian Lee was the student council president, and she had helped him numerous times to secure a rehearsal space for his band. Plus, with some connections between the Ian and Shen families, they would occasionally see each other during holidays and greet each other as senior. Unexpectedly, just as Shen found the AV room on the 12th floor, according to the note, a huge figure suddenly lunged at him. Shen instinctively kicked out, and when he saw Ian Lee lying on the ground, he felt a bit embarrassed, squatting down and awkwardly calling out, "Senior, it's you? Sorry, I didn't see you." Ian Lee got up from the ground, rubbing her possibly bruised bottom, and chuckled, pretending to be nonchalant. It's okay, I scared you, right?" Shen thought, "Isn't it true? With your height of 175 meters, who would be scared if you pounced on them?" Ainley didn't care about Shen reaction, walked over, pulled out a seat next to them, and sat down. She spoke softly. "I didn't expect that after all these years, you would still remember me." Shen scratched his head and said somewhat shyly, "Hey, I've always had a good memory for some reason since I was young. I can clearly remember which cat on the street in front of my house is purebred." Ainley awkwardly tugged at the corners of her mouth and lightly coughed. "You're still the same as before, always joking around." Shen wasn't joking at all. After frowning and worrying for a while, he decided to get straight to the point. "So, what is it that you want to talk to me about today, Senior?" Ainley looked up, smiling, and replied, I promise you." Shen was completely confused, thinking, "What the hell did I say for you to promise me?" Seeing his expression, Ainley thought he was just happy. She grabbed his hand and said, quite moved, I never thought that one day I could marry into the Shen family and become your family." Shen was stunned for several seconds after hearing her words. Then he stood up in surprise, his anger rising, and shouted, "Damn, Ainley, I didn't see that coming. I took you as a senior, and you actually want to be my stepmother." Chapter 25. Xiaowu leaned her head against the door frame and listened, feeling someone tugging her collar from behind. She quickly straightened up in a fluster. Looking up at the newcomer, she sighed, "Oh, it's you. You scared me to death." Lin Shen's face remained expressionless, as usual. Silently, he took Xiaowu's hand and walked towards the corridor. Once they were a distance away from the audiovisual room, he suddenly let go of her hand and quietly asked the person in front of him, "Do you still think what you did was clever?" Xiaowu raised her chin and didn't respond, wearing a proud and disdainful expression. She had been disapproving of Ian Lee for quite some time now. This person, divorced at 30, was psychologically twisted and would scowl at any pretty girl he saw. Even when she was just cleaning, he would nag her. Yet, this kind of person had ulterior motives and was interested in Shen Ever since she found out about Wu Cece and Shen she pretended to be indifferent on the surface, but secretly insulted Cece as a vixen. Lin Shen was unaware of the intricacies among these women. After taking a couple of steps forward, seeing that Xiao Wu still wouldn't admit her mistake, he clicked his tongue and said sternly, "By doing this, you made Yin lose face. But have you thought about the position of my boss? Have you considered Cece's situation? No matter how much you dislike her, she is still Wu Cece's superior. There are many people in your station who don't like her, but have you seen anyone else acting recklessly like you?" Xiao Wu stood there, momentarily at a loss for words. She was actually quite simple-minded. She thought that Yin treated Wu Cece that way largely because of her expectations for Shen Hanzhan. So she made a note for Shen Hanzhan to explain things clearly to her. However, she hadn't considered Cece's future situation. What if Yin really got angry and made things difficult for Wu Cece afterward? The two stood in silence for a while until the door of the audiovisual room was opened from the inside, prompting them to lift their heads again. Shen Hanzhan walked out with a grim expression and, upon seeing the people in the corridor, immediately complained, "Damn it, I've been set up today." Xiao Wu sniffed and decided to come clean. "I'm sorry, Mr. Shen, that note was passed by me." Shen Hanzhan paused for a moment, then shouted, "No wonder I thought the handwriting looked like a pig's trotters. So it was you who did it. What's wrong with you?" Xiao Wu lowered her head, her eyes turning red as she mumbled, "Mr. Shen, please talk to Director Yin. I did this alone, and it has nothing to do with Cece. Please don't make things difficult for her in the future." Shen Hanzhan was still fuming and completely ignored her. Instead, Lin Shen glanced at Xiao Wu and thought, "This guy usually seems carefree, but when she makes a mistake, she actually knows to think about others. That's new." The three stood in a standoff. Suddenly, Wu Cece came up from the stairs, saw Xiao Wu's appearance, and immediately grabbed her hand, softly asking Xia, "What's wrong?" Xiao Wu shook her head and didn't answer. Wu Cece looked at Shen Hanzhan, who was full of hostility, frowned, and asked in confusion, "Did you just scold her?" Shen Hanzhan was still angry. He loosened his tie and replied impatiently, "Yes, I scolded her." "What of it?" "She handed me a note in Yin Li's tone, asking me to come here, and then gives Yin Li a note saying I proposed to her. Isn't that crazy?" After hearing his explanation, Wu Cece suddenly remembered some things Xiao Wu had said to her 2 days ago. She sighed lightly, patted Xiao Wu's head, and looked at Shen Hanzhan calmly as she said, "Yes, Xia indeed acted thoughtlessly in this matter, but I know she did it to vent my frustration. Shen Hanzhan, there's something I need to say that you might not like. If Yin Li didn't have any feelings for you, why would she come over? And knowing she just got divorced, why would she want to meet you alone?" Shen Hanzhan didn't expect Wu Cece to shift the blame onto herself. Frowning, he exclaimed, "How the hell would I know Yin Li got divorced? I was drinking with her ex-husband last week, and that idiot was grinning like he just won 30 million. After saying this, he reached out to grab Wu Cece's hand, but she sidestepped and directly took Xiao Wu's hand, heading downstairs. Shen Hanzhan stood there in disbelief, pointing in the direction they left, and shouted at Lin Shen, "Damn it, who am I doing this for?" "Lin Shen, how did Wu Cece's brain develop? She used to think I liked you, Qing, and now she thinks I have something with Yin Li. My mom may be unreliable, but do I really look like someone who lacks maternal love?" Lin Shen coughed lightly, unconvincingly comforting him. "Boss, after all, you have this face. It's normal for your girlfriend to feel a bit jealous. Young couples fight, right?" Shen Hanzhan was still being shameless. "Do I want this face? Do you know how much trouble this face has caused me? Let us not even talk about school. I was a socialist successor, studying hard for the rise of the nation, yet a bunch of infatuated girls turned me into some kind of campus heartthrob, making me look like a panda everywhere I went. At work, any woman who hasn't gone through menopause when negotiating business looks at me more than she does the contract. Now that I finally have a girlfriend, I still have to endure this humiliation. Is it easy for me?" Lin Shen rolled his eyes in his heart, thinking, "That really sounds like you're suffering." After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, "Why don't you pretend to be sick and spit blood? I think your girlfriend is quite easy to soften up." The thought of himself spitting blood in a pitiful manner made Shen Hanzhan shudder. As he walked toward the elevator, he firmly refused, "Don't be ridiculous. Who spits blood because of love nowadays? Stop reading those unreliable novels, especially the ones by that young guy. What garbage. He's a total lunatic. Let me tell you, Lin Shen, we men can admit when we're wrong, but we have to maintain our dignity. Those who spit blood for love are just fake, either idiots or heart patients." Lin Chun awkwardly nodded, thinking, who was that idiot who drunkenly clung to me in Switzerland? Shouting for Wu Cece to smile at you all night? Shen Han couldn't hear Lin Chen's inner thoughts, feeling that his image had never been so grand. Ainley came out of the audiovisual room and returned to the office, having gained a general understanding of the situation. There were quite a few bruises on her body, but the pain was numbed by her consciousness. Looking at the dolphin toy on the desk, only a trace of confusion remained in her eyes. Her feelings for Shen Han were not deep. If anything, it was more like a fleeting schoolgirl crush based on his reputation, half a trend and half a joke. Hardly a fixation. However, once a woman divorces, her enthusiasm for love inevitably becomes somewhat different from others. Ainley grew up spoiled by her family. She once demanded that her love be perfect, not allowing any grievances to exist within it. After 4 years of marriage, the passion faded, and not being able to have children made her feel that marriage was tasteless. Thus, she walked confidently into the Civil Affairs Bureau in 12-centimeter heels, raising her divorce certificate and shouting about priceless freedom and understanding. But after the divorce, Ainley suddenly felt lost. A 30-year-old woman, past her youthful exuberance, still lacked the peace to look down on everything. The turbulent waves within her could not be completely exhausted by career achievements. So she waited for love again, looking at fresh bodies, filled with unspoken jealousy and desire. This was a very contradictory psychology. When Wu Cece knocked on Ainley's office door, Ainley was organizing the documents on her desk. She looked up at the visitor, nodded, and said, "Sit down." Wu Cece took a deep breath, sat down, crossed her fingers over her chest, and spoke with a dry voice. "Director Ian, that incident was caused by the child under me, and, as her supervisor, I am willing to take full responsibility." Ainley remained silent, looking at the documents in her hand. She raised an eyebrow and asked, "You and Shen Han are not in a relationship of dependency, right? You are dating, aren't you?" Wu Cece was slightly taken aback, not expecting Ainley to ask such a question at that moment. She lowered her head and replied softly, "Yes." Ainley put down what she was holding, looked at Wu Cece's face, and asked in confusion, "Then why didn't you oppose what I said that day and argue with me?" Wu Cece pursed her lips, raised her head, and replied calmly, "Because if a person has a preconceived notion, then no matter how you argue, it sounds like sophistry. My grandmother used to say that things done with a clear conscience will naturally yield results over time." After hearing Wu Cece's response, Ainley was silent for a moment and suddenly smiled. She stood up, walked in front of Wu Cece, leaned against the desk, sighed lightly, and said, "Wu Cece, you are very lucky to have met Shen Han." Wu Cece was somewhat confused and looked at the person in front of her with a puzzled expression. Ainley smiled slightly and carefully took off her work badge hanging on her chest. She looked out the window, revealing a smile of relief, sighed, and told her, "I will resign next week." Wu Cece was taken aback, standing up in disbelief, her face filled with surprise. "Director Ian, it has nothing to do with you, or rather, it is precisely this incident that has given me a new perspective on myself." Ainley interrupted what Wu Cece might have said. "I am 30 years old this year, not old but no longer young. The previous failed family marriage left me somewhat disappointed, and I even began to become like a bitter woman in the emptiness of being single, jealous of young and beautiful girls, maliciously speculating about others' motivations. But I was not like this before. After talking with Han today, I suddenly remembered that I actually always had things I wanted to do." Wu Cece stood there, looking at her toes, her mind still buzzing with thoughts. Ainley turned back to her seat, put the dolphin toy on the table in her bag, a gift from an old lover she hadn't seen in years. They had loved each other deeply during college, but after graduation, they parted ways, one going to Africa and the other staying in North City, living far apart with no news. Wu Cece did not expect this matter to have such a result. She raised her head, still carrying deep guilt on her face. "Director Ian, are you really decided to leave?" Ainley nodded and replied, "Yes. I am ready to face some things I didn't want to face before. Just like you said, for things done with a clear conscience, I must ask time for a result, right?" Wu Cece's thoughts were still chaotic even after she went downstairs. When she saw Xiao Wu walking toward her, she took a deep breath, calmed her emotions, and softly told her, "Xiao Wu, next week, I should go back to Taiwan." Xiao Wu was a bit surprised, furrowing her brows and taking her hand with concern. Are you sure you want to go? What about your dad? Wu Cece nodded and replied, Yes, I have decided. Don't worry, I plan to have Hanzhan go with me to visit my mom and grandma's graves. Xiao Wu, hearing this, lowered her head and did not oppose any further. She only glanced at Shen Hanzhan, who was walking back and forth with his head down outside the building, and couldn't help but secretly laugh. At this moment, Wu Cece felt a sense of clarity. But Shen Hanzhan was struggling, having just pretended to be an emotional master, and now was at a loss about how to apologize to Wu Cece. Fortunately, the security guard noticed Shen Hanzhan's distress. He approached him and told him with camaraderie that a new ice cream flavor had come out at the dessert shop outside the TV station, with a fancy name, Cecilia, which Wu Cece particularly liked, urging him to hurry and go get it. Shen Hanzhan nodded in thanks and ran towards the shop. However, there were quite a few students there, and two of them recognized Shen Hanzhan and asked him if he was the popular Xiangzhang from Weibo. Shen Hanzhan's face darkened, and he couldn't help but scold, What Xiangzhang? I'm not an idiot. Thus, he didn't get the ice cream and ended up making a fool of himself. Lin Chun had to step in instead. Unexpectedly, the new ice cream flavor was quite popular, and by the time it was Lin Chen's turn, it had already sold out. Shen Hanzhan was anxiously scratching his head, shouting into the phone, then asked if there are any other similar flavors like Shakespeare. The staff awkwardly replied, We only have Cecilia as the new flavor. Shen Hanzhan clicked his tongue and said, Then just get whatever to mix it. So when Wu Cece came out of work, she looked up and saw Shen Hanzhan waiting for her with a colorful ice cream bucket. She cleared her throat and walked over, pretending to be surprised. Is this for me? Shen Hanzhan proudly replied, Of course, this is the new flavor I made for you. Ethiopia? Wu Cece couldn't help but burst out laughing at his name. Then she thought about it and quickly suppressed her laughter, took it over, got into the car, and silently started eating. Shen Hanzhan usually didn't like sweets, but seeing Wu Cece licking the ice cream, he felt a bit itchy inside. When the traffic light turned red, he immediately leaned over and whispered, Hey, Director Wu, can I have a bite of Libya? Well, in the blink of an eye, he had eaten half of Africa. Wu Cece held back her laughter and offered the untouched side. But Shen Hanzhan was particularly shameless, only licking the places Wu Cece had already licked, leaving a big bite mark, and then he had to say, Sweet, I've never had anything this sweet. Wu Cece's face turned red, and she quickly pulled it back. Ignoring him, Shen Hanzhan also knew his limits, taking advantage of the situation without being too presumptuous. When the two returned to the apartment, Wu Cece had already finished her ice cream. Once inside, Shen Hanzhan immediately transformed into a big dog, hugging Wu Cece's little arms and legs, and pretended to reflect. Director Wu, I said the wrong thing today. You were called my mistress, and it must have felt bad. I was foolish and didn't consider your noble character. Can the organization give me a chance? I will definitely enrich my ideological realm and ensure this doesn't happen again. Wu Cece snorted, breaking free from his embrace, and softly replied, No, I think it's quite good. Where else can others find such a handsome sugar daddy? After saying that, she put on her slippers and walked directly to the kitchen to start cooking. Shen Hanzhan was at a loss, so he could only call his married friend Yuan Sheng for advice. At that moment, Yuan Sheng was watching a Korean drama with his wife. Upon hearing Shen Hanzhan's words, he immediately came up with a suggestion. Just go with her attitude. Nowadays, most women like domineering COs. Really, maybe your fresh little girl likes that too. Shen Hanzhan sat on the sofa with a confused expression, shamelessly asking then, How should I act like a domineering CEO? Yuan Sheng thought for a moment, recalling the novels and TV shows he had watched with his wife, and uncertainly suggested, for example, say to her, Woman, don't easily challenge me. Shen Hanzhan was very puzzled and asked, Challenge me? Challenge what? Break a stone on my chest. Yuan Sheng clicked his tongue and couldn't help but educate. This is a line in a specific context. Do you understand the context? For example, if she tells you to get lost, you just push her against the wall and say that. Based on my past experience, it's definitely effective. At this moment, Yuan Sheng's wife, Liang Yun, also came out of the kitchen. Hearing their conversation, she immediately ran over to join in. You don't understand. Women like to feel controlled. You need to have that aura of you can't live without me. For instance, in a novel I read yesterday, there was a line, Woman, wake up. I command you to wake up now. This kind of domineering, unwavering love really makes a girl's heart flutter. Shen Hanzan thought for a moment and replied with a face full of disdain. What nonsense is that? Is the person he likes in a crematorium? Liang Yin felt she couldn't communicate with Shen Hanhan, so she threw down her phone and went to tease their son. Yuan Sheng took the phone, flipped through a couple of pages of his wife's non-mainstream quotes, suddenly chuckled, cleared his throat, and read, "It's getting cold. Let the Wang family go bankrupt." Shen Hanzan silently asked, "Did someone surnamed Wang steal from your family?" Yuan Sheng perhaps also found it hard to look at side, and continued searching. Suddenly, he saw something, slapped his thigh, and excitedly exclaimed, "This one is good. This one is perfect for your situation. Let me read it to you. You poor little girl, clearly you have nothing, but why can't I let you go? How infuriating." Yes, infuriating. That infuriating must reflect your inner struggle and helplessness, making her feel your deep love. Shen Hanzan thought for a long time. Just when Yuan Sheng thought he would finally take his advice, the man suddenly muttered, "Is this guy from the Poverty Alleviation Office?" Yuan Sheng was truly exasperated by Shen Hanshan's stubborn brain, lying on the sofa and shouting, "Is your brain the brain of a normal person?" Shen Hanzan was still unconvinced, shouting, "What does your wife usually read? Such high ideological awareness?" He couldn't be blamed, right now. Shen Hanzan's mind was replaying a story titled "The Dominant Director Falls in Love with Me," the glorious light of the Poverty Alleviation Office. Huang Fu Tsuehua and Xin Yuan Guzi's life and death love. Wu Cixi came out of the kitchen, looked at Shen Hanzan on the sofa, and approached him, deliberately acting coy. "Mr. Shen, could you please help me buy 2 pieces of ginger and a bottle of rice wine?" Shen Hanshan's body tingled, grabbing her waist, and immediately replied, Bye. Whatever my wife wants." Wu Cixi kicked him. "Mr. Shen, I'm still your mistress now." Shen Hanzan was pushed to the door by Wu Cixi, who was looking all charming. The two were being affectionate for a while, but Wu Cixi couldn't take it anymore, seeing the soup about to boil over. She couldn't help but shout, "Hurry up and leave. I don't want to see you." Shen Hanshan's whole body trembled, thinking, "No, I'm the domineering CEO now. I need to make Director Wu's heart race." So he took a deep breath, waved his hand, and shouted, "Then I'll roll out. How infuriating." After saying that, he raised his head and with a bang, closed the door with a righteous expression. Chapter 26. Returning from outside. Wu Cixi had already prepared all the hot dishes and placed them on the dining table. Shen Hanzan lightly coughed, walked into the kitchen, put down the ginger and rice vinegar he had bought, and reached around Wu Cixi's waist from behind, whispering in her ear, "I saw that annoying neighbor of yours again when I went downstairs just now. That guy shot me a glance. He must still be trying to get close to Lao Bai." Wu Cixi, mixing the cold dishes in her hands, responded with a nonchalant not really engaging. So, Shen Hanzan, unhappy about being ignored, directly bit her ear, "So you should just move in with me. My place in Hong District is not far from your TV station. And there's a swimming pool. We can do whatever we want there. The environment is way better than your shabby neighborhood." Wu Cixi pretended not to understand, lowering her head and asking, "Are you saying you dislike it here?" Shen Hanzan immediately corrected her, No. I just think this shabby neighborhood isn't suitable for a little fairy like you. Really, our director Wu has such a high profile. At night, standing by the window, surrounded by all this mundane stuff, it pains me to see. Moreover, you don't know, the old man downstairs who plays chess is terrible at it, always taking back moves. And he doesn't wash his hands after digging his feet. His heart is too malicious. Wu Cixi smiled helplessly. She didn't know where Shen Hanzan had picked up these observations about common folk. She sighed and brought the last cold dish to the table. Opening the rice wine cap, she poured a little into the soup pot. She scooped rice for 2 from the rice cooker, pulled out a chair, sat down, and quietly said to him, "The environment here might not be good for you, but this is how ordinary people live. We need firewood, rice oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea. Missing any one of these is not okay. Besides, I've already paid a whole year's rent, and if I move out midway, I really can't bear it." Shen Hanzan exclaimed, "What's there to be reluctant about? Xiaowu can still live here, right? Besides, Lin Chen's teenage cousin just ran away from home in Switzerland to find him, and he's also looking for a place to hide." Wu Cixi asked in surprise, Are you suggesting Lin should move in here with Xia? That's not good. Xia is a girl and not married yet. Shen Hanzhan picked a piece of cabbage heart and chewed it, thumping his chest in assurance. Don't worry. I know Lin Shen's character. He's not interested in women at all. Wu Cixi was slightly taken aback and cautiously asked, Lin Shen, is he gay? Shen Hanzhan clicked his tongue and chuckled. What are you thinking, you artist? That guy grew up without a father, and his mother is a barmaid. So he's used to the world of romance and doesn't care about relationships between men and women. This was the first time Wu Cixi heard about Lin Shen's family situation, and she couldn't help but feel a bit of sympathy. Lowering her head, she poked at the rice in her bowl and said softly, Then I need to think about it some more. Even if I do decide to move, it has to wait until next week when I return from Taiwan. Shen Hanzhan paused, swallowed the half-chewed food in his mouth, and asked in surprise, You're going back to Taiwan? Wu Cixi nodded and looked at him, asking, Yes, I'm planning to ask the team leader for a few days off tomorrow. Do you want to go with me? Shen Hanzhan couldn't possibly not go. He would love to row a little boat directly over. Grinning, he shamelessly replied, Of course. Hey, this time, can we settle the marriage issue? Look, I'm almost 30, Director Wu. If you don't give me a title soon, I think even heaven can't stand it. After saying this, he put down his bowl and seriously asked, By the way, what is your family like? I'll have someone prepare a meeting gift. You just tell your brother. Even if they like pandas, I can steal one. At most, I'll just have to squat for 2 or 3 years. Wu Cixi smiled lightly, directly picking up a piece of meat and stuffing it into his mouth, mumbling, You just keep talking. My family isn't that big, and there aren't many people I can take you to meet, so there's no need for any expensive gifts. Shen Hanzhan certainly wouldn't let her off that easily. He has a strong territorial awareness. Like most animals, once they mark their territory, they still have to bury some earth over it. As long as Wu Cixi hasn't officially become Mrs. Shen, he won't feel at ease. Fortunately, Wu Cixi was unaware of Shen Hanzhan's thoughts. Otherwise, she would surely have kicked him again. The next day, in Xiao Yunwen's office, Wu Cixi handed in her leave request for the following week. Xiao Yunwen saw Wu Cixi, nodded in greeting, and then remembered something, waving her hand and saying, Oh, Cixi, this afternoon, take Xia and Qin Shaoran to Hongshan International to deliver a return gift. This was supposed to be done by Director Yin and Xiao Qin, but Director Yin suddenly resigned. And since you and President Shen have some personal connections, the deputy station decided to let you handle it. Hongshan International is Shen Hanzhan's company. The station had previously had similar precedents, as long as the final contract amount signed by the sponsor reached a certain value. The station would send 1 or 2 people to visit in person, both to express gratitude and for potential future cooperation. Wu Cixi looked at the document in her hand, nodded, and quietly agreed. After leaving Xiao Yunwen's office, she walked ahead with her head down, not expecting to bump into someone's arm just after turning a corner. Yuan Ming turned around with an unhappy face, and when she saw who had bumped into her, her expression darkened even more. With a cold laugh, she said, Oh, isn't this our proud Wu to host? I heard your new show got the biggest sponsorship from the station. Wu Cixi hadn't encountered Yuan Ming for quite a while. Hearing her jealous words now, she had no intention of getting into a conflict, so she simply acknowledged her with an and walked forward without giving her a glance. Yuan Ming, who had always looked down on Wu Cixi because of her youth and background, felt even more dissatisfied when ignored. Unable to help herself, she stood there and shouted at her, Pa, what a thing. You acted so high and mighty in front of your lover, yet behind the scenes, you're relying on sleeping around to get sponsorship. Wu Cixi was somewhat surprised and stopped. It turned out Yuan Ming mistook her boyfriend in shorts for Shen Hanzhan, the president of Hongshan International. Stepping closer, she burst into laughter, patted her shoulder, and quietly replied, Didn't you say before that if you have the ability, you should let me find a man willing to spend money on me? Why are you so angry now that I've found one? Yuan Ming was momentarily taken aback by her words, stammering for a long time before slapping her hand away, forcing a smile as she said, I'm not angry. I'm happy for you. You found a fool who would spend money on an old woman after just a few nights. Wu Cixi shrugged nonchalantly and replied, A boyfriend is a boyfriend. No matter how foolish, I have to indulge him. But it's not just a few nights. After saying that, she leaned close to Yuan Ming's ear and, with a teasing tone, whispered, We've been sleeping together since university. and we'll keep sleeping together in the future. Yuan Meng was stunned by her words, hoarsely asking you, "What did you say?" Wu Cece straightened up, still wearing a faint, calm smile, and replied peacefully, "Although you rushed to recognize my man as your dad that day, I don't want to acknowledge you as my daughter." After saying this, she raised her fist and encouraged her with a go for it, then instantly cooled her expression and turned to continue walking downstairs. Wu Cece never expected that one day she would say such things. But what's strange is that saying this kind of thing doesn't actually feel bad. In fact, one might even say there's a certain unknown ease and joy to it. The changes brought by love are many, and one of them is what people call a sense of belonging. Because there is someone to rely on, because there is someone who loves you, a person can become more confident, or rather, she can gradually stop caring about everything outside and face the true self within. After finishing the program in the afternoon and coming out of the studio, Qin Xiaoran was already waiting for Wu Cece in the makeup room, holding something. Qin Xiaoran used to follow Ainley around, and she had heard Ainley mention Wu Cece a bit and also knew about her relationship with Shen Hanzhan. Seeing Wu Cece come out, she quickly jogged up to her and asked cautiously, "Sister Wu, can we go over now?" Wu Cece glanced at her phone and smiled, "Sure, let's go." After saying that, she patted Xiao Wu's head beside her, and the three of them packed their things and went downstairs to the taxi waiting outside. Hongshan's company building was bought by Shen Hanzhan from his second uncle last year. The location is quite bustling and looks stylish. However, Wu Cece usually dresses casually after work, mostly in a t-shirt and ordinary sneakers, which makes her seem a bit out of place in such a setting. As the group walked into the reception hall on the first floor, the security guard at the entrance took a special look at them, especially at Xiao Wu, who seemed to be quite eye-catching with a few yellow talismans on her backpack, giving off a vibe that suggested she was either there to cause trouble or perform some sort of ritual. The young receptionist was quite pretty and had a sweet voice, but her gaze towards Wu Cece held a subtle scrutiny. Taking advantage of the moment when Lin Chun came down, Wu Cece pulled Xiao Wu to sit down on the sofa in nearby hall. Xiao Wu often visited various places, but she had never entered such an office building before. Leaning against Wu Cece, she quietly asked, "Sister Cece, are there monsters in this building? Why do those two receptionists look at us so strangely?" Qin Xiaoran had been to such places with Ainley before, so she knew a bit about the mindset of receptionists. She cleared her throat and quietly replied, "They might be talking bad about Sister Wu. It's been spreading online that Mr. Shen sponsored Healthy Kitchen because Sister Wu is his, mistress." Wu Cece calmly took in what Qin Xiaoran dare not say, her expression unchanged as if she didn't care at all. However, Xiao was not pleased. She had a fiery temper and couldn't stand injustice. In her heart, Wu Cece was kind and gentle. Even her way of speaking was soft and gracious, like a little fairy coming across the strait to save her. Seeing her being slandered felt like someone had mistreated her own Xiao. She stood up and walked towards the reception desk. The two receptionists were currently busy writing, and didn't T notice her approach, chatting casually. "Is she really Mr. Shen's mistress? She doesn't look like the photos on Weibo. Those pictures must have been edited. She looks pretty ordinary in real life. I think she's quite nice, has a good temperament. She's a TV host, and my mom loves her show." Host? I think she looks really short, probably no more than 1.6 meters. There are plenty of women in our company taller than her. "Hey, you two gossips." Xiao Wu couldn't help but shout. Her voice was loud and commanding, and her stance carried the aura of someone who had treated sows for years, with the yellow talismans on her back swaying and giving off a hint of professional mystique, making her look like a wise lunatic. The two receptionists immediately couldn't hold back. "Who are you? Don't you know our company doesn't allow loud noises?" Xiao Wu pointed at the woman's nose and shouted, "You plastic surgery freak. How dare you say my sister Cece looks ordinary? I think you're just a toad dreaming of eating swan meat." As her voice rang out, the two security guards who had been watching her immediately rushed over, one grabbing her left arm and the other her right, threateningly saying, "Oh, so you finally showed your true colors." Xiao Wu was confused and shouted, "What are you doing? Is this how you treat a flower of the season? Don't you have any shame?" At this moment, Wu Cece also reacted and ran towards the reception desk. Just as she took a step, a deep voice came from ahead. "What are you doing? Let her go." Wu Cece looked at the hurriedly approaching Lin Shun and felt a bit relieved. Xiao Wu, still shouting, insisted, "Let me go. I didn't do anything wrong." The two security guards loosened their grip a bit, but didn't fully let go, whispering to Lin Shen, "Mr. Lin, this girl seems to be a troublemaker, shouting here. Can't you understand human language? Let her go." Lin Shen walked over impatiently, pulled Xiao Wu out, and looked down at her defiant face, asking with annoyance, "Don't you feel uncomfortable if you don't cause trouble every day?" Xiao Wu was not going to back down, dusting off her clothes and muttering, "Who told that plastic surgery freak to talk bad about Sister Cece? If Sister Cece looks ordinary, then Mr. Shen wouldn't even look at you. What are you babbling about? Lin Shen, your company is full of bad people, and you're a big bad person leading a bunch of little ones. None of you are good." As soon as she finished speaking, the elevator dinged and opened again. Shen Han stormed out, followed by a middle-aged man in his 50s and a fashionable young woman in her 20s. Upon seeing Xiao Wu and Wu Cece, their expressions immediately darkened. The two receptionists and the security guards straightened up at once, putting on expressions of utmost dedication to the company. Shen Han glanced at Xiao Wu with a gloomy face, walked over without saying a word, and suddenly squatted down in front of Wu Cece. He picked up a half-loosened shoelace from the ground, looking worried as he exclaimed, "Xiao Wu, have you been feeding your salary to pigs? Can't you see my wife's shoelaces are loose? What if she falls?" As soon as he finished speaking, everyone around couldn't help but gasp, especially the red-lipped woman behind him, who exuded an aura of unacceptable melancholy. The middle-aged man, however, approached Wu Cece, grasped her hand, and started to shed tears. "You are Miss Wu, right? Hello. You must come to the company more often." Wu Cece thought to herself, "Old man, could you not look at me with such an ancestral recognition gaze? It's a bit scary." Lin Shen quickly explained, "Sister-in-law, the boss was in a meeting just now and was quite angry. Luckily you came in time, or the people below wouldn't know how long they would be scolded." After tying Shen Han's shoelaces, he looked up with an expression of being wronged and shouted, "Lin, enough. Do you think I'm someone who loses my temper easily? I'm usually very gentle." Xiao Wu couldn't help but laugh. Noticing everyone looking at her, she immediately stifled her laughter and pretended to shout loudly, "Mr. Shen, your company is so big and has so many beautiful girls. How come you haven't picked one to be your girlfriend? What a pity." After she said that, not only did the two receptionists perk up, but even the red-lipped woman who had been following Shen Han's back initially brightened her eyes. However, Shen Han didn't find any depth in her question at all. He frowned and replied with disgust, "Xiao Wu, is there something wrong with your brain? In a company, when people are like siblings, closing the door and touching each other's hands is just fucking incest." Chapter 27. Shen Han's words were resolute. Yet those who heard him had their own thoughts. Wu Cece lowered her head and tugged at his sleeve, a hint of displeasure on her face, as she quietly asked, "Why are you being harsh on Xiao Xia again?" Shen Han smirked, pulling her hand toward the elevator. Once the elevator doors closed, he said earnestly, "Director Wu, you don't understand. This is our way of spiritual communication. When dealing with someone like Xiao Wu, who acts like a shaman, you have to be as merciless as autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves. If you give her even a moment to breathe, she'll definitely pull you down to her level of intelligence and make you play 3 missing 1 every day." Wu Cece thought he was talking nonsense and stood there momentarily unsure how to respond. Fortunately, Xiao Wu and a few others, including Qin Xiaoran, entered the other elevator. However, Lin Shen saw Xiao Wu glancing around and felt an inexplicable discomfort, as if his own mischievous child was causing trouble. He called out, "Stand up straight. You look ridiculous, slouching around." Xiao Wu tightened her face at his shout, thinking to herself, "Is this person a street committee ant in his past life?" She straightened up with an extremely improper attitude and began to chant like a monk. "Hey, pretty sister, I see you have a lot of hair at the corners of your mouth and acne marks on your nose. You must have hormonal imbalances." The marketing department manager forced a smile, rolled his eyes, and ignored her completely. Xiao Wu wasn't upset by the disregard. She continued standing there, unwilling to be silent. "To be honest, it's not easy for you guys either. Really, following such a big shot like Shen Han, feeling unfulfilled and being controlled by your wives. He looks handsome, but he's actually the disgrace of the domineering CEO world." Although everyone in the elevator internally agreed with her words, No one dared to echo her sentiments with Lin Shen present. Fortunately, the elevator dinged and opened, breaking the momentary awkwardness inside. Xiao Wu's eyes lit up, and she darted out like a mouse. Qin Xiaoran sighed behind her and followed Lin Chun into Shun Hanshan's office. Unlike Xiao Wu, Qin Xiaoran wasn't very familiar with Wu Cixi, so she had to be cautious in her speech and actions. Although she had accompanied Ainli on a few outings before, they were mostly in the reception areas of various companies. This was her first time entering such a luxurious office. At that moment, Shun Han was leaning over his desk, moving the mouse. His face showed no particular expression. His white shirt was rolled up to his elbows, revealing the prominent bones of his wrists, creating a smooth and slender line connecting to the collar of his shirt. Looking at this, Qin Xiaoran felt her heart skip a beat. Wu Cixi was sitting on a nearby sofa, chatting with Shun Han, her eyes gentle. It seemed they were discussing something happy as they both laughed. Upon noticing the newcomers, she immediately stood up and said to Qin Xiaoran, "Take out the gift from Mr. Shun. We'll head back once we're done. He must be quite busy." Shen Han cheerfully responded, "Not busy at all, right? Engineer Liu?" Engineer Liu, over 50, had seen the ups and downs of life. The last thing he wanted was Shun Hanshan's heartfelt call. Standing there with a serious expression, he said, "Not busy? How could Mr. Shen be busy?" Wu Cixi looked at Shun Han with some confusion and asked, "Not busy? How could such a big company not be busy? You're not passing everything off to your subordinates, are you?" Wu Cixi's statement had historical context. Back when they were still in school, Shun Han was a shameless rogue. He never occupied a seat in advance in class. He always sent his little brothers to do it for him. After taking a shower, he would insist on having someone take his clothes to the dry cleaner because he thought everyone else's washing machine was dirty. The most troublesome was mealtime. Ever since Wu Cixi showcased her culinary skills in front of him, he had been pestering her every day to cook for him. But Wu Cixi wasn't there to feed pigs. She would cook for him when she felt good and ignore him when she was in a bad mood. Shun Han had sulked for a long time because of this, but eventually his mother, Director Liang, cleverly took matters into her own hands, cooking for him herself and giving him a large thermos filled with layers of potatoes and rice. After a week of eating the same thing, he finally got over his picky eating habits. At this moment, Shun Han suddenly stiffened, hurriedly tugging at his tie, awkwardly saying, "Who said that? I actually handle everything myself. I guess I'm a bit busy, right, Engineer Liu?" Engineer Liu was now anxious. He was a medical engineering technician, not someone who dresses in a long gown to perform divination. He had never seen someone as flamboyant as Shen Han. Hearing his question, he quickly looked at Lin Chun. His eyes filled with helplessness and cried out, "Lin, help! Am I busy or not?" Lin Chun waved his hand, signaling him to step outside first, then cleared his throat to ease the tension. "Why don't you take your wife to look around the company first? I'll talk to Miss Qin for you." Upon hearing this, Shen Han immediately walked up and patted Lin Chen's arm, his eyes filled with praise and camaraderie. "I knew you'd understand me." Wu Cixi was a bit puzzled as she followed Shen Han out of the office. She looked up and asked, "What is there to see in your company?" Shen Han clicked his tongue and replied, "You wouldn't understand. I have a business trip tomorrow and one TCU for 2 or 3 days. You come to my company, so of course I want to show you around. Have you ever seen a boss's wife not visiting the store? By the way, Cece, do you like looking at bacterial culture dishes?" Shun Hanshan's company primarily dealt with medical devices and pharmaceuticals, so there were plenty of these odd items. Wu Cixi interrupted him in horror, grabbing his hand and pointing up the stairs, saying seriously, "Let us just go upstairs and take a look." Shen Han looked up and showed a hint of disappointment, quietly saying, "The upstairs is just a machine room, filled with the company's data distribution machines. It's not interesting." Wu Cixi interrupted his words firmly. "No, I think it's great. At least it's better than the parasite observation room or bacterial culture dishes." Seeing her insistence, Shun Han had no choice but to obediently take Wu Cixi upstairs. The machine room was usually quite dim, with the blue light from the machines casting an ambiguous glow on them. After walking around for a while, Shen Han found himself getting a bit restless. As they turned a corner, he couldn't resist pressing her against the wall, leaning down to kiss Wu Cixi while keeping an eye out for the sudden appearance of Supervisor Zhu. Supervisor Zhu was the current head of the machine room. around 40 years old, serious and upright. She had grown up in seclusion with her scientist parents and continued to immerse herself in the world of science after earning her medical doctorate. Not only was she muscular, but her eyes also sparkled with wisdom. She once told others that she had mastered the great song of yin and yang union and could tell from a man's walking posture whether he was a virgin or experienced. The men in the company feared her greatly, including Shen, who often ran away at the sight of her. Once, an old pug belonging to the security guard got lost, and Supervisor Zhu found the poor thing gasping for breath in the grass of the parking lot. The old man held her hand, wanting to speak but bursting into tears instead. Supervisor Zhu simply advised him in a deep voice when a dog goes into heat, it should be neutered. Thus, the men in the company held onto their pants even tighter. In their eyes, any animal that could get aroused by female beings would be humanely eliminated by Supervisor Zhu. Fortunately, the old man eventually presented her with a banner, gradually easing their fears. Because Supervisor Zhu feels he has received supreme praise, the large characters on the plaque read, "Virtue and art in harmony. Save my dog's life." At this moment, Shen is holding Wu Cece, looking at the virtuous and artistic Supervisor Zhu with a bit of undisclosed panic in his eyes. He blocks Wu Cece's body, trying to act indifferent. But Supervisor Zhu stands there, his eyes sharp, seeing through the inner turmoil, panic, and melancholy of his boss. With a serious expression, he tells him, "Mr. Shen, even if you are joking, the beauty behind you cannot be ignored. Generally speaking, personal preferences do not fall within the scope of my condemnation. But developing sexual desires in such a place, I think that is a problem that needs treatment." The consequence of this incident is that Wu Cece completely ignored Shen for 3 days. No replies to texts, no answers to calls. And when Shen returned from a business trip to pick her up after work, she merely got in the car, silently, without saying much. It wasn't until a week later, when they booked their tickets to Taiwan, that Wu Cece's anger gradually subsided, and her expression softened a bit. However, when she arrived at the airport, she realized that what was supposed to be a simple trip for two had unexpectedly turned into a spring outing for 6 elementary school students. The additional 4 people were the couple Yuan Sheng and Liang Yun, as well as the excited Xia Wu, who was carrying a little student water bottle, and the indifferent Lin Shun. Wu Cece felt the need for some quiet time. She put down her luggage, took a deep breath, and turned to walk towards a restroom on the 2nd floor. It wasn't that she disliked these people. It was just that she had some past matters to deal with in Taiwan concerning family privacy, which was difficult to mention. As she sighed silently, just as Wu Cece stepped into the corridor on the 2nd floor, a familiar figure suddenly caught her eye. She saw a man whose profile closely resembled Shen Shan's, standing by the floor-to-ceiling glass window in the corridor, talking on the phone with an impatient expression, softly muttering, Okay, I'll find a way to get rid of her later, so stop urging me." Wu Cece felt a daze sweep over her. Entering the restroom and watching the water flow from the faucet, she kept recalling the man's appearance, especially the earring on his right ear that matched her memory perfectly, leaving her momentarily speechless. It wasn't until someone patted her shoulder that Wu Cece finally snapped back to reality, looking at the woman beside her in the mirror, pausing for a moment before softly saying, "Yu Qing, long time no see." Yu Qing's face had already shown some signs of aging. She smiled slightly at her and lowered her head, saying, "You're quite famous now." Wu Cece couldn't grasp her meaning, only nodding and directly asking, "The person I saw you kissing back then wasn't Shen right?" Yu Qing was slightly taken aback and suddenly laughed. "What? You saw Liang Jin?" Although Wu Cece had a rough guess about the past the moment she saw that man, hearing Yu Qing's casual acknowledgement still stirred her emotions, prompting her to question, "What's the point of doing this?" Yu Qing looked at the person in front of her, suddenly falling silent. She averted her gaze, pulling at the corner of her mouth, and softly replied, "Who knows? Now that you know, and you and Shen are back together, why bother asking about this?" Wu Cece simply couldn't understand Yu Qing's mindset. Biting her lip fiercely, she looked up and asked, "Why? How many years can a person's youth be misunderstood? Since you speak so lightly of everything, then why are you with that man now?" Yu Qing chuckled lightly and replied, "Yes, we are together again. What do you want? An apology? Fine, sorry, Cece." Because of my joke back then, you and Hans separated. How about that? Is it enough? Wu Cece looked at the woman in front of her, feeling it was unreasonable. You? How can someone like you be liked by anyone? Are you sure Liang Zhen is genuinely with you? Yu Qing's expression suddenly darkened at Wu Cece's words. A hint of gloom in her voice as she said, Wu Cece, don't push your luck. If it weren't for me, you would have been completely taken by your brother, Shen long ago. Do you really think he is a good person? Can you still be with Shen Han like this? Wu Cece raised her hand, pointing at her heart, and asked word by word, Yu Qing, I didn't understand you before, and I still don't understand you now. I don't get why you think I must be your enemy. Most of the time, a woman's enemy isn't another woman. We've all felt loss over unrequited love. Does that give you the right to indulge yourself, ignoring everything else, or justifiably destroy someone else's feelings? Yu Qing suddenly swung her hand to push Wu Cece away, showing a look of disgust, leaving behind a dismissive remark as she turned to leave. Wu Cece stood there for a while, and when a mother and daughter entered the restroom, giggling, she finally pulled herself out of her previous emotions. Dazed, she went downstairs, watching the comings and goings in the hall, taking a deep breath and closing her eyes. It wasn't until Xiao Wu called her name with a smile that she opened her eyes again and laughed along with them. There are always too many misunderstandings in this world, disappointments, missed opportunities, and unforgivable moments, each with its own size. But it's comforting to know that life is fair to everyone. For things done with a clear conscience, time will always provide an answer. Wu Cece has made mistakes, lost her temper, and even paid the price of time for some foolish thoughts. But fortunately, the person who loves her is still waiting for her. When they meet again, perhaps their appearances have changed, but they can still say to each other without any grudges, I like you too. This is not an easy thing. After all, for most people, looking back is a fragmented reminiscence rather than a complete reunion. Shen Han was unaware of what Wu Cece had just experienced. He was just a rough man who never liked to dwell on past matters. At this moment, he had just successfully completed the registration process. Glancing over, he noticed that Yuan Sheng's luggage had triggered the alarm for prohibited items, and he immediately walked over, grinning and asking with glee, What is going on, old Yuan? Are you planning to bring explosives to reclaim the treasure island? Your ideological awareness is quite high. Yuan Sheng didn't bother to respond, frowning and murmuring, It's nothing serious. After saying that, his expression suddenly tightened, and he lightly coughed, saying, Excuse me, miss. I think I might have indeed left something inside and forgot to take it out. I'll get it now. The ground staff, accustomed to dealing with all sorts of eccentricities, had developed a perfect smile over the years. Upon hearing his words, she immediately nodded and replied, Thank you for your cooperation. After that, she opened the nearby barrier to let Yuan Sheng through. Unexpectedly, Shen Han, who was shamelessly enjoying the spectacle, squeezed in as well. Like a monkey, he reached out to open the luggage, revealing a pink, seemingly high-end lithium battery adult toy. Although Liang Yin had turned over a new leaf after many years of being non-mainstream, she was still a rather shy girl. Seeing that item being held up by Shen Han with a wicked smile, she quickly grabbed her bag and aimed it at Yuan Sheng's head. Yuan Sheng felt more wrong than Dou-yi. He and Liang Yin had been a long-time couple, and usually they were quite uninhibited privately. But he had never seen her act like this. Holding the stick in his arms, he turned to chase after her, shouting, Wife, this isn't my fault. It's all that shameless Shen's doing. We agreed to not get angry in public and to steadfastly be each other's angels. But Liang Yun's grandfather practiced martial arts and taught her various grappling techniques early on. At this moment, she showed no mercy to the pursuing Yuan Sheng, directly throwing him to the ground with a shoulder throw and coldly said, Get lost. Yuan Sheng got up from the ground, rubbed his sore, and looked extremely aggrieved. What does she mean? Just last night she said she wanted to be my invisible wings, but today she's being so harsh on me. It's just a fake stick. Is it really worth getting this angry over? Shen Han stood calmly in place, patted his back, and gently advised, Your wife's non-mainstream taste really hasn't changed for decades, but you shouldn't bother with any invisible wings. At most, you're just a salt-baked chicken wing, and it's expired at that. It's not even as practical as that thing in your hand. As soon as he finished speaking, someone's phone suddenly rang nearby, playing Liang Jingru's song Breakup Happy. The melody was beautiful and heart-wrenching, making people feel sad. Hearing that sound made Yuan Sheng even more sorrowful. He covered his bruised butt and cried out bitterly, "You beast! Your own wife doesn't read CEO novels, and you still don't want my wife to read them? Ugh! I should have known better than to come with you. Damn, it hurts so much. That throw just now was meant to kill me." Shen Han sympathetically told him, "It's okay, old Yuan. You've been through this too. Stay calm. What are these setbacks? Didn't you hear the song say, as long as you love the wrong person, every day is tomb sweeping day? Look on the bright side. As a man, you just have to endure." Yuan Sheng's vision went dark, and he stood up and kicked him on the butt. "Screw you." Chapter 28. Fortunately, Shen Han reacted quickly, dodging Yuan Sheng's large feet with a twist. The two had just started to mess around and hadn't made it to the waiting lounge when a 23 or 24-year-old Taiwanese girl floated over from the regular check-in counter. She was dressed up and stood over 1.7 meters tall, wearing small sunglasses indoors, looking somewhat like a determined person with a disability. At first, the woman glanced at Shen Han's VIP counter with a hint of admiration in her eyes. But when she tilted her head and saw Wu Cece and Xiao Wu's attire, a clear disdain immediately rose in her eyes as she quietly muttered into her phone, "All right, I'm almost there. I want to go back early too. The air here is terrible. Every breath feels like sand. I wouldn't be here if it weren't for work." Shen Han and Yuan Sheng immediately felt displeased upon hearing this. Who were they? They had grown up as staunch patriots, and even when they were young and clueless, they would take a paper towel from the restroom at McDonald's to take home. The two exchanged glances, and Shen Han cleared his throat and walked over first. Leaning against the counter in front of the woman, he smiled and said, "Beautiful lady, let me upgrade your seat. It's not fitting for someone as pretty as you to sit in economy class." Shen Han was a platinum member of the airline and had just communicated with the ground staff, discovering that there were indeed 2 business class seats available. The woman initially thought Shen Han was quite handsome, and upon closer inspection, she realized he was also from a wealthy family, which made her even happier inside. After a moment of pretentiousness, she took off her sunglasses and smiled politely. "Oh, you shouldn't have." Shen Han was nearly frightened to shout grandma at her terrifying false eyelashes. Taking a deep breath, he forced a smile and replied, "Not at all. It's just a small favor." Thus, the woman was tricked into business class by Shen Han. At first, the group was quite pleasant, asking about professions, discussing dreams, and sharing little jokes. But once the plane took off, problems arose immediately. Yuan Sheng, sitting to the left of the girl, suddenly pulled out a large speaker phone from his pocket and pressed it down, playing the Great Compassion mantra on repeat like brainwashing. Meanwhile, Lin Shun, sitting to her right, also pulled out a phone and started playing the Heart Sutra. The worst was Shen Han, who sat behind her with his legs crossed, downloading the core socialist values and playing it on repeat above his head without interruption. The woman was nearly driven mad by this group. Realizing she had boarded a pirate ship, she couldn't help but seek help from the flight attendant. However, the flight attendant couldn't control the passenger's personal behavior and could only softly advise Shen Han and the others to lower the volume a bit. Shen Han nodded in agreement, then turned to switch the socialist core values to the 8 honors and 8 shames, and shamelessly shouted, "Change it up." Thus, a 3.5-hour journey ensued. The woman endured at least 2 hours of the Great Compassion mantra, and by the time she disembarked at Taiyuan Airport, her head was filled with that hypnotic and patriotic voice. Wu Cece watched her leave in a daze and felt quite sympathetic, pulling Shen Han's hand and whispering, "That's enough." Shen Han shrugged and replied arrogantly, "I don't mind if someone doesn't like the mainland, but I can't stand people who make money from the mainland while cursing it." Wu Cece knew she couldn't argue with him, so she sighed and let it go. The Wu family's old house was deep in the mountains, and it took quite some time to get from Taipei City. It was nearing dusk, and it was drizzling a bit, so the group decided to stay at a well-known hot spring hotel in the area. Wu Cece sat in the car, looking at the familiar scenery passing by outside, feeling a long-lost nostalgia. "I haven't been here in years. Taipei hasn't changed much." Shen Han heard her and immediately grinned, wrapping his arm around her and boasting, of course. Beijing is developing much faster than your shabby Taipei. Wu Cixi fell silent for a moment and then smiled slightly. In terms of infrastructure, I think most cities in the world can't compare to Beijing. However, every city has its charm. I grew up in Taipei, and what I miss the most are the bookstores in those small alleys and the elderly selling things from their carts. Hanzhan, you grew up in Beijing. While I was born a Taiwanese, I don't seek praise for Taiwan, but I hope we can respect each other's hometowns, okay? Shen Hanzhan scratched his head and replied softly, I'm sorry, I just said that. You know how my mouth is. Wu Cixi leaned closer and interrupted him. Actually, my grandmother had a husband in the mainland when she was young, but they couldn't get married. They were separated due to the war. And she said he was very handsome. By the way, tomorrow when we go up the mountain, I'll take you to see my grandmother's old photos. Shen Hanzhan immediately nodded in agreement, pouting a bit as he said, Taiwan and the mainland should have always been one. The bones are still connected even if they're broken. My grandfather often said that. Wu Cixi snuggled closer to him, looking out the window as she replied, yes, the older generation mostly thinks that way. It's just a pity that many young people these days no longer feel a sense of belonging to the country. Shen Hanzhan tilted his head, somewhat confused, and asked why. Wu Cixi thought for a moment before answering, because the education received from a young age is different. Just like children in the mainland receive education about loving the country and the party, children in Taiwan actually receive a completely different education. When I was young, I could boldly say I was Chinese, but now many Taiwanese children no longer consider themselves Chinese. Shen Hanzhan didn't want to dwell on such heavy topics with Wu Cixi anymore, so he pulled her into his arms and shamelessly said, all right, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's just eat radishes and worry less. Anyway, you're a mainland wife now, wholeheartedly for the people. And as long as you believe in your man, Taiwan will one day return. Wu Cixi smiled and nodded, reaching out to hold his large hand covering hers. Feeling warm and secure, their car arrived a bit later than Yuan Sheng and the others. By the time they dragged their luggage down from the car, Lin Shun had already registered the rooms for everyone. He walked up to Shen Hanzhan and handed him the room card. Boss, this is your room. Yuan Sheng and Miss Liang have already gone downstairs to attend the temple fair, and they said they won't be having dinner at the hotel tonight. Shen Hanzhan nodded and took the room card, walking with Wu Cixi toward the elevator while asking, I heard the hot springs here are quite famous? Lin Shen followed behind and replied, yes, but Shen Hanzhan entered the elevator and looked at him, asking, but what? Lin Shen lowered his head and replied, but the hot springs here are public baths. Shen Hanzhan usually didn't share bath with others and found even clothes touching dirty. Frowning immediately, tell the front desk to see if they can reserve the place for us. Lin Shen acknowledged and went back down the elevator. Half an hour later, after Shen Hanzhan had been affectionate with Wu Cixi while she changed in her bathrobe, Lin Shen finally returned upstairs after communicating with the hotel. He looked at Wu Cixi in her bathrobe, blushing by the window, and cleared his throat. Boss, I've already arranged it with the hotel. From 6 to 8. We have the place reserved. Shen Hanzhan didn't care how he managed it. He hoisted Wu Cixi onto his shoulder, grinning, and immediately shouted, all right, Director Wu, let's go soak in the hot springs. Lin Shen's face showed some awkwardness again as he quietly said, Boss, although it's a public pool, the men and women are still separated. Shen Hanzhan's cheerful footsteps suddenly stopped, and his expression could be described as miserable. He carefully set Wu Cixi down and asked her insincerely, Director Wu, can you really soak in the hot spring alone? Aren't you afraid of fainting? With your small frame? I feel like something could happen. How about I secretly go over to your side? At this moment, Xiao Wu unexpectedly appeared out of nowhere, wearing a swimsuit, grinning and patting his chest, assuring, Shun, you can rest assured, I will definitely take good care of Sister Cixi. Lin Shun stood in place with a blank expression, shaking his head helplessly and saying, Boss, after all, Taiwan is not Japan. Mixed bathing is still quite rare here. Shen Hanzhan turned around, pulling the corners of his mouth into a fierce grin and shouted, Why the hell didn't you say that earlier? If I had known, I would have just soaked in the bathtub myself. Lin Shun felt quite wronged, but he had no place to voice it. He could only raise his eyebrows and turn back to the room, change his clothes, and head to the hot spring pool below. This hotel is quite high-end, and the hot spring is located halfway up the mountain, so there are few visitors. When the four of them entered, the entire hot spring pool seemed extremely quiet. Wu Cece first splashed some water on her body before cautiously sitting down. Shen Hanzhan leaned against the stone at the edge of the hot spring, listening to the sound of the water rippling, feeling as if he was floating away. Lin Shun found it somewhat unbearable to watch, rolled his eyes, and silently squatted in the pool without saying a word. But Xiao Wu, oblivious to the atmosphere, was still shouting, "Wow, Sister Cece, your skin is so nice, so smooth. Sister Cece, you have a mole on your chest. Wow, your chest can actually float. Hey, Sister Cece, why do you have a red mark on the back of your neck? Like a flower, it's really pretty." Shen Hanzhan truly couldn't stand this stimulation. He got out of the water and secretly leaned over the wooden board separating the men's and women's hot spring pools to take a look. The board was quite sturdy, but there was indeed a hole the size of a thumb in the middle. Shen Hanzhan swallowed hard and leaned over, but before he could see clearly, a round eyeball suddenly appeared in his line of sight. Startled, he fell back, landing on the ground and forcing out a dam. Xiao Wu felt quite wronged at this moment. She originally wanted to take the opportunity to sneak a peek at Lin Chun undressing, but as soon as she leaned over, she heard Shen Hanshan's tragic voice. After soaking for a while, Wu Cece felt much more comfortable and got up to walk ashore. Upon hearing Wu Cece's voice, Shen Hanshan immediately got up from the ground and walked outside. Xiao Wu heard the sound of the hot spring pool door closing and couldn't help but shout, "Hey, old Lin, did Shen leave?" Lin Shun sat expressionless in place and let out a nonchalant hum seeing this. Xiao Wu mustered up her courage and called out, "Old Lin, you said that even that idiot Shen knows how to date. Why haven't you found a girlfriend yet?" Lin Shen opened his eyes, raised an eyebrow, and asked, "Are you going to introduce me to a girlfriend? What animal are you treating?" Xiao Wu replied awkwardly, "No, I just thought I'd ask. We've all known each other for so long." Lin Shen didn't feel that he had any friendship with Xiao Wu. Just as he was about to close his eyes and continue soaking, he suddenly heard Shen Hanzhan shout loudly from outside. Hearing this, Xiao Wu quickly got out of the pool. When she ran outside, she saw Shen Hanzhan grappling with a young man with yellow hair. Wu Cece covered her chest with her bathrobe and gently pulled Shen Hanshan's hand, softly advising, "Hanshan, that's enough. He didn't do anything to me." Shen Hanshan was still unhappy, raising his fist to hit the guy again, shouting, "Fuck your mother, dare to lay hands on my person. Are you tired of living?" The person lying on the ground looked quite young, and two younger guys were lying beside him, each coming up to shout, You mainlander?" Shen Hanshan grinned maliciously, raised his leg, and kicked the guy again. The guy immediately clutched his stomach, rolling around and crying out in pain. Shen Hanshan couldn't stand the weakness and effeminacy of Taiwanese men, frowning and shouting, "You better straighten your tongue when you talk, damn it." These few people were just a few small thugs around the hotel owner's son. Although they were somewhat arrogant on normal days, they had never seen someone like Shen Hanshan in a fight. When it came to fighting, he didn't care about his life at all. Just his roar could scare a few people into fainting. Fortunately, the hotel security heard the commotion and quickly rushed over. Shen Hanshan, filled with rage, dragged Wu Cece back to the room, closed the door, and began lecturing. "How could you let that idiot stare at you like that?" Wu Cece bit her lip and quietly replied, "He didn't touch me before, I didn't notice." "Damn." Shen Hanshan kicked a nearby trash can, shouting, "Did you not see him drooling when he stared at you? Couldn't you shout that your man is here?" Wu Cece was not new to dealing with an angry Shen Hanshan. She walked up, took his hand, and softly admitted her fault. "I was wrong. I won't do it again next time. Mr. Shun, please don't be angry, okay?" Seeing Wu Cece like this, Shen Hanshan's heart calmed down a bit. He picked her up and placed her on the bed, reaching into her clothes, biting her nose, and said fiercely, "Do you think an apology is enough? Mister, Shen is very unhappy right now because some idiot was peeking at my person. In our place, any big man can't tolerate this." Seeing this, Wu Cece could only wrap her arms around Shen Hanshan's neck, lean close to his ear, and while licking his injured finger from the fight, she softly teased, "Mr. Shun, I belong to you inside and out. It's useless for others to peek." Shen Hanshan was stunned by her actions, lowering his head and deliberately pushing against her. He hoarsely shouted, "Director Wu, are you looking for death?" Wu Cece giggled, half shy and half seductive, leaning in and softly asking, "Mr. Shun, how do you want me to die?" Shen Han could no longer hold back, and that was it for his beastly identity. He directly flipped her over, pressed her onto the bed, and while his fingers roamed, he gritted his teeth and said, "I'll kill you." When Yuan Sheng and Liang Yun returned from the temple fair, Shen Hanshan's door had already been closed for a while. He was waiting impatiently and sneakily took the door card from Lin Chen's pocket to go in. Just as the door opened a crack, enthusiastic voices poured out from inside. Big Brother, Little Vixen, came one after another with the sounds alternating high and low, scratching at your ears like cat claws. Yuan Sheng was so scared that he quickly closed the door. He smacked his lips and thought, wow, old Shen's Wu hostess looks quite elegant usually, but in bed, she is so uninhibited. No wonder this guy has been living like a monk for years since he got in her bed. It turns out he had tasted the best and no longer looked down on those small fries. Yuan Sheng sighed as he returned to the room and played poker with Xiao Wu and a few others for about 40 minutes. By the time it was 9 o'clock, Shen Hanzhan finally took a shower and arrived late. Lin Sheng was leaning on the sofa, sorting through documents, and when he saw Shen Hanzhan, he called out, "Boss." Yuan Sheng heard this and immediately leaned over to thump his chest. "Damn, you beast, you got injured in a fight and still took 2 hours for a round." Shen Hanzhan casually swatted his hand away and replied smugly, "Of course, that's better than you idiot who only knows how to use adult toys." Yuan Sheng was unhappy with this and quickly defended himself. "That's for fun. Do you understand couples play?" Shen Hanzhan didn't understand. He had always advocated for brute force. Back in school, anyone who disrespected him was just beaten into submission. If it weren't for Wu Cece complaining, he could have continued for another 2 or 3 rounds. Feeling hungry, he asked, "Have you guys eaten?" Shen Hanzhan grabbed a bottle of yogurt from the table, opened the lid, and gulped it down. Lin Shen nodded and replied, "I ate with Xiao Wu. The restaurant downstairs is open all night. You can go down and get something to eat now, and bring some up for sister-in-law." Shen Hanzhan responded with an threw on his clothes, and turned to head downstairs. However, he struggled with traditional Chinese characters and ended up taking a wrong turn, not finding the restaurant, but instead arriving at the bar on the 2nd floor. The bar often hosted events. Today, they were holding a drag party for gay doctors. Shen Hanzhan looked up at the sign and turned to leave, but just as he took 2 steps, a young man approached him and grabbed him. Shen Hanzhan turned back and was surprised to see Neza. The guy was dressed in colorful clothes, with a red silk strip on his ear, grinning like a monster. This young man had noticed Shen Hanzhan earlier when he was fighting. Now that he saw him, he couldn't let the chance slip, and he leaned in like a jellyfish, softly asking, "Bro, we're having a doctor gathering here. Are you coming?" Shen Hanzhan looked at him suspiciously and thought, "With you looking like that, you're a doctor? Even a mental illness can't be treated by you." The young man didn't notice the doubt in Shen Hanshan's eyes. Standing there, he stared at Shen Hanshan's crotch, satisfied, and licked his lips, confidently declaring, "Bro, are you coming? My tongue can cure all diseases." Shen Hanzhan, seeing him eyeing his groin, suddenly had a flash of inspiration and leaned in to ask, "Really, can it cure any disease? Even those particularly private, hard-to-mention diseases?" The young man, seeing Shen Hanzhan ask that, became even happier and replied with a grin, "Of course. My tongue is unmatched. Just a lick and your illness will be cured." Hearing this, Shen Hanzhan immediately took out his phone. He called Yuan Sheng and shouted, "Old Yuan, come over quickly. Your hemorrhoids are saved. There is someone here who can cure all diseases with just 1 lick." After he finished speaking, he turned around to look. "Hey, where's the healer?" Chapter 29. Yuan Sheng hung up the phone with Shen Hanzhan in annoyance, sitting on the sofa and unable to stop cursing in his heart. "Damn it. My hemorrhoids have been stubborn for years, and 3 bald old Chinese doctors couldn't cure it completely. You think I'm stupid, huh? You just find some quack doctor and get it cured with a few licks?" Shen Hanzhan really thought Yuan Sheng wasn't very smart. After eating in the dining room, he returned to his room, closed the door, and shouted, "Cece, today I met a divine doctor downstairs, full of strange energy, who said that just 1 lick could cure all diseases, but unfortunately, he disappeared in the blink of an eye." Wu Cece had just hung up the phone and, hearing his words, couldn't help but chuckle, casually asking, "We didn't run into a scammer, did you?" Shen Hanzhan frowned in disagreement. "No way, dressed like that. He is either a divine doctor or a lunatic. He is different from Xiao Wu. He shouldn't be a lunatic." After saying that, He walked over to the table, took out a crystal shrimp dumpling, placed it on the table, and casually asked Wu Cece, "Who called just now?" Wu Cece got off the bed and quietly replied, "It was Grandpa Li." Shen Han said, "Oh," and walked to the fridge to take out a carton of milk and a can of beer. As he opened them, he tilted his head and asked, "Is it the old butler you mentioned before? The one who loves to fart after eating mung beans?" Wu Cece sat on the sofa, laughing as she scolded, "Can't you remember anything good?" After saying that, she picked up a crystal dumpling and put it in her mouth, softly exclaiming, "This taste is authentic, delicious." Although Shen Han was already full, seeing Wu Cece's eyes crinkle with satisfaction made him feel a little hungry again. He leaned over and snatched half a piece from her mouth, smacking his lips and shamelessly muttering, "Not bad." Wu Cece blushed, gave his shoulder a playful hit, and laughed, scolding him for being indecent. Then she took a sip of the milk beside her and quietly told him, "Grandpa Li said to send a car to pick us up tomorrow morning, and we'll have lunch at the old house. You guys can go fishing in the back mountain." Shen Han nodded in agreement and thought for a moment before asking, "By the way, Comrade Wu, does your Grandpa Li have anything he dislikes? I'll have Lin Shun and Yuan Sheng pay attention to it, so we don't offend the old man and ruin our two big things." Wu Cece's grandmother passed away early, and her mother had also died a few years ago. Her father had rebuilt a new family with a mistress, so the only elder she could still call was probably Grandpa Li. With this mindset of meeting the parents, Shen Han felt naturally more cautious than meeting anyone else. Wu Cece thought for a moment, shook her head, and replied, "I don't think so. Grandpa Li is a really nice person. He's from the Northeast and has a particularly good impression of people from the mainland, so you don't need to worry." Hearing this, Shen Han smiled and took a sip of Wu Cece's milk, feeling relieved. The next morning, they entered the mountains early. When Shen Han arrived at the destination and got out of the car, he looked at the Wu family old house in front of him and exclaimed, "Director Wu, your family's big landlord aura is quite impressive." Wu Cece glanced at him a bit shyly, then turned to see Li Guan waiting at the door with a cane. She immediately ran up, hugged the elderly man, and emotionally called out, "Grandpa Li, I'm back." Li Guan had watched Wu Cece grow up. Now, leaning on his cane, his hand showed signs of age, and he gently patted Wu Cece's head, softly speaking, "Miss, it's been years since we last met, and you've grown up." Wu Cece almost cried at this remark. Just then, Shen Han walked up from behind, suddenly pulling her into his arms, and boisterously introduced himself, breaking the slightly sentimental atmosphere between them. "Hello, Grandpa Li, I'm Cece's boyfriend, Shen Han. I graduated from medical school and now run my own company. My dad is the head of cardiology at the hospital and is especially kind to living people. My mom is a retired chief prosecutor, forward-thinking. And doesn't he do bad things? If Cece marries into my family, there definitely won't be any mother-in-law issues." Wu Cece didn't expect Shen Han to come out with such a line right away. She couldn't help but awkwardly tug at his hand, whispering, "What are you saying?" To her surprise, Li Guan seemed quite pleased, reaching out to pat Shen Han's shoulder and complimenting, "Young man, you look quite spirited, not bad." Yuan Sheng and Lin Shun stood behind, unloading luggage and feeling pity for the old man's poor eyesight. If the old man knew this guy was a fool, he probably would regret entrusting his granddaughter to him at this moment. Regardless, Shen Han indeed made a good first impression on Li Guan, as his height and appearance were there. People say even a pig's nose with a garlic can pretend to be an elephant. Shen Han could easily disguise himself as a handsome young talent. At this moment, this young talent was following closely behind Wu Cece, curiously observing the decorations in the Wu family old house. Yuan Sheng wasn't causing trouble nearby, ever since he heard from a servant girl that there was a lake behind the Wu family old house. He had been shouting for Lin Shun and a few others to go fishing, his loud voice echoing through the mountains. Wu Cece set down her luggage and led Shen Han to the practice room on the second floor. The practice room, as the name suggests, used to be where Li Ying practiced, and now it held Li Ying's belongings and portrait. Usually, Kunku opera enthusiasts would come to this room to pay their respects. Wu Cece gently pushed open the wooden door of the room, and the scent of sandalwood wafted out. Li Ying's portrait hung on the sidewall inside. Below it, a delicate incense burner, burning incense that hadn't finished, indicating someone had recently visited. Wu Cece led Shen Han to the incense burner, took out a few sticks of incense, lit them, and inserted them after bowing, smiling as she told him, "This is my grandmother. She lived her life for Kunku opera, and her biggest regret was not being able to return to the mainland once while she was alive." This statement, though seemingly ordinary, carried a hint of sadness for someone who had been away from home for decades and ultimately never returned. Shen Han pressed his lips together and walked over, looking at the kind-faced elder in the photo. He patted Wu Cece's head and quietly said, "Your grandmother must have been a great beauty when she was young." Wu Cece smiled and nodded. She walked to the wooden cabinet on the other side of the room, opened the door, counted the costumes inside, and softly replied, "When I was little, I used to practice here with my grandmother. Back then, I was still young and always yearned for the adult world, often running around barefoot in the costumes inside. Grandpa Lee scolded me many times back then." Seeing the nostalgic look on Wu Cece's face, Shen Han coughed lightly and called out, "Director Wu, this is a rare opportunity. Instead of waiting for a better day, why not perform a piece of Kunku opera for old Shen today, so I can feel the charm of art?" Wu Cece suddenly became a bit shy again, closing the cabinet door, lowering her head, and muttering softly, "But I haven't sung in a long time, and I don't sing well. You'll laugh at me." Shen Han would never laugh at Wu Cece. In his eyes, as long as it came from Wu Cece's mouth, even if it was happy sheep, he would definitely think it was a great song celebrating the working class. He shamelessly walked over to the windowsill and sat down, declaring, "I don't care. If Director Wu doesn't sing today, then I won't leave." Seeing his feigned arrogance, Wu Cece couldn't help but laugh. With a light sigh, she turned around, reopened the cabinet door, looked inside for a while, and finally took out a water blue long opera costume. Silently putting it on, she walked to the center of the room, glanced at Shen Han, lightly waved her water sleeves, and began to sing a segment from the Moon Worship Pavilion. Shen Han couldn't understand Kunku opera, but he liked the melodious and somewhat sorrowful tones that Wu Cece spoke of, especially the way she turned her head back to look at him while holding her sleeve. The dim sunlight fell on her plain face, and the soft charm in her eyes, mixed with the faint sandalwood scent in the room, made him feel as if time was moving slowly. Shen Han had never been a sentimental person. He considered himself a rough man and often scoffed at the pretentiousness of literati. Yet at this moment, he couldn't deny that the words he had once looked down upon instinctively surfaced in his empty mind. Words like stunning, exquisite, and soft jade, all mingled in Wu Cece's gentle whispers, transforming into a soft, sweet affection that made him feel utterly weak in the knees. Shen Han was indeed a contradictory person. He could loudly lament how long the years felt during the years he was apart from Wu Cece. But when they were truly together, every time he looked at Wu Cece's face, he felt that a lifetime was too short. Wu Cece had no idea of the amazement and admiration in Shen Han's heart at that moment. After singing for a while, her movements became a bit awkward, and when she turned around, she accidentally stepped on the hem of her dress and stumbled, just as she was about to fall. Shen Han had already stepped forward to catch her in his arms. Wu Cece came to her senses, her hair disheveled and her clothes wrinkled. Looking at Shen Han, who was holding her, she wrapped her arms around his neck and complained in a nasal voice, "It's all your fault. I told you I haven't sung in a long time, and you still made me embarrass myself. I hate you so much." Shen Han gently scratched Wu Cece's nose and comforted her softly. "You sang so well. How could it be embarrassing?" Hearing his words, Wu Cece couldn't help but blush again and said softly, "You're just seeing me through rose-colored glasses. If others saw me, they would definitely laugh at me." Shen Han snorted and shifted her closer to him, seriously saying, "As long as you sing for me, that's enough. You can't sing for anyone else." Seeing the serious expression on his face, Wu Cece suddenly burst out laughing. Leaning her head on Shen Han's shoulder, she sighed, "I used to sing here for many elders. But back then, everyone treated me like a child, and no one cared. Those people said that ever since grandmother passed away, no one could wear these costumes beautifully anymore." Shen Han raised an eyebrow, running his fingers through Wu Cece's loose hair. "They say 3,000 strands of hair carry 3,000 sorrows." But at that moment, Shen Hanzhan felt that Wu Cici's 3,000 strands of hair were worrying his heart. Tilting his head, he leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Who says they can't?" After saying that, he kissed Wu Cici's nose and told her word by word, "As long as you wear them, these costumes are the most beautiful." Wu Cici leaned against Shen Hanzhan's neck, closing her eyes and listening to the sound of his heartbeat. Feeling his hand gently brushing through her hair, she smiled faintly. Fell silent for a long time and couldn't help but mumble sleepily, "You annoying brat." When they came out of the practice room, it was almost lunchtime. Yuan Sheng and a few others returned with a basket full of fish, and the kitchen was filled with his busy figure. As if afraid that others would mistreat the fish he caught, Li Guan was sitting on a rocking chair in the backyard, and when he saw Shen Hanzhan coming down, he smiled and called out, "Mr. Shen." Shen Hanzhan cleared his throat and sat down somewhat awkwardly. Nodding at him, he greeted seriously, "Hello, Grandpa Li." Li Guan responded with a smile, looking at him and saying, "The young lady may have a bit of a temper, but she has always been a kind-hearted child. You need to be more tolerant of her when you're together." This was originally just a casual conversation. However, Shen Hanzhan was slightly taken aback, and his expression suddenly became serious. He instantly recalled the list of 100 questions for meeting the in-laws that Yuan Sheng had thoughtfully prepared for him. After a few seconds of silence, he suddenly stood up, assumed a military posture, and boldly declared, "Real men are not afraid of hardship or exhaustion. God gave me bright eyes, and I must use them to discover Cici's beauty. The Jade Emperor gave me big ears, and I must let Cici express herself fully." Li Guan had never encountered a child like Shen Hanzhan before. He was momentarily stunned and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Shaking his head, he asked helplessly, all right. No need to be so formal. Mr. Shen, do you have any plan for the future with the young lady?" Shen Hanzhan thought for a moment and replied with a positive attitude, "I plan to gather our combined strength to contribute to the modernization of socialism. Not only do I want to shine in my own field of work, but I also want to contribute to the great cause of human reproduction." Li Guan was truly dumbfounded at that moment. Just then, Yuan Sheng bounced out of the kitchen and saw Li Guan, shouting, "Grandpa, your fishing rod is amazing. Can I shamelessly take it back with me?" Li Guan, coming back to his senses from his initial shock, coughed a couple of times and replied somewhat awkwardly, "Of course you can. It's rare for guests from the mainland to come. If you like something or need something, just speak up without hesitation." Hearing this, Shen Hanzhan's eyes lit up, and tilting his head, he asked, "Grandpa Li, can I ask for anything I need?" Li Guan, still somewhat apprehensive from Shen Hanzhan's earlier words, cautiously nodded and replied, "Well, of course, Mr. Shen, what do you need?" Shen Hanzhan slyly leaned closer, covering his mouth, and in a tone only he and Li Guan could hear, seriously said, "I need a wife, one with the last name Wu, and one who can sing." Chapter 30. When Wu Cici came downstairs after changing clothes in her bedroom, Shen Hanzhan had already helped Li Guan back to his room. Seeing Wu Cici come out, he immediately jogged over, hugged her, spun around twice, and then kissed her nose with a smile, telling her, "Your Grandpa Li just agreed to me." Wu Cici did not expect Shen Hanzhan to actually win over Li Guan. She reached out to support his shoulder and asked in surprise, "So soon? Really?" Shen Hanzhan nodded proudly and replied, "Who do you think your man is?" Before the old man went back to his room, he was patting my hand, wanting to say something but hesitating. Really, even though he didn't say anything, I could tell from his determined gaze what he meant. He must be thinking, "This young man is good. I trust Cici to be with him." Wu Cici got off him with a look of disbelief, playfully scolding, "I've seen people brag, but I've never seen anyone do it without a script like you." Seeing Wu Cici say this, Shen Hanzhan immediately wrapped his arms around her neck, blowing hot air and tickling her while shouting, "What's wrong? You look down on your man's charm, huh? Bragging without a script is for big liars. And those kinds of people get caught by the police. Can a righteous guy like me do such a shameless thing?" Wu Cici dodged left and right, laughing out loud while avoiding his hands. Yuan Sheng came in barefoot with half a chicken leg in his mouth. Seeing the two of them playfully fighting, he immediately made a retching motion, raised his hand dramatically, and said in a mockingly high-pitched voice, "Oh no, Big Brother is here to catch you." Unexpectedly, he stepped back and accidentally stomped on Lin Chen's foot. Lin Chen grimaced, but didn't he curse. He simply said coldly, All right, if you catch me, I'll beat you to death. Wu Cece burst out laughing. Before she could speak, a little girl from the front yard ran in with small steps, looking at the people in the room and quietly saying, Young master, they're back. The Wu family had been small in number. Wu Cece's father's generation had only 3 children. The eldest had died in a plane crash in his early years, leaving only Wu Cece's father, Wu Xiangbei, and a distant aunt, Wu Mujuan, who married and moved to Singapore. At this moment, only Wu Cece's father, Wu Xiangbei, was occasionally back in Taiwan to visit. Shen didn't seem surprised by this, and instead pulled Wu Cece into his arms, patting her head gently and saying, Director Wu, you have me here. Your dad wouldn't dare to do anything to you. Wu Cece looked up at him, a bit surprised, and asked, You know about my family? Shen pretended to be casual, smiled, leaned down to her ear, and whispered, Of course, our director Wu hasn't committed murder or arson. After I investigated, I was so moved that I wanted to send you a little banner. Wu Cece playfully punched his chest and exclaimed, You're so full of it. Shen laughed again, grinning widely, and carelessly replied, Yes, I'm full of it. Leaving you alone in Beicheng for those years was my mistake. Now that we're together, how could I let you suffer? Director Wu, really, I'm wholeheartedly with you. If one day you need me to steal a national treasure due to hormonal imbalances, I wouldn't hesitate for a second. Yuan Shang, standing by, clicked his tongue and secretly said to Lin Shun, What's this idiot hoping for? Hoping for his wife to have hormonal issues? This is crazy. But Wu Cece really felt comforted. She buried her head in his chest, nodded, and softly told him, With you here, I'm not afraid of anything. Yuan Shang rolled his eyes, thinking, This truly is a match made in heaven. Shen usually seemed tough and domineering, but he was actually very soft-hearted. Hearing Wu Cece's words made his heart melt, and he felt half of it was sweet, while the other half hung in the air. Waiting for the day Wu Cece agreed to marry him, he would probably be able to present her with everything then. Wu Xiangbei, of course. Didn't he know Wu Cece had returned to Taiwan? At this moment, he entered the Wu family courtyard with his wife, Qin Junyi, and her family. Noticing several boxes of gifts brought over by Shan Han in the pavilion, thinking someone had come to pay respects to Lu Ying. With a somewhat arrogant expression, he asked, Oh, someone is here to see my mother again? The little girl shook her head, keeping her head down and not speaking. She was a newcomer recently hired by Li Guan, and although she hadn't been working long, she had not developed a good impression of Wu Xiangbei from the start. After all, this man, wearing the title of young master, spent his days doing immoral things, selling off many items from the old house over the years, and was a complete waste. Moreover, he had abandoned his wife and daughter for a younger woman, which was despised by all the elders in the courtyard. Qin Junyi didn't care about the feelings of the servants at all. Once a factory girl, she had climbed her way up to her current position thanks to her looks, and her attitude toward mockery was naturally different from ordinary people. The summer had passed, but the heat remained. Her sister, who was praised by their parents since childhood, happened to return from abroad. Qin Junyi had some inexplicable feelings toward her sister Qin Meiwen's excellence. Seeing her return now, she immediately urged Wu Xiangbei to bring their family over to stay for a few days, partly to escape the heat and partly to regain some face in front of the beautiful Qin, with a hint of wanting to show off. Qin Meiwen had known since childhood that her sister was jealous of her. Following her sister and brother-in-law, she looked up at the flowers and plants of the Wu family and deliberately smiled, complimenting, Brother-in-law, your home is really nice. It's just a pity that after being married for so long, it's the first time our parents have come. Wu Xiangbei awkwardly chuckled and was just about to speak when he looked up and saw Wu Cece and Shen Han standing not far away. Qin Junyi, who was still thinking about how to retort Qin Meiwen, froze in place upon seeing Wu Cece and instinctively covered her stomach, yelling, Husband, how can she be here? Wu Cece stood there, looking at the people in front of her with only indifference and disgust in her eyes. Shen Han, however, burst out laughing, mocking, I say, Madam, did you graduate from the Central Academy of Drama? Covering your stomach upon meeting someone? Did you give birth to Neza or something? Qin Junyi had spent her whole life in Taiwan and had never encountered a man who spoke like Shen Han, and she couldn't help but redden her eyes. Grabbing Wu Xiangbei's hand, she cried, "Husband, I didn't say anything when she slapped me at our wedding. But now that my parents have come all the way to Taipei, what trouble is she trying to cause again?" Wu Xiangbei hesitated, frowning as he looked at Wu Cece. He cleared his throat and asked, "Cece, why are you back?" Wu Cece coldly did not answer. Instead, Shen Han, standing there, replied with a cheeky tone, "This place still belongs to Wu Mujuan. Half of it is her property. Cece, being her niece, can come and go as she pleases. What I said to you?" This directly implied he no longer recognized him as his father. Wu Xiangbei was furious. He was already angry that Lu Yinghenti left the house completely to him when she passed away, and now hearing Shen Han say it, he couldn't help but reprimand. "This is the Wu family's old house, the place of the Wu family. Who do you think you are to be so brazen here? He is my fiancé and also a member of the Wu family." Wu Cece finally spoke, holding Shen Han's hand. Her words left not only Wu Xiangbei stunned, but even Shen Han himself. For a moment, he straightened his back, grinned widely, revealing two large, shiny front teeth, and proudly said, "Yes, we're getting married in the second half of the year. Only just agreed to it." Wu Xiangbei turned his head, trying to use his seniority to suppress Shen Han's momentum. Oldly is just our family servant. In the past, at most, he would call my mother's sister, and as a senior, I haven't even opened my mouth to agree. Shen Han raised an eyebrow, clicked his tongue, and walked over step by step, looking down at the man in front of him with a blank expression, telling him, "Senior? What does a senior look like? A senior embodies morality, character. It's not just anyone who, because they are older, have soft eggs and abandon their wives without anyone to see them off, can be called a senior. I'm a very straightforward person. Whoever has the character and virtue to deserve my respect as an elder, that person is my senior. If someone lacks that qualification and still pretends to be in front of me, I don't mind helping him out, letting him hang on the wall and enjoy being senior." Wu Xiangbei looked at Shen Han in front of him, momentarily speechless. The person in front of him was clearly dressed in extremely ordinary clothes, with hair that wasn't neatly combed, and spoke rather coarsely. Yet when he stood in front of you, his aura was truly astonishing, like a giant monster gripping your neck, baring its sharp teeth at you. Wu Xiangbei tilted his head, daring not to look Shen Han in the eyes anymore, and turned to look at Wu Cece behind him, shouting loudly, "Cece, where did you find this boyfriend? How can he be so unreasonable? Don't let him deceive you out of money." Shen Han grinned and told him, "I'm just running a broken company in Beicheng, barely making a living, and I don't need to worry about my wife's money." Wu Xiangbei regained his composure and sneered. "Your own company? Humph, I know. Young people on the mainland like to say they're starting businesses looking glamorous, but actually owe a mountain of debt to the bank." After he finished speaking, Shen Han laughed, turned his head, and shouted into the room, "Old Yuan, come out." Yuan Sheng, who had been inside watching the fish in his pot, immediately ran out when he heard Shen Han's name, holding a bunch of scallions, looking quite comical. Qin Junyi was still wondering who this person was, but upon seeing Yuan Sheng's image, she immediately showed a look of disdain. Yuan Sheng didn't mind and exclaimed, "Isn't this Wu's host's beastly father?" Shen Han pointed at Wu Xiangbei's face, smiling as he said, "Mr. Wu, you mentioned that our young people on the mainland are starting businesses looking glamorous, but actually owe a mountain of debt to the bank, which is quite heartbreaking." Before he could finish, Yuan Sheng immediately shouted, "Wu Xiangbei, how dare you talk about other people's debts? Don't you know how much your broken printing factory owes Mingza?" Wu Xiangbei never expected that the person in front of him would be so familiar with his company's internal affairs. Standing there, panic-stricken, he asked, "Who are you?" Yuan Sheng shrugged and replied, "Do you know what the last name of President Mingza is? It's Yuan, isn't it? A mainlander, right? Not doing anything productive all day, right? That's right, he's my own sister. Coming to your broken place in Taiwan to invest, and all he meets are idiots like you. So, I heard you were planning to sell your family's old house to raise money?" At this moment, Wu Cece finally understood why Shen Han had brought Yuan Sheng over. Standing there, she felt completely chilled, unable to believe she asked, What? You want to sell the Wu family's ancestral house?" Yuan Sheng initially didn't want to bring this up, as Shen Han had previously told him that this house was something Wu Cece cared about, and it would be fine to secretly transfer it to her name without mentioning it, as bringing it up would only complicate matters. But at this moment, he blurted it out unintentionally, clearing his throat and looking at Shen Hanzhan with a somewhat pitiful expression. Shen Hanzhan immediately slapped his head and said, "You idiot, go away." Wu Xiangbei felt he couldn't stay in this place any longer. He really couldn't clarify the background of Wu Cici's boyfriend, and he didn't want to embarrass himself in front of his wife and in-laws any further, so he simply turned to leave. Unexpectedly, Shen Hanzhan blocked him first. Smiling broadly, revealing a creepy grin, he lowered his head and said, "You've come all this way. Why leave? Mr. Wu, our account hasn't been settled yet." Wu Xiangbei felt a loud thud in his mind, and he stood there, stunned. Shen Hanzhan didn't care about him and directly called the servant over, having their luggage carried upstairs one by one. He also had Lin Shun, that poker face guy, follow them in and keep an eye on them as they went inside. At this moment, Wu Cici was feeling extremely down after learning that Wu Xiangbei wanted to sell the ancestral house. Supporting her head, she returned to her room and lay on the bed, feeling as if she had held her breath for a long time. Shen Hanzhan followed her, lying down behind her, holding her waist, and softly said, "Why are you angry? You know what kind of person your father is better than anyone. If your man has money and wants to sell it, well, buy it. It will never be given to outsiders. Don't be angry, be good." Wu Cici took a deep breath, placing her hand over Shen Hanzhan's hand, softly telling him, "It's different. Hanzhan, I know you care about me, but this house was built little by my grandparents. I can't say every blade of grass and every tree here bears their marks, but for me, this place is the Wu family. This is my root. I appreciate you buying it for me, but for me, it's also a kind of helplessness. The Wu family's things can't be kept by their descendants, but need to rely on others to bring them back. You might think of this feeling as me being pretentious or even inferior, and I won't argue against it. In the past, when I was still the young lady of the Wu family, I never cared about who contributed more. Money didn't even mean anything to me back then. But after entering society and experiencing many things, I realized that everyone's money doesn't just come from thin air. The TV always says not to let materialism taint the relationship between two people, but how many people's feelings are completely independent of material things? The Wu family is now down and out, and I am no longer that young lady of the Wu family. I don't even have a college diploma. If I keep indulging and accepting your help, how am I different from those who are kept and have no ambition?" Shen Hanzhan, holding the person in his arms, found it difficult to articulate a long explanation. While humming a lullaby, he gently patted Wu Cici's back, until Wu Cici fell into a drowsy sleep. He dared to quietly get up from the bed, his heart beginning to curse Yuan Sheng in his mind. Shen Hanzhan understood Wu Cici just as she understood herself. That is why he had warned that idiot Yuan Sheng early on not to mention this matter. But he didn't expect that Yuan Sheng, being useless at work but quick with his mouth, couldn't keep anything to himself. Shen Hanzhan pulled the blanket over Wu Cici. After leaving the bedroom, he walked towards the bathroom. Just as he reached the door, someone blocked his path. Looking up, he felt somewhat familiar. Wasn't this the younger sister of Wu Xiangbei's little wife? Qin Meiwen was also quite surprised at the moment. Looking into Shen Hanzhan's eyes, biting her lip, she asked, "Mr. Shen, do you still remember me?" Shen Hanzhan frowned and replied, "I don't know your mother." Qin Meiwen smiled awkwardly and said softly, "Mr. Shen, you're still so humorous. When I met you in the cafeteria before, you were like this and everyone really liked you." Now Shen Hanzhan remembered. The person in front of him was one of the group of doctoral students who had interned at his company a year ago. At that time, because of her identity as a Taiwanese, he had said a few words to her while eating, not expecting that this person was actually Qin Junyi's sister. Seeing Shen Hanzhan's expression, Qin Meiwen also knew that he remembered her, and her heart couldn't help but feel even happier. Her imagination was actually quite wild. She thought she was not inferior to Wu Cici in looks. Shen Hanzhan had fallen in love with her at first sight back then, but because she chose to go to the United States instead of staying in his company, he felt extremely disappointed and thus found a Taiwanese girlfriend similar to her to alleviate his longing. She stepped forward, her eyes filled with flirtation, and said, "Mr. Shen, I still remember that meal from back then. When you spoke, you looked people in the eye, so sincere. When you have time, let me treat you to a meal." Shen Hanzhan completely missed her meaning. He thought to himself, This girl is acting like she's in a Xiaoyao drama just to compete with me for a restroom. After a brief moment of silence, he looked up and saw Wu Cece getting up, and his heart tightened. He immediately opened the restroom door, pointed to the toilet inside, and said, "No, you eat. I'm not in a hurry." Qin Meiwen's vision went dark, and she just wanted to shout for help. Chapter 31. Wu Cece didn't know what had happened between the two of them. Rubbing her eyes, she walked over and asked in confusion, "Who are you talking to just now?" Shen Han pulled her into his arms as they walked downstairs, casually answering, "Your father's mistress's sister. What's her name?" "Qin something." "Qin Meiyuan?" Wu Cece laughed and replied, "Meiwen, Qin Meiwen." Shen Han nodded repeatedly, "Yes, yes, yes. Director Wu, you're beautiful. Whatever you say is right." Wu Cece smiled, pursing her lips, and reached out to punch the person beside her. But before her fist could land, Summer 5's loud voice came from downstairs. "Cece, come down quickly, dinner's ready." Shen Han let out a sigh and asked with emotion, "You say?" This Summer 5 is quite something. Her yelling sounds like a pig farm is opening for business. Such a short person. Where did she learn to have such a loud voice? Wu Cece couldn't help but chuckle as she walked down the stairs. Seeing Summer 5 putting soup on the table, she immediately went up and patted her head, asking softly, "Did you help in the kitchen for a long time today? Are you tired?" Summer 5 excitedly shook her head. She's just someone who loves to join in the fun. Not only did she follow Lin Shun to the back mountain to catch her first live fish today, but she also pretended to help in the kitchen for half a day, proudly pointing to a table full of dishes and boasting, "Not tired at all. I help with this, and this." Wu Cece reached out to tuck the hair that had fallen by her ear behind her ear, smiling, "You've worked hard. Let me go in and take a look with you." Summer 5 scratched her head, her face turning red, and nodded as she pulled her hand to go in, shouting, "The joy of the working people is to serve the masses. Cece, look, this mushroom was just picked by us." Shen Han clicked his tongue and turned to look at Lin Shun, who was coming down from upstairs, and asked Lin, "This girl seems quite enlightened today. Did she get possessed or something?" Lin Shun stood still, coughed lightly, and didn't answer. He had just sent Wu Xiangbei back to his room and discussed the property rights of this old house for a while without any results. Now that he came out, his face showed little expression, and he quietly changed the subject that Wu Xiangbei still refuses to admit to the losses. But I can see he indeed intends to sell off some of the ancestral property. Wu Xiangbei's two in-laws had just returned from somewhere with smiles on their faces, and as they stood in the dining room, they were about to head to the main seat. Shen Han took a big step forward and immediately blocked them, frowning and shouting, "Hey, what are you doing? That's the main seat. Is that a place for you two to sit?" Qin Shaoan was unhappy to hear this. He had no education and had been a farmer all his life. In his early years, he thought he had little hope for life after having two daughters and was quite dejected for several years. He never expected that his elder daughter would grow up to be quite outstanding, working in the city for a few years before finding a wealthy husband to bring back. Although it was a second marriage, it was more enviable than his younger daughter who went abroad. Now, not to mention someone like Shen Han from the mainland. Even Wu Cece might not be taken seriously by him, as he believed all mainlanders were poor and struggling with political persecution. Qin Shaoan huffed and asked, "You mainland brat, why do you keep pointing fingers in other people's homes? I'm Xiangbei's father-in-law. Why can't I sit in the main seat of this family?" Shen Han clicked his tongue and simply sat down in a nearby seat, crossing his legs and replying, "Oh, listening to you. It seems you're quite pleased to have found a son-in-law 2 or 3 years younger than you, huh?" After speaking, he clicked his tongue again and tilted his head to ask, "I'm just curious. You look fine, a 50-year-old man relying on selling his daughter to support himself. Isn't that a bit immoral? Your daughter is eager to be someone's mistress, and now that she is married, it sounds nice to say she is officially recognized. But isn't that just legalizing prostitution? You're not ashamed, but rather proud of such shamelessness?" Qin Shaoan originally had no good feelings towards mainlanders. He was a member of the Green Party and had always leaned towards Taiwan independence. Hearing Shen Hanshan's string of words now made his head hurt. Just as he was about to speak, his wife, Chan Pei, immediately grabbed his hand, gave him a cautious look, and coughed lightly to soften the situation. "Mr. Shen, you're still young and don't understand the feelings of parents. In families like ours, We don't have the right to be picky about age. We just hope Ginny can find a good man who treats her well and lets her live comfortably. After all, the two children have had a hard time since they were little, wearing hand-me-downs and even hesitating to buy milk. As Shen Han listened to Chun Pei's words, he couldn't help but take out 20 yuan from his pocket. When he saw the looks from Qin Shaoan and Chun Pei, he deliberately shouted loudly, "Oh, sorry. There has been an old deadbeat hanging around my doorstep, always holding a broken bowl to beg for sympathy. I'm actually quite kind-hearted. Every time I see him, I can't help but give him 20 or 30 yuan. You see, I've gotten used to it. No rush. You all continue, go on." Chun Pei was so embarrassed by what he said that she couldn't continue. Standing there, her face was a mix of red and pale, wishing she could just bite him to pieces and swallow him whole. Qin Meiwen came in from the backyard, and hearing Shen Han's words to her parents, she felt not only no resentment, but also a hidden sense of satisfaction. Her father, Qin Shaoan, had always favored sons over daughters and had hardly educated her and Qin Junyi. When she worked hard to get into college and went abroad, Qin Shaoan boasted to others that it was his achievement, often borrowing money under her name when he lost a bet. She was quite displeased with this and had coldly rebuked him a few times, only to receive a dismissive retort from him. A few years later, when Qin Junyi married Wu Xiangbei, the family looked down on her even more. And even Shen Pei would occasionally chide her about how reading was not as good as marrying well. Qin Meiwen firmly remembered this sentence, feeling anxious and resentful. Like most people, she was unwilling to be mediocre, but couldn't break through the barrier of her background. She yearned for success in her career as a modern woman, but equally desired a perfect love as a traditional woman. Unfortunately, after years of twisting and turning in such conflicting feelings, her oppressed life had already transformed her into someone with a gloomy and distorted psyche. Qin Junyi had never understood her sister's inner thoughts. She thought she was just a bookworm. When Wu Xiangbei came out of the room, she immediately approached him and couldn't help but ask, "How did the conversation go? Who are they?" Wu Xiangbei shook his head, unsure how to answer. Lin Shen's conversational skills were too profound. He not only couldn't extract any useful information from him, but instead let Lin Shen figure out his background in just a few sentences. Now that he thought about it, the other party's momentum was indeed fierce and not to be underestimated. The two of them descended the stairs in low spirits, and as soon as they entered the dining room, they heard Shen Hanshan's words. Although Qin Junyi had softened her temper over the years, she still couldn't help but feel angry upon hearing Shen Hanshan's rude remarks. Grabbing Wu Xiangbei's hand, she shouted, "Xiangbei, what is the deal with this person? My parents are of this age. What is wrong with sitting in the main seat?" Shen Han turned back, smirking ominously, and pointed at her parents, saying, "Your parents' age? At their age in the mainland, no one would even give up their seat on the bus. Being old doesn't give you the right to flaunt it. Daring to shout at 50, is your husband going to be buried in the ground in a few years, huh?" After being a rich lady for these past few years, Qin Junyi had been patient for long enough. Finally provoked, she walked over and sat down in the main seat, shouting, "It's just a seat. I'm sitting here." "So what?" Shen Hanshan's face suddenly turned cold. He walked over with a dark expression. Qin Junyi was initially very agitated, but upon seeing Shen Hanshan's face and the imposing aura in his eyes, she started to tremble again. She staggered down from her seat and fell to the ground beside her, opening her mouth but unable to utter a word for a long time. Shen Han then tilted his head to look at Lin Shen and asked, "What did old Masterly say?" Lin Shen replied expressionlessly, "The old master said there is someone he can't stomach seeing, so he won't be coming." Shen Han naturally knew who the old master was referring to. He sneered, placed his hand on the back of the chair at the top of the table, scanned all the people present with his eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Since that is the case, let me make this clear. Whoever dares to sit in this seat today, I will make them just like this seat." After finishing his words, he exerted force with his hand, and the solid wood chair suddenly cracked with a clear break. Wu Xiangbei was just an ordinary person, neither cultured nor skilled in martial arts. Seeing Shen Hanshan's actions, he couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. Shen Han looked at his expression and sneered, snapping his fingers and calling out to Yuan Sheng in the distance. "Did you get through to Shangge?" Yuan Sheng immediately nodded and replied, "It's been connected." He then brought the phone close to Wu Xiangbei's ear with a sly smile, saying, "Come on, Mr. Wu. You should be quite familiar with Shenggu. Say a few words." Shenggu, or Chundisheng, was the biggest mafia leader in Taipei. Although he often did bad things, he was quite patriotic, opposing Taiwan independence and supporting reunification. A few years ago, he had developed a connection with Yuan Sheng, who had been investing in Taiwan, and he was indeed a person willing to help. After hanging up the phone, Wu Xiangbei's face had changed from initially looking bad to pale, and he sat down in a daze, staring blankly at one spot. Wu Cece and Xia Wu walked out from the kitchen through the corridor, sensing the strange atmosphere. She couldn't help but look up and ask, "What is going on?" Shen Hanzhan grinned and immediately retracted his earlier fierceness. He pulled out a chair beside him and shamelessly replied, "Isn't it because your man is too kind-hearted? I just shared a joke with everyone, and they're all reminiscing about it." Wu Cece wouldn't believe his nonsense, but she didn't ask further. She sat down, pointed at the fried egg in front of him, and smiled. "This is an egg made with Taiwan's Sanqing scallions. I mentioned it to you before. It's especially fragrant." Seeing this, Shen Hanzhan immediately raised his hand to signal everyone to sit down. Xiao was someone who usually didn't pay attention to others' expressions. At this moment, she happily dashed over and sat down next to Qin Junyi. Looking at the stir-fried chicken in front of her, she immediately gulped and exclaimed, "Haha, I'm sitting next to the wild chicken. I love eating chicken the most." After she said this, both Qin Junyi and the people present couldn't help but be stunned. Yuan Sheng was the first to react, bursting into laughter and lowering his head to pretend it didn't exist. Xiao Wu seemed to realize her words had double meanings and quickly added loudly, "I meant the one with chili." After she finished speaking, not only Yuan Sheng, but even the usually serious Lin Chen laughed. Qin Junyi sat there, trembling with anger. Wu Xiangbei set down his chopsticks, finally took a deep breath, and spoke again. "Mr. Shen, I know I owe a debt to CC's mother, but Junyi is now my wife, and she is carrying my child. Don't you think it's childish to keep creating trouble for us and insulting us? What exactly do you want?" Shen Hanzhan looked at the person in front of him, chuckled twice, and replied, "Owe a debt to CC's mother? No. The one who should feel most guilty is your daughter. Back when you got married, she slapped the woman next to you, and you pushed her to the ground without even looking at her. And that woman's lover took advantage of the chaos to step on her hand. Do you know how many bones she broke?" After his words, Wu Xiangbei immediately looked up in shock at Wu Cece. Shen Hanzhan shrugged and continued, "A piano major. If there is something wrong with her hand bones, her future studies will be completely ruined. Dropping out in her 3rd year. Have you ever thought about how she felt at that time?" Wu Xiangbei, pale, asked in a hoarse voice, "What are you saying? Cece, you didn't graduate from university?" Wu Cece sat silently, looking down at her hands, feeling unexpectedly calm. Seeing that he had struck a nerve, Shen Hanzhan decided to stop pretending, put down his chopsticks, and smiled lightly. "But you don't have to worry about what I'll do to you. I'm in a good mood right now, so I can still call you Mr. Wu. Besides, Cece is living well with me now, so there is no need to make things difficult for yourself." Wu Xiangbei sat there, trembling all over as he shouted, "This isn't my fault. CC's mother has looked down on me all her life, and we didn't marry for love. Life is so long. Can I pursue my own feelings when I'm old?" Hearing his words, Shen Hanzhan couldn't help but smirk, laughing disdainfully. He tapped his pinky on the table and said word by word, "I really don't like hearing that. Just because you're middle-aged, feeling empty and lonely, suddenly remembering you didn't have a passionate youth, you can get a divorce and chase after young girls under the guise of love, doing inhumane things? Haha, Mr. Wu. Forgive my bluntness. That is not called love. That is called lewdness." After finishing, he directly picked up a piece of fried egg and put it in his mouth. Looking relaxed as he said, "I didn't come here to ask you for an apology. What is that worth? It's worth less than a fart. I just wanted to let our CC vent her anger. By the way, I also want to take back the ownership of that half of the ancestral house you hold. It's that simple." After finishing, he couldn't help but grin. "Don't think I'm trying to forcibly buy it. I'm a fair and just person. If one day I'm in a bad mood, or if your company's losses are beyond saving, then I might just have to visit you in prison." After hearing Shen Hanzhan's words, Wu Xiangbei had no mood left to eat. He stood up and staggered towards the restaurant exit. When Qin Junyi saw his condition, she could only get up and follow him. As she left, Qin Shaoan and Shen Pei, being his couple, naturally couldn't stay, standing up and hurrying to catch up. Wu Cixi looked at the suddenly empty seats across from her, feeling an indescribable emotion. Taking a deep breath, she stood up and said, "I'm going for a walk on the back mountain by myself to calm down. You all eat first." But could Shen Han let her eat in peace at this moment? He immediately got up and followed her closely, ensuring she didn't notice, just keeping a distance behind her for safety. Just as he stepped out of the backyard and hadn't walked 2 steps, a figure rushed over. It was Qin Meiwen, whom he had encountered earlier at the restroom door. Shen Han was quite annoyed with her at this moment and clicked his tongue, wanting to bypass her and move forward. But Qin Meiwen was delighted, her face showing a very touched expression as she suddenly grabbed Shen Han's hand and choked out, "Mr. Shen, was it for what I said before?" Shen Han was taken aback, shaking off her hand as if it were infected, and asked in confusion, "What are you talking about?" After calming herself down, Qin Meiwen finally decided to drop her reserve and shyly said, "Earlier in Japan, did you like me?" Shen Han felt as if a thunderbolt had struck him, his mind blank. Frowning, he replied softly, "Did a pig kiss you? I recognize every word you said, but when I put them together, I don't understand at all." Qin Meiwen continued to try to grab his hand, lunging forward but missing him entirely, and couldn't help but shout, "Then why did you only talk to me among so many interns? And even found a Taiwanese girlfriend just like me? Everything you said about my sister today was for me, right? Right? I'm talking about your sister's husband." Before Shen Han could explain, he heard a sound from the grass nearby, like something falling to the ground, and when he looked up, it was Wu Cixi returning. At this moment, Yuan Sheng and Lin Chun rushed over with anxious expressions, each grabbing Qin Meiwen from one side and muttering, "Is everyone in your family from a hereditary mistress lineage?" Qin Meiwen, being held back, still stubbornly shouted, "Mr. Shun, I know I was wrong. It was stupid of me not to agree to you back then, but now I regret it, The rest of her words were left unspoken as Lin Chun punched her, knocking her out. Shen Han was momentarily stunned, watching Wu Cixi run towards the lake. Standing there thinking, what the hell is going on? Liang Yin walked out, handed him a guitar, and said seriously, "Old Shun, it's your time to shine now. You must be strong at this moment." Shen Han came back to his senses, frowned, and asked, "How do I be strong?" Liang Yin took out her phone, showed him the text inside for a while, patted his shoulder, and said firmly, "Just follow the words here, Old Shun, with your face. I can guarantee that 90 of women won't be able to resist. You need to be bravely strong." After hearing Liang Yin's words, Shen Han felt a surge of blood rush to his head, nodding firmly and quickly running towards the lake. At that moment, Wu Cixi was sitting under a tree with her legs hugged, and when she saw him coming, she snorted and buried her head in her knees. Shen Han lightly coughed, stepped forward, leaned his arm against the tree, looked directly into her eyes, and said one word at a time, "Woman, it's not like that." Wu Cixi frowned and asked flatly, "Oh, then how is it?" Shen Han didn't expect Wu Cixi to respond so calmly, momentarily thrown off track. After thinking for a moment, he pushed his other arm against the tree, pinning Wu Cixi completely between himself and the trunk, looking at her intently, and said in a deep voice, "You don't need to know those meaningless things. Your world only needs me." Wu Cixi simply stood up and closed her eyes, refusing to look at Shen Han. Although she was angry, she couldn't deny that even if this idiot said the most embarrassing things, just looking at his face would always give her the impulse to forgive him. Seeing Wu Cixi avoiding him, Shen Han immediately felt his intellect had the upper hand, stood up, lowered his head, and kissed her lips, his tongue going wild inside her mouth for a moment. Letting her go, he unbuttoned 2 buttons on his chest and asked softly, "Are you satisfied with what you see?" Wu Cixi had just come back to her senses from the intense kiss. Looking at Shen Han's chest muscles, feeling a bit confused, she muttered, Where did you learn these tricks?" Shen Han certainly wouldn't tell her it was from Liang Yin, the non-mainstream girl. Smirking, he leaned into lick her ear. When he heard Wu Cici's soft moan, he couldn't help but shiver, his heart starting to flutter. When Wu Cixi finally reached out to grab the hem of his shirt, Shen Han knew it was time, and with a heroic expression, he grabbed the guitar beside him, and flung it to the ground with a loud crash. Then, he shouted and knelt down. Liang Yun stood not far away, horrified, shouting, Shen, Han, Shen, is my script really written like that? Chapter 32, but Shen Han couldn't hear her inner cries. Kneeling on the ground with a lovesick expression, speaking as if he were in a rural love story, Yuan Sheng followed Lin Chun to deal with Qin Meiwen, then turned back and saw Liang Yun standing there, dumbfounded. He immediately walked over and gave her a heartfelt slap, asking, wife, what is wrong? Liang Yun came back to her senses, tugged at Yuan Sheng's sleeve, and anxiously exclaimed, Old Yuan, you definitely can't believe what I just saw. Yuan Sheng glanced at Shen Han, who was already getting cozy with Wu Sisi, and seriously replied, No, wife, on the contrary, I believe it. In fact, whatever happens with old Shen, I believe it no matter how outrageous it is. After saying this, he immediately leaned closer to Liang Yun's ear and secretly asked, Did old Shen just urinate in public? Liang Yun rolled her eyes, thinking with frustration, I'm begging you all, can you please get out of my little fresh script? At this moment, Wu Sisi also returned to the backyard with Shen Han. Seeing the people outside, her face immediately turned red. She approached and quietly apologized, I'm sorry. Everyone didn't eat well for dinner today because of my family issues. I feel much better now, so let us all go back and finish dinner together. Tomorrow, Han is going to accompany me to the city to handle my mom's studio matters. Uncle Lu said he wants to drive you around the area. Sister Yun, didn't you often say you wanted to eat authentic din tai fung soup dumplings? Upon hearing this, Liang Yun immediately nodded excitedly. She grabbed Wu Sisi's hand. Her eyes filled with awe and sympathy, as if she was no longer just an ordinary person, but a celestial being descended from the heavens, capable of calling the wind and rain, adorned with a floral crown and shining brightly. When they returned to the dining room, Xiao Wu was still there, gorging himself alone. When he saw everyone come in, he froze in place and let out a loud burp, feeling embarrassed. Lin Chun lightly coughed and sat down beside him, surprisingly not reprimanding him, but softly saying, Eat more. Xiao Wu coughed, genuinely startled. He cautiously took a bite of the half-eaten chicken leg, feeling a pang of anxiety. It wasn't his fault for being overly sensitive. After all, this guy had a unique profession and had seen everything from blooming flowers to infertility, knowing all too well that before every pig is slaughtered, that's what the person feeding it would say. Shen Han sat down boldly next to Wu Sisi and chimed in, Director Wu, you should eat more too. Wu Sisi was unaware of her situation, picked up a chopstick of vegetables and put it in her mouth, her face showing some emotion. Seeing this, Shen Han continued, So you want to keep complaining about being tired in bed. At your young age, once or twice a night, isn't enough. Wu Sisi felt she couldn't communicate with this person anymore. After a few bites of rice, she turned and walked upstairs. She didn't expect Shen Han to take the initiative, sneaking into the bathroom before her, bare-chested and waiting for her. When she entered, he immediately hugged her and shouted at the mirror, Oh my goodness, where did this lovely girl come from? Wu Sisi was startled at first, then felt tickled by his touch, hiding for a while before laughing. All right, are you going to let me take a shower or not? Shen Han continued to cling to her. Sure, taking a shower is good for business. Wife, tonight no way. Wu Sisi could calculate how many moles this guy had on his backside and rejected him without a second thought. Shen Han felt quite wronged, wrinkling his nose like a child, rubbing against her neck and softly asking, Why not? It's such a beautiful night. Shouldn't we do something romantic to match all those times you called me in bed? Wu Sisi blushed and playfully replied, I'm just a bit tired today. Hearing this, Shen Han sighed and gave her a light smack on the backside, pouting, You only know how to take advantage of me caring about you. Wu Sisi laughed and rubbed his face, asking, Why is little friend Shen acting like a kid today? Upon hearing this, Shen Han's eyes lit up, and he raised his head, shamelessly answering, Mommy, because little friend Shen wants to drink milk. Thus, during that shower, Shen Han, with his thick skin, successfully managed to drink milk. Though he didn't score a home run, it was still a satisfying meal. After Wu Sisi finished her shower, she lay on a chaise lounge in the room, pondering with confusion. How did I end up falling for his tricks? She didn't realize that the existence of things is reasonable, just like an arm can't twist a thigh, and a rogue is naturally good at fooling the naive. The next day, Wu Cece woke up to the sound of birds chirping outside. After getting dressed, doing light makeup, and having breakfast, she headed to the city with Shen Hanzhan. Zheng Fangyun's studio was in a small alley on Huaizi Road. When it was bought, it was quite a remote place, but now it was no longer the same. It had become a well-known art street in the city, filled with private exhibition halls and studios. On the main road, all sorts of odd characters walked by, some in white shirts holding broken bowls, others with long hair and full beards, speaking sweet nothings, creating a chaotic yet bourgeois atmosphere. Wu Cece got out of the car, and Qinyuru was already waiting for her at the door. Qinyuru was Zheng Fangyun's most valued disciple during her lifetime. After a divorce a few years ago, raising a child was tough, so Zheng Fangyun temporarily left the studio in her hands as a way to make a living. This year, Qinyuru remarried a good man. And since the time for Zheng Fangyun's studio to change hands had come, she called Wu Cece early in the morning, hoping she would come by no matter what. Wu Cece followed Qinyuru into the studio. Shen Hanzhan was outside smoking, leaning against a tree by the roadside, admiring the street scene of Taiwan while glancing around at the oddly shaped passersby. He occasionally smiled, finding it all quite fresh. After a while, a figure suddenly stood in front of him. Upon closer inspection, it was a familiar face, Yu Xiaoshan, whom he hadn't seen in years. Yu Xiaoshan was the former vice president of the literary club at Huayin, who had caused Wu Cece quite a bit of trouble in the past. Shen Hanzhan remembered her not because of her looks or her connection to Wu Cece, but because she was someone who did nothing but organize tea parties to stir up young hearts. As the only art college in Beijing, Huayin had a wealth of beautiful resources compared to other ordinary schools. Since becoming vice president of the literary club, Yu Xiaoshan had spent her days not studying Dream of the Red Chamber, but instead thinking about organizing tea parties, promoting the slogan of exchanging ideas and mutual progress. Shen Hanzhan felt they were completely selling dog meat under the guise of lamb, as those tea parties were merely matchmaking events in his eyes. Although he had no interest in those events, he couldn't resist his roommates' enthusiasm. They often called him over, and each time there were plenty of guests. With a few pretty or plain girls sitting in front and a crowd of boys behind, some disheveled, some holding books with serious expressions, and some like Shen Hanzhan's roommates who had obviously styled their hair with too much mousse, clearly up to no good. The topics at those girls' gatherings were always different, but mostly revolved around loneliness, autonomy, and female freedom. This group of girls knows astronomy and geography, dresses in bright and flamboyant clothes, and has unwavering determination in their eyes. They look down on patriarchy and firmly believe that if women are given a lever, they can not only lift the earth but also eliminate all men, discovering the secrets of asexual reproduction through the omnipotent power of science. Such topics make Shen Hanzhan truly shudder. But he cannot resist, because in order to occasionally spend the night with Wu Cece, he must rely on a few buddies for cover in the dormitory. During that time, Shen Hanzhan held a strong prejudice against Xiaoshan, and he viewed the girls at those tea parties as if they were demons and monsters, thinking that one becoming a goddess, two becoming a couple, and four gathering together to play mahjong would definitely spell disaster if there were more than 10. When Yu Xiaoshan looked at Shen Hanzhan, there was a hint of surprise on her face, as if they were reuniting after a long time. She opened her mouth and called out, "Master?" Shen Hanzhan pulled the corner of his mouth and coughed lightly, responding, "Oh, President Yu." Yu Xiaoshan smiled shyly and asked, "Master, how come you're also in Taiwan?" Shen Hanzhan was silent for a moment before saying, "I came with my wife." Upon hearing that Shen Hanzhan was married, Yu Xiaoshan couldn't help but feel a bit down. However, it was just a small emotion. After all, she now had a fiancé and wouldn't have any substantial interest in Shen Hanzhan anymore. Leaning closer, she secretly said, "By the way, Master, you probably don't know, but this art studio is said to belong to Wu Cece's mother." Shen Hanzhan raised his eyebrows and replied, "I know." Yu Xiaoshan then smiled and added, "All right, you two are friends after all. You probably don't know, but Wu Cece dropped out in her junior year. Before that, many people were secretly saying you two were a couple. It's really ridiculous. It was only after you went abroad that they quieted down." Shen Hanzhan silently extinguished his cigarette, and was about to speak when Wu Cece came out of the art studio and called out to him, "Hanzhan, let's pick a couple of paintings to take back for your parents when we return." Yu Xiaoshan was instantly stunned when she saw Wu Cici's face. Wu Cici initially didn't notice and felt quite awkward when she saw the people across from her. She and Shen Han had hidden their relationship quite well back in the day. When Shen Han first went abroad, Yu Xiaoshan had specifically come to ask her if she and Shen Han were a couple. At that time, Wu Cici was in a bad mood and answered with displeasure. How do you know we are a couple just because you see us together? Now, thinking back, she felt a subtle pain on her face. Shen Han also thought the atmosphere of this alumni reunion was too awkward. Unable to bear it, he tossed the cigarette butt into the nearby trash can, grabbed Wu Cici's arm, and pretended to laugh casually, saying, "This is my wife. You know her, President Yu." Wu Cici. At this point, Yu Xiaoshan really didn't know what to say. She was filled with thoughts about whether these two would talk behind her back, and what Shen Hanshan's feelings were when she spoke to him just now. In a panic, she took the hand of her fiancé, who had just parked the car, and raised her voice to say, "Haha, Cici, it's been years since we last met. You and Master are really together. This is my fiancé, from a family of Taiwanese diplomats, now working at their own magazine, and we are planning to get married at the end of the year." Seeing her say this, Shen Han immediately praised, "Not bad. Your fiancé looks sincere, even if he becomes a diplomat and sees beautiful women from all over the world. Experiencing the ups and downs of life, he should still remain true to you, with only you in his heart, forever immortal." After he finished speaking, the three of them felt even more awkward. It was then that Yu Xiaoshan's fiancé suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "You're Hans, right? The one from Hongshan International?" Shen Han usually does not accept interviews for financial magazines, and he didn't expect someone to recognize him out there. Clearing his throat, he asked, "Hello, and you are?" The man smiled and shook his hand, looking at him with admiration. "I'm Saibi Ma Wenchang, currently responsible for the finance section of World 3. We've met at the Chinese annual conference before. Of course, you might not remember me." Shen Han thought, "It's not a possibility. Young man, I really don't remember you." He awkwardly smiled, pulled his hand back forcefully, shaking off a layer of goosebumps on his arm, and softly replied, "Hello." Ma Wenchang, not being polite, immediately nodded and asked, "Mr. Shen, although I know this is quite presumptuous, may I ask you a few questions? I'm really interested in you." Shen Han stood there momentarily stunned. Not wanting to make everyone awkward, he could only force a smile and say, "You, go ahead." Ma Wenchang decisively started. "May I ask, Mr. Shen, why did so many magazines want to interview you before, but you never accepted?" Shen Han was silent for a moment and replied with a straight face, "Because I'm too handsome." Ma Wenchang felt a bit awkward and asked, "Then may I ask what the reason is that you received scholarships throughout school?" Shen Han answered, "Because of high IQ." Ma Wenchang felt a lump in his throat and took a deep breath, raising a smile to ask then, "Even though you faced hardships in the early stages of your entrepreneurship, you persisted and ultimately succeeded. What is the secret behind that?" Shen Han frowned and replied with a serious expression, "Because my family is rich." Ma Wenchang felt he probably already understood why this guy doesn't accept magazine interviews. Looking down at Shen Hanshan's hand, he saw a red string and suddenly thought that behind every successful person seems to be a story of hardship, and accompanying that story would be an old object. So, pointing at his hand, he excitedly asked, "Mr. Shen, may I ask what this is?" Shen Han looked down, suddenly stunned in place, with a meaningful expression on his face. After thinking for a long time, he finally took a deep breath and slowly replied, "This is a hand. A moist lotus hand." After he finished speaking, Wu Cici finally couldn't help but burst out laughing. Chapter 33, seeing Ma Wenchang's face full of resentment. Shen Han felt quite helpless. In order to avoid the awkwardness, Wu Cici had already sneaked away by herself. Shen Han stayed in place. He couldn't just run away like her, so he coughed lightly and could only pat Ma Wenchang on the shoulder symbolically, softly telling him, "Comrade, asking me these questions is really useless because I'm not a typical grassroots entrepreneur. Starting from scratch is like 1,000 people trying to cross a narrow bridge. If it weren't for my family's little money, I definitely wouldn't be so carefree. Instead of asking me why I succeeded, you should ask those who failed. Their experiences are much more representative, and people will be more willing to listen." Ma Wenchang felt a sudden shift from initial disappointment to excitement because of Shen Hanshan's words. After a moment of silence, he even thought to himself, Mr. Shen truly deserves my admiration. Although he seems casual at first glance, he hides a fierce spirit within. Even if his words can infuriate someone, upon careful thought, they are all just truths of life, speaking only a few words to others. Regardless of whether they can see through the facade, isn't that a life philosophy that only the wise can comprehend? Shen Hanzhan had no idea that his random words had genuinely impressed Ma Wenchang. Upon entering the studio, he pretended to look at the paintings for a while, nodding in praise at the strange symbols on the walls. When he saw Chun Yaru following behind Wu Sisi, he immediately coughed again and pretended to critique a blank white painting on the wall. This painting is great. Such a large area of blank space not only reflects the artist's immense inner struggle, but also leaves endless room for imagination for the audience. It's truly a rare good piece. Shen Hanzhan had often done this in Switzerland during charity auctions, blindly praising art with his eyes closed. Most of the paintings he bought were later given away, leaving only two as his collection. One was called White Rose, looking gray and somewhat like something for mourning. Perhaps the artist had renounced worldly life in middle age, and the entire piece seemed to possess a tranquil and calming effect, which he was quite pleased to hang in his bedroom in Switzerland. The other piece had no name, and even now, Shen Hanzhan couldn't understand what it was. When he was about to give it away, Lin Sheng glanced at it a few times and remarked that it looked somewhat like a reproductive organ, which scared Shen Hanzhan so much that he instructed someone to hang it in the company's large conference room the next morning. Fortunately, there were many talented people in his company. After a meeting, several leaders saw that painting. Not only did they not mention its bizarre shape, but they also commented on the artistic implications from its edges and corners, ending with a compliment that Shen's taste was truly exquisite, which was indeed a highly artistic way of speaking nonsense. Having tasted that sweet success, Shen Hanzhan became increasingly adept at navigating the art world. As long as he saw a painting, he could effortlessly concoct pretentious critiques. At this moment, Chen Yaru walked alongside Wu Sisi, and upon hearing Shen Hanzhan's words, she covered her mouth and chuckled softly. However, Wu Sisi, without holding back, quietly informed him, "This is just a frame from our studio that was sold recently and hasn't been replaced yet." Shen Hanzhan's talent for blustering had received an unprecedented blow. Suddenly, the prepped nonsense was stuck in his throat, leaving only a half-hearted expression of helplessness on his face, which made him look quite pitiful. Fortunately, Chen Yaru was considerate and, feeling a bit sorry for him, introduced herself. "Hello, Mr. Shen, I'm Chen Yaru. I heard Sisi mention you a long time ago, and seeing you today, you truly are a handsome man." Noticing this, Shen Hanzhan quickly went along with it, nodding his head in response. "Hello, Yaru's sister. I'm your brother-in-law." After saying that, he felt it was a bit odd and quickly added, "I heard the movie poster for Drifting was painted by you, and it has a great reputation in the industry. You're welcome to visit the mainland anytime." Shen Hanzhan wasn't in the film industry, so he didn't know much about industry preferences, but he was sociable. As long as he was willing to flatter someone, he could always come up with a few pleasant words. Hearing his words, Chen Yaru felt quite happy and nodded with a smile. "Of course. I will definitely go to the mainland for your wedding." After she spoke, her assistant happened to bring over two paintings. Chen Yaru then pointed to the paintings behind her and said, "Since it's our first meeting, I don't have anything special to give, so I thought, being Cece's sister, I would offer these two paintings as a humble gift. I hope you won't dislike them." Seeing this, Shen Hanzhan immediately expressed his surprise. "Oh, Yaru's sister, you're too polite. I'm getting embarrassed. We're all just a few years apart, and you seem like a sincere person, much better than that Yang Shinji." Wu Sisi was slightly taken aback by Shen Hanzhan's words. Then, as if recalling something, she softly said, "By the way, Yaru's sister, previously, Brother Shinji contacted me and mentioned he seemed to want to take over Mom's studio. Do you know about this?" Upon hearing Wu Sisi's words, Chen Yaru suddenly fell silent. Sitting down on the sofa by the window, she frowned and softly sighed. Is he still thinking about the teacher? Wu Sisi found her words a bit strange and tilted her head to ask, "Still thinking about Mom? What do you mean?" Chen Yaru looked up at Wu Sisi, feeling a bit awkward, and said, "There's something I think I should tell you. Yang Shinji. It seems he has liked the teacher since middle school." Wu Sisi suddenly stood frozen, her mouth agape, as she exclaimed in astonishment. What? Brother Shinji likes mom? Shinyara nodded and replied, yes. From middle school to college, every love letter he wrote to the teacher was kept in a box by her. I only discovered this while sorting through the teacher's belongings not long ago. As she finished speaking, not only Wu Cece, but even Shen Han was stunned. Sitting there, he carefully recalled, and then suddenly slapped his thigh, shouting, Damn Cece, I said, how could Yang Shunji be with Yu Qing? Don't you think Yu Qing smiles a bit like your mom? Wu Cece was jolted awake by his words, remembering Yu Qing's appearance. Although her smiles were often mixed with insincerity, her arched eyebrows indeed resembled Zheng Fangyun's. Dazed, she stood up from the sofa, murmuring, No wonder, no wonder. Some things are hard to contemplate deeply. Now, knowing Yang Shinji's feelings, Wu Cece suddenly felt that many past details had reasonable explanations. For instance, why Yang Shinji always liked to be close to her mother since childhood, and why every time Zheng Fangyun visited her in the mainland, Yang Shinji conveniently had no classes and would take Zheng Fangyun around to play, and why, when Qin Junyi had just started something with Wu Xiangbei, Yang Shinji generously lent her his apartment, claiming sympathy. At that time, Zheng Fangyun thought Yang Shinji was interested in Qin Junyi and was completely defenseless against her. Only for later, when Wu Xiangbei proposed divorce, Qin Junyi was already pregnant. Seeing Wu Cece turn to walk outside, Shen Han got up to follow. But Shinyaru suddenly grabbed his hand, shook her head, and softly told him, Let Cece be alone for a while. When I first learned about this matter, it was also hard to accept. I think she needs some time to herself now. Shen Han then silently sat down, looking at the phone in his hand. Frowning and feeling a bit nauseous, he said, I knew from early on that Yang Shinji had issues, but I didn't expect him to be this kind of person. Damn, you say he is like that, TSK. Shinyaru looked at Shen Han, who seemed hesitant to speak, and felt a bit emotional. She patted his shoulder and said softly, No matter what, it's all in the past. Now I just hope, Mr. Shen, that you can treat Cece well. You know how we students hate Wu Xiangbei. CCS and is already married off, and now she is alone on the mainland. Although she never complains to me, I know it must be hard for her. You. Shen Han raised his head, his usual nonchalant demeanor replaced with seriousness as he continued her thoughts. Sister Yaru, I understand what you mean. Don't worry, I may be rough around the edges, but I'm quite attentive to my woman. Really, in my life, aside from Cece, I've never thought about anyone else for a lifetime. The two of us are destined. I can choose the person I love from so many people. So I'm confident that I can continue to love the person I've chosen in the future. If Cece is happy, I'll treat her well. If she is not happy, I'll make an effort first, and when she is happy, I'll treat her well. I may be clumsy with words and not very romantic. Even my childhood friend S-wife says I'm wasting my good looks, but I truly love Cece. And as long as I'm alive, I won't let her suffer any grievances. After he finished speaking, Shinyaru finally revealed a look of relief and smiled. Nodding, she said, I believe you, Mr. Shen. Really, looking into your eyes, I can see your sincerity. With Shinyaru's affirmation, Shen Han felt a burst of joy. He walked out confidently, but as soon as he exited the studio, he spotted Wu Cece standing next to Ma Wenchang and was suddenly shoved to the ground by a tall man. The painting in Shen Han's hand fell to the ground with a loud crash. He rushed over and threw a punch at the man's face. The man had been arguing with Ma Wenchang over parking and, seeing a short woman next to him, lost his temper and pushed her. Unexpectedly, another person appeared, looking rather fierce. After hitting the man, Shen Han crouched down to help Wu Cece up, holding her hand and asking, Are you okay? Then he turned to the assistant coming out of the studio and said, Help her inside to rest for a while. The tall man was just a driver who usually bullied others, and when he saw Ma Wenchang's height, he had felt a bit disdainful. But upon seeing Shen Han, he immediately became more cautious. Ma Wenchang turned to Shen Han, looking a bit apologetic, and said softly, Mr. Shen, I'm sorry. Their car was blocking my way. I argued with them a bit, and didn't expect it to affect your lady. I'm really sorry. Shen Han heard this and glanced at the car parked nearby. He sneered and raised his hand, expressionless, and said to Ma Wenchang, Where are your car keys? Ma Wenchang was stunned for a moment, then came to his senses and immediately took out the keys, placing them in Shen Hanshan's hand, quietly asking, "What do you want to do?" Shen Hanshan didn't answer, just silently got into Ma Wenchang's car, started the engine, shifted into reverse, and crashed directly into the car behind him. The driver, who usually acted tough, had never encountered someone like Shen Hanshan. He stood there in shock, shouting, "What are you doing? Stop! Don't crash again!" Shen Hanshan, fearless and unfazed, hearing the man shout, smiled slightly, drove forward a bit, and then crashed back even more fiercely. The driver watched his boss's car get dented and turn pale, jumping up and down, shouting, "Are you crazy? There are only 2 of these cars in all of Taiwan." After crashing for a while, Shen Hanshan heard this and immediately got out of the car. He grabbed the man's neck and slammed him to the ground, then threw a punch, grinning as he replied, "My wife is the only one in the whole world, you know." The driver, tall and seemingly strong, was pinned to the ground by Shen Hanshan and couldn't even get up, only able to lie there and shout, "You mainlander, this is Taiwan. If you have the guts, don't run. When my people come, you'll be in for it." Shen Hanshan, hearing this, looked up and saw 4 or 5 men in black clothing rushing out from the side, feeling quite excited, as if some long-lost passion in his blood had been awakened. He stood up and kicked the man in the stomach, sending him flying a few meters into the wheel of a nearby car. Then, taking off his suit jacket, loosening his tie, and licking his lips, he asked, "Are these a few of your men? I doubt they're enough for Grandpa to use as toothpicks." The men looked like professional bodyguards, each with unfriendly expressions. The driver, clutching his stomach and gasping, shouted, "You'll regret this. Don't be so arrogant alone." Shen Hanshan flexed his muscles and grinned. "All right, let us have all of you come at me together." After saying this, he grabbed the right hand of the first man who charged at him and with a loud crack, bent it down forcefully. Wu Cece had already gone into the studio, but hearing the commotion outside, she limped out again, seeing the group of people fighting not far away, and even Ma Wenchang had joined the fray. She quickly shouted to the nearby girl to call the police, then took out her phone and called Yuan Sheng, shouting, "Old Yuan, Hanshan is fighting with someone near the studio." Yuan Sheng, not worried at all, casually asked, "How many people?" Wu Cece counted and answered in a panic, 4 or 5. Yuan Sheng became even more relaxed, shouting, "Oh, let him fight. He has been holding it in for years and can't act out in Beicheng because of his old man watching him. Today is just right to give our Taiwanese compatriots a bit of warmth." Wu Cece was stunned by his words, unable to believe it, and asked, "You're not worried about him getting hurt?" Yuan Sheng smiled widely and replied, "What is there to fear about a man getting hurt? Don't worry, Wu Zhu. Your husband used to take on 8 people alone and only broke half a bone. 2 months later, he was as good as new. I'll tell Sheng Ge to have him picked up from the station later, so you can rest assured." Wu Cece stared at the hung-up phone, dazed. Looking up at the fight, she saw that of the 4 people who were originally standing, 3 had already been knocked down by Shen Hanshan and Ma Wenchang. Just as the 4th was about to be taken down, a police car suddenly came running from the street, pointing at Shen Hanshan's face and shouting, You, put your hands on your head and squat down." Shen Hanshan was not someone who would just squat down with his hands on his head. He stood in front of the police, swaggering, and said, "Squat your mom. Come on, cuff me and take me away. No need to waste words." The police officer was a young man who had just graduated from school, and hearing Shen Hanshan's words, he was completely stunned. Stammering, he shouted, What s with your attitude towards the police?" Shen Hanshan couldn't be bothered to respond. Knowing Wu Cece was looking at him, he turned around and cheerfully shouted, "Wife, I'm going to the police station for a bit. You be good and rest." He spoke as if he was just going to buy some groceries and that she should wait at home. Since Ma Wenchang also joined the fight later, he was naturally taken to the police station as well. Sitting in the holding room of the police station, Ma Wenchang looked at the relaxed Shen Hanshan next to him and leaned over. "Say, Mr. Shen, I think you were particularly handsome just now." Shen Hanshan grinned and replied, "I think I'm quite handsome too." Ma Wenchang then asked, "So, is your secret to success knowing how to fight?" Shen Hanshan rolled his eyes and thought, "Is this ever going to end?" He cleared his throat and told him, "Yeah, whoever doesn't cooperate with me, I'll just kick them right in the face. Half of the people who died in the past 10 years were taken care of by me. Do you believe that?" Ma Wenchang didn't believe him. After all, he wasn't a pure fool like Yuan Sheng. Sitting there excitedly, he said, "Mr. Shen, no matter what, I want to thank you today. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have dared to stand up and fight those people like this. By the way, my uncle also does medical equipment business. Although the economy here in Taiwan is not good right now, if your company wants to enter this market, I will definitely ask my uncle for help. Hearing this, Shen suddenly became interested. By the time the two were pulled out of the station, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Shen took the opportunity to take a look at Ma Wenchang's uncle's company. When he returned to the studio, he immediately embraced Wu Cece and started touching her, looking left and right, then leaned down to ask, "Did you but hurt from the fall today, dear? I heard Sister Yaru say that you injured your waist in middle school." Wu Cece shook her head, holding Shen arm and looking at the bruise on the corner of his mouth, feeling distressed and saying, "Why are you so hot-tempered? Don't you care that you got beaten?" Shen became even more animated, frowning and pretending to be melancholic, saying, "Don't touch, it hurts, it hurts." Wu Cece anxiously shouted, "Didn't they give you any medicine while you were there?" Shen lowered his head and leaned over, answering in a sticky manner, "Their medicine is useless. Just kiss me and it will be fine." Wu Cece's face turned red, looking around to see no one was there. She actually tiptoed and gave Shen a kiss. Shen was not satisfied at all, holding her and repeatedly saying, "Lick it again, lick it again." Wu Cece gave him a playful glance, biting her lip, and couldn't help but stick out her tongue to lick the bruise. Shen then became bolder, grabbing her 2 soft spots on her buttocks and squeezing them hard. He leaned down to kiss Wu Cece's lips, his lower body rubbing against hers, making low, hoarse sounds. Wu Cece felt herself losing control from his teasing. Feeling Shen hardness below, she shyly said, Let's go to the lounge over there, not here." Hearing her words, Shen eyes lit up. He directly pulled her into his arms face to face, leaned down to kiss her eyes, and extended his tongue to lick her long eyelashes like a little brush. While walking, he chuckled and said, "Later, Brother Shen will definitely make our big baby comfortable in bed." Hearing his words, Wu Cece's entire face turned red, and with Shen kissing her, she couldn't open her eyes out of embarrassment, leaning closer to him and tremblingly whispering no. Shen knew very well that she was speaking contrary to her heart, and he directly bit her ear, feeling her shiver, and laughed lightly. "You say no with your mouth, but your body is quite honest, Director Wu." After saying that, he slammed the lounge door shut with his leg and let Wu Cece down from his arms, proudly shouting, "Look." Wu Cece opened her eyes hazily and saw a pink medical therapy bed in the center of the room, looking very frightened. It was something Shen specially bought from Ma Wenchang's uncle's company that afternoon. The end of the bed was forcibly stuck with a line of big letters: Aegis Therapy Bed, Professional Acupoint Massage, Sleep Your Way to an Exciting Life. Chapter 34. Wu Cece looked at the physiotherapy bed in front of her, her mind filled with the catchy phrase about sleeping to achieve a wonderful life. With a blank expression, she turned around and stepped towards the door. However, Shen was very alert. He immediately blocked her way, picked her up, and placed her directly on the pink physiotherapy bed behind him, gently saying, "Don't be shy, Director Wu. This is the girl color I specifically had changed for you. Perfect for a little girl like you who says one thing but means another. The massage intensity is adjustable, and once it starts, I could do everything, sing, play, you name it." Wu Cece lay on the bed, feeling hopeless. Shen excitedly turned on the massage switch at the waist of the bed, and suddenly music accompanied by vibrations began to play. Upon closer inspection, it was actually the theme song from Sailor Moon. Wu Cece couldn't help but shout, "Shen can you stop treating me like a child?" This statement had some merit, as in the past, when they went to the temple fair, Shen loved to buy a balloon and place it behind her, telling everyone that she was his little child. Shen pulled a chair next to him and sat down, seriously replying, "But you said you loved watching Sailor Moon when you were a child." Wu Cece was so angry she felt dizzy. Looking at Shen's face, she momentarily didn't know what to do with him. Seeing his slightly raised pants, she mischievously squinted her eyes and suddenly pulled him down by the neck. Then she gently brushed her lips against the corner of his mouth and asked sweetly, "Does Big Brother Shen want to do something naughty with baby?" How could Shen not want to? He was originally worried about Wu Cece's waist and had barely managed to suppress his desires. Now, with this reckless teasing, he was instantly aroused again. He supported himself on either side of her cheeks and whispered, "Stop messing around. You fell today, so you can't go wild." Although Wu Cece had been pushed and fell to the ground, she wasn't hurt at all. Even the two soft parts of her body were thriving. Listening to his words, she felt half touched and half helpless, directly letting her hand casually brush against his pants, blinking her eyes, and deliberately blowing air into his ear while acting cute. But I thought about it. After saying that, she bit her lip and tilted her watery eyes up, softly murmuring, "Today, Big Brother Shen was so handsome in the fight. Just watching made baby wet." This was outrageous. Although Wu Cece would occasionally say some risque things when pressed by Shen Han in bed, she had never talked nonsense like this in broad daylight. Shen Han was frozen in place, feeling a bit of pain below. He directly leaned down and sealed Wu Cece's mouth with his tongue swirling against her palate, while his right hand roamed over her body, unbuttoning her bra from the front, and his left hand single-handedly undid his belt. Biting her nose tip, he said hoarsely, "Wearing this kind of underwear out? Were you already thinking of teasing Big Brother Shen? Huh? Little naughty girl?" Seeing that Shen Han was hooked, Wu Cece felt a surge of joy in her heart. But she still had to pretend to be coy, pushing against his firm chest with her hand and softly replying, "No. Not at all. Big Brother Shen, will you close your eyes?" At this moment, Shen Han thought Wu Cece was going to play some kind of game. Hearing her say this, he obediently closed his eyes, eagerly leaning his face against hers and asking, "Is baby still shy?" Wu Cece stammered in response. Gently pulling out Shen Han's belt, she suddenly grinned wickedly, spun around, and tightly bound his hands to the armrest of the physiotherapy bed, then sprang out of Shen Han's embrace, standing there with a cheeky grin, shouting as she walked toward the door, "Go have your lovey-dovey time with your physiotherapy bed." Shen Han opened his eyes to see the current situation and was completely stunned. Wu Cece proudly ran toward the door. Just as she placed her hand on the doorknob, she suddenly realized that the door had been locked from the outside. She felt a bit flustered. Just as she was about to call Chun Yaru, a loud bang came from behind her. Turning around stiffly, she saw Shen Han standing not far away with a smug look on his face, fixing the armrest he had just broken, while loosening the 2 buttons of his collar. He walked over leisurely, scooped Wu Cece into his arms, and made a motion as if to poke her below. Wu Cece swallowed hard, trembling as she called out, "Shen." "Big Brother." Shen Han nonchalantly replied, "Can you go easy on me?" Shen Han raised an eyebrow and grinned. "What do you think?" Wu Cece looked at Shen Han's gleaming teeth, then shouted, "Shendaxian. Can you spare baby a dog's life?" Shen Han completely ignored her, directly carrying her to the physiotherapy bed, yanking her pants down, and directly invading this little girl's sanctuary. Wu Cece let out a light cry, pleading with a nasal voice, "Easy, easy on me." Seeing this, Shen Han immediately bit her ear. Wu Cece's entire body went soft, and she began to feel like crying without tears, mentally repeating, "Damn it, what the hell am I doing?" When the two of them finally came out of the lounge, Shen Yaru had already organized Zhang Fengyun's belongings in the basement. Handing a box to Wu Cece, she softly told her, "These are some things from the teacher's place in the basement. You left in a hurry last time and didn't have time to take them." Wu Cece's legs were still a bit weak. Just as she was about to take the box, Shen Han had already stepped forward to take it. Smiling as he thanked her, "Thanks, Sister Yaru. Later, we still need to go visit Aunt Zhang's grave. Will you come with us?" Shen Yaru shook her head, smiling as she replied, "No, I'm in Taiwan. I can visit the teacher often, plus I can't leave the studio right now." Wu Cece nodded and said goodbye to Chun Yaru, then followed Shen Han out of the studio and into the waiting car outside. The car was the same one, but the original driver, Lao Yin, said he had something at home, so they replaced him with a young guy wearing a baseball cap who spoke a bit stutteringly. But it didn't matter. Shen Han looked through the things in the box, pulled out a photo album, flipped through a couple of pages, and with his left hand resting on Wu Cece's shoulder, suddenly laughed. Your dad was so chubby when he was young." Hearing his words, Wu Cece couldn't help but turn her head to take a look, softly replying, "Oh, when was this photo taken? I've never seen it before." Shen Han flipped through the photos while exclaiming, Your dad really is something. He says he didn't marry your mom for love. Yet your mom has kept his childhood album so well. And after all these years, even if it's not love, there should at least be a sense of family responsibility, right? TSK, really not a man. Wu Cece listened to him and silently nodded, momentarily unsure how to respond. Looking at the photo in his hand, she softly said, "This is my grandma when she was young." The photo showed Lu Ying holding a young Wu Xiangbei, with a handwritten note below that read, "Beibei's third birthday at Beiming Park with Suqiu." Shen Hanzhan looked at the writing on it, suddenly furrowing his brows and asking, "Suqiu?" Wu Cece replied with an leaning against him, "It's the name my grandma's family gave her. I heard only Grandpa calls her that." Shen Hanzhan stared at the writing on the photo in silence for a moment, then suddenly exclaimed, "Is your grandma from Subei?" Wu Cece was startled by a sudden question, thought for a moment, and answered, "I think so, why?" Shen Hanzhan asked again, "You said she had an unregistered husband in the mainland before?" Wu Cece nodded and replied, "Yes, my aunt mentioned it to me occasionally. What's the matter?" Shen Hanzhan did not answer directly and pulled out his phone, calling the old man on the other end. After a light cough, he asked straightforwardly, "Grandpa, I want to ask you something very serious. The woman who used to call you little beggar, is her name Suqiu?" Upon hearing this, Wu Cece started to piece together some thoughts and leaned in closer to hear the voice on the phone. After a while of and ah, Shen Hanzhan looked at Wu Cece and asked, "Does your grandmother have 3 moles behind her ear?" Wu Cece nodded, dazed, and replied, "They're in a triangular shape." At this point, Shen Hanzhan finally confirmed Lu Ying's identity. After hanging up the phone, he took a deep breath and stared at Wu Cece's face for a long time without speaking. Wu Cece felt uneasy under his gaze and couldn't help but ask softly, "Does your grandfather know my grandmother?" Shen Hanzhan nodded and told her, "Not just no, I think my grandfather must be your grandmother's betrothed husband." Wu Cece's eyes widened in disbelief as she asked, "That can't be possible." Shen Hanzhan patted her head, pulling her closer into his embrace, kissed her nose, and softly replied, "Why is it impossible? My grandfather has been looking for Lu Suqiu for many years. Back then, he was an orphan, wandering everywhere, and only your grandmother was kind enough to secretly give him a couple of buns at her back door. At that time, my grandfather didn't even dare to ask her what she did. He just thought she was more beautiful than a fairy, always smiling and calling him little beggar." Wu Cece gradually came to her senses and lifted her little face, quietly asking, "Then why did they separate later?" Shen Hanzhan tilted his head and replied, "Because of the anti-Japanese war. The country was in chaos back then, conscripting everywhere. My grandfather, being an orphan, told your grandmother he was going to enlist. He was afraid she wouldn't like him, wanted to come back after defeating the Japanese and saving some money to marry her." Hearing his words, Wu Cece felt a wave of oppression in her heart. She lowered her head and said softly, "How could she not like him? If she didn't like him, who would secretly give a little beggar food at the back door? If she didn't like him, who would remember someone who just said to wait for him to come back for a lifetime?" Upon hearing Wu Cece's words, Shen Hanzhan quickly leaned down and kissed her cheek, not wanting her to be too sad. He buried his head in her shoulder and rubbed against it, smiling smugly. "No wonder my grandmother reacted that way when she heard you were from Taiwan. Director Wu, it seems that it's fate for you to become a daughter-in-law of the Shen family." Wu Cece suddenly realized this and worriedly asked, "What if your grandmother doesn't like me?" Shen Hanzhan immediately exclaimed, patting his chest, "Don't worry, you are Lu Suqiu's granddaughter. You can definitely walk sideways in our family. As for the old lady, she's all talk and no bite. With me here, she won't bother you at all. Really, Director Wu, don't watch those unreliable TV dramas too much. Our family's daughters-in-law live particularly well." Seeing him say this, Wu Cece could only nod her head while looking down and softly said, "Then let's hurry back after we finish our business tomorrow. It's just right that San Air and the others are also calling me to attend Teacher Liao's 80th birthday." Shen Hanzhan frowned and suddenly became unhappy. "Her son? What do you mean? Is he interested in my wife?" Wu Cece chuckled and replied, "Her son is almost 60. Shen Hanzhan raised an eyebrow, looking indignant. "That won't do. At 80, I can still take Viagra. 58 is just not safe." Wu Cece was genuinely exasperated with Shen Hanzhan's mouth and directly punched him, looking out the window in silence. Zheng Fangyun's sudden passing years ago led to a temporary burial site arranged by Yang Xinji. Although it was done in a hurry, the place was actually quite nice. Nestled between mountains and rivers, with an empty space next to it. Yang Xinji hadn't mentioned whose it was at the time, but thinking back now, it wasn't hard to guess. Wu Cixi and Shen Hanzhan got out of the car. It was already 5 in the afternoon, and the mountain breeze mixed with the river's moisture felt particularly cool against the skin. Wu Cixi took out the items and placed them in front of Zheng Fangyun's tombstone, kneeling down to gently bow 3 times, then pulled Shen Hanzhan down to kneel as well, softly calling, "Mom, this is your son-in-law, Shen Hanzhan. He treats me really well." Hearing the emotion in Wu Cixi's voice, Shen Hanzhan also bowed 3 times, making his skin turn red, and said, "Mom, I am Shen Hanzhan, the little grandson of the old Shen family. Don't worry, my family is easy to get along with. I will always protect Cixi and make sure she doesn't suffer any grievances. If I can't do it, you can find a good day to come out and beat me." Wu Cixi was amused by his words. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly saw Shen Hanzhan suddenly stand up, swinging his long leg and sweeping around. Wu Cixi had been talking to Zheng Fangyun's photo and hadn't noticed the surroundings. When she looked up, she found that 4 people had already surrounded them. Leading the group was a young driver wearing a hat. At this moment, he had taken off his hat, revealing clear features. Wu Cixi stepped back in shock, her eyes wide, shouting, You are Qin Junyi's lover." Upon hearing her words, Shen Hanzhan immediately understood the situation. He took off his jacket and chuckled, "Oh, so it was you, this idiot, who stepped on my wife's hand." After saying that, he glanced at the others holding knives around them and disdainfully asked, "What? Afraid that Wu Xiangbei will find out that his son isn't his? Want to kill me to keep it quiet?" The man looked at him with an unfriendly expression and spat at Shen Hanzhan. Then, with a sinister smile, he said, "Mr. Shen, we were originally not interfering with each other, but since you're here in Taiwan, you insist on making a scene for your delicate wife. As a native Taiwanese, how can I not show some respect, right?" Shen Hanzhan snorted with a smile. He slowly put his hand in his chest pocket and then took it out again, suddenly stepping forward, bending down to swipe, and kicked sideways, instantly knocking the man to the ground, who let out a heart-wrenching scream. Upon closer inspection, it turned out his Achilles tendon had been sliced. Shen Hanzhan held up the Swiss knife in his hand and smirked, saying, "All right, let the daddy from the mainland teach you what close-quarters combat of the Marine Corps is." After finishing, he turned his head to look at the 3 men beside him. These 3 had been hired by the man and didn't care about brotherhood. They symbolically waved their knives a couple of times. After Shen Hanzhan kicked each of them, they thought it wasn't worth losing their lives for a little money and simply got up, dropped their knives, and staggered down the mountain. Seeing those people flee, Shen Hanzhan didn't intend to chase them. Flicking the Swiss knife in his hand, he squatted down and patted the man's face, asking, "Didn't you say we wouldn't interfere with each other? Oh, Daddy remembers you owe my wife half a hand, right?" The man, hearing Shen Hanzhan's words, suddenly looked panic-stricken and raised his head. When he saw the ruthless look in Shen Hanzhan's eyes, he trembled and shouted, "She was the one who hit I first." Shen Hanzhan nodded and smiled. "Yes, it was my wife who hit your lover first." After speaking, he stood up directly, raised his foot, and placed on the man's fingers, expressionless as he said, "So what? Does my dad need a reason to hit you?" The man felt the pressure of Shen Hanzhan's foot gradually intensifying on his fingers, cold sweat pouring from his body, and he couldn't help but shout, "What you're doing is illegal." Upon hearing this, Shen Hanzhan simply stomped down hard. Wu Cixi, listening to the man's screams, suddenly felt an indescribable panic in her heart. She walked over, grabbed Shen Hanzhan's hand, and whispered, "Hanzhan, I'm a bit scared. Let's not bother with him anymore, okay?" Shen Hanzhan reached out to pat her head, pulled her into his arms, leaned close to her ear, and softly told her, "Be good, close your eyes, don't be afraid. We're going to get back your things. There's nothing to be ashamed of." After speaking, he stomped down hard again, and the man screamed several times before finally passing out from the pain. Wu Cixi was trembling all over and didn't dare to open her eyes. Seeing her like this, Shen Hanzhan couldn't help but sigh, feeling a bit heartbroken. He walked over, picked up the coat on the ground, draped it over her, and carried her to a tree nearby. Leaning down close to her ear, While patting her back, he said, "Cece, most people have contradictions in their hearts. They can hold onto some hatred while being unable to act ruthlessly. The hatred they can't let go of makes them humble, and the ruthlessness they can't act upon makes them cowardly. What I did today is to help you let go of all the hatred from the past." Wu Cece looked up at Shen Han in a daze, feeling somewhat unfamiliar. Shen Han smiled broadly, pinched her cheek playfully, and casually told her, "My grandpa is a rough man, just like me, but our Shen family has always believed in this saying, whether it's a country or a person, only when you have enough strength to crush others can you truly make them fear you, rather than holding onto meaningless grudges." After speaking, he held Wu Cece's hand to his lips and kissed it, raising his eyebrows at her. "Look, back then you foolishly ran over and slapped that woman. But what you lost was actually much more. Just like today, when this man came to find me, once a person makes a choice, he must pay a price. Regardless of you or him, today's outcome was destined." Wu Cece listened to Shen Hanshan's words, paused in silence, and finally leaned against him, taking a deep breath. Nodding, she softly said, Han, I'm sorry that coming to Taiwan this time has brought you nothing but unhappy things. Next time, let's not fight anymore. We are cultured people. Let's not do such things, okay?" Shen Han suddenly burst into laughter. Holding Wu Cece's body, he rubbed his head against her hair and replied cheerfully, "Wife, let me tell you, fighting and having culture actually have no big relation. Really, we study to avoid becoming fools. We fight to keep fools away from you. As long as we know what we're doing, sometimes force really isn't a bad thing." After speaking, he leaned down to smell the fragrance on Wu Cece, then immediately coughed lightly and asked mischievously, "Director Wu, do you remember that our first time was also in a place like this where no birds would poop?" Wu Cece chuckled, finally amused by him, and mumbled softly, "That time was only 10 minutes. Shen Han immediately furrowed his brows and began to shake his head in dismay over his unfortunate situation. "Director Wu, why do you only remember these trivial matters?" Wu Cece laughed even more happily, wrapping her arms around Shen Hanshan's neck, and softly said, Han, sometimes I think you're really smart, but sometimes when you act foolishly, I feel like you're particularly worrisome." Shen Han raised an eyebrow, looking mysterious, and said, "Oh, you even know about being worrisome. What is up? I just want to make you happy. Besides, making my wife laugh isn't being foolish. It's called technical IQ reduction, a skill that every silly male deer needs to possess. Otherwise, how can I attract a female deer on the street to be my wife?" Seeing him speak so convincingly, Wu Cece stifled a laugh and nestled her head against his chest, looking up at him and asking, "What about you? Don't you need me to make you happy?" Shen Han casually patted her behind and, licking his lips, replied cheerfully, "Of course I don't need it. I get happy just seeing you. And as long as you're by my side, I can wake up happily even in my sleep." Upon hearing his words, Wu Cece couldn't help but blush a little. At that moment, a car horn sounded from not far away, followed by the voices of Lin Shen and Yuan Sheng. "Hey, old Shen, where are you?" "Boss, don't move. We're coming up to find you." Shen Han shouted hoarsely, "No need. We're busy. My wife is too tight. We'll go down ourselves." Upon hearing him, Wu Cece chuckled softly and finally stretched out her foot, unable to resist kicking him off. How can this person be so carefree? Chapter 35. When a few people returned to the old house, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Xiao Wu was squatting at the entrance in a nightgown. When she saw Wu Cece get out of the car, she immediately ran over, grabbed her hand, looked her up and down, and frowned with a worried expression. "Cece, are you hurt? Are you dizzy? Do you feel nauseous?" Wu Cece smiled and shook her head. "I'm fine, don't worry. With your Xingu around, what could happen to me?" Xiao Wu thought her reasoning made sense, and after a moment, she pulled her hand and whispered, "Cece, let me tell you. Just now your dad and that mistress had a fight at home and smashed the old vine chair in the yard." Wu Cece was slightly taken aback, unable to help but glance at Shen Han beside her, and softly asked, "What happened to them?" Shen Han, still chewing on a baked pancake he bought on the way, stepped up with a swagger and replied nonchalantly, "Hey, they just showed your dad a paternity test. Director Wu, don't worry. Lin has already completed the transfer procedures for this house this afternoon. Their family's trivial matters have nothing to do with us." After saying that, He noticed Qin Junyi's parents wandering nearby and immediately grinned mischievously, raising his voice intentionally, adding, "If they make a big fuss, I'll sue them for trespassing. Anyway, that's son isn't his, so who s embarrassed to raise him? We're just here for some entertainment." In the past, Wu Sisi might have worried about this for a while, but after what happened on the mountain earlier, for some reason, she found her grievances and hatred from the past weren't so significant anymore. Watching Wu Xiangbei's situation felt like that of an outsider, calm and slightly disdainful. That night, Wu Xiangbei secretly tried to find Wu Sisi to talk, but when he unexpectedly saw Shen Hanshan's old face at the door, he grinned, revealing a few white teeth, and immediately turned to run as if he had seen the king of hell. The next morning, a group of people strolled around the city, wrapped up their tasks, and boarded a flight back to the mainland in the evening. Wu Xiangbei didn't see them off. He didn't have the face or the mood for it. However, before leaving, Li Guan held Wu Sisi's hand tightly, repeatedly telling her to take care, saying, "I'm getting old. I just hope to see you get married one day. That way, when I go down to see your old sister, I can make her happy." Wu Sisi took his words to heart, and her eyes turned red. After getting off the plane, she held Shen Hanshan's hand and told him, "Tomorrow I have to attend the teacher's birthday banquet and won't have time. The day after tomorrow is the weekend, so let us move the house then." Shen Hanshan was slightly taken aback upon hearing Wu Sisi's words. Coming to his senses, he cautiously leaned in and asked, "You agreed to move in and live with me?" Wu Sisi nodded and replied, "Yeah, and also to vacate the house for Lin Shun. I think Xiao Wu seems to really like Lin Shun." Shen Hanshan lowered his head and pondered Wu Sisi's words for a moment, then suddenly asked in horror, "Director Wu, do you mean that Xiao Wu, that weirdo, likes Lin's devilish face?" Wu Sisi ignored him, pinched his nose, and softly muttered, "They were originally a pretty matched pair. Why do you have nothing good to say about it?" Shen Hanshan grinned and pulled her into his arms, responding casually, all right. Our director Wu has high ideals and deep awareness. Not only does she want to enjoy happiness herself, but she also wants to spread warmth to all humanity, so everyone can be happy together, right?" Hearing him say that, Wu Sisi couldn't help but laugh, and as she saw the car coming, she got in without responding to him. The next day, Wu Sisi returned to report at the studio. That afternoon, she received the files from the health hall. After finishing recording in the studio, she noticed it was already 6:30. After changing her clothes, she took a taxi to the hotel for Liao Fengjuan's birthday banquet. At that moment, Yao Shan was standing in the hotel lobby waiting for her. When she saw Wu Sisi get out of the taxi, she immediately walked over and asked, "Where's your big star? Didn't he come to drop you off?" Wu Sisi shook her head and smiled. "He was supposed to accompany me to Taiwan, which delayed a lot of work. There's no need to tell him about such a small matter." Upon hearing her words, Yao Shan immediately tapped her on the head, scolding her for being foolish. How can you still be so dumb?" Wu Sisi laughed and shook her hand, trying to change the subject by acting cute. All right. Why are you waiting for me down here? I could have gone up by myself. I can find the peony room." Yao Shan clicked her tongue and pinched her face, replying angrily, "If I had known you were coming dressed like this today, I would have jumped into your house to pick you up." Wu Sisi grinned, walking while reaching to tickle Yao Shan's arm, knowing that Yao Shan was most ticklish there. With a playful smile, she joked, "Madame Zhang, you are getting less down to earth." Yao Shan retorted, "Less down to earth? You little brat, stand up straight. Wu Sisi, you tell me, you're already considered a single woman of a certain age. So many people laughed at you for dropping out halfway. Now you come to a gathering with such an improper attitude." Wu Sisi stuck out her tongue and quietly asked, "Are many people here today?" Yao Shan wrinkled her nose and replied, "Of course. Even Hu Xiaoqin came back from Germany." Wu Sisi pursed her lips, surprised. "I just wanted to come to wish teacher Liao a happy birthday today. I didn't plan to stay long. It shouldn't be too eye-catching, right?" As soon as she finished speaking, the elevator dinged open, and a sharp voice suddenly called out from the side, "Is that Sisi?" Wu Sisi stiffened and couldn't help but awkwardly look up. Seeing the person in front of her, she nodded and called out, "Xiaoqin, you're back from Germany?" Hu Xiaoqin used to be in the same department as Wu Sisi. At that time, they were both thrust into the spotlight because of their beauty, and although they appeared friendly on the surface, there was still a hint of tension between them. However, their fates were completely different. Wu Sisi dropped out of school halfway and became a small host, while Hu Xiaoqin graduated smoothly, went to Germany for a master's degree, and even found a Chinese husband. Now she returned as a pianist, and her status was no longer comparable. Yao Shan pulled Wu Cici's hand and smiled, telling her, "Xiaoqin, Cici just got off work and came over to see the teacher, planning to leave right after. You know, hosts with a bit of fame are especially busy now." Hu Xiaoqin smiled and nodded in understanding. Of course, although Cici didn't graduate, she is still considered a host now. "I heard her show is quite successful and popular among the elderly." Her words naturally carried a hint of disdain. Teacher Liao Fengjun had many students, some in their 60s or 70s. Those who were invited to her 80th birthday were almost all prominent figures in their respective fields. And there was really no one like Wu Cici who dropped out to become a host. Just as the atmosphere became awkward, Liao Fengjun was already being supported out of the room. Seeing that she had come specifically to pick up Wu Cici, she smiled and called out, "Cici." Wu Cici smiled and walked up, taking Liao Fengjun's hand and softly saying, "Happy birthday, Teacher Liao. You look more and more spirited." Upon seeing Wu Cici, Liao Fengjun remembered her deceased daughter, gently stroking her head and repeatedly saying, "You must be busy with work now. I told you if you're busy, don't bother coming." But he insisted on notifying you. Wu Cici quickly shook her head with a smile. "I'm not that busy." After speaking, she took out a beautifully packaged tea box from her bag, handed it to Yu Xiao, and said, "Uncle Yu, this is the high mountain tea I brought back for the teacher from Taiwan a few days ago. I usually brew a little for the teacher to drink in the morning. It's good for health." Liao Fengjun heard Wu Cici's words, grabbed her hand, and couldn't stop smiling as she pulled her towards the private room. Hu Xiaoqin watched from behind with little expression on her face. After a moment of silence, she suddenly smiled and shouted to everyone present, "Senior brothers and sisters, this is Wu Cici, our teacher's favorite student from before. She's from Taiwan and came late today because of work. What do you say? Should we penalize her with a drink?" Wu Cici stood there, suddenly feeling awkward as all eyes turned to her. Looking at the strong liquor on the table, she shyly replied, "I really can't handle alcohol very well." Hu Xiaoqin's eyes twinkled, and she couldn't help but add, "Then how about you play a piece for us? We're all Teacher Liao students, and it's okay to apologize with a piece he likes, right?" As soon as she finished speaking, the people around immediately echoed her. "Yeah, junior sister, give us one." What junior sister said is right. Let's hear 1072. Wu Cici stood there, feeling dazed. Her left hand had been injured before, and the tendon in her pinky was almost completely severed. Although she had no issues in daily life, playing the piano was nearly impossible. She didn't want to worry Liao Fengjun back then, so she hadn't revealed the real reason for dropping out of school, only saying that she lost her motivation after her mother passed away. At this moment, Liao Fengjun heard Hu Xiaoqin's words and didn't think much of it. Instead, she smiled rarely and gently said, "That's right, Cici, play a piece for the teacher. I haven't heard you play in many years." Wu Cici stood in place, feeling the eyes of those around her on her, and she broke out in a thin layer of sweat on her back. Her hands gradually shook, unable to produce any sound. Taking a deep breath, just as she was about to speak, the door to the private room was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Shen Hanzhan walked in wearing shorts, a mischievous smile on his face, followed by someone who looked somewhat familiar to Wu Cici. After thinking carefully, she realized it was Liang Tsongin, who had previously received Wu Xiu's heart transplant. Liao Fengjun was also surprised to see Liang Tsongin. She walked over and called out, "Tsongin, why are you here today?" Liang Tsongin was also one of Liao Fengjun's students. Although he had never attended a formal university due to his frail health, he was very talented in music, good-looking, and came from a strong family background, making him a notable figure among Liao Fengjun's students. At this moment, Liang Tsongin didn't have the sickly look Wu Cici had seen when she first met him. His skin remained pale and glowed under the light. He approached, looked at Liao Fengjun's face, and smiled softly. "It's the teacher's birthday, of course, I had to come see." After speaking, he walked in front of Wu Cici, patted her head, and asked softly, "Both of us are late. How about we play a duet? I'll play on the left, you on the right?" Upon hearing his words, Wu Cici immediately came back to her senses. Standing in place, she couldn't help but nod slightly and replied softly then, "I hope for your guidance, senior brother." After saying that, The two walked over to the piano and sat down. Liang Tsongin took advantage of the time to test the sound and leaned close to Wu Cici's ear, whispering, "Don't be nervous, just follow my rhythm." Hearing his voice, Wu Cici felt a huge weight lift off her heart. She raised her right hand, took a deep breath, and finally nodded heavily, starting to play along with his lead. A piece of moderate difficulty became much more beautiful and lively with Liang Tsongin's addition. When Wu Cici finished playing and got off the piano, she couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Liang Tsongin stood beside her, noticing her reaction. The usually aloof person couldn't help but smile slightly. Wu Cici heard that sound and lowered her head, not daring to speak, her face slightly reddened with embarrassment. After all, a few mistakes earlier had been covered up thanks to the talented person in front of her. Shen Hanzhan stood not far away, watching the two's reaction, feeling very displeased. He walked over and shouted, "Wu host, are we still discussing the contract?" Wu Cici exclaimed, looking up a bit confused. Liao Fengjun reacted quickly and asked, "Oh, Cici, are you busy with work? Hurry up, don't waste time with this old lady. Work is important. Your intentions, I have received them." Seeing her say this, Wu Cici could only pretend to have something to do, nodding and saying, "Then, teacher, I'll leave first." After saying that, she looked at everyone present and added, "I'm sorry. Senior brothers and sisters, I have something to attend to. I'll leave first. Next time, I'll invite everyone to gather with the teacher." Most of the people present were perceptive and immediately agreed, saying, of course. Seeing this, Shen Hanzhan immediately pulled Wu Cici out of the private room. Before leaving, he grabbed a chicken leg from the nearby table with a food packaging bag and quietly said, "This hotel's marinated chicken leg is the only thing edible." Wu Cici looked at his nonchalant expression and couldn't help but laugh. When Shen Hanzhan heard her laughter, his face showed some displeasure as he pulled her into the elevator and suddenly leaned in to kiss her. Wu Cici initially resisted a bit, but after a while, she simply wrapped her arms around his neck and accepted it. When Shen Hanzhan finally let go of her, she gasped and asked, "Did your uncle come here because you called him?" Shen Hanzhan snorted and replied, "Who else could invite that deity?" After speaking, he unhappily picked Wu Cici up and pressed her against the elevator wall, saying fiercely, "Don't flirt with my uncle. Although he look a bit good, he's impotent and sickly. He can't satisfy you, little vixen." Only then did Wu Cici understand where Shen Hanzhan's anger was coming from. She chuckled and bit his chin, saying, "Mr. Shen, what are you talking about? Did someone spill the vinegar? Why is there such a strong, sour smell?" When Shen Hanzhan saw Wu Cici daring to provoke him, he immediately smacked her on the butt, making a loud sound. Just then, the elevator reached the first floor, and someone walked in from outside. Wu Cici shyly buried her face in Shen Hanzhan's neck, not daring to show her face. However, Shen Hanzhan was shameless, seeing the person staring at him. He walked out while shouting, "Never seen a couple before?" The two people he yelled at shivered, thinking, "We've never seen one before, but now we have." Shen Hanzhan didn't care what others thought of him. In front of everyone, he walked out of the hotel door with his little lover, suddenly stopping in front of a car, shaking his butt, and asking with a mischievous smile, "Wife, is this your German classmate's car?" Wu Cici looked up in surprise and asked, "How do you know?" Shen Hanzhan replied casually, "Just look at the car keys. They're easy to recognize. This car, although not expensive, is at least half a limited edition. What do you think? Should we pull off a big one?" Wu Cici got off Shen Hanzhan and tilted her head, asking, "What big one?" Shen Hanzhan licked his lips, took out his Swiss Army knife that he usually carried, opened it up to reveal a long screwdriver, and suddenly stabbed it into the tire, making a hissing sound immediately. Wu Cici never expected that someone as grown up as Shen Hanzhan could still do such childish things. Before she had a chance to speak, the security guard shouted, "Hey, you two, what bad things are you doing? Don't run." Could Shen Hanzhan not run? Standing still was for turtles. He grabbed Wu Cici's hand and kicked his legs to run outside, not even bothering to pick up the big chicken leg that fell from his pocket. It had been years since Wu Cici had run like this with someone. The last time she ran so desperately was during the 800 meters in college. Running behind Shen Hanzhan like she was in a daze for a while, she finally couldn't take it anymore, shook her head, stopped, bent over, and leaned her hands on her knees, gasping for breath. Seeing that the security guard had been shaken off, Shen Hanzhan also stopped talking. He rummaged through his pockets, realized the chicken leg was gone, and couldn't help feeling a bit regretful. He reached out to touch Wu Cici's hair and smiled, saying, "Director Wu, how does it feel to be a bad person? Isn't it great?" After catching her breath for a while, Wu Cici finally straightened up and found that they were now by the lake. Reflecting on a moment earlier, she actually felt quite relieved. Shaking her head and laughing helplessly, she asked, "What if we get caught? How old are you?" Shen Han held her hand, leaned against the stone railing by the lake, and replied with a mischievous grin, "If we get caught, we'll just pay the fine. We mustn't hold back our anger. If we can vent, we should. If she's unkind, then we can't be kind. That's the joy of living." Wu Cici punched his arm lightly. "Say, why are you so bad?" Shen Han smiled widely, revealing most of his front teeth, and replied cheerfully, "What's wrong with being bad? Living means learning how to be stylishly bad. Really, didn't the teacher say that people are born good? Our original state when we're born is kindness, but if everyone is kind, then no one is. So, we grow up to abandon unnecessary kindness and become useful bad people in society." Wu Cici knew that Shen Han always had a lot of twisted logic. Hearing him say this made her laugh. Standing in place, looking at the lights on the lake, she sighed softly, "You just love to be silly." Shen Han saw Wu Cici hugging the stone pillar like a koala and felt a tickle in his heart. He walked over, hugged her tightly, leaned against her, and said with a laugh, "I'm just being silly right in front of you." Hearing his words made Wu Cici feel a subtle sweetness in her heart. She moved her neck and softly remarked, "The lake is really beautiful today." Shen Han responded with him, "Yeah, it's just a pity the chicken leg fell halfway." Wu Cici elbowed him playfully, "Can't you be a bit more romantic?" Shen Han chuckled a couple of times and replied seriously, "Want to play romance with your brother?" "Sure." After saying that, he stood up straight, took Wu Cici's hands, raised them in front of his chest, pointed to the moon in the sky, and looked at her with deep affection, saying, "Zhao, look that beautiful and sorrowful moon in the sky." Wu Cici followed Shen Han's finger and saw the night sky like water, the moonlight like water, reflecting the city's neon lights, creating a serene elegance. Just as she closed her eyes and took a deep breath of the cool air by the lake, Shen Han opened his mouth again and murmured, "Doesn't it resemble that chicken leg that has nothing to do with us?" Wu Cici suddenly opened her eyes, smiled at him, kicked his foot, and nodded, replying, "Yeah. So Urkong, you should go live your life with your chicken leg." Chapter 36. Early the next morning, Wu Cici was still buried in her blanket, half asleep, when the phone rang incessantly. It was the old comrade, Shen Han calling. This guy usually doesn't do anything serious and loves to change his ringtone on Wu Cici's phone every few days. Recently, he had chosen the song "The Big Knife Cuts Down" on the Japanese, which was particularly excessive. At this moment, the ringtone was playing in a loop, driving Wu Cici crazy, her head pounding from the noise. After hanging up twice, she found that the person on the other end was even more persistent, becoming more and more determined. In the end, Xiao Wu couldn't stand it anymore, biting down on her toothbrush to help Wu Cici answer the call, then opened the door to let the beast in. Shen Han had returned to his usual appearance, wearing a small white t-shirt and flip-flops, his hair casually hanging over his forehead, looking relaxed. He was carrying half a box of roast duck, emitting a fresh aroma, which Xiao Wu thought had a down-to-earth charm. However, his gaze wasn't very kind as he lowered his head, sneaking into Wu Cici's bedroom, looking like a recently released convict at first glance. Wu Cici had been sleeping soundly until the bed suddenly sank. Groggily opening her eyes, she was startled to find a big face right in front of her. Shen Han, seeing her reaction, was somewhat displeased. After all, he was used to being praised, with compliments like charming lips and bright teeth always coming his way. And in such a literary atmosphere, he often felt quite handsome. Now, seeing Wu Cici's reaction, he immediately covered their heads with the blanket, rolled over, pinned her down, tickled her, and asked, "What reaction is this upon seeing your man? Am I a ghost?" Wu Cici, unable to get angry at him, could only laugh and plead for mercy. I was wrong. You are not a ghost. You are a great deity." She dared not tell Shen Han that she had just dreamed of helping Xiao Wu raise pigs, and when she opened her eyes, he had appeared. Xiao Wu was leaning outside the bedroom. Hearing their commotion, her face flushed. She looked at Lin Chun beside her and whispered, They won't be in there." "Will they?" "No. Lin Shen interrupted her directly, as if he knew what Xiao was going to ask. Xiao was a bit surprised and asked, "How do you know?" Lin Shen sneered and replied, "Because, while in your women's consciousness, we men are creatures that get hard at a touch and pounce immediately. In reality, we are not that impressive." Wu Cece struggled in the blanket for a while and finally managed to poke her head out. Seeing Shen Hanzhan leaning in to kiss her, she immediately covered her mouth and shouted, "I haven't washed my face or brushed my teeth yet." Shen Hanzhan simply pulled her hand away, leaned in for a kiss, then licked the corner of her lips, grinning mischievously as he said, "We are comrades from the same trench. Who doesn't have a fresh fart in their pocket?" Director Wu, being so bourgeois about dating is not good. Hearing his words, Wu Cece quickly rolled out of bed, covered her face, and dashed to the nearby bathroom. When she saw him following her, she could only squeeze out some toothpaste while sighing, "Can't you wait for me outside? I still need some time to do my makeup." Shen Hanzhan clicked his tongue, standing behind her, wrapping his arms around her waist, sliding his hands over her belly, watching their reflections in the mirror, pinching her cheeks and murmuring, "What makeup? You look better without it. I just like that beauty mark under your eye." After saying that, he specifically leaned down and licked the corner of her eye, exclaiming, "Every day, slathering on a pile of powder. Aren't you hot?" Wu Cece, feeling embarrassed, corrected him. "That's called setting powder, not flour. Do you know the difference?" Shen Hanzhan replied seriously, "Of course I know. Flour can still be eaten." Wu Cece was truly exasperated by his head. As his hands became less and less proper, she quickly grabbed his mischievous hand and hurriedly washed her face, applied skincare and primer, and quickly exited the room. Xiao Wu and Lin Shen were sitting at opposite ends of the sofa watching TV. The program on TV was Animal World with a deep, meaningful voice, just in time for spring, showing the mating season of small animals. Wu Cece sensed an awkward and strange atmosphere between the two. She grabbed Shen Hanshan's hand and couldn't help but whisper, "Shall we move our things first? Give Xia and Lin Shen some space. They seem a bit off." Shen Hanzhan ruffled her hair and quietly replied, "I've already called someone to move your things over. You just need to follow me." After saying that, he pointed at the half box of roast duck on the table and shouted, "Lin, I and your sister-in-law will head over first. When the tigers come over, just let them move the boxes from the room. By the way, this roast duck is freshly made. You and Xiao will eat it while it's hot. And don't fight, okay? If you must fight, do it outside. Don't make a mess in your sister-in-law's room." After finishing, he didn't care whether they agreed or not and directly took Wu Cece's hand and left. On the way, Wu Cece was thinking about Xiao Wu and felt somewhat glum. When they arrived at Shen Hanshan's neighborhood and saw the surrounding environment, she couldn't help but be stunned. Getting out of the car, holding a cushion, she shook her head and sighed, "In this place, I bet my annual salary wouldn't even be enough to buy you a toilet." Shen Hanzhan chuckled, closing the car door, pulling her toward the corridor, and casually replied, "Buy a toilet? Buy me is like buying 100 toilets." After saying that, feeling something was off, he immediately spat. Wu Cece couldn't help but laugh, pursing her lips and deliberately asking, "So, Mr. Shen, how much are you worth? Let me calculate how many years I need to take out a loan to afford you." Shen Hanzhan directly pulled her into his arms, leaned down against her neck, biting her ear, and shamelessly replied, "With our relationship, what loan are we talking about? Let's settle it with our bodies. I won't even charge you interest. Just call me hubby a few more times." Wu Cece, feeling a bit shy, pinched her body and, seeing the elevator doors open, quickly pushed him away and whispered, "We're in public." Shen Hanzhan was not the type to care about others' opinions. For someone like him, if you threw a caring look at him, he would think it was praise and would continue to escalate the situation. But at this moment, the person standing in the elevator was Yi Lin, and that changed everything. Yi Lin was the fierce divorced woman who had previously scared Shen Hanzhan into running naked into the police station. She was more beautiful than flowers, with money to spare, but unfortunately divorced at 30 and still had to sit on the ground and eat dirt when she saw handsome guys. When she first saw Shen Hanzhan, she was quite certain that he was definitely a kept boy by a rich woman. After all, a man looking like that not being kept would be a disrespect to the service industry. Therefore, she tried teasing, seducing, and even coercing him, leaving nothing out. But Shen Hanzhan completely ignored her, always wearing a look of infertility and hopelessness. In the end, Yi Lin discovered that not only was he not a kept boy, but he was also the CEO of a joint venture-listed company, with a wealthy father and a powerful mother. Realizing her mistake, she could only bring a live chicken to knock on his door to apologize, but the building was empty and he was gone, leaving only a big pair of shorts fluttering on the balcony. At this moment, Shen Han was leaning into Wu Cece, whispering sweet nothings, practically wanting to lean on her, when he looked up and saw Yilin in the elevator. There was a hint of embarrassment on his face as he forced a smile and said, "Miss He, long time no see." Yilin looked at Wu Cece's face, felt it was somewhat familiar, but couldn't remember where she had seen it before. With a smile, she said, "Hello, Mr. Shen, is this your girlfriend?" Shen Han grinned widely and proudly told her, "My wife, we're planning to get our marriage certificate soon." Once he finished speaking, not only Yilin, but even Wu Cece was a bit stunned. Even after being pulled into the elevator, her head was still spinning, and she looked up at him and asked, "When did I agree to go get a marriage certificate with you?" Shen Han then pretended to be sad, lowering his head with a pitiful expression. "What's this? Director Wu, so you were playing with my feelings? You took a loan to buy me a house and still won get the marriage certificate? What even was this?" Wu Cece didn't even know how she ended up on this sinking ship. As soon as they entered the house, Shen Han pressed her against the sofa and kissed her for about 10 minutes. Once both of them were in the moment, with him holding her neck and passionately licking, suddenly, Shen Han's phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was his father calling. Shen Han sighed and answered the call while making sounds to his father, all the while absent-mindedly tracing his fingers over Wu Cece's underwear. Wu Cece was left in a daze, feeling all soft and unable to make a sound, only able to cover her mouth with her hand, her face flushed. By the time Shen Han hung up, Wu Cece had already collapsed onto the sofa, her eyes red, wishing she could eat him up. Shen Han picked her up and walked towards the bathroom, shamelessly saying, "Don't give me that doe-eyed look, my dear. Today, I have a heavy responsibility to take you to meet my father. Come on, let us wash up first, then we'll go have dinner at the old house." Hearing this, Wu Cece couldn't help but bite his neck hard, defiantly shouting, "I'll bite you to death for bullying me." Shen Han grinned even wider, turning on the shower, looking even happier. Director Wu, who would have thought? Such a pure face, but such layered thoughts. And you still want to bite me? Suddenly, Wu Cece realized something and slammed the bathroom door shut. Shen Han immediately cried out in agony from the outside. Wu Cece quickly reopened the door, anxiously asking, "What happened? Did you hurt your hand?" Shen Han shook his head, clutching his heart with a sorrowful expression. "No, it's my heart that is hurt. ZY. Thankfully you still care about me. Thankfully you came out to check on me. Or else." Wu Cece let out a cold laugh, looking at him and asking, "Or else what?" Shen Han blinked his eyes and replied with deep affection, "Or else I would have gone to eat watermelon." Wu Cece slammed the door shut again with a bang. This guy was utterly shameless and beyond help. By the time they finished getting ready and drove to the Shen family's old house, it was nearly noon. Just as Wu Cece followed Shen Han through the front gate, a girl about 12 or 13 suddenly dashed out and hugged Shen Han, cheerfully exclaiming, "Little uncle, you're here too." Behind her was another girl of similar age, but she seemed much calmer. The second girl looked at Wu Cece's face, smiled, and softly asked, "Are you little aunt?" Great-grandfather said little uncle would bring little aunt here today. Wu Cece's face flushed, standing there a bit flustered. Unexpectedly, the girl hugging Shen Han spoke again, saying, "I don't like you. Little uncle is ours. Who are you, ugly girl? You're definitely not my little aunt." Upon hearing this, Shen Han immediately became unhappy. He grabbed the girl's braid and shouted, "Fong Xiaoyuan, have you eaten bear hearts and leopard gall? How dare you say my wife, Iasin T good-looking?" Fong Jia, hearing this, was immediately stunned. She was Shen Han's cousin, and due to her somewhat superficial views and having lived at Shen Yu's house when she was younger, she had always been a die-hard fan of Shen Han. Hearing him say that, her eyes turned red, as if her idol had been insulted. Next to her, Fong Qian, her twin sister, who grew up with their grandmother, looked more like an older sister. Leaning beside Wu Cece, she whispered to her, "Little aunt, don't take what Xiaoyuan said to heart. She is in her teenage years, has a regular menstruation and hormonal imbalances. You shouldn't take her words seriously." Wu Cece smiled gently and replied, "Don't worry, I won tea. I think Xiao Yuan is very cute." Hearing this, Fang Jie's face immediately flushed, and she huffed. "Even if you say that, I still won tea like you. Little uncle is such a perfect man. He doesn't need a woman at all." Wu Cece couldn't help but laugh. She thought, "Does that mean your little uncle will be lonely and childless?" Unexpectedly, Shen Han overheard this and shamelessly sighed. "Oh, Fang Xiaoyuan, I don't want to be so perfect either. I've been looking for ways to make myself more ordinary, but I just haven't succeeded." Fang Jie, following him, shouted emotionally, "No way. Little uncle can never be ordinary." Wu Cece and Fang Qian, walking behind them, were momentarily stunned into silence by this mutual flattery. After all, they were still inexperienced and had never witnessed such blatant nonsense. Fang Qian sighed and decided to stop caring about Shen Han and Fang Jie. Gradually slowing down, she held Wu Cece's hand and looked up at her, asking, "Little aunt, have you seen the recent movie Girlfriend? It's about the friendship of several women from childhood to adulthood, intertwined with their respective love lives and careers. It's a relatively successful, inspirational romantic film." Wu Cece didn't watch many movies usually, but since she worked in a television station, she had come across quite a few celebrities. Plus, this movie's composer was Yang Xiaosu, so she paid some attention to it. Nodding, she replied, "Of course, I really like the character Yangzi." Fang Qian was delighted to hear that Wu Cece liked the same character as her. The two chatted happily for a while, becoming increasingly animated, while Shen Han, annoyed by Fang Jie's persistence, turned back. After listening to them for a bit, he cheerfully asked, "Oh, what's this? Talking about TV? I know what you're talking about. I'm very moved by their friendship, and I can even sing the theme song." Wu Cece and Fang Qian were surprised to hear this, as Girlfriend was a film aimed at women, and they didn't expect Shen Han, such a busy person, to have watched it. Fang Qian then looked up excitedly at Shen Han and asked, "Really? Little uncle, you've seen it too?" Shen Han proudly answered, "Of course. Who do you think I am?" After saying this, he opened his mouth and began to sing. "The big river flows east. The stars in the sky point to the north." Fang Jie immediately ran over, and seeing Shen Han singing, she joined in like a die-hard fan. "Hey, point to the north." Shen Han then got even more into it, grabbing her hand and singing, "Let us go if we want to go. You have me. I have you. We all have." Fang Qian watched the excited Fang Xiaoyuan and Shen Han in front of her, and after a long silence, she finally asked coldly, "Little aunt, what exactly do you like about my little uncle?" Wu Cece also replied with a cold face, "I don't know. I was young and foolish back then. Probably blind." Chapter 37. Fortunately, Shun Yue was sitting in the front hall for a while. Seeing that her two daughters had not come in, she got up to personally look for them in the yard. At a glance, she saw Fang Jie pulling Shen Han with a lively expression, and she walked over with a frown, opening her mouth to scold. "Eldest, what are you bothering your uncle about again? A little girl making such a fuss all day. What does that look like?" Fang Jie, who was initially excited, immediately became obedient upon hearing her voice. She stood still, observing with her eyes, looking somewhat like a good child afraid of punishment, with a hint of retreat. Shun Yue was 35 this year and had just been promoted to deputy director in her unit, truly at a smooth point in her life. Over the years, she had been on the front lines of her career, cultivating a particularly rigorous personality in the political arena. She usually spoke with a hint of seriousness, which made most of the younger generation in the Shun family quite afraid of her. However, she was very friendly towards Wu Cece. She came over, looked at Wu Cece, smiled slightly, and gently asked, "Are you Xiao Han's wife?" Wu Cece nodded, feeling a bit shy, and replied, "Hello, I am Wu Cece." Shen Han then pulled Wu Cece into his arms, grinning as he asked, "Sister, my wife is now the main host at Beicheng TV station, quite famous. Isn't she pretty?" Shen Yue found Shen Han's bragging quite amusing. After all, his older siblings were all quite a bit older, and he had been spoiled by them, making him fearless and often engaging in mischief. Now, seeing that someone could finally manage him, everyone felt quite pleased. Clearing her throat, she smiled and said, all right, don't show off to your sister anymore. It's good that she can see something in you, so cherish it and stop being so boastful. Hurry to the hall. Grandpa has been waiting there for quite a while." Upon hearing this, Wu Cece immediately became a bit nervous. She tugged at Shen Hanshan's sleeve and quietly asked, "Hanshan, is my hair or clothes messy?" Seeing her anxious expression, Shen Hanshan grinned and laughed. He reached out to pinch her cheek and whispered, "Messy? You look great. Like a flower bud." Feng Jie, seeing their actions, couldn't he help but make a disgusted face and shouted, "Uncle, there is still an underage flower of our country here." Shen Hanshan completely ignored her, continuing to pull Wu Cece towards the front hall, thinking to himself, "I'm still a socialist successor. What did I say?" Wu Cece was not as relaxed as him. She took a deep breath and followed him into the hall. Upon raising her head and seeing the two elderly people sitting there with serious expressions, she panicked and couldn't help but grip Shen Hanshan as hand tighter. Shen Hanshan noticed her tension and directly joked with the old General Shen. "Oh, Comrade Shen, what is going on today? Dressed like this? Are you planning to contribute to the revolutionary cause again?" The old General Shen sat seriously in his seat, wearing a neat dark military uniform that he rarely donned, with a large array of medals on his chest that others couldn't even touch. Sitting upright, he indeed had a somewhat intimidating presence. He picked up his cane, pretending to strike, but when he saw Wu Cece beside him, he quickly retracted his action, adopting a benevolent expression and beckoning to Wu Cece. "Cece, come here. Let Grandpa take a good look at you." Wu Cece had no choice but to let go of Shen Hanshan's hand and walked up slowly. The old lady beside them was also observing Wu Cece's face. However, her scrutiny was a bit critical. She frowned and pouted from time to time, lacking the kind demeanor of the old man. She stood up and looked at Shen Hanshan and said, "Hanshan, come here with Grandma. Let us have a talk." Shen Hanshan was not willing at all. It was Wu Cece's first time at their Shen family. How could he bear to leave her alone here? Seeing him so unmotivated, the old lady became increasingly displeased and exclaimed, "Your grandfather definitely has a lot to ask. He cares for this girl so much. What are you worried about?" "Gulme." Seeing the old lady say this, Shen Hanshan thought about it and found it reasonable, so he could only lower his head and follow her out of the hall. The old lady was still holding the two massage balls in her hands, standing by the fish pond, looking at the koi in the pond, and asked blandly, "That girl is Lu Suchio's granddaughter?" Shen Hanshan raised an eyebrow, cleared his throat, and said seriously, "That's right. But Grandma, don't worry. I specially looked at Lu Suchio's photo this time. She wasn't as pretty as you were when you were young." "Really?" Our young old comrade's reputation as the flower of the cultural troupe wasn't for nothing. This was not just flattery. After all, when the old lady was young, with two little braids, her eyes sparkling, there indeed was a group of young men following her around, crying and begging. But the old lady was not swayed by his flattery, opening her mouth to ask again, "I heard this girl, doesn't even have a college diploma?" Upon hearing this, Shen Hanshan immediately explained with a serious expression, "Oh, that's because of her family circumstances, not due to her poor grades. Grandma, let me tell you, my wife is particularly ambitious, really. She is a Taiwanese person working on the mainland, and when she first joined the TV station to pass the Mandarin certification for hosts, she didn't sleep well for 2 or 3 months, practicing her voice every day by the window. Now, that old man downstairs even asked me, 'Has your child been accepted into the drama academy?' Why haven't I seen her practicing her voice? She treated my old partner's years of constipation. When will she scream again to cure my old cold legs?" The old lady held back a laugh and interrupted him. No seriousness at all. Shen Hanshan grinned again, unable to help but reply, "Really, and she is currently watching so many books for this health program. Her notes are so detailed, like Meng Jiang crying at the Great Wall." The old lady clicked her tongue and corrected him. "Is it appropriate to describe it that way?" Seeing the old lady moved, he quickly hugged her little arm and whispered, "Why can't it be described this way? I saw you watching her program last time, Grandma. You must not pretend not to know her. Even Lu, old lady from your dance team, specially registered a Weibo account to follow her. I saw it for real." The old lady was somewhat speechless at being caught off guard. Sighing, she said with an unhappy expression, "But I heard that her father abandoned her mother for a mistress. With such a father, can she be reliable? We're not talking about conditions for marriage, but at least we should find someone more stable, right?" Shen Hanshan was unhappy at this and shouted, "How can that be the same? Her father has never been a decent person." My wife has grown up in the sunshine and flourished in the spring breeze. Besides, what does finding someone stable mean? Am I occupying someone else's territory, specifically hoping to rob good women? The old lady looked at him with disappointment, saying, "You don't understand. When looking at people, you have to consider their appearance. Look at that girl's eyes. The ones that are slightly upturned are the most unfeeling, and she has tear moles below. Oh dear, when she cries, it's even more unbearable. Also, I see that her needs in that aspect seem quite strong too. I notice you've lost weight. She is not constantly bothering you about that, right? Oh, I feel so sorry for you." Shen rolled his eyes in his heart, thinking, "Grandma, thank you. Your grandson is exhausted." The two chatted back and forth for a while. In the end, the old lady didn't relent, but she also didn't firmly oppose, showing signs of wavering. The old man was also supported by Wu Cece and came out, shouting at her old partner, "Come here. Let us have a good talk among the three of us. Han Shan, you go outside. Don't wander around in front of me. Just looking at you gives me a headache." Shen had been scolded by the old man since he was young. At this moment, hearing his words, he could only lower his head and walk towards the backyard. Unexpectedly, after just 2 steps, he saw Shun Yue's husband, Hu Qianxing, who had just hung up the phone and was walking towards him. The two looked up and made eye contact, both appearing somewhat awkward. How could not be awkward? Just a few days ago, Shen had seen this man drinking with his female classmate during a social event. When Hu Qianxing married Shen Yue, basically no one from the Shun family agreed. After all, the two families were from vastly different backgrounds. Relying solely on the simple feelings from their school days was really difficult to sustain through decades of life's practicalities. But Hu Qianxing was indeed someone who had been accustomed to working in a public institution. He had developed an extraordinary skill of being able to converse with anyone, and during his leisure time, he also had a knack for changing his demeanor. Seeing Shen now, he chuckled lightly and called out his name, looking quite sincere. Shen raised an eyebrow, took out a cigarette from his pocket, and offered one to him. He softly asked, "Brother-in-law, do you have time? Can we talk?" Hu Qianxing nodded without speaking and followed him to the pavilion. The two sat on the high marble stools, silently smoking, as if both harbored some unspoken secrets. Following the swirling smoke in front of them, it became visible yet unclear. In the end, Shen decided to speak first, smiling as he said, "Brother-in-law, we are family. So let's not stand on ceremony. I can actually understand your current state." Hu Qianxing smiled faintly and asked him softly, "Oh, you, a young man, can understand?" He did not deny it, because the person in front of him was Shen which was pointless. Shen crushed the cigarette, but on the ground, leaned back, and revealed a demeanor that he usually dismissed, replying with a smile, "What young? Aren't we both heading towards 30? As men, the older we get, the more we fear it. At work, there's someone always pressuring us, and at home, there's someone we can't control. Watching my wife climb higher and higher, while my brothers below become less and less capable, sometimes I wake up in the morning without any reaction, and when I reach out, there's nothing to hold on to." Hu Qianxing chuckled and half lifted his eyes, looking at the person in front of him and asking, "You can say such things, but I remember you bragging in college about being able to go 7 times in one night." Shen laughed upon hearing this and told him, "That was years ago. Brother-in-law, to be honest, my partner is quite impressive in that regard. I'm still young and can manage, but in a few years, when work gets busy and parenting pressures mount, just thinking about it makes me a bit scared." Hu Qianxing responded with a smile, "It's okay. There's still love, right?" "Yes, at least there's love." Shen reached out to hold the back of his head, looking thoughtfully at the birds above the pavilion and sighed. "I've seen that woman too. She's not as good-looking as my sister, but she has a certain femininity that most people find appealing. Besides, she is quite proactive towards you. You can't blame yourself." Hu Qianxing did not expect Shen to bring this up so suddenly. He lowered his head to look at the cigarette, but in his hand, and was momentarily at a loss for words. After a long silence, he finally spoke, "Hans, if you were in my situation, I wouldn't." Shen interrupted him directly, knowing what Hu Qianxing wanted to say. He smiled and told him, "Brother-in-law, I may seem unreliable, but I consider myself quite devoted. My sister is currently too focused on her career, neglecting the family and you, which she shouldn't do. But can't we just sit down and talk about it? I know that a female classmate who once had a crush on you has divorced, and is currently feeling empty. Even if the other person is someone you once looked down on, that feeling of being pursued can still provide a sense of self-satisfaction. But then what? Once this kind of thing happens once, there will be a second and a third. Life is only so long. Living openly is better than sneaking around, right? Even if our little brothers have softened and can't get it up anymore, that's just age catching up. There is no need to feel guilty towards our wives because we haven't betrayed them. We can hold our heads high, don't you think? After saying this, Shen Han stood up with a playful ha and patted Hu Tianqing on the shoulder, leaving him with a smile. Brother-in-law, I sometimes really envy you. You were able to marry my sister at 23, and now you're not old yet, with 2 daughters already grown up. Fang Jie just chatted with me and said she wrote about you in her essay. The language teacher keeps asking her why she can't write about someone else. And do you know what she said? She said, because my dad is my proudest person. Really, brother-in-law, I envy you. Hu Tianqing sat there still without speaking. Shen Han had already walked far away, and the burnt ash had reached his fingers. The once swirling smoke suddenly faded, and the ember stung his skin a bit before he forcefully threw it on the ground and stomped it out. Back in the hall, Wu Cece had already finished chatting with the 2 elders. A girl from the kitchen came over to help the old man to the dining table. Shen Han walked over, patted Wu Cece's head, and quietly asked her, so, did the old lady make things difficult for you? Wu Cece's eyes were red, and she softly replied, no. I heard some stories about my grandmother. The older generation really had it tough. Shen Han smiled, reaching out to pinch the little redness at the corner of her eyes, shamelessly telling her, don't get too emotional. Do you know why I'm so unreliable? It's because I inherited it from the old man. Really? That old man usually talks 10 sentences, and you can only hear 2. Don't listen too much, or you'll definitely get fooled. Oh dear. Look at those little eyes of yours. Don't cry. It breaks my heart. Wu Cece was held by Shen Han, and upon hearing this, she couldn't help but giggle and playfully punched him, scolding, is that how you talk about your elders? Shen Han absolutely loved it when Wu Cece acted cute towards him. He grabbed her wrist, leaned down, kissed her lips fiercely, took a deep breath, released her, and whispered, wife, I will always treat you well, always and forever. Wu Cece had no idea what Shen Han had talked about with Hu Tianqing. Hearing his words now, she couldn't help but blush, biting her lip and asking, why are you saying this at this moment? Shen Han nibbled at the tip of her nose, gave her a playful smack on the backside, and replied casually, to make a good impression in front of Director Wu, aiming for a permanent position soon. After speaking, he lowered his head to kiss her again. At that moment, Fang Jie came running over. Seeing the 2 of them, she immediately covered her eyes and screamed loudly. Shen Han clicked his tongue and shouted at her, why aren't you, the flower of our nation, staying in the soil properly? Why are you wandering around all day? Fang Jie bit her lip, feeling quite unconvinced, and retorted loudly, who told you to act all lovey-dovey in public? Uncle, your little lover from Switzerland is here. How can you do this? You already have an aunt, yet you're still flirting with other women. Oh, now she was acknowledging Wu Cece as an aunt. Shen Han was taken aback by her words, frowning as he asked, what are you talking about, little lover from Switzerland? The only lover I have in Switzerland is that old cat that died. It was a male. Upon hearing this, Fang Jie immediately perked up, grabbing his hand and running towards the dining room. She pointed at Xiao Yuling, who was sitting at the table, and shouted, you shameless person. My uncle said he doesn't have any little lovers in Switzerland. Xiao Yuling was currently chatting with the old lady. She was the second young lady of the Qiao family in Beicheng and had liked Shen Han since she was young. When Shen Han went to study in Switzerland, she followed him and lived there for several years. At this moment, Fang Jie completely ignored her words. When she saw Shen Han enter, she immediately stood up, looking at him with a happy face, and called out, Brother Han. Fang Jie, feeling ignored, was furious and grabbed Wu Cece's hand, saying, Annie, don't worry. I'm on your side. Wu Cece felt a bit awkward, thinking, just before, she didn't like me at all, and now she's become my supporter. Shen Han was somewhat surprised to see Xiao Yuling as well. He took 2 steps back, smiling, and said, oh, Xiao, how could you bear to come back? I thought you were planning to grow old in Switzerland. Is this what friends say after a long separation? But Xiao Yuling didn't mind at all, tilting her head. She replied, I missed you, of course I had to come back. After she said this, not only Wu Cece, but even Shen Yue, who was sitting next to her, couldn't sit still anymore and quickly stood up to introduce. Yuling, this is your brother Han's fiancé, Wu Cece. Upon hearing this introduction, Wu Cece also came back to herself and smiled at the little girl, saying hello. Xiao Yuling frowned upon hearing this, and without hiding her thoughts, said, but Grandma clearly said she wanted me to be her granddaughter-in-law. After she said this, everyone present fell into an awkward silence. Only Shen Han's Han, as if nothing had happened, calmly pulled Wu Cece to sit down and said with a sense of emotion, yes, this marriage proposal is good. It breaks through the constraints of the mundane world and has high economic value. Its romantic level is comparable to Liang Shanbua and Shui Yingying. Oh, I'm really happy for Shen Shangyun. Shen Shangyun, the youngest son of Shen Hanshan's third uncle, is also the youngest grandson of the old lady. 2 years and 8 months old this year, and has just learned how to elegantly wet the bed. At this moment, he lay on the bed and sneezed without any struggle. Chapter 38. Hu Qianxing had just entered the house from outside, still carrying a hint of moisture on him. He felt the strange atmosphere around him and couldn't help but quickly walk to Shen Yue's side, whispering, what's going on? Fang Jie, not very bright, but with keen ears, immediately began to shout upon hearing her father's words, revealing half a big front tooth. Talking with a playful tone, Grandma said she wants this woman to marry Shen Xiaoyan. She never called Shen Shangyun uncle because she thought he was too young and it didn't suit her status. At this moment, Grandma Yang was getting a bit restless, frowning and calling out, Jie, sit down. Are we still eating? Fang Jie pouted, seeing the old lady's stern face, and could only choose a seat next to Wu Cece. Tilting her head to look at Wu Cece's face, she quietly told her, Annie, I really don't like that woman with the surname Xiao. Her perfume can suffocate people, and her lips are so red, it looks like she just ate a child. Fang Jie was young, but had all the typical issues of girls her age. Seeing a prettier girl with heavy makeup would surely darken her little face, feeling uncomfortable if she didn't express her own integrity. Wu Cece patted her head and smiled. Don't say such things in front of others. It's very impolite. Fang Jie looked at her, blinking her eyes, appearing a bit unhappy. But that woman just said bad things about you. Really, she said you're shameless, and if it weren't for you, she would marry uncle. Although she spoke softly, Shen Han's Han sitting nearby heard her loud and clear. He clicked his tongue, put down his chopsticks, and called out, Xiao Yuling, what do you mean? Xiao Yuling had just sat down, preparing to hold Grandma's hand to complain. At that moment, seeing Shen Han's Han suddenly turn cold and start scolding her, she immediately furrowed her brow, her eyes reddening, going through the entire process of feigning grievance without giving him a moment to breathe. Sitting beside Grandma, she sobbed and called out, what do you mean? Hange, I want to ask you what you mean. I've liked you for so many years, pouring my heart out to you. Now suddenly this woman appears, and you don't want me anymore? Shen Han's Han felt she was simply being unreasonable and squinted, asking, you like me? No, Xiao Yuling, I'm just baffled. You're a girl in your 20s, liking someone 7 or 8 years older than you. Are you lacking fatherly love? Besides, I never eat awful. You digging out my heart and lungs is just to disgust me, right? Hearing his words, Xiao Yuling's eyes turned even redder. In a soft voice, she asked, what is wrong with liking you? I've liked you since I was a child. Besides, if you had no feelings for me, would you have taken a knife for me? Or would you have stopped being a doctor because of me? After she finished speaking, Wu Cece suddenly looked up, staring at Xiao Yuling with a puzzled expression, asking, Han Shan, isn't doctor? Because of you? Xiao Yuling, seeing Wu Cece asking her, looked quite proud. She huffed and told her, of course. I was bullied in Switzerland, and Hange got hurt trying to save me. Let me tell you, I don't care how you seduced Hange, but I've known him since we were little. Even if he doesn't choose me, he still has an ex-girlfriend in his heart. How could it possibly be your turn? Wu Cece recalled not long ago when she asked Shen Han's Han why he didn't become a doctor, and he had a somewhat awkward expression. She sighed softly, holding Shen Hanshan's hand, and quietly lamented, why are you always so impulsive? Shen Han's Han frowned as he stood still, feeling quite embarrassed at Wu Cece's words. He was somewhat of a traditional man, not wanting his woman to know about the hardships he had faced. After all, Life is so tough. Who doesn't he have a few embarrassing stories? He hoped Wu Cece would always see him as strong and capable, not as a weak person needing pity. At this moment, seeing the situation exposed, Shen Han could only reach out and pat Wu Cece on the head, then look at Xiao Yuling, taking a deep breath, and coldly said to her, "Xiao Yuling, there is something you might not understand. It's true I saved you, but I didn't save you because you're Xiao Yuling. You know, I'm quite arrogant and think I'm capable everywhere. I just can't help but want to help when I see Chinese people being wronged abroad. That time I got hurt, I don't blame anyone. Just my own skills weren't good enough, and I let a fool take advantage of me. But I'm really curious. A young girl saved by a big brother should at least be grateful and say thank you, but you, after not seeing me for years, come out and insult my wife as shameless. Are you a wolf in sheep's clothing?" Xiao Yuling was stunned by his words, standing there, her tears stopped, her brows unfurrowed, and all that was left was a disappointed expression as she softly asked then, "Why her? Don't you have an ex-girlfriend in your heart? Isn't she also a third party? Nonsense." Shen Han clicked his tongue and rolled his eyes, directly pulling Wu Cece beside him. Too lazy to deal with her. "Xiao Yuling, listen carefully. I don't care what my grandma told you, but I, Shen Han, have never had any romantic feelings for you, nor have I ever deceived you. It's true, I've always had a woman in my heart, but that person is the one I'm holding now, and that hasn't changed from the past to the present." After speaking, he directly pulled out the chair behind him, took Wu Cece's hand, and while walking out of the dining room, he shouted in a rough voice, "All right, I want to eat today to avoid bad luck." Grandma Yang immediately called out, "Han." The old man, who had been silent, finally spoke, picking up the chopsticks on the table with a serious face, showing a somewhat satisfied smile. He concluded, "All right, if they don't eat, then we'll eat. Anyone who continues to talk about this matter, get out of the Shen family." Wu Cece followed Shen Han out of the old Shen house. Once in the car, she was still in a daze, and, after a long time, as if suddenly coming back to herself, she exclaimed, "Are we just leaving like this?" Shen Han, who was driving, pinched her cheek with a smile, saying, "What else? I'm taking you away today to show Grandma my stance. You're the woman I acknowledge. If she tries this again in the future, don't blame me for being rude. Did you see my grandfather's shout just now? He is also on our side." Hearing his words, Wu Cece lowered her head, her face starting to look sad. "I just knew Grandma wouldn't like me. I'm from Taiwan, my family background is." Shen Han interrupted her with a casual tone. "All right, don't start acting like you're in a Korean drama. So what if you're from Taiwan? Taiwanese girls are charming. This is a great fusion of North and South, contributing to the second generation of socialist modernization, a demonstration unit for national reunification. Besides, what is wrong with family background? Looking back 3 generations, who isn't from a farming family? Moreover, that princess buried in the royal tomb has the best family background. Can I marry that?" Hearing Shen Han's words, Wu Cece suddenly burst out laughing. She looked up at him and, biting her lip, asked, "So we really just left like this, and Grandma won't scold you?" Shen Han raised his eyebrows and replied with a grin, "With your man's thick skin, do you still fear an old lady scolding you? Let me tell you, Director Wu, some things we just can't initiate. If today the old lady lets Xiao Yuling ride on your head, then in the future she can let other monsters bully you. My wife, Shen Han, can't take this kind of treatment." Upon hearing his words, Wu Cece felt an indescribable warmth in her heart. She sighed, leaned back in her seat, and looked out at the gradually falling rain, softly saying, Han, thank you." Shen Han almost gave her goosebumps while making a phone call to book a restaurant. He laughed and asked, "Don't give me that. Let's get practical. No complaining about being tired tonight. We'll fight until dawn. How about that?" Wu Cece blushed, turned her head away, and ignored him, pervert. The old Shen family residence was a bit far from Shen Han's house. So, he chose a well-reviewed Japanese restaurant with a nice environment to stop at. Although he knew it had no flavor, he knew Wu Cece liked it. Just as they were being seated by the waiter, a heavy downpour began outside. At that moment, a scene from a Korean drama was playing on a restaurant screen, showing the male and female leads confessing under an umbrella in the rain, kissing with their eyes closed, which made Shen Han feel quite nauseated. However, Wu Cece seemed to enjoy it, looking up with envy and occasionally sighing softly. So romantic. Suddenly, Shen had a bright idea. He quickly took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Yuan Sheng. I'm at a Japanese restaurant with my wife. And she just saw the male lead kissing in the rain and said it was romantic. Do you think she is hinting for me to do something? Yuan Sheng, having nothing to do, saw Shen Hanshan's message and immediately replied, well, of course. You should take her into the rain and kiss her. Shen Hanshan thought about that scenario and found it not romantic at all. He stood up and called the waiter over, leaning down to ask a couple of questions. The waiter shook her head apologetically, saying no. As she left, she glanced at Wu Cece, showing a look as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Wu Cece had just come back to her senses from the drama's plot and looked at Shen Han, who was getting up to leave the restaurant, and asked in confusion, where are you going? Shen Han grinned confidently and told her, don't worry about it. Wu Cece watched him run out of the restaurant toward the nearby supermarket. Curiously, she picked up his phone left on the table, opened Yuan Sheng's WeChat, and saw a message saying, hey, proposing to her in the rain while holding an umbrella is the most romantic. Just remember, be wild and spontaneous. Women love that, really. Wu Cece pretended not to know anything, put the phone back in place, feeling sweet inside, and smiled lightly. She actively walked outside the restaurant, waiting for Shen Han to return. When Shen Han came back from the supermarket, he was a bit surprised to see Wu Cece standing outside. He walked up to her, took her hand, and grinned foolishly. Guests entering the restaurant noticed them and whispered, wow, that guy is so handsome. Is he proposing? That girl looks familiar. Like I've seen her somewhere. Wu Cece looked down shyly and smiled, just as she thought Shen Han would lift the umbrella and pull her outside. Suddenly, Shen Han pulled out two oversized transparent plastic raincoats from behind him, handed one to Wu Cece, and quickly put one on himself. He turned and ran into the rain, shouting, Cece, come on, let us be a pair of wild mandarin ducks in the rain. At that moment, he had a makeshift radio hanging from his waist, which was a local factory product with no real function, just very loud. A song called Wild Child blared out, sung with such enthusiasm it felt like it could blow the roof off, with high notes mixing into a chaotic sound, almost a form of mental pollution. Shen Hanshan's hair swayed in the wind as he sang, and a piece of newspaper blew over from somewhere, sticking to his cheek. He boldly tore it off, his movements fluid, grinning widely to reveal a set of bright white teeth, as if holding a knife to cut electric wires, sparking with energy. Wu Cece stood still, feeling the world quiet around her, watching the person not far away. After a long time, she finally took a deep breath and expressionlessly replied, no, thank you. We're not that familiar. Chapter 39. When the two returned to the store, the expression on Wu Cece's face had already cooled down by half. Shen Han took off his raincoat, shook off the moisture from his hair, and sat down, anxiously tugging at his two restless hands, revealing a hint of grievance on his face. Wu Cece lowered her head, eating the dishes the waiter brought over, completely ignoring him. Shen Han felt even more wronged. Looking at the large plate on the table with two lonely slices of sashimi, his brows furrowed higher than the sky. He usually doesn't care much about his appearance, but he has a peculiar obsession with cleanliness. Looking at the Japanese cuisine shaped by someone's hands, he couldn't help but be plagued by thoughts. What if the fish had a terminal illness, or the shrimp had parasites, or the chef occasionally touched his little brother like that idiot Yuan Sheng? Fortunately, Wu Cece was unaware of his thoughts. Otherwise, she would have definitely slapped him. After finishing her meal, she wiped her mouth, grabbed her bag, and walked out, wearing an evil smile as if she intended not to acknowledge him. Shen Han followed her into the car and suddenly pulled her over, expressing his dissatisfaction strongly. Director Wu, I'm still hungry. Wu Cece snorted and asked him, if you don't like this, why did you choose this restaurant? Shen Han blinked and put on a cute act. You like it. And when I see you enjoying it, I feel particularly happy. Isn't there a saying? A loving heart warms the water, while a heartless one causes kidney stones. Wu Cece chuckled and, recalling his earlier behavior, immediately put on a serious face, reached out to ruffle his hair as if petting a big dog, and sighed. What if you're still hungry? Shen Han grinned, licked the corner of her mouth, and whispered in her ear, if I eat you, I'll be full. Hearing this, Wu Cece smiled, pushed him away, sat back in her seat, and straightforwardly concluded, "Oh, then let's drive." Shen Han reluctantly returned home, still not ready to give up. Watching Wu Cece organize her things, he couldn't help but sneak up from behind and hug her, whispering, "Director Wu, I'm really hungry." At that moment, Wu Cece took out a lollipop from somewhere and directly shoved it into Shen Hanshan's mouth, smiling as she told him, "Then Shen, little friend, can lick the lollipop first. Director Wu has an appointment with friends and needs to go out." Shen Han stared blankly as Wu Cece turned to leave, took out the lollipop from his mouth, and noticed the discarded wrapper beside him. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was expired. His eyes went dark, and he couldn't help but flop onto the bed. Calling on the phone, "Old Yuan, your idea is useless. I'm so carefree and easygoing." Why didn't Director Wu not only fail to be moved, but seemed even more unhappy? Yuan Sheng had just picked up the mouse from the airport and, hearing his complaints, immediately brought the mouse over to comfort him. He carried a box of walnut kernels for middle-aged people, claiming it was something to replenish what was lacking. The mouse used to play in a band with Shen Han and Yuan Sheng and comes from a family that runs an entertainment company. His mother was a film queen, and when she was young, she played the Eru. Since marrying the mouse's father, she had been acting like a character from a drama for decades. Playing Erquin Inoue at night when it rained, performing Kongshan Yao Yu when it rained, and insisting on finishing Bingzhong even when she had a cold, only to faint after calling out "my lord." The mouse was so traumatized by his parents that he could not manage his own sex life, with the biggest dream of running away from home and becoming a monk. Later, Shen Han went to Switzerland, and the mouse successfully escaped to America, studying film at a second-tier university. Upon graduation, with his father's sponsorship, he made a few short films, went through marketing, and gradually gained some fame. A while ago, he shouted about returning to China, which pleased his father, who had the little stars in the company promote him. Unexpectedly, he transformed into the most spiritually aware stream of consciousness director of the 21st century, shocking Shen Han and Yuan Sheng. After all, it's hard to find such shameless lunatics these days. On the way, the mouse listened as Yuan Sheng introduced Wu Cece's situation. Now, sitting on the sofa, seeing the lollipop in Shen Hanshan's mouth, he showed a bit of pity for his unfulfilled love life, patted his shoulder, and said, "Listen, Lao Shen, your wife is an artist, so you must not use old Yuan's vulgar methods to propose. Really, it's an insult to us artists." If this were before, Shen Han wouldn't have believed it at all. But now, blinded by love, he found it reasonable and earnestly asked, "Then what is a non-vulgar method?" The mouse fell silent for a moment, then looked up and firmly told him, "Then write her a song." Shen Han raised an eyebrow and asked, Can that work?" The mouse confidently replied, "Of course, trust me, it won't be wrong. You don't know, there was a time when I was very depressed in America, and a girl sang a song for me. It was lightly drizzling, and outside the window was a starry sky. I looked at her and cried." Shen Han fell silent for a moment, then quietly asked, "Was the girl that tone-deaf?" The mouse gritted his teeth and sneered, "I was moved." Shen Han cleared his throat, deciding to stop talking. Around 6 or 7 o'clock, Wu Cece finally returned from outside, organizing her luggage while telling Shen Han, "I'm going to Hunan tomorrow for a short training course for hosts, probably for 6 or 7 days. You have to behave at home." Shen Han snorted, indicating his displeasure. That night, perhaps to make up for it, Wu Cece indulged Shen Han, and they had a thorough time together, waking up the next morning with her voice a bit hoarse. Shen Han, glowing with excitement, sent Wu Cece off to the plane and felt a surge of musical inspiration upon returning home. Filled with the enthusiasm of musical bacteria, he immediately decided to write an astonishing piece for Director Wu, so that whenever she thought of him in the future, she could cry with love. The mouse, seeing his suggestion adopted, felt quite proud, like a pig basking in the spring breeze. He lingered around Shen Han all day, insisting that his not-so-rich and not-so-exciting life experience could guide him, claiming that music has always been a good remedy, even if flowers don't shed tears and birds remain untroubled. Lao Shen, you can still earn the title of a talented person in Director Wu's heart. Keep it up. Shen Han felt increasingly inspired, momentarily believing he should invest heavily in forming a large orchestra for the performance. But inspiration is fleeting. As the days without Wu Cece grew longer, Shen Han's meager inspiration began to wither. In the end, only 2 or 3 lonely sprouts remained on the sheet music, exuding a sense of sorrow. In such despair, Shen Han could only visit the long unseen Zhao Qin. Zhao Qin is the mouse's uncle and Shen Han's piano teacher, known for his composition skills. He was the one who once said that Shen Han's right pinky finger was too short to amount to anything. Now, Zhao Qin is respected as a master in the industry, but after undergoing kidney surgery in his early years, he avoids strenuous work and only takes on professional art students. Like Shen Han, who only calls him teacher due to the corrupt influence of connections. Shen Han's mother and her childhood friends. According to director Liang, she never imagined that someone who was so ugly in childhood could take a different path years later and walk the world as an artist. The way she spoke at that time was very vivid and emotional, her eyes slightly glistening as if to say how terrifying this is. However, Zhao Qin's ugliness did not affect the richness of his private emotional life. In fact, in some ways, he had his own methods when it came to dealing with women. He had been married 4 times and firmly believed that each relationship was a deep, heartbreaking love. He said he separated from his ex-wives merely because their fates had run out, and that fate was like the gauzy skirts worn by women, sometimes visible, sometimes not. Shen Han remembered attending Zhao Qin's class at the Cultural Palace when his wife was still the beautiful ballet teacher upstairs. But a year later, when Shen Han went for a private lesson at Zhao's house, his wife had turned into a girl in her 20s. For a time, Shen Han was quite confused about relationships due to Wu Cece's disappearance. He happened to run into Zhao Qin and asked him, "Old Zhao, what kind of relationship counts as loving someone?" Zhao Qin looked at Shen Han, pondered for a while, a flash of brilliance in his eyes, and replied, "If you want to be with her for a lifetime, that's called love." Shen Han felt no clarity from this. At that time, he was still young and impulsive, and his feelings for Wu Cece were very shallow. He was sentimental but lacked desire, and there wasn't even a hint of intimacy, which was indeed a pity. However, Yuan Sheng had always regarded Zhao Qin as a role model, often asking Shen Han to take him to admire him, and after class, he would express his deep admiration, saying, "Ugly, truly ugly." It turns out there really are foolish women blinded by love, devoted to art without hesitation. When he spoke, his eyes were filled with melancholy and a hint of resentment, because, although he was also ugly, he had no foolish woman willing to dedicate herself to him out of love. Until he met Liang Yun, Shen Han turned the time, without Wu Cece, into suppressed inspiration, counting the days, and the final result was that the emotionally stirring song was ultimately suffocated in its cradle. Zhao Qin was busy marrying his 5th wife and had no time for deep discussions about music with him. Moreover, the rat that had been pestering him had also disappeared. This guy met a young nurse at the urology hospital, and they fell in love at first sight, feeling they had found their other half, and without hesitation, he abandoned his old friend to run after love. Wu Cece got off the plane and saw Shen Han standing at the exit, feeling a bit puzzled. After all, Shen Han usually had an air of disdain and fierceness in his eyes towards everyone. But now he stood quietly in the hall, looking forlorn like a wounded old sparrow. His white shirt fluttered slightly in the wind, making him look both handsome and tender. Even a few girls walking past him took out their phones to sneak a few photos, and he didn't mind at all. Wu Cece walked over, put her luggage down, grabbed his hand, and asked with some concern, "What's wrong? Are you not feeling well?" Shen Han came to his senses. Looking at her, he pulled her into his arms, lowered his head, and took a deep breath of her hair, feeling a bit more at ease. He sighed and softly told her, "I didn't feel anything after being apart for 6 years, but why is it that after just 7 days apart? I miss you so much." He said this casually, but Wu Cece's face turned red, and she hugged his back, nuzzling her head against his chest, and softly replied, I miss you too." Upon hearing Wu Cece's words, Shen Han felt his throat dry. Leaning towards her ear in a pleading tone, he whispered, "What should I do, big baby? I want to kiss you." Wu Cece quickly grabbed his shirt, shaking her head and softly replying, "No. This is a public place." Before she could finish her sentence, Shen Han pulled her aside, cupped her face, and kissed her directly. That fearless side of him returned at that moment. Wu Cece felt the faint smell of smoke from his mouth and the warmth radiating from him, making her feel as if her whole body was turning red. Shen Hanzhan bit her tongue, hearing her soft whimper, as if her heart was about to melt. He reached into his pocket for the ring, coughed lightly to steady his emotions, and before he could take the ring out and kneel, a round of applause suddenly erupted from short distance away. Wu Cece thought they had been discovered and, frightened, broke free from his embrace. Turning her head towards the sound, she realized someone nearby was proposing. Airports usually attract a fresh crowd, with people taking photos with Starbucks cups, others arguing with their extramarital partners, and some making out without a care in the world. Shen Hanzhan stood there, his vision darkening as he watched the couple, cursing them in his heart. The ring was put back into his pocket, and he silently thought, the rat wasn't he wrong. My wife is an artist, and I absolutely cannot propose in such a vulgar way. Inspiration can be lacking, but the quality must not be low. This thought was so justified that there was no room for rebuttal. It was as if the idiot who wanted to propose there, just now, was completely not him. Back at home, Shen Hanzhan once again called the rat for advice. The rat had just finished enjoying the sweetness of love with the young nurse, and sighed in response. How about I help you shoot a microfilm? Something romantic that can highlight your deep feelings for her and show the support we have for you. He added, music is still too profound for you. After all, you're not like my second uncle, a lunatic. Sigh, I can understand you. Shen Hanzhan didn't have the energy to argue with him at that moment. After hearing his suggestion, he thought that making a film was indeed a viable option. That night, after a whirlwind of passion with Wu Cece, he exhausted her to sleep and sat down at the table, feeling a surge of inspiration. He wrote the script in one go that night. The next day, brimming with confidence, he climbed the mountain to find Zhao Qin, hoping to enlist his help. Shen Hanzhan wasn't attracted to Zhao Qin's old face. He knew that Zhao Qin had quite a reputation among his piano students, and just standing there was enough to intimidate people. Zhao Qin originally thought a trivial proposal film would be meaningless and was quite uninterested. But unexpectedly, Shen Hanzhan took a puff of his cigarette and suddenly told him solemnly, Old Zhao, are you really going to give up such an opportunity? Your role is personally crafted by me. It's not only concise and powerful, but also filled with high-quality intimate scenes. Zhao Qin's hands froze slightly at the mention of intimate scenes, and his eyes lit up immediately. He pretended to hesitate for a moment, but then readily agreed. He felt that as a composer and artist, not being involved in the film industry was a serious loss to the ninth art. Moreover, for an artist of his stature, intimate scenes not only suited his free-spirited temperament, but also appeared quite stylish when placed in a film's montage. A week later, the long-celibate master Zhao Qin was finally fully armed and pushed into the intensive care unit. Transparent breathing tubes were inserted into his nose, and a machine monitoring his heartbeat was placed on his chest. On the table beside the hospital bed were 2 pots of fresh flowers. The left pot read musical sentiment, forever immortal, and the right pot read artistic life, eternally lasting. Shen Hanzhan, Haozi, and Yuan Sheng were all gathered around his hospital bed, crying out loudly. Occasionally, there were 2 deep narrations from Lin Shun. Love can sometimes be as fleeting as life. A 30-year kidney disease patient sincerely advises you not to wait until the end of life to regret. Be with the person you love deeply. Do it now. Marriage. You deserve to believe in it. Zhao Qin felt a surge of old blood in his chest, rolling his eyes and weakly shouting, Shen Hanzhan, damn your ancestors. Chapter 40 finally, the microfilm meticulously planned by Shen Hanzhan was interrupted halfway due to the irresponsible strike behavior of Comrade Zhao Qin. Haozi and Yuan Sheng stood up from the ground like flipping a switch, tidied up their things, and went back to their own homes to find their own mothers. Seeing that the 2 main players had left, Shen Hanzhan simply left Lin Shun to clean up the mess and drove alone to Wu Cece's TV station to stake out. Wearing a somewhat lost and melancholic expression, looking quite gloomy at first glance. Wu Cece had just finished recording her program for the day and, upon seeing someone sitting in the makeup room, hurried over to ask, Why are you here so early today? Shen Hanzhan did not answer. Instead, he sat in his seat, wrapped his arms around Wu Cece's waist, buried his face in her abdomen, and nuzzled like a spoiled wolf dog, softly murmuring Director Wu. I feel like my artistic inspiration is being ruthlessly wasted. Upon hearing his words, Wu Cece immediately smiled softly, reached out to stroke his hair, which felt quite comfortable, tilted her head and asked, "What trouble did you and old Yuan get into this time?" Shen Han looked up at her, his eyes filled with resentment. "How do you know it's trouble? Can't I have a bit of artistic sentiment?" Wu Cece raised her eyebrows, bent down to look at him, patted his face, and replied with a smile, "Of course, of course. Our Shundaxian is the youth of so many people. There are even a group of young girls online crying and calling you their idol. Isn't that all artistic sentiment?" Hearing this, Shen Han knew that this girl had definitely seen those silly topics on Weibo again. Yesterday was the 8th anniversary of the May Band's formation. This band, which shone briefly, mostly played for fun, but who would have thought that this little ephemeral flower had endured wind and rain over the years? And that group of uniquely flavored fans still persistently remembered it. The fan base was huge, including some who had become aunties and others who had just graduated from elementary school. The aunties were generally more reserved, often reminiscing with one hand and clutching their youth with the other, tears in their eyes and pits in their minds, writing sentences that were exceedingly melancholic, each one a portrayal of a female lead in a movie. In contrast, the young girls were much more enthusiastic. Although they had never experienced a May concert, they could still fervently throw themselves for their idol, going through Shen Han's photos from his youth one by one, ultimately concluding that such an artistically sentimental idol should only exist in the heavens, while those on the ground were either counterfeit or insane. If a clueless passerby happened to stumble into that topic and exclaimed in confusion, "What's this about?" they would definitely be met with a flood of replies. By, "How can you measure our genuine hearts as May fans with money? Don't slander our idol. He drinks winter dew and eats Tian Shan snow lotus. Even his farts come out through capillaries." It was like a cult. Although Lin Shun found it amusing, he actually understood the situation quite well. After all, although Shen Han's band was insignificant, the lead singer's looks were truly deceiving. Moreover, the members of that band, if pulled out individually, were all powerful figures. Be it domineering CEOs, renowned directors, or club managers, each one could serve as a model for romance novel characters. Shen Han had no idea that Wu Cece was feeling a bit jealous at that moment. He playfully bit her finger, licking it in his mouth, and quietly told her, "Idol? Those little girls can't compare to Director Wu's beauty. I only want to be your Daxian." After saying this, he suddenly reached out, pulled Wu Cece's waist into his arms, making her sit directly on his lap face to face. Wu Cece was caught off guard and instinctively wrapped her arms around Shen Han's neck, softly shouting, "Let me go." Shen Han slid his hand under Wu Cece's shirt, shamelessly replying, "All right then, please, Miss Wu, move your chest away from my hand." Wu Cece let out a soft huff, her face slightly flushed, and looked at him with a playful glare, shaking her body to try and escape. Unexpectedly, he held her tighter with one hand, breathing heavily for a moment, and the animal below even reacted. Wu Cece sat there, stunned into silence. Shen Han, unbothered, kissed her and seriously claimed, "Miss Wu, this isn't right. Not only are you not moving your chest away from my hand, but you're also sitting on my free-shaking car." Wu Cece was almost brought to tears by him and reached out to push Shen Han's body. Shen Han knew she was genuinely angry and pulled her into his arms, tilting his head to kiss her temple, asking pitifully, "Really, Director Wu, let us just go public. Let those little girls know I have a dog tag around my neck. When we go out, you just tell them where to bite, all right?" Wu Cece felt the warm breath Shen Han blew into her ear, and her head began to feel a bit dizzy. Just as she was about to speak, the door suddenly swung open. Xiao Wu stood there in shock, Shen Han's hand still inside Wu Cece's clothing, revealing half of her waist. Her delicate skin contrasting with the color of Shen Han's hand, appearing pure yet sensual. Covering her eyes quickly, she shouted, "Oh my dog eyes are blind." Shen Han clicked his tongue, displeased, and sternly educated her. "A young girl like you can't have a bit more decorum?" Xiao Wu pouted and added in a very trendy manner, "Oh, my dog eyes." Shen Han couldn't be bothered to respond to her and directly pulled Wu Cece downstairs. He was feeling enthusiastic at the moment. It wouldn't be enough to comfort his lost artistic inspiration without pressing Director Wu for a few rounds. Wu Cece followed him, feeling a bit dazed. As soon as they drove out of the parking lot and hadn't even hit the street, they spotted two familiar faces. Hu Tianxing was standing by the roadside holding Fang Jie's hand, apparently just having picked her up from a class. A woman was standing in front of him, whom Shen Hanzhan had seen before. She was the classmate who had some entanglement with Hu Tianxing. Shen Hanzhan found it amusing and parked the car by the side of the road, getting out to approach, only to discover that Hu Tianxing and that woman were arguing. Shen Hanzhan frowned, walked up, and directly pulled Fang Jie's hand, yanking her away from Hu Tianxing, then turned and handed her over to Wu Cece, saying in a deep voice, "Cece, take Xiao Yuan up in the car." Upon hearing him, Wu Cece also sensed the strange atmosphere and quickly nodded, leading Fang Jie to the car. Seeing Shen Hanzhan appear, Hu Tianxing was initially a bit flustered, but when he saw Fang Jie being taken away, he simply confessed, "Hanzhan, this is my fault. I want to break up with her, but she doesn't want to." Shen Hanzhan grinned, pulling a nonchalant smile, and looked at the woman in front of him, raising an eyebrow and asking, "This lady, isn't that a bit unfair? In love, the girl is still present. Even if you don't want to act like a person, at least don't do it in front of the child." Zhang Xin was an intern director at Beijing TV, who had just transferred up from a local station last month through Hu Tianxing's connections and didn't even have a formal position initially. When she first saw Shen Hanzhan, she only found him familiar, but upon seeing Wu Cece later, she immediately thought, "Isn't this Wu Cece's benefactor, the biggest sponsor of the station?" With a cold laugh, she looked at him and asked, "What's wrong, Mr. Shen? Are you managing other people's family matters now?" Shen Hanzhan didn't care how she knew who he was. He was used to being arrogant and felt it was nothing wrong for the whole world to know him. With one hand resting on Hu Tianxing's shoulder and a smile on her face, she said, "Aunt, what you just said is a bit shameless. What you and old who have is certainly not family business. Are all the men in the world your father or grandfather?" After saying that, she looked at Hu Tianxing with a smile and asked, "Right, brother-in-law?" Upon hearing the term brother-in-law, Zhang Xin's face instantly turned pale. Her eyes widened in shock, and she stammered, "You are Shen Yue's." Shen Hanzhan interrupted her with a smile. "Oh, Aunt, please don't call my sister's name. If Director Shen hears her name coming from someone like you, it would definitely be disgusting." At this point, Zhang Xin could also detect the contempt in his words. With a huff, she turned to leave. However, Shen Hanzhan wasn't going to let her off that easily. He reached out and pulled her back, tugging at the muscles at the corner of his mouth, smiling on the surface, but with no trace of warmth in his eyes. "What's this? Are you still thinking about it next time?" Zhang Xin was somewhat intimidated by his gaze. She took a step back and asked, "So what if you're her brother? Hu Tianxing slept with me. Can't I seek justice for myself? You slept with Wu Cece and still knew to sponsor her. Am I just supposed to let myself be used?" Upon hearing her words, Shen Hanzhan's expression finally turned completely cold. His fingers creaked as he gripped them. He raised his head and asked word by word, "I have a marital relationship with Wu Cece. What the hell do you have with Hu Tianxing?" Zhang Xin was momentarily stunned, her mouth agape, unable to speak. Her reaction was not solely due to the relationship between Wu Cece and Shen Hanzhan, but because Shen Hanzhan's gaze was genuinely frightening. That disdainful, arrogant, and indifferent look sweeping over her felt like a wild beast ready to hunt. Hu Tianxing knew that Shen Hanzhan was genuinely angry now, and he took out his wallet, just pulling out a bank card. Shen Hanzhan slapped the card onto the ground. With a smirk, he asked, "What do you mean, Hu Tianxing? Have you learned this trick too? Sleep with a woman, pay her off, and then go sleep with another?" Hu Tianxing stood there, frowning and speechless. Taking a deep breath, he lowered his head and softly replied, "This time I didn't control myself well. It won't happen again." However, Shen Hanzhan completely dismissed his words. He picked up the card from the ground, walked over to Zhang Xin, coldly fanning her face with the card while telling her, "I was in a good mood before and willing to chat with you, but now I feel there's absolutely no need." After saying that, he directly broke the bank card in his hand and pointed at the woman in front of him, saying in a deep voice, "You can call infidelity a midlife crisis or say this woman is too good at her game and you couldn't control yourself. But no matter how you look at it, you did something wrong, and paying her off is not admitting your mistake. It's just making do and covering up. You and my sister are in the same family. And giving money to this kind of woman is like slapping my sister's face with her money. Hu Qianxing, you really are something. After that, he directly grabbed Zhang Xian's arm, leaned close to her ear, and whispered, Ms. Zhang, I advise you not to be too arrogant. If you keep making a scene, Grandpa will make sure you can't stay in North City, including your 7-year-old precious son. I don't have many good qualities, but I never go back on my word. If I say I will mess you up, I definitely won't back down halfway. Upon hearing Shen Hanshan's words, Zhang Xian suddenly felt a shiver run through her body. Looking at him, she weakly shouted, You don't go too far? Shen Han almost laughed at her. Tilting his head, he asked, I'm going too far? Your worldview and sense of shame are beyond my expectations, Miss Zhang. After saying that, he directly took the phone she was holding, squeezed it in his hand until it shattered, letting the remnants fall to the ground. He then pulled out a check from his wallet and smiled as he told her, Go buy a better phone, and remember to regularly clean your contact list. Don't add anyone you shouldn't lest. He leaned in, placing his hand on top of Zhang Xian's head, and coldly said, Your whole family loses their lives. Zhang Xian didn't dare to stay any longer and turned to run toward the security room, as if some monster was chasing her. Hu Qianxing stood there, looking displeased as well. Shen Han remained silent for a while before finally turning back to look at Hu Qianxing, pointing in the direction Zhang Xian had left and asking with a smile, What makes this kind of woman better than my sister? Hu Qianxing also smiled at this moment, with a hint of self-deprecation. He sighed heavily and softly replied, Maybe it's my mediocrity. The more mediocre a person is, the more they seek self-affirmation from ordinary people, especially when their wife is exceptionally outstanding. Shen Han scoffed. The reason a person becomes mediocre is only their own cowardice and surrender. It has nothing to do with marriage or the excellence of their wife. Hu Qianxing did not refute. He had indeed taken a major fall with Zhang Xian and finally began to see the essence of infidelity. Amidst disappointment, he couldn't help but feel a sense of self-loathing. Taking a deep breath, he nodded and said, Yes, it's my own lack of ambition. I can't blame others. When we were dating, I could still pretend to be confused because of love, but after marriage, especially in recent years, as I've grown older, I've realized the gap between us has unknowingly widened. Shen Han looked at him, his expression quite helpless. He offered a cigarette, and after a moment of silence, he spoke expressionlessly, This is actually easy to understand. In a relationship, there is always someone who accommodates. Just like in marriage, there is always someone who has to compromise. You're willing to accommodate in the former because you're still young and passionately in love. In the latter, you feel wrong because as time passes, love fades. But as a man, don't be afraid to take responsibility for what you've said. You had the ability to accommodate back then. Now, can't you compromise? Hu Qianxing looked down at the smoke before him, still not speaking. He raised his head to look at Shen Hanshan's profile shrouded in mist and softly sighed, You, young man, haven't even married yet, but you seem to understand life better than me, a middle-aged man. Tell me, did you cohabit with some girl in Switzerland? Shen Han knew he was joking and grinned, a rare hint of shyness on his face as he replied, Brother-in-law, don't tease me. I haven't lived with a girl. I just tend to think about things after marriage. Hu Qianxing chuckled lightly and tilted his head to ask, Oh, your current little wife, Wu Sisi? Shen Han looked over at the car and saw Wu Sisi happily playing with Fang Jie, feeling somewhat at ease. Rubbing his head, he quietly replied, Of course. When I was in Switzerland, I was busy, and whenever I had free time, I couldn't help but think about how that idiot would find a better man than me after I was gone. I also liked to self-torture by pondering how the men around her would treat her, whether they could handle her temper, and whether they would be good to her. I was quite pathetic back then. Even though she dumped me once, I still couldn't bear to see her suffer. While I cursed her for being an idiot out of spite, I couldn't help but think how good it would be if we could get married. I thought if I could be with her, I would definitely be better than anyone else. Hu Qianxing looked at Shen Han, patted his back, and, after a long silence, finally sincerely told him, Don't doubt it. Han, you're indeed better than most of us. As soon as he finished speaking, before Shen Han could respond, Fang Jie's voice suddenly came through, shouting loudly, Uncle, and he's throwing up. Hearing this, Shen Han hurriedly ran to the car, grabbed Wu Sisi's hand, and asked with a worried expression, What happened? Wu Cece waved her hand and smiled back at him. It's nothing. Xiao Yuan just gave me a candy that's popular at her school right now. I just can't stand the smell. You know, I've been busy with the new program these days, and I'm a bit tired. It's no big deal. Shen Han didn't believe her. As a medical student, he usually paid attention to Wu Cece's diet and health, and he noticed any gastrointestinal issues. Seeing the situation, he immediately drove to the nearest hospital. Fang Jie didn't want to go back with her dad at this point, insisting on going to the hospital with her aunt. Wu Tianqing had just lost face in front of Fang Jie and wanted some alone time, so he agreed to her request. Thus, the three of them rushed to the hospital. Shen Han was lowering his head to register when Wu Cece, just sitting down, was suddenly called by someone next to her. Turning around, she found it was her former senior, Chen Shuiren, who had once pursued her. Chen Shuiren used to be in the student council, had a good relationship with Yu Qiu, and took good care of Wu Cece. Seeing him now, Wu Cece quickly smiled and asked softly, Senior Chen, you're back in the country? Chen Shuiren nodded with a smile and replied, Yes, I just got back. I seem to have a bit of a respiratory infection. Came to the hospital for a checkup. What about you? Why are you at the hospital? Wu Cece, a bit shy, answered, I think my stomach is a bit uncomfortable. It's nothing serious. Chen Shuiren looked at Wu Cece's shy demeanor and felt like he was seeing that little girl from years ago. Unable to help but smile warmly and say, You're doing great with your program now. My mom watches it every day. Wu Cece was a bit surprised and asked, And he watches my program too? Chen Shuiren was about to say more when Fang Jie, who had been sitting next to them, couldn't take it anymore. She grabbed Wu Cece's hand, put on a cute expression, and in a baby voice asked, Big baby, who is this? She had learned the term big baby while sneaking a peek at Wu Cece and Shen Han being affectionate. Wu Cece blushed and quietly replied, This is my senior from university. He used to take good care of me. Hearing this, Fang Jie was excited. With her years of reading romance novels, she immediately sensed Chen Shuiren's ulterior motives. Chen Shuiren, not quite understanding, looked at Fang Jie and asked reflexively, Is this your daughter? Fang Jie, hearing this, immediately cheerfully called out to Wu Cece, Mommy. Her voice was crisp and sincere, as if this wasn't something she had just made up. At her shout, the elderly couple nearby were first surprised and then looked at them with envy, muttering, Oh my, look at that young man. His daughter is already this big, and our third child is still single at that age. Really makes one feel inferior. Chen Shuiren, hearing their words, finally got it and curiously asked with a smile, No way, little girl, you look a bit too old for that. Fang Jie, feeling unconvinced, shouted, Uncle, you don't understand. I just have a big build because my dad is really tall. Actually, I'm still quite young. Chen Shuiren then asked, But you and Cece don't look alike. Wu Cece couldn't help but laugh. Fang Jie immediately straightened her little face and seriously told him, Well, to tell you the truth, Uncle, I look like this because my dad is not good looking, really. Among the three of us, my dad is the ugliest. My mom's genes can't save it. But that has true love, you know? Even though the other person is a bit silly, you still want to spend your life with them. Shen Han, holding the registration slip, stood there with a cold smile, thinking, I really thank you, Fang Xiaoyuan. Chapter 41. Although Fang Jie usually talks nonsense, her sixth sense is quite strong. Feeling a chill creeping up her back, she suddenly turned around and saw Shen Hanshan's pale face. Immediately, she let out a scream and jumped into Wu Cece's arms, shouting, Annie, save me. Wu Cece helplessly patted her little head and explained apologetically to Chen Shuiren, Senior, this is my boyfriend's niece. She likes to joke around, so please don't take it to heart. Afterward, she quietly introduced Shen Han, who was approaching. Han, this is my senior from university, Chen Shuiren. He helped me a lot when I dropped out. At this moment, Shen Han was holding his breath to emphasize that he was completely different from the image Fang Xiaoyuan described. He cleared his throat, sat down, and wrapped his arm around Wu Cece's shoulder, forcing a smile and placing his hand seriously beside him. Looking quite refined, Hello, Senior Chen, I am Cece's fiancé, Shen Han. Chen Shuiren looked at the person in front of him, nodded, and smiled, Shindaxian, so you really are with Cece? Wu Cece immediately asked, Senior, do you know Han? Chun Shuiren replied with a smile. Of course, he was quite the idol in many girls' hearts back in the day. A few days ago, someone in the class group mentioned you two were together. I didn't pay much attention to it, but it turns out to be true. You two should hurry up. Since I'm in the country, I can give you a big red envelope. Shen Hanzan thought this was quite flattering and couldn't help but nod in agreement. You're right, senior. Don't worry, I'll definitely step up my game and win Cece over soon. Just as he finished speaking, a deep male voice came from behind. Shuiren, you came. Shen Hanzan turned around and saw a man in his 30s, a doctor, wearing a doctor's badge and frameless glasses, giving off a refined yet somewhat dissolute vibe. Looking vaguely familiar. Upon hearing this voice, Chun Shuiren immediately stood up and laughed. Introducing, Daxian, this is my cousin Chen Shuiyen. He graduated from Bay Medical too. Chen Shuiyen, upon hearing Daxian, couldn't help but stare at Shen Hanzan in surprise, then furrowed his brows and asked curiously, You? Are you Wei's younger brother in the band? Shen Hanzan's mind went blank for a moment before he suddenly remembered. This person was the youngest PhD from Bay Medical back then who dated Shen Yue for a few years and cruelly broke up with her to go to Africa. Shen Yue had cried a lot over him back then. She was still a girl then, with the capacity for hysteria. Shen Hanzan was also quite young at that time, and had secretly made a voodoo doll of him and placed it on the windowsill with the words Heartless Chen Shuiyen. Feeling somewhat awkward, he extended his hand and smiled. Oh, it's rare for a senior to remember me. It's truly an honor. Chen Shuiyen gently smiled back, reaching out to shake his hand, appearing somewhat hesitant to say more. Beside them, Chun Shuiren asked with a smile, What, Daxian, you know my brother too? Wow, this world really is small. My brother has been wandering around the world for years and just returned to Bay City a few months ago. I guess you're the first person he knows. Shen Hanzan thought to himself, I really didn't intend to be the first one. Pulling Wu Cece and Feng Jie along. He forced a smile and said insincerely, Senior, I need to take my wife upstairs for an examination. She has some gastrointestinal issues that can't be delayed. Upon hearing this, Chun Shuiyen nodded in understanding and said, Then you definitely need to check it out. After that, he looked thoughtfully at Shen Hanzan's back as he led Wu Cece and Feng Jie away. Wu Cece followed Shen Hanzan and initially wanted to ask what kind of person Chen Shuiyen was, but seeing his secretive expression, she immediately shut her mouth and played dumb, knowing that some things shouldn't be discussed in front of children. After Wu Cece entered the examination room and came out to do a urine test with the nurse, Shen Hanzan sat waiting in the corridor when suddenly his phone in his pocket rang. It was Shen Yue calling. He picked up and cleared his throat, saying, Sister, what's up? Shen Yue, just off work and seemingly still driving, pulled over and asked calmly, Is Jie with you? Shen Hanzan looked up at Feng Jie, who was playing alone, and softly replied, Sister, there's something I thought about and decided I should tell you. Shen Yue was silent for a moment before softly asking, Is it about your brother-in-law's affair? Shen Hanzan was taken aback by her question. After stuttering for a while, he asked in confusion, You know who Tianxing cheated? Shen Yue, sitting in the car, wore a calm expression. She wasn't an unfeeling person. Any woman would be angry if her husband cheated. Initially, she had cried secretly and tried to probe him a few times, but with little response. She stopped even the meaningless tears. She wasn't a 20-year-old girl anymore. Without a man, she was still a mother of 2 children and a trustworthy leader among her colleagues. The stubbornness and strength of modern women sound great, but in reality, it's just a compromise with reality. Taking a deep breath, she nodded and replied, Hanzan, I appreciate you standing up for me in this matter. However, you also need to think about yourself. You and Cece are at a crucial stage right now. Girls are particularly cautious about marriage. So you mustn't leave her with a bad impression of our family. That's how Shen Yue was. She considered everything but rarely thought about herself. Shen Hanzan held his phone, feeling increasingly angry. Looking at his reflection in the shiny tiles on the floor, he said in a deep voice, Although the old lady always talks about keeping family scandals private, Sister, you're also a person. You shouldn't compromise yourself for the sake of a so-called complete family. There's nothing Cece and I can't talk about. After saying this, he suddenly remembered something and added, By the way, Sister, I brought Cece to the hospital today and ran into Chun Shuiyen. Shen Yue on the other end paused slightly, then replied without showing much surprise, I've heard about that from friend. Shen Hanzan then asked, if you hadn't broken up with him back then. But there are no ifs, Hans Han. Shen Yue looked up at the cars coming and going on the road, wiped her face, and smiled, interrupting Shan Hans Han. What I care about most now is my 2 daughters. If I can get through this with Hu Qianxing, I'll continue. If not, we could just get a divorce. If Qin Shui Yin comes back, it would be a lie to say I'm not touched at all, but I don't believe in getting back together. You and Cece can do it again because you still have love, but as for Qin Shui Yin, how should I put it? I probably have already forgotten him. After hanging up, Shen Hans Han still wore a troubled expression. Just then he felt someone pat his shoulder and quickly looked up, slightly startled and awkwardly saying, "Oh, senior. We meet again. What a coincidence." At this moment, Chen Shui Yin looked at Shen Hans Han without any extra expression, simply replying in a deep voice, "Not a coincidence. I was looking for you." Shen Hans Han coughed and continued to play dumb. "Looking for me? What do you want me for?" Chen Shui Yin raised his eyebrows and glanced at the phone in his hand, softly replying, "I want to ask you to pass me a hoe." "Pass you a hoe?" Shen Hans Han asked in confusion. "What are you talking about?" Chen Shui Yin simply stopped hiding it and directly told him, "I want to pry into your sister's relationship." "I don't know. Shan Yue, are you willing to help?" Shen Hans Han looked at Chen Shui Yin's face in front of him and was so stunned that he didn't even want to speak. Thinking to himself, there are actually people in this world more shameless than me. As the two were in a stalemate, Fang Jie, who had followed Wu Cece over, suddenly ran over with her hands raised and cried out loudly, "Uncle, I don't want Aunt to die." Shen Han Shan's mind roared, his face instantly turning pale as he looked at her and asked, What? What did you say?" The little girl, with tears in her eyes, answered in a serious tone, "I just secretly heard that nurse lady say she told Aunt to eat whatever she wants during this time, otherwise, she won't be able to eat in a while." Her tone was particularly grave, and her expression wasn't good. "Uncle, does this mean Aunt has a terminal illness? No wonder those awful TV dramas are harmful." A few days ago, Fang Jie had watched over 80 episodes of family drama with her grandma during the summer vacation, not missing a single episode. The plot was as long and stinky as an old lady's foot binding, with various cliched tropes that made it impossible to stop, like terminal illness, car accidents, and missing parents, which scared her young heart to a standstill. At this moment, Wu Cece came out of the examination room with a nurse, wearing a strong smile. Shen Hans Han felt immense pain inside, pushed the person away from him, walked over, and pulled her into his arms, saying with deep affection, "Don't be afraid, my wife. I will take care of everything. We have nothing to fear." The nurse saw Shen Hans Han holding Wu Cece and showed a hint of a comforting smile. In a serious tone, she pretended to scold him. "How can you be a husband, discovering this so late?" Shen Hans Han felt a chill run through him from head to toe, looking at Wu Cece's face, trembling as he shouted, "Is it already late stage?" Wu Cece shyly replied, "Actually, it's not too late. I had some premonition before." Shen Hans Han couldn't help but shout, "Then why didn't you tell me? Even if I'm an incompetent man, at least I could share the burden with you." The nurse was somewhat surprised, thinking, "Is this something a man can share?" But Wu Cece just thought he was overly excited, holding his hand and softly comforting. "Silly. I'm already grown up. Do you really have to worry about me all the time? Even if it's a bit late at worst." She hadn't even finished her sentence when Shen Hans Han suddenly hugged her tightly and shouted angrily, "I forbid you to say that word." The nurse, who was 47 this year and in the sentimental menopausal phase, had never seen such a young couple and was momentarily astonished, unable to hide her shock. When she saw Shen Hans Han leaning down to kiss Wu Cece, the nurse couldn't help but tremble all over, thinking, who would have thought this young man had the face of a romantic lead from a Korean drama, but was following the path of Cheong Yao. Wu Cece gasped for breath after being kissed by Shen Hans Han, and when she was finally released, she shrank into his arms, her eyes slightly red, softly murmuring, "There are still people here." Shen Hans Han saw Wu Cece's eyes and mistakenly thought she was sad about her condition. He lowered his head again to kiss her eyes and choked up, telling her, "My wife, we will be together for a lifetime. I won't let you suffer alone. I wish I could bear all of this for you. I wish it were happening to me instead." The nurse furrowed her brow, thinking, why does this sound so strange? Wu Cece also felt a bit awkward and replied, This isn't necessary." Shen Hans Han firmly shook his head. "No, it is necessary. After saying this, he pressed his forehead against Wu Cici's and said passionately, "This is my last wish in this lifetime." The nurse stood there, dumbfounded, thinking in panic, "Sir, please stop saying that. Don't you think your image is getting weirder?" Chun Shuyan, who was frowning nearby, couldn't help but ask the confused nurse, "Lao Yang, what exactly is wrong with this girl?" The nurse, holding her chest, replied, "Sick? This girl isn't sick. She is pregnant." As soon as she finished speaking, Shen Hanzhan was instantly stunned, no longer howling or acting like a character from a Qianyao drama. He stood there in a daze, released the person in his arms, and suddenly felt darkness before collapsing down. Fang Jie and Chun Shuyan quickly caught him and helped him sit down on a nearby bench, asking one by one, "Uncle, are you okay? Shenwei, how are you?" After a moment, Shen Hanzhan finally regained his clarity, shook his hand, and replied, "No, I'm fine. I just inherited my mother's tendency to faint from excitement when I hear thrilling news." Wu Cici sat beside him, looking worried, asking, "Are you really okay?" Shen Hanzhan, at this moment, silently looked into Wu Cici's eyes, grasped her hand, and said with deep emotion, "Director Wu, you are too great." Wu Cici blushed under his gaze, lowering her head, feeling quite embarrassed as she replied, This isn't just my achievement." Shen Hanzhan nodded in agreement. "Yes, this is the result of our joint efforts. Thank you for giving me this opportunity." Chun Shuyan, standing beside them, thought, "Are you two writing a party report?" Shen Hanzhan, completely unconcerned about others' opinions, suddenly took out his phone, dialed a number, and shouted, "Hello, Director Liang." On the other end, Director Liang was picking fresh vegetables for dinner, a bag of green ones, looking indifferent. She answered slowly, "What is up, son?" Shen Hanzhan took a deep breath, grounding himself, and told her, "Director Liang, congratulations. You're going to be a grandmother." Director Liang's hand paused, shocked, and asked, "What? Did Lao Bai go out and steal Mother Cat again?" Shen Hanzhan clicked his tongue and shouted, "It's me, your eldest son?" Director Liang was even more shocked, trembling as she asked, "What? Did you sleep with a mother cat?" Shen Hanzhan recalled how Director Liang had once thought he was talking about a lioness on TV. Feeling furious, he gritted his teeth and said, "Director Liang, can you be a bit more reliable? Your son is going to be a dad. Your daughter-in-law, Wu Cici, is pregnant." Director Liang let out a deep breath, patting her chest, and sighed, "You scared me, so that's what it is." After that, there was a sound of static, and only the sound of chaotic footsteps remained. Shen Hanzhan, confused, shouted, "Director Liang? Director Liang, what's wrong?" Someone picked up the call on the other end and replied, "Director Liang has fainted." Chapter 42, Shen Hanzhan heard the voice and naturally couldn't sit still. He grabbed Wu Cici and Fang Jie by the hand and ran outside. At this time, Director Liang had already been carried to a nearby old clinic. He opened his eyes, looked at the young girl in front of him, and exclaimed, "Grandson." This scared the young girl, who quickly ran away. Fortunately, the clinic was just outside the family community of the prosecutor's office, and the people coming and going were all familiar faces. The first doctor to practice here was Liu Kunshin, an old classmate of Dr. Shen. Later, after Liu Kunshin retired, his son, who had returned from studying abroad, took over the practice. The shop next door was bought by his daughter last year and turned into a pet hospital. Director Liang had known Liu Kunshin and his wife for many years. For a while, he found their daughter, who was a veterinarian, particularly pleasing. He thought she was not only beautiful, but also very capable. Even though she stuttered a bit, she was quite a match for his son, who had male health issues. So he would often visit their shop, and whenever he had a headache or felt a breeze, he would insist on having their daughter treat him. At this moment, Lu Meng, as usual, brought over a cup of warm water. Seeing that Director Liang was awake, she smiled and asked, "Aunt Liang, are you feeling better?" Director Liang looked at the girl in front of her, and before she knew it, her back pain was gone, and her head was no longer dizzy. Even her eyes seemed exceptionally bright. She suddenly felt that the girl wasn't as beautiful as she initially thought. Although she was capable, she was still just a veterinarian, and it wasn't as impressive as being a host. She nodded quickly and replied, much better, much better." As soon as she finished speaking, Shen Hanshan's voice suddenly came in from outside the room. "Mom, how are you?" At this moment, Director Liang was holding her son's hand, but kept looking behind him with excitement, asking, "Where's Cece? Where's my daughter-in-law?" Shen Hanzhan patted her hand and told her, "She's coming. She's coming. Don't worry." After saying that, both of them looked up toward the door, only to see the door being opened and an old dog lazily walking in under their expectant gazes, looking fierce with drool dripping from its mouth. Director Liang frowned and clicked her tongue, appearing displeased. Shen Hanzhan also frowned, indicating, No, this is not your daughter-in-law. Mom, please wait a bit longer." At this moment, Wu Cece had just been pestered by Fang Jie to buy a bottle of cola. As soon as she entered the room and saw two pairs of sparkling eyes staring at her, she couldn't help but shiver. Director Liang held Wu Cece's little hand, feeling a deep fondness. A resilient smile appeared on her face, characteristic of a menopausal woman, as she softly said, "Comrade Xiao Wu, you've worked hard." Wu Cece felt a bit embarrassed and nodded, unsure of how to respond. Shen Hanzhan, however, was not very happy and leaned closer to Director Liang, whispering, "It's already this time. Why are you still calling her Comrade Xiao Wu?" As soon as he said this, Director Liang was taken aback, thought for a moment, and suddenly felt quite embarrassed, adding softly, Wu Mei, oh dear." After saying that, she covered her face like a child and started giggling. The nickname Wu Mei was given to her by the young fans of the health hall, and usually, Director Liang wouldn't dare to call her that. Shen Hanzhan was infuriated and clicked his tongue, saying, "Call her daughter-in-law." Director Liang became serious again and quietly educated him. "How can you be so indiscreet? She hasn't even registered her marriage with you yet. How can I just take advantage and call her daughter-in-law?" "Hanzhan, your thoughts are too improper." Shen Hanzhan thought to himself, who was the one just now incessantly asking about his daughter-in-law. He coughed lightly and replied, "But she already has your grandson." Director Liang became even more serious, lamenting, "That's because you are useless. The girl is already pregnant with your child and still doesn't want to register the marriage. You should reflect on yourself." Wu Cece stood there, listening to the private conversation between the mother and son, feeling momentarily speechless. If it weren't for her knowledge of Shen Hanzhan's usual character, she would have thought they were doing this on purpose. But before she could speak, the door to the room was suddenly opened again, and four uncles and aunts in their 50s and 60s cheerfully rushed in. They surrounded Wu Cece, each grabbing her hand and shouting, "Oh, you're Wu the host, right? You're the real Wu the host, right?" Wu Cece was at a loss for words. Could she say she was the dead Wu the host? The uncles and aunts didn't care about that and started expressing their feelings right there. "Oh, Wu the host, I really like you. Every day at 6 o'clock, I make my whole family sit in front of the TV to watch your show." Another aunt with a strong Shanghai accent chimed in, Yes. I even had my daughter apply for a big-eyed account to like you on her phone every day." "Oh, Wu the host, you are much more beautiful than on TV." Wu Cece smiled awkwardly and replied, "Thank you for your support, uncles and aunts." After she finished speaking, another aunt asked with a loving expression, "Wu the host, do you have a partner?" "My nephew just returned from abroad, and he is a great match for your age." Another one shouted, "I have one too. The leader of my son's workplace, 32 years old, a civil servant, a stable job." Director Liang was originally feeling pleased, but upon hearing these words, she became displeased. She grabbed her son Shen Hanzhan's arm and unhappily exclaimed, "Oh dear, what are you all doing? My son is still here. You people, Wu the host is our daughter-in-law. That is a done deal. What? Are you trying to dig the wall out from under us?" The Shanghai aunt was the most skeptical of Director Liang's words, counting on her fingers and declaring, "Oh, old Liang, this is not me talking nonsense. Just last month, you were still asking if old Lin's second sister's daughter had a boyfriend. How did Wu the host become your daughter-in-law now? If you keep saying that, then all the good girls in the world are your family-s." Shen Hanzhan heard this and immediately turned his head with an unhappy expression, looking at Director Liang. Director Liang also knew she was in the wrong and shrank her head without saying a word. Could this be blamed on her? At that time, Shen Hanzhan and Wu Cece's relationship had not yet been established. She had just retired, had nothing to do, and was always inquiring about this and that, trying to find ways to contribute to society and promote social harmony. Shen Hanzhan didn't care about that. He directly wrapped his arms around Wu Cec's waist, grinning widely and showing a deceptive smile, sincerely replying, "Hi, uncles and aunts, it's true that Comrade Wu Cece is my wife Shen, and she is pregnant with our little bunny from the Shen family. In the future, for matchmaking, we'll have one less person to help, and by the way, it also excludes me. There are plenty of good young men out there, right? I just had a sea turtle return to my company, old Yu, who is also quite a handsome guy, a medical doctorate, and very enlightened. Heaven help us. The old Yu Shen mentioned was 43 this year, and while he indeed had a medical doctorate, he was balding to the point of reflecting light and was only 163 meters tall with severe myopia. Every few days, he would say he had already seen through the patterns of human reproduction and found life boring, constantly contemplating becoming a monk. Truly, there was no one with a deeper enlightenment than him. After hearing Shen Han's words, the Shanghai aunt spoke up again, clicking her tongue and whispering, "It seems to be true. Previously, I saw old Liang's son posting pictures under Wu the hostess Weibo. Oh, you really are together. Congratulations. Wu the host. You should say something too," making us feel quite embarrassed. After her words, the uncles and aunts also calmed down, each beginning to congratulate and remark on the couple's good match. Fang Jie walked out of the clinic with a few people, still holding Wu Cece's hand and grinning. Seeing Director Liang walking ahead, she couldn't help but lean closer to Wu Cece and say, "Annie, what a pity. I didn't expect that my little grandmother would approve of you so readily. I thought she would offer you $1 million to leave my uncle, or that my uncle would run away from home for you, or even do something drastic." Hearing this, Shen Han immediately leaned over, pinching Fang Jie's ear, and said fiercely, "You all day long." He then pulled Wu Cece's hand and, with a playful smile, advised, "Wife, don't listen to this girlish nonsense. My mom has a great impression of you. You can feel it too, right? Just wait until we get home. Don't be shy, really. Especially when my mom asks you what you want to eat, you absolutely cannot say whatever." Wu Cece, somewhat surprised, asked, "Then what should I say?" Shen Han thought for a moment and replied, "Just mention meat like braised pork, pig knuckles, lion's head, whatever comes to mind." Although Wu Cece thought this sounded strange, she didn't ask further. They smiled all the way upstairs, and when they entered the house, she looked up to find that Dr. Shen was also at home. As a key member of the hospital, Dr. Shen was usually very busy, and seeing Wu Cece standing at the entrance, he was momentarily taken aback and stood up abruptly. Director Liang walked over, patted his shoulder, and said solemnly, "Old Shen, stay calm. Bring out your parental demeanor." The superiority in his words made it seem as if the person who fainted earlier wasn't him at all. Dr. Shen clenched his fists, standing firm in place. Nodding resolutely, Wu Cece walked over and cautiously called out, "Hello, uncle." Dr. Shen quickly smiled back. "You must be Xiao Wu. Welcome, welcome, come sit." Seeing Dr. Shen's demeanor, Wu Cece finally breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that at least there was someone stable at home. Dr. Shen, however, was unaware of her thoughts. Although he was trying to appear calm, he was actually quite nervous, fixing his hair and looking down at his shirt buttons, feeling no less anxious than when he had gone to propose at Director Liang's home years ago. Adrenaline was surging through him, and Dr. Shen suddenly felt the need to urinate. He stood up and turned toward the bathroom. Shen Han looked at him and asked, "Dad, where are you going?" Dr. Shen turned to look at Wu Cece's small face and pretended to be calm, saying, "Nothing. Nothing at all. You all sit here first. I'm just going to the bathroom to get 2 cups of tea." Wu Cece felt a loud thump in her head, sensing that her last shred of hope had shattered. Shen Han covered his face, thinking, these 2 parents probably can't be salvaged. Director Liang had also returned from the kitchen with dishes, and, seeing Wu Cece's face, immediately said, "Cece, Annie made vegetable juice herself. It's delicious. Let me warm it up for you to drink a cup." A few days ago, a juice factory in the city was reported for adding industrial dyes, causing widespread panic. Following the trend, Director Liang also started making drinks at home, with a variety of flavors, some sour, some bitter, some that would make you vomit, and others that could cause diarrhea for 3 days, a wide array of options. Shen Han's face immediately darkened upon hearing this, wrinkling his nose and struggling, "Mom, Cece doesn't like vegetable juice." Director Liang, with disbelief, retorted, Nonsense. I learned these recipes from Shen. You, who know nothing about health, shut up. Thus, when Dr. Shen returned from the bathroom, Director Liang had already placed a bottle of that suspicious-looking vegetable juice on the coffee table, calling out to everyone, "Come on, old Shen, you should drink a cup too," to detoxify your body. Having fought against Director Liang for many years, Dr. Shen had developed a strong sense of self-protection and always made sure to let his son take the lead in confrontations. He slowly pushed the vegetable juice towards Shen Hanshan with a serious expression and said, "Hanshan, you live alone outside. The things you eat during social gatherings aren't clean. You really need this." Shen Hanshan sneered, suddenly grabbing the cup, and with a brave expression, tilted his head back and gulped it down in one go. Wu Cc, seeing this, also smiled and picked up the nearby vegetable juice, took a sip, and slowly put it down. After 5 seconds of silence, she suddenly collapsed in Shen Hanshan's arms, crying, "Darling, please help me drink this cup too." Usually quite reserved, she even called him darling this time, indicating that she was genuinely suffering. Shen Hanshan, being a caring husband, trembled as he took her cup and without hesitation gulped it down again. Wu Cc looked at her man with admiration and said in awe, "Hanshan, how did you develop such a strong tongue?" Feng Ye, who had been silently playing with Lao Bai, suddenly spoke up, succinctly and powerfully replying, "His mother." Upon hearing this, Shen Hanshan suddenly stood up and rushed towards the bathroom. Wu Cc immediately followed him inside, patting his back softly. "Hanshan, you've worked hard." After Shen Hanshan finished, he finally regained clarity. He pretended to be weak, holding Wu Cc, gently rubbing her chest, then sniffing her scent and nuzzling against her, saying pitifully, "Now you know how much your Shen brother has been suffering, right? Wu director, really, just agree to me, let us get a marriage certificate, and you can legally take me home, so we won't have to endure this suffering anymore. Even if we can't do anything special during this period, it's okay. I can still be there for you. In winter, I'll be your heater. In summer, I'll help you with mosquitoes. In spring, when I'm feeling frisky, as long as I have breath left, I'll make sure you're satisfied. What do you say?" Wu Cc blushed upon hearing his words. Lao Bai, somehow escaping Feng Jie's clutches, quietly jumped in between them, meowing imperiously. Wu Cc, still blushing, patted Lao Bai's head and softly said, "Hello, Lao Bai." Lao Bai seemed to enjoy this, leaning further into Wu Cc's arms. Shen Hanshan huffed, looking displeased. "Is there only a cat in your eyes?" Wu Cc mischievously whispered, "Not at all." Shen Hanshan eagerly awaited her next words. Unexpectedly, Wu Cc laughed and said, "There is also a dog. You don't know, my childhood dream was to pick up a little cat and a big dog and take them on adventures." Shen Hanshan was surprisingly quiet at her response, holding her and licking her ears softly, asking quietly, "Really?" Wu Cc nodded, but hadn't spoken yet. Shen Hanshan suddenly turned and walked out. Wu Cc thought he was angry. After all, who would want to be left out of their partner's life plans? She placed Lao Bai on the floor, washed her hands, and just as she was about to comfort Shen Hanshan, a tall figure suddenly rushed towards her. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Shen Hanshan, who had left in anger earlier. However, he was now wearing a box shaped like a red Fuji apple around his waist, with big letters reading, "Single dog, unwanted by the Shen family, seeking adoption." Around his neck was the chain Lao Bai refused to wear, and he had a bone in his mouth that he had stolen from Director Liang. Turning to point at Director Liang and Dr. Shen behind him, he asked, "You two really don't want me anymore, right?" Director Liang and Dr. Shen both nodded with a look of indifference. Their synchronized response made it clear they were indeed a long-time couple. Shen Hanshan turned around and, in front of everyone, pushed Wu Cc against the wall. He swallowed hard and looked at her with deep eyes. At this moment, Feng Jie's voice came from behind, saying her gaze should be a bit more dreamy and her demeanor a bit more enchanting. Shen Hanshan found her noisy and directly threw an apple at her. Taking a deep breath, he lowered his head, pressed his nose against Wu Cc's, looked at her, and shouted with a deep voice, "Woof." Chapter 43 that night. After a vibrant meal, Wu Cc still decided to follow Shen Hanshan back to their shared apartment in Hong District, conveniently dropping Feng Jie off at home along the way. Shen Yue was currently eating pizza alone. Today, Feng Qian's grandfather was feeling unwell, so Hu Tianqing took her to stay there. With a rare moment of leisure, she decided to indulge herself and ordered a pizza for dinner. Shen Hanzhan hadn't been to Shun Yue's place for a while. After taking off his shoes and stepping inside, he grabbed a slice of pizza from the table and stuffed it into his mouth. He clapped his hands and, looking at the person next to him, casually said, "Sister." Chen Shuyan said, "He wants to steal your boyfriend and wants me to help him." Shen Yue paused slightly with the remote control in her hand and tilted her head to ask, "Did you agree?" Shen Hanzhan clicked his tongue and replied, "Of course not. I'm just here to give you a heads up and see what you think." At that moment, Wu Cece, who had accompanied Feng Jia into the house to do some homework, came out and happened to overhear their conversation. She cleared her throat and called out, "Sister." Shen Yue smiled and nodded at her. She didn't feel the need to hide anything in front of Wu Cece and directly replied, "Just keep me informed. As for helping, you should handle your own affairs first." Shen Hanzhan raised an eyebrow and asked in confusion, "Why? You're really not planning to choose someone better?" "I think he's doing quite well now. He hasn't lost his figure, he looks decent, and it seems he's even a chief physician." Shen Yue picked up an apple from the plate and replied softly, "You said it yourself. If I really want to confront Hu Qianxing, I naturally need to find someone good. But as far as I'm concerned, Chan Shuyan doesn't qualify as a good option." After saying that, she leaned back into the sofa and smiled. "He was able to leave me back then. Even if he comes back now, it doesn't necessarily mean he has the intention of starting a family. I'm 35. While not exactly young, I'm also not old. Since my first marriage failed, I can't settle for less in the second one. Your sister isn't at the point where I can only go back to old flames." Upon hearing Shen Yue's words, Shen Hanzhan instinctively tightened his grip on Wu Cece's hand. The speaker might be casual, but the listener was thoughtful. The matter of going back to old flames was indeed typical for him and Wu Cece. Shen Yue seemed to sense Shan Hanshan's thoughts and smiled to comfort him. "You two are different. You have Cece in your heart and always consider her feelings. Well, I went to Switzerland to see you. I kept thinking that the girl who didn't tee while my brother was truly blind. Cece, don't be mad at me for saying this." Wu Cece quickly shook her head and replied, "About the past, actually I misunderstood Hanzhan. No, it's not entirely a misunderstanding. I was honest enough. In the future, I will make sure to be good to him." Shen Yue nodded in satisfaction. "It's good that you both have such thoughts. However, love ultimately can't withstand the test of time. If you can get back together, cherish it well. Let me say something unpleasant. If you and Hanzhan are like me and Chan Shuyan, being apart for over 10 years, you might even forget each other. While you're still young, now is the perfect time to settle down. Don't keep pondering about trivial matters. You both are not young anymore. Hurry up and have a child, so Hanzhan can have a sense of being a father and not be so clueless all the time." Upon hearing this, Shen Hanzhan was not pleased again. Rubbing his nose, he replied, "Don't worry. We're planning to get our marriage certificate tomorrow. She is already pregnant." Shen Yue immediately sat up straight, looking delighted as she turned to Wu Cece and asked, "Really?" Wu Cece nodded, a hint of shyness on her face. Shen Yue quickly grabbed the phone on the coffee table and began looking for a number. Shen Hanzhan asked her, "Who are you calling?" Shen Yue smiled and replied, "My old classmate. He is currently a leader at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Tomorrow I'll ask him to help you." "Hey!" Shen Hanzhan quickly interrupted Shen Yue. "You don't need to find any leaders to get a marriage certificate. No need to owe anyone a favor. My wife and I will just follow the ordinary people's route. At least we should experience a bit of the worldly life. If that doesn't work, we still have Yuan Sheng's aunt." Shen Yue, still a bit worried, said, "But Cece is from Taiwan. You need to get the single certificate and household registration from Taiwan, which could be quite troublesome. If you don't find someone, you won't be able to get it this week." Shen Hanzhan confidently patted his chest and said with a smile, "Don't worry. I took care of all that when I accompanied Cece to Taiwan last time. Do you think your brother would get married without any preparation?" Wu Cece was slightly taken aback, surprised as she asked, "When did you take care of all that?" "I had no idea." Shen Hanzhan wrapped his arm around her and proudly said, "Brother Sheng helped with it. Otherwise, why would I call that stupid Yuan Sheng to do something? Did you really think I was sending him on a public-funded trip?" Wu Cece then realized that Shen Hanzhan had been planning their marriage since that time. She held his hand back, feeling quite warm inside. After returning home, Shen Hanzhan took a shower, leaned against the sofa for a while, and started feeling a bit excited. especially since Wu Cece had agreed to get the certificate tomorrow. After receiving some education from Shen Yue, he felt sweet and cozy inside. However, Wu Cece was still pregnant and in a 3-month risky period, so they couldn't take any chances. Wu Cece found his expression amusing and, after taking off her clothes, playfully teased him. Shen Hanzhan, feeling wronged, retreated into the bathroom, friendly chatting with his right hand for a while, only to find he had lost some skills and couldn't find a connection, which was indeed frightening. In the end, he came out, pulled Wu Cece into the bathroom, and grabbed her 2 white legs, rubbing them up and down for a long while before finally having some resolution. But he still felt frustrated and couldn't help but say fiercely, "Just wait. Once we can do it, you'll see how I deal with you." Wu Cece ignored him. The skin on the inside of her thighs was already tender, and now it had turned red and swollen from his rubbing. She buried her head into the bed, feeling Shen Hanzhan approaching, and elbowed him hard. Shen Hanzhan pretended to hold his stomach and exclaimed, "You little demoness, how cruel. After sucking away my energy, you want to kill me to silence me. One day, I'll borrow a treasure and recite the clear heart bodhi to capture you." Wu Cece chuckled, turning around to lie face to face with him. She reached out to wrap her arms around Shen Hanzhan's neck and rubbed her legs against his skin, grinning mischievously as she asked, "Master really wants to recite the clear heart bodhi to capture the little girl? Then the little girl will never dare to absorb the Master's energy again." Shen Hanzhan lifted his leg, pinning her between his legs, reached into her top, and lowered his head to kiss her lips, answering solemnly, "To hell with your clear heart bodhi." The next morning, Shen Hanzhan woke up much earlier than usual. After running back, he pulled Wu Cece to wash her face, brush her teeth, and have breakfast. Wu Cece groggily got up, put on light makeup, and as soon as she stepped into the marriage registration hall, she noticed Lin Shun and Xia Wu standing there with cheerful expressions, holding 2 small red bags that looked quite festive. The marriage registration office was small, resembling a little hall next to a neighborhood committee, without any fancy electronic number drawing machines. A few jaded staff members sat inside, looking as if they were saying, "If I don't go to hell, who will?" Their demeanor was quite melancholic, yet charming. Shen Hanzhan understood this kind of demeanor. After all, the work of registering marriages was too great. Especially for a guy like him, it was practically a job for maintaining social stability. Just like criminals confessing their guilt or dead pigs at slaughterhouses being stamped as quarantine approved, everyone knows this process, but no one believes it. There must be a piece of paper proving that some deity has executed justice on the spot, so they won't harm the world anymore. The lady at the reception looked quite cheerful, with a matchmaker's mole on the right corner of her mouth. She greeted everyone with a smile as soon as they entered. "Come and get married? Please queue up and fill out the form, then wait over there." Shen Hanzhan raised an eyebrow and asked Lin Shun, who was standing beside him. "This tone sounds just like new inmates. Put on your clothes and stand in the corner." Lin Shun replied expressionlessly, because these aunties are wise and intelligent. They can see at a glance that marriage is essentially a grave. Shen Hanzhan clicked his tongue and rolled his eyes, feeling that although Lin Shun appeared indifferent, he was actually lacking love, emotionless and perverse. As they spoke, the line in front of them gradually got shorter. Shen Hanzhan stole a few glances and noticed that those people, when they reached the counter, had to pull something out of their pockets to hand over. It was his first marriage, and he didn't know there was a custom of giving out wedding candies to the staff. He thought it was like the security checks at the airport. When it was his turn, he immediately fumbled through his pocket, seeing the staff member lift their head. He finally placed a bag of Durex on the table with a loud thud, strawberry-flavored, extra large. The staff member was a young person in their 20s, who had dedicated their youth to the noble journey of becoming a civil servant and had never even touched a boyfriend. Seeing that Durex was like seeing a monster in a man's groin. When she suddenly looked up and saw Shen Hanzhan's face, she felt as if her heart had been shot, and various classic scenarios from romance novels flashed through her mind. Finally, she was abruptly interrupted by a question. "Where's the form?" The staff member pulled out of her pink haze, tremblingly handed over the form. Shen Hanzhan was completely oblivious to her shyness, took the form, nodded and said thank you, then turned to walk towards the writing desk. After he filled it out and returned to queue, he suddenly felt a vague gaze beside him. Unable to help it, he raised an eyebrow and asked Lin Shun, Do you think someone is watching me? Am I too sensitive today? Lin Shen's expression remained calm as he softly replied, No, your perception is quite normal. After all, it's still rare for most people to see an idiot pulling out condoms at the marriage registration office. Shen Hantan asked, Then what did they pull out? Lin Shen replied expressionlessly, Wedding candies. Shen Hantan felt a surge of blood choke in his throat. Lin Shen ignored him, glanced at Shen Hanshan's form, and said seriously, Also, boss, there's something I should remind you. In the personal background section of this form, I think it should be filled out as party member or non-party member, not 55% water. 20% protein, fat, especially the stuff you haven't digested from breakfast this morning, which the staff really wouldn't want to know. Shen Hantan went to Switzerland for college, and usually, Lin Shen dealt with the government for the company, so he had no experience with such high-end terms like personal background. Frowning, he returned to the writing desk, feeling a bit embarrassed. At that moment, Wu Cece had also returned with her Taiwan compatriot certificate and single certificate. Seeing Shen Hantan looking down, she walked over and asked, How's it going? Shen Hantan smiled and replied that it was fine, but just then, a male staff member's impatient voice suddenly rang out. The machine is broken. You all go outside to take photos. How can you not hear with your ears so old? Coming here to make a scene? Really shameless. Shen Hantan looked up to see two elderly people standing there, their hair gray, holding forms and looking quite pitiful. Xiao Wu, who liked to pry into everything, went over to thoroughly question the two elderly people when he first saw them. They were childhood friends who had been separated for over 30 years and were now reuniting in North City, wanting to get a marriage certificate while they could still move. Although Shen Hantan was rough, he respected such things. He walked over, pointed at the staff member, and shouted, Is this amusing to you? These old folks are at this age, and you still make them go outside to take photos? It's at least a dozen minutes to the photo studio at the street corner, and they have to queue again when they come back. I just saw you let two acquaintances in to take photos. Why does it change to the machine is broken for these old folks? Do you think we're blind? The male staff member looked at Shen Hantan and was also quite unconvinced. His brother-in-law was an old leader in the district's civil affairs bureau, and people usually feared him 3 points at the registration office. Hearing Shen Hanshan's words, he was amused, stood up, and disdainfully replied, I say it's broken. It's broken. What do you have to say about it? If you have the ability, take a taxi to the street corner photo studio and come back. I'll process it for you immediately. Hearing this, Shen Hantan spat on the ground. The nearby Annie quickly grabbed his hand and softly advised, Just let it go, young man. This person has always been like this. He has connections, and complaining won't help. Don't argue with him. I see your wife is from Taiwan. The paperwork is not simple. Be careful not to offend him, or you might not get the certificate today. Shen Hantan smiled with a smirk. He had been provoked by countless idiots in his life and had never really been afraid. He reached out, grabbed the person's uniform, glanced at the badge on his chest, took out his phone, and called Yuan Sheng's aunt, saying, Aunt Yuan, it's me, Hantan. Yes, I'm here processing it. It's south at Xizhang Street, not too crowded. It's okay. But, some individual staff members have quite an arrogant attitude, cursing people at the service window without any shame. You say, Can my bad temper endure this? What's his name? Oh, Hu Haiming, right? Please educate him down there. Thanks. Hearing Shen Hanshan's words, the staff member suddenly felt a bit uncertain. After Shen Hantan hung up the phone, he didn't shout anymore, just stood there shrugging, pointed at the person's nose, and casually said with a smile, In this world, let us not pretend. Today I'm here to get the certificate, in a good mood. So I won't argue with you. You take care of yourself. His voice was not loud, but it naturally carried a sense of intimidation. Sure enough, not long after, a middle-aged man came down from the second floor, looking like a leader, and called out, Hu Haiming, come here. The staff member then realized something was wrong and walked over with a frown. Shen Hantan clicked his tongue and asked the nearby staff member, Is your camera still broken? The middle-aged woman quickly shook her head like a drum and got up to lead the elderly couple to a nearby room. Shen Hantan stood there, entirely unconcerned about the envious or amazed gazes from those around him. He turned to Wu Cece beside him and asked, Wife, is everything ready? Wu Cece smiled and nodded, her face flushed, softly replying, All set. As she finished speaking, another staff member cautiously sat down at Hu Haiming's previous position, smiling warmly and calling out, All right, the next couple can come over. Although Shen Hanzhan knew this staff member was actually speaking to him. He noticed a man and a woman lingering there for a long time, probably also troubled by Hu Haiming. For a moment, he thought he might as well be a good person all the way. So he simply pulled the man over, pressed him into a seat, and generously said, "Brother and sister, you go first. I see you've been waiting for quite a while." The man had just witnessed Shen Hanshan's fierce side and knew he was not someone to provoke. Sitting in place, he swallowed hard, a hint of melancholy and sadness appearing on his face, and cautiously replied, "We are not ready yet." Shen Hanshan exclaimed, patted the man's back, and shouted, "We're all grown men here, why be shy? Think about your wife. Think about the little business you're about to get, right? It will all be over in a blink." Upon hearing this, the man's eyes went dark, and his face looked even more troubled. Shen Hanshan smiled and comforted him. "Why the long face, brother? Such a good thing should make you smile." At this moment, the woman beside them couldn't stand it any longer and nervously said, We didn't bring any money. Yes, we didn't bring any money." Shen Hanshan thought, this couple coming out to get married and still short a few bucks? He immediately took out 10 yuan from his pocket and seriously placed it in the man's hand. The man held the 10 yuan in his hand, his eyes turned red, and he looked like he was about to cry. Shen Hanshan, who believed he had seen all kinds of people, had never seen anyone so moved by 10 yuan, and said with a touched expression, "Brother, don't be too moved. I'm also getting my certificate today. Just consider it a good omen. No need for repayment." The man wiped his eyes and choked out, "I'm not moved." Shen Hanshan asked in confusion, Then what is it?" At this point, the man was truly crying, covering his face and helplessly shouting, I'm here to get a divorce." Chapter 44, because of this big brother's blunder, Ho Pai, like Shen Hanshan, finally dared not act recklessly anymore. He obediently released the person's shoulder and silently sat back in his original seat, extending his hand to pass over the copies and forms in his hand, his eyes like torches as he spoke the words, "Handle the certificate." Fortunately, the staff member had deep professional skills. His expression slightly stiffened, but quickly returned to his usual smile. He took the 2 forms and began typing while smilingly advising them on the various matters regarding obtaining a marriage certificate in Taiwan. Shen Hanshan sat beside him, growing more silent as he listened, until the photos were taken and the little red book was officially in hand. His face had completely transformed into a dazed expression. Luckily, the sunlight outside the hall was bright at this moment, shining on his forehead and invigorating him, and then the nearby tricycle, ringing and clanging, finally brought Shen Hanshan's spirit back to reality. He turned to look at Wu Cece, who was lowering her head to examine the little red book in her hands, and suddenly shouted, "Wow, I'm really married." Then, in a swift motion, he picked her up completely. Wu Cece, who was still looking at the marriage certificate and thought she looked a bit chubby in the photo, and that her eyes should be wider, was suddenly startled by Shen Hanshan's shout and found herself lifted into the air, momentarily frozen in shock. She could only support herself on his shoulder, her face slightly flushed with embarrassment, softly saying, "Put me down. There are people watching." Shen Hanshan grinned widely, putting her down but not letting go, tilting his head toward an old man passing by and calling out, "Old man, this is my wife. I send Tishi beautiful." The old man, who was merely out for a stroll with his bird, was taken aback by Shen Hanshan's words and politely replied, "Beautiful, beautiful." But Shen Hanshan, feeling bold, pressed Wu Cece's head closer to his chest and immediately added, "Right? I think she is beautiful too. Hee, just a peek, nothing more." The old man had never encountered such shamelessness before. His birdcage trembled slightly in his hand as he stroked his beard, thinking, "I wouldn't want to look anyway." After saying that, he took a couple of steps forward, suddenly realizing that the girl looked quite familiar. After thinking hard, he realized she was the host of the health program Health Hall, which his wife loved to watch. This discovery was quite significant. After all, elderly friends have their unique, fashionable ways, and they are often enthusiastic about idolizing. The old man suddenly felt invigorated, hurriedly making his way home as if propelled by a hidden force. He turned on the TV to replay Health Hall, watched for a long time, and found that the resemblance was striking. Unable to resist, he pulled out the smartphone his son had bought him, logged into that red-eyed app, and typed in Wu Cece. Upon entering her name, It was like discovering a new world. He saw crowds discussing Wu Cece and Shen Han's marriage certificate, with some even sneaking photos. And the topic was ablaze. The old man no longer cared about his bird or the TV. He called his wife, who was still grocery shopping, and exclaimed, "Honey, guess what? That host Wu Cece you like just got married, and her partner is a stupid fool." Wu Cece had no idea that as a health program host, she would attract such paparazzi treatment. Meanwhile, Lin Shen received several calls from subordinates, learning that the marriage certificate incident had already made its way online, embellished into various bizarre versions. Wu Cece opened her Weibo, only to be bombarded with private messages and comments pouring in. Moreover, the various groups were distinctly different, with each commenting style representing their own characteristics. The fans of Aunt Xiangzhang were relatively rational and restrained, mostly expressing emotions through scenery, half blessing, half lamenting, hoping Wu Cece would take good care of their former idol while reminiscing about their lost youth. Occasionally, they posted poignant little quotes, as if their tears had coalesced into rain, fluttering with every piece of youthful attire in the wind. In contrast, the younger fans of Xiangzhang were much sharper. They were still young and hadn't realized that men also have physiological needs. In their minds, someone like Xiangzhang should live a solitary life, or perhaps enjoy beer, becoming enlightened amidst drunkenness, then renouncing the world in their middle age, living a simple life, and being unable to reproduce. Wu Cece's fan group stood out among the various factions, adept at using gentleness to overcome rigidity and employing images to influence others. Most were middle-aged friends from across the country, seasoned by decades of ups and downs, mastering various high-level techniques of banter and ridicule. With generous pensions, they were all members, and communicating meant using emojis, specifically designed for seniors, with large fonts and exaggerated expressions. If you said something unpleasant, they would reply, "Don't be angry. Life is just a play. There's no need to lose your temper over trivial matters." If you said these two people were completely incompatible, they would respond, "Internet fate is a thread that connects. Meeting is destiny. Cherish this relationship." Every image they shared featured popular idols, each sporting a refreshed face, filled with the sincerity of the working class. What was most frightening was that this group of aunties and uncles could draw broader conclusions. They educated everyone that it's not advisable to wash underwear on rainy days because they run tea dry, and that beer must be mixed with goji berries for better health. The young girls felt their combat power, faced an unprecedented challenge. Seeing various idol images, they could only shout for help. Wu Cece stared at the comments on Weibo, completely stunned. She looked up at Shen Han and asked, "I never knew so many people would pay attention to me getting married." Shen Han hugged her, leaning in her neck to smell her pleasant scent, and replied with a smile, "Don't mind them. They're just jealous you found such a good husband." Wu Cece chuckled softly, playfully punching his chest and saying, "Shameless. You didn't see my fans saying this guy marrying Wu the host is a lifetime blessing." Shen Han quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, Wu the host has many fans. Whatever you say is right. A silly fool like me who plays music and drives fast cars can marry you. It's all because you have poor eyesight." After saying that, he leaned in and kissed her again. Xiao Wu and Lin Shen sat in the front of the car, their awkward expressions frozen. One drove straight ahead, while the other tilted his head looking out the window, afraid to touch the bubble of fan energy emanating from the back seat. Fortunately, Lin Shen's phone rang at that moment. After a brief conversation, he hung up and said to the people in the back seat, "Boss, remember the Chinese technician Li Qin from Sofia? She's visiting China this time, and she wants to see our company. I suspect she may have intentions to develop in China." Shen Han unabashedly replied, "I don't remember." Lin Shen awkwardly pursed his lips. He couldn't mention in front of Wu Cece that she was the one who, after signing the contract, asked if they needed a high IQ wife. Just as he closed his mouth, Xiao Wu's phone rang again. Xiao Wu looked down at her phone and opened with a simple, "Brother." Hearing this call, Lin Shen's arm paused slightly as he glanced at the expression of the person next to him. He saw her expression change from initial joy to confusion, finally settling into a look of grievance. After hanging up, he couldn't help but ask, "Is something wrong?" Xiao Wu replied, "Yes, drop me off ahead. I need to pick up my brother. he asked back from the south. Wu Cece heard this and immediately pushed Shen Hanzhan away, whispering, "Is it Brother Xia Tian? Let's drive together. Where can we get a taxi here? Besides, he must have a lot of luggage coming back from the south, right?" Wu Cece had seen Xia Tian before during her university days. He was a veteran PhD graduate from the Agricultural University, a bit awkward in personality, but particularly handsome. He was given a nickname Dunce Beauty by Yang Xiaosu. Although he had a somewhat aloof character, when Wu Cece had just dropped out of school, he had proactively lent her his family housing at the Agricultural Research Institute. Xiao scratched his head and replied softly, "No. There's no need. If my brother sees Lin Shun, he will be unhappy." Upon hearing this, Shen Hanzhan found it amusing and wore a look of someone who was enjoying the drama, smiling and asking, "Oh, what's going on? Did Lin Chun finally do something beastly?" Lin Shen cleared his throat and called out, "Boss." Xiao Wu quickly waved his hands in response. No, it's just that I'm currently living with Lin Shun in Sister Cece's apartment. If my brother finds out, he will always feel that he has ulterior motives or something. Anyway, I can just go by myself and explain it to my brother." Upon hearing this, Wu Cece quickly said, "Since that's the case, we should definitely go together. I'll talk to Brother Xia. After all, you are living in a place I rented. As a girl, he will indeed be worried, which is understandable." So it was settled. Xia Tian waited outside the bus station for a while, and to his surprise, he ended up with a whole car full of people. He usually focused on academics and had a somewhat vague perception of people's appearances. When he saw Wu Cece getting off the bus, he completely forgot that they had met before. It was only after Xia Wu reminded him a couple of times that he vaguely recalled her identity and reached out to greet her. "Hello." Shen Hanzhan and Lin Shun stood by the car, watching Xia Tian with a look of astonishment. One of them said, "Lin, your little brother is hard to handle. He's already 32, yet he looks like a girl. When I first heard he was working at the Agricultural Research Institute, I thought he was a rough guy, but unexpectedly, well, he turned out like this." The other replied, "Boss, if you don't rein in your gossiping tendencies, the Women's Committee might really invite you to be the honorary chairman next year." Shen Hanzhan ignored him, grinning widely as he swaggered over and called out, "Oh, you must be Professor Xia, Xiao Wu's brother." Hello, I'm her brother-in-law, Shen Hanzhan, working in medical devices." Xia Tian looked at the person in front of him, frowned, and showed no intention of shaking hands. Shen Hanzhan didn't feel awkward. He knew that academics were generally hard to deal with. It wasn't that they were aloof, but they simply weren't keen on interpersonal interactions. People like Tan Jia's grandson and Li Wei from the Li family were all like this. Lin Shen walked over and placed Xia Tian's luggage in the car. Xia Tian pushed his glasses on his face, looked at him with a slight frown, and suddenly asked, "You're the one living with Xiao Wu?" Upon hearing the word cohabiting, Lin Shen couldn't help but cough lightly, stood up, and nodded. "Yes, I'm Mr. Shen's subordinate, but we share an apartment. It doesn't count as cohabiting." Xiao Wu was now also pulling on her brother's hand, quietly educating him. "Brother, why are you like this? I've already said it's not what you think. If it's really a problem, I could just move back to your place." Xia Tian's family housing was in the west campus of the Agricultural University, not very convenient for getting into the city, which was why Xiao Wu had thought about moving out. Wu Cece saw this and quickly tried to ease the atmosphere, pushing Xiao Wu into the car, opening the back door and softly saying to Xia Tian, "Brother Xia, let us get in the car first. We can talk once we're inside. We can't park here for too long." Xia Tian wasn't much of a talker either. He directly sat in the back seat, placing his hands on his legs and sitting up straight, putting on a serious and solemn demeanor. Shen Hanzhan saw his posture and almost burst out laughing. He shrank his neck and leaned close to Wu Cece's ear, asking softly, "Is Xiao Wu's brother a fool?" Wu Cece shot him a glance, thinking, "You're the one who should be careful about calling others fools." She pinched him hard and quietly told him, "He is a key agricultural technology talent trained by the state. Do you know how valuable his projects are? You thoughtless guy." Shen Hanzhan watched Wu Cece's serious expression and found it even more entertaining. He couldn't help but wrap his arms around her and get cozy. Xia Tian, sitting next to them, wasn't blind. Watching their actions, his neck turned red, sitting there wanting to think. See no evil, hear no evil. He was indeed a person who had spent years navigating the hardships of culture. not only keeping his feelings towards females in check, but also having very few interactions with his right hand. In a certain sense, his purity reflected a high degree of unity between his spirit and body. The car drove east for a while, and just as it was about to get on the elevated highway, Shen Hanshan's phone suddenly rang. Looking down, he saw it was a call from Shen Yue. He immediately answered the phone and said with a smile, "Sister, what is up?" Shen Yue sounded somewhat down, taking a deep breath and asking, "I'm at Hu Tianxing's parents' place now. Are you nearby? Could you come pick me up? I might not be able to drive in my current state, and it's hard to get a taxi around here." Shen Hanshan detected the panic in her voice and quickly said, "Don't move, just wait at the entrance of the community. We're coming to get you." After hanging up, Shen Hanshan immediately told Lin Chen the location of Bu Garden. Bu Garden was a nice place, but it was an old community with narrow roads. So a trip that should have been quick took over 20 minutes. Shen Yue stood there, her face somewhat pale. When she saw the car full of people in front of her, she was slightly taken aback and apologetically said, I thought you were fine and didn't know you had company. I'm really sorry." Naturally, her words were directed at Xia Tian. Xia Tian, who was used to being indifferent, felt his face flush when he saw Shen Yue. His skin was already fair, and this blush made it even more apparent. When Shen Yue opened the car door and sat next to him, his mind felt like it exploded, buzzing loudly, and his straight back unconsciously stiffened even more. At this moment, Shen Hanshan was holding Wu Cece in his arms, looking unhappy and asking, "Come on, with your state. What are you pretending for? Tell me, what happened with Hu Tianxing's parents? I want to deal with those two idiots since early this morning." Shen Yue shook her head and replied, "No, it's not that. His dad was diagnosed with lung cancer yesterday, and today he called me over saying he wanted to see if I could give them another son. We had a bit of an argument." Shen Hanshan certainly knew they couldn't have just had a casual argument. He shouted loudly, "Do his parents have no shame? Their son is cheating, and they dare to ask you, a 35-year-old woman, to bear them another son? Damn it. Sister, I think you shouldn't put up with this anymore. Hu Tianxing is messing around outside, and I bet his parents know nothing about it. Really, if the parents don't care, you shouldn't clean up their mess." Shen Yue took a deep breath, her head still aching a bit. She closed her eyes and replied, "Actually, I just called a lawyer friend." Upon hearing this, Shen Hanshan immediately exclaimed, "You should have done this long ago. Really, sister. If you had made up your mind earlier, I wouldn't have to talk to that idiot at all. Let me tell you, you're so beautiful and have such a good job, you'll definitely not have trouble finding someone to marry. Also, you don't have to worry about grandma and grandpa. When you got married, no one in our family thought much of Hu Tianxing. If you leave now, everyone will celebrate." Shen Yue looked at her fingers and could only give a bitter smile. Marriage is something that, once it has a crack, most people will scoff at from the sidelines. But only those who are in it will have a hint of nostalgia. After all, life is so difficult, and it's not easy for a family to stay together, whether it's the years of affection between spouses, the completeness of the family for the children, or the many practical issues that must be considered. However, when a person's tolerance reaches a certain limit, their nostalgia will completely fade, shattering along with the remnants of past feelings. Shen Yue looked out at the scenery, sighed, and finally revealed a slight smile, softly saying, "Please let me off by the roadside. I could take a taxi from there and go directly back to the office." Shen Hanshan exclaimed, "No, you now." Shen Yue smiled slightly and told him, "I'm much better now. I just want a little support. Hanshan, what you said earlier made me happy." After saying that, she turned her head to look at Xia Tian, softly saying, "I'm sorry for delaying your ride because of my issue." Xia Tian didn't expect Shen Yue to speak to him. He looked up, staring at her with his mouth open, unable to say a word for a long time. Shen Yue smiled gently at his reaction, didn't say anything further, and directly got out of the car to walk towards the nearby taxi stop. Seeing Shen Yue get out of the car, Xia Tian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He felt a bit surprised and also a little disappointed. The surprise was that he saw Shen Yue once again. The disappointment was that she hadn't recognized him at all from the beginning to the end. Chapter 45. Shen Hanshan was oblivious to Xia Tian's changes, his heart filled with thoughts of his own. However, Wu Cece and Xia Wu were more observant. They exchanged a knowing glance, as if they both sensed something. Taking advantage of Shen Hanshan's conversation with Lin Shun, Wu Cixi slightly turned her head and quietly asked the nearby Xia Tian, "Brother Xia, do you know Sister Yue?" She made sure her voice was low enough for only the two of them to hear. Xia Tian was still grappling with his emotions at the moment. Caught off guard by Wu Cixi's sudden question, he quickly coughed and displayed a hint of embarrassment on his face as he stammered, "No, not really." Upon hearing this, Wu Cixi raised her eyebrows slightly as she glanced at Xiao Wu in front of them. Both of them felt a shift in their hearts and decided not to ask further questions. Lin Shun dropped off Wu Cixi and Shen Hanshan at the entrance of the television station. The driver, Old Zhao, who had rushed over upon receiving the news, was already waiting for Shen Hanshan. Wu Cixi turned and walked into the television station building. As soon as she entered the elevator and saw Zhang Qian standing inside, she immediately waved to greet him. Zhang Qian was a director in the Fresh News program group at Beijing television station. He was quick-witted and loved to keep up with trending news around him and online. Upon seeing Wu Cixi, he immediately teased her with a smile. "Wow, Xiao Wu, you're keeping your marriage really low-key." Hearing this, Wu Cixi's face turned slightly red, and she quickly replied in a low voice, "We just decided." Originally planning to wait until the celebration to tell everyone together, Zhang Qian was usually cautious, and upon hearing her words, just smiled and didn't press for more details. Wu Cixi suddenly remembered something and raised her head to ask, "By the way, Director Zhang, I remember you did an episode about the Food Supervision Bureau last year, right?" Zhang Qian thought for a moment and nodded. As the elevator doors opened, he walked out while answering, "Yes, we did an episode about that. Remember the Sudan Red controversy?" Wu Cixi smiled and asked, "I watched that episode. You interviewed the deputy director of the bureau, right?" Zhang Qian laughed. "That was Shen Yue. At that time, she wasn't even the deputy director." He paused and added, "Wait, isn't she your man's cousin? I remember she is part of the Shun family." Wu Cixi smiled and replied, "Yes, but I remember you said you interviewed her in another episode years ago when you collaborated with the Agricultural University, right?" Zhang Qian was taken aback by the question and scratched his head. "I think that did happen, but that was several years ago." "Xiao Wu, why are you asking about this?" Upon hearing his response, Wu Cixi's face lit up with excitement, and she eagerly asked, "Do you still have the footage from when you collaborated with the Agricultural University? Can I see it?" Typically, every program group in a television station has someone responsible for preserving materials. Zhang Qian thought that the materials were not classified documents, and since Wu Cixi looked quite excited, he decided to take her into his office. He called his assistant and said, "Xiao Yang, take Wu Zhu to find a tape we saved from our program about food quality supervision during the bird flu incident. Let me think. It should be from 5 or 6 years ago. Try to find it as far back as possible." Xiao Yang nodded immediately and led Wu Cixi to the nearby archive room. After searching for a while, they finally retrieved a paper bag and handed it to Wu Cixi with a smile, asking, "Is this the one, Wu Zhu? What do you need it for?" Wu Cixi looked at the paper bag with a grin, took it without answering, and simply said, "Of course it's useful. Thank you, Xiao Yang. I promise to return it before I leave work." After that, she turned and hurried back to her floor. Wu Cixi's program typically recorded between 2 p.m. and 5 p.m., and it was still early. She clocked in, comfortably settled into her office, and began watching the footage from years ago. Sure enough, the representative from the Supervision Bureau being interviewed was Shen Yue. Although Xia Tian only appeared briefly as a professor from the Agricultural University and didn't speak much, Wu Cixi quickly captured the image of him standing next to Shen Yue. Her suspicions were confirmed, and Wu Cixi immediately pulled out her phone, calling Xiao Wu with excitement. "Xiao Xia, I found the footage. Your brother did indeed have contact with Sister Yue." At that moment, Xiao Wu was busy cleaning the house for Xia Tian. Xia Tian had been sent to the south for research a few years ago, and Xiao Wu hadn't been home for quite some time, so the house was covered in dust. Upon hearing Wu Cixi's words, she quickly glanced at her brother and quietly slipped into her room, asking in a hushed voice, "Really? Sister Cixi, you're amazing. I knew Shun Zong's sister looked familiar. My brother wouldn't admit it. By the way, I just remembered. My brother changed his phone before and didn't throw it away. He just kept it locked away. One time, I secretly took a peek and found a lot of candid shots of Shun Zong's sister. Upon hearing this, Wu Cece felt her youthful heart awaken, pounding excitedly. Covering her heart, she asked with sparkling eyes, "Could it be? Does your brother really like Sister Yue? You saw his reaction today, right?" Xiao Wu was typically one to enjoy the excitement of gossip, especially with a seemingly calm Wu Cece joining her. She giggled and said, "Oh, my Sister Cece, do you think we've discovered something particularly secretive? I thought my brother would be a lifelong bachelor, dying with nothing but his research materials by his side." Wu Cece chuckled softly and admonished, "Is that how you talk about your brother?" Just then, the door to Xiao Wu's room was suddenly opened by Xia Tian, who held a bottle of laundry detergent, and asked, "Where's the bottle of disinfectant pH2? Are you chatting with someone?" Xiao Wu, quick on her feet, calmly replied, Yes. My friend has an old dog in heat that one tea settled down. I'm just seeking advice." Xia Tian frowned slightly, calmly offering a suggestion. "If it's still in heat at that age, you should neuter it to prevent testicular cancer." Wu Cece, listening to the siblings' conversation while drinking water, suddenly sprayed it all out in laughter. Xiao Wu, feeling embarrassed, quickly hung up the phone and lowered her head to help her meticulous brother clean up. Wu Cece didn't quite understand why she was feeling so excited at that moment. Generally, she was not the type to meddle in others' affairs. She wouldn't intervene in arguments she saw on the street. But she had married Shen Han and subconsciously considered herself half a member of the Shen family. Moreover, she couldn't bear to see such an excellent woman like Shen Yue be wronged by a man. She hoped she could have a family worthy of her. Wu Cece didn't know Xia Tian well, having had limited interactions with him, but she instinctively felt he would be a reliable man to trust, not only because he had a research career he loved, but also because he was still able to maintain his integrity at 32. More importantly, he and Shen Yue looked like a perfect match. Just seeing them together was refreshing. If they could truly form a family, it would indeed be a good match. Shen Han was unaware of Wu Cece's thoughts when he picked her up from work. Seeing her face full of smiles made him quite happy. His little eyes darted around like a clever little cat, itching to tease him, and he couldn't help but walk over to embrace her, asking, "What is up, my wife? Did you bump into some good news?" Wu Cece was still pondering how to deal with the situation between Xia Tian and Shen Yue, feeling a bit hot in Shen Hanshan's embrace. She gently pushed him away and deliberately replied, "Yeah, I ran into a handsome guy, can't help but let my teenage heart run wild." As soon as Shen Han heard this, he immediately became unhappy. After all, with such a handsome husband by her side, Wu Cece dared to think about other men in front of him? That couldn't be right. Moreover, Lin Shun kept nagging in his ear, saying that marriage was the grave of love. Although he didn't say it out loud, he still felt a bit uneasy, fearing that one day the coffin lid would fall and leave him incapacitated. When they got home, Shen Han still looked unhappy. While Wu Cece was cooking, he stood beside her waiting. If you asked him to wash vegetables, he would chop scallions. If you asked him to peel, he would sneak a bite of the tomatoes, just to annoy her. Wu Cece was exasperated with this behavior. She flicked the water off her hands and asked, "What's wrong? Just because you got what you wanted, you're acting up, huh? Shen Han, can't you just sit outside and read the news to refine your character? Why must you come in here and bother me?" Hearing this, Shen Han felt even more upset. His expression was so aggrieved, like a child that had his lollipop snatched away. He walked over, wrapped his arms around Wu Cece, sniffled, and pretended to ask, "Then tell me, who was the handsome guy you thought of today?" It was then that Wu Cece realized Shen Han was still thinking about that. She chuckled, pinched his cheek, and sighed. "Why do you believe everything I say? I was just joking. Who else could I be thinking of besides you? This man was so childish that you really had to indulge him." Upon hearing this, Shen Hanshan's mood brightened a little, but he kept his mouth shut, deciding to continue pretending for a while longer, nodding and replying, "Of course. You still say you have a teenage heart. You're not a teenager. That's a young woman's heart running wild. Later on, there will be a mother's heart running wild, a grandmother's heart running wild, and an old person's heart running wild." Wu Cece heard this and put on a fake smile. After a moment of silence, she finally kicked him out of the kitchen. This man would really go wild if you didn't discipline him for 3 days. Fortunately, Shen Han learned his lesson afterward and stopped bothering his wife in the kitchen. By the time Wu Cece finished cooking and came out, Shen Han had already fallen asleep on the sofa, hugging Lao Bai. The sound system was playing melodious classical music, truly refining his character. But poor Lao Bai, being a male cat, was being squished by Shen Han, making its face all distorted, exposing only its round, fluffy rear. When it saw Wu Cece coming, it immediately meowed loudly, showcasing a look of utter despair. Wu Cece laughed and took it out. At this moment, Shen Han woke up and looked at Wu Cece, asking, "Wife, I was just refining my character with Lao Bai. I feel full of energy now, ready to dedicate my life to the country." Wu Cece couldn't be bothered to respond. She pulled him to the dining table for dinner and, looking at him, tentatively asked, "Han, what do you think of Xiao Wu's brother?" As soon as Shen Han heard this, his mind started racing. He asked warily why. "Did you run into a handsome guy this afternoon?" This was completely off the mark. Wu Cece laughed and placed a scallion in her husband's bowl, replying, "How could that be? Just tell me what you think of him." Shen Han frowned and answered, "What can I think? He looks like a girl." "No, wait, Director Wu. Are you asking your newlywed husband about another man because you want to cheat?" Wu Cece rolled her eyes, too lazy to argue with him. After dinner, they took a stroll, and when they got home, she quickly washed up and went to the bedroom, lowering her head to chat with someone on her phone, occasionally laughing, which sent chills down Shen Han's spine. Noticing that something was off, Shen Han shamelessly approached, wrapping his arms around Wu Cece's waist and getting a little frisky. He was getting fired up, but Wu Cece remained as calm as still water, kicking him off the bed. Shen Han felt more aggrieved than dough. Hearing Lao Bai call outside, he thought it was just practicing its vocal skills after listening to classical music all afternoon. When he stepped out to take a look, he realized that the shameless cat was actually calling to a female cat downstairs. That sound made Shen Han shudder all over. He walked over and kicked it, sternly educating. "What the hell are you doing? Do you even know what modesty is? All that classical music you listened to was for nothing?" Lao Bai ignored him and continued to call out even louder. Shen Han was irritated, softly shouting, "What the hell are you meowing about? You think just because you want a female cat, I don't want one too?" Finally, Lao Bai quieted down. It looked at Shen Han with a hint of sympathy. And after a few seconds of silence between man and cat, the latter quietly pushed half a bowl of cat food toward him. Seeing this scene, Shen Han felt his vision darken, gritting his teeth and saying, "Thanks a lot, buddy." Then he actually took a bite of the cat food, which tasted terrible and had a strange flavor. Just then, Wu Cece came out of the room and, seeing his actions, froze, exclaiming with a pained expression, "Han, why are you gnawing on Lao Bai's new cat litter and its use?" Shen Han felt a surge of blood rise in his throat, turn around, and rushed to the bathroom to brush his teeth for over half an hour. When he came out, he looked pained and was searching online for how to cook cat meat, clearly in a hurry. Chapter 46. After this battle, Lao Bai naturally could not stay under Shen Han's watchful eye. Early the next morning, while the group of elderly men and women taking their radios for a walk had not yet stepped outside, Shen Han pulled on his pants, grabbed this guy by the neck, and ran straight to Director Liang's house. However, Director Liang was not in a position to deal with him at the moment. She was on the phone with Shen Han's third aunt, who was also Shen Yue's mother. These two female directors were quite remarkable before retirement. They belonged to the same department and were college classmates, resembling old friends. Both old comrades prided themselves on being deeply aware and veteran party members, embodying the spirit of the new era. They usually spoke and acted with a sense of decorum, but at this moment they abandoned all grace and dignity, speaking shamelessly and coldly, their anger apparent. Shen Han felt curious, and, seeing Director Liang hang up the phone, immediately sat over to ask, "Oh, what's going on, Director Liang?" Director Liang snorted and, pointing at her son, sternly educated him. "Your sister Wei Wei has divorced that shameless husband of hers." Shen Han raised his eyebrows, somewhat surprised at Shen Yue's swift action, but since the divorce did not concern him, he wondered what was the point of pointing at him. He cleared his throat and asked, "Didn't T.U. say before that Hu Tianqing was not worthy of my sister? Why are you so angry now?" Director Liang had previously hoped to introduce her brother to Shen Yue, but unexpectedly, Hu Tianqing intercepted her plan halfway, and naturally, she could not swallow this old grievance. Hearing her son say this, the anger she had finally managed to calm down reignited, and standing in place with her hands on her hips. She looked like a middle-aged woman throwing a tantrum. Indeed, she is better than him in every way, and he dares to keep a mistress outside. Yesterday, that shameless little third party went to his parents' house, claiming she was pregnant with their family's grandchild. Can you believe those two parents? Any parent would be embarrassed by such a thing, but they were happy to say their family finally has an heir. What? Those two daughters your sister gave birth to aren't their families? Do they think they have a throne to inherit or something? Oh, it drives me crazy. If it weren't for UAS father back then, those two old geezers wouldn't even have basic city health insurance. Today, I finally witnessed what it means to be poor and shameless. Shen Hanzhan finally understood why Shen Yue had come out from Hu Qianqing's parents' house so disheartened yesterday. Sitting there, his fists clenched and cracking, he frowned and said, "Damn it, Hu Qianqing, that bastard, I'll make sure he pays for this." Director Liang clicked her tongue again, looking at her son as if to re-educate him. What can you do with your third aunt around? Are you worried about your sister getting the short end of the stick? If Hu Qianqing dares to be so shameless, your third aunt won't be polite to him. I'm telling you, don't cause more trouble. What you need to do now is to pay attention to the men around you. If you find someone suitable for your sister of the right age and appearance, just let me know. Oh right, their family mustn't be poor. The Hu Qianqing we found before was too poor. His elders weren't role models. His son was unambitious, and he learned all the bad habits of society very quickly. After saying this, she remembered something and tapped Shen Hanzhan on the head, continuing, and you need to pay attention too. Your dad and I absolutely won't allow such things to happen. If you dare to be like that shameless one and fool around outside. Oh my. Shen Hanzhan knew that his mother had a strong ability for divergent thinking, and if he didn't stop her now, she might take it all the way back to human evolution. He cleared his throat and, with a serious expression, said, "Mom, am I that kind of person? I'm busy with work every day. When I finally have some time, I just want to spend it with my wife. If I had that kind of thought, wouldn't my son be crawling all over the place by now?" Director Liang thought about it and agreed. After all, she knew her son well, and he had a personality like hers. He was the type to be infatuated with a flashy world. Seeing that Director Liang had stopped her lecture, Shen Hanzhan finally brought Lao Bai out and set him on the ground. Raising his eyebrows, he said seriously, "Mom, Cici is pregnant now. You could take care of Lao Bai for the time being. After all, you and Dad both like him, right?" Upon hearing this, Director Liang immediately slapped her thigh and exclaimed, "Oh right, how could I forget such an important thing? Hanzhan, the dad and I mean it. You and Cici should get married sooner rather than later. First, it won't show her belly, and second, she can formally move into our house. Otherwise, as a girl, we're always afraid she might feel wronged." Shen Hanzhan immediately caught the crux of Director Liang's words and, looking terrified, asked, Move into our house?" Director Liang nodded excitedly, smiling as she replied, "Of course. I know you both are busy. It's good for young people to focus on work. Anyway, I'm not retiring, so you can move back home, and I'll take care of the household chores. Besides, your wife loves Lao Bai so much. It would be good if you two are busy and can't manage him. With me around, it'll be different. I'll ensure he is clean and tidy all day long. Son, you don't know, but when a woman is pregnant, she not only needs to supplement her nutrition, but also needs to be mentally happy. Your wife likes cats, so she should have one. When I was pregnant, you watched in Shuan every day." After hearing this, Shen Hanzhan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, and he was certain that although it was Director Liang who brought it up, the idea certainly had the malicious intent of Dr. Shen behind it. After all, that old man often had a mischievous side. Being subjected to Director Liang's relentless discussions about food had drained the joy out of his daily meals. And now he was being dragged into reminiscing about hardships with his wife, which was clearly a scheme with ulterior motives. But Shen Hanzhan could not show any unwillingness. After all, Director Liang had been influential for decades, and in her eyes, she was always right. He pursed his lips and, with a smile, said, "I'll ask Cici about this. I'm quite willing, and if she agrees, then moving back would be the best, right?" Upon hearing this, Director Liang's face lit up with joy. She lifted her hand and gently ruffled the few strands of hair on her son's head, saying affectionately, "Of course. The most important thing for a family is to be together." Shen Hanzhan felt cold sweat breaking out. After leaving home and recalling the bizarre colored juice in the kitchen, he couldn't help but shiver all over. Wu Cece had already gotten up by this time. She usually had no schedule on Fridays and only needed to report to the station, so she took the opportunity to sleep in. While driving, Shen Hantan told her about Shen Yue's situation. After hearing this, Wu Cece couldn't help but sigh, feeling quite sad. I actually guessed it already. Sister Yue has a strong sense of family responsibility. If it weren't for this incident, she would have endured a little longer for Fang Qian and Fang Jie. Shen Hantan felt a bit uncomfortable hearing her words and said firmly, "Wife, if I do anything wrong in the future, you must tell me. Don't just bear it alone. I can be quite oblivious sometimes, and if you don't say anything, I might not even realize." Wu Cece smiled again at this. She reached out to hug the pillow next to her that still had Shen Hanshan's scent and softly replied, "Okay." The two of them chatted sweetly for a while. Seeing that he was going in the right direction, Shen Hanshan decided to make a trip to Shen Yue's house. Shen Yue's two brothers were not around. One was sent south for work, and the other was a senior officer stationed in the military, leaving none available to be by her side at the moment. The only close sibling I can really talk about is Shen Hanshan. At this moment, Shen Yue is at the laundry in the community picking up clothes. When she sees Shen Hanshan, she immediately calls out Hanshan. Upon hearing this, Shen Hanshan smiles and walks toward her. When he notices Chun Shuyan standing next to her, he is slightly taken aback and awkwardly greets her. "Oh, Dr. Chun is here too." Chun Shuyan nods at him, showing no surprise. "Yes." The junior doesn't want to lend a hand with the shovel, so I came by myself. Upon hearing his words, Shen Yue furrows her brow slightly, looking somewhat unhappy. As she walks towards the community with her dry-clean clothes, she straightforwardly tells him, "Shuyan, although I am indeed divorced, I currently have no intention of starting a new relationship." Chun Shuyan, following her, is puzzled by her response. "Yue, it was indeed my fault for leaving you back then. But now that we have the chance to be together again, why can't you try to forgive me instead of rushing to reject me?" Shen Yue purses her lips, feeling it is pointless, and looks up with a relaxed smile, replying, "Because I am no longer a 20-year-old girl." Chun Shuyan looks at her, his brows slightly furrowed. "Just because you're 35, we should be even more together, right? I haven't been married or have children, and most importantly, we have a foundation of feelings from the past. I believe I am much better than most men for a woman your age." Shen Yue takes a deep breath, looking at the clothes in her hands, her expression laced with sarcasm. "That's right, I am indeed 35. But does that mean I should be grateful to a man who abandoned me in the past, just because he has returned? Just because I am 35? Should I casually accept a proposal from a man I haven't seen in over a decade the day after my divorce to prove that I am not unwanted? Just because I am 35, do I no longer have the right to refuse?" Chun Shuyan is left speechless by Shen Yue's barrage of questions. Seeing his expression, Shen Yue's smile deepens, and she shrugs nonchalantly, saying, "Shuyan, the past you like now always has this inexplicable sense of superiority over me. Back then, it was because I like you more than you liked me. And now, you feel that as a 38-year-old man, you're more valuable than me at 35. I don't know why you came back this time, and I don't care to know if you've been married or have children over the years. A woman can certainly forgive a man's mistakes, because what she forgives is not the man himself, but the love between them. But we no longer have love, so your so-called forgiveness doesn't hold any weight for me." Chun Shuyan is momentarily stunned by the Shen Yue, who is so different from the past. When he agreed to date Shen Yue in college, it was mainly because she was beautiful and flamboyant, like an unquenchable fire that energized him. However, that was not deep love. On the way here today, Chun Shuyan thought to himself, "If we can be together, then great. If not, then let it be." But now, seeing this version of Shen Yue that differs from his memories, he is unexpectedly stirred by a man's inherent desire to conquer. This is a new realization. It's like a new flower blooming from old soil, making him feel a dryness in his throat. Men are just such creatures. What they always desire is what is unattainable or rare. For example, when a woman wears a school uniform, they focus on the small exposed area of her thigh. But when she stands in front of them in a revealing bikini, their attention shifts to the parts tightly wrapped in fabric. Whether something is exposed or not isn't truly important. What is unattainable and rare is what men long for. Shen Han stands there, looking extremely awkward. He grabs Shun Yue's hand, raises his eyebrows, and casually says, "Dr. Chun, let's leave it at that for today. My sister has 2 girls at home, and they're quite rowdy right now, so it's not convenient for you to come in. We can chat more next time, okay?" Upon hearing his words, Shun Shuiyan doesn't say much more. He has just decided to win Shun Yue back, and his mood is quite good. Slightly curling the corners of his mouth as he raises his hand to pat Shun Yue's head, but she tilts her head away, only smiling as she says, "Then see you next time." After saying that, he turns and walks out. Shen Han is stunned by his earlier action, thinking, this shameless guy at 38 is still making such ambiguous gestures towards a 35-year-old woman. Does he think he is making a middle-aged version of the story of the village flower? While he thinks this, Shen Han stands there and can't help but roll his eyes high and mighty. Just as he takes a couple of steps forward, a woman's hoarse voice suddenly calls out from behind. Shen Han turns around to look and sees a woman wearing sunglasses slowly walking towards him. He is not well versed in women's fashion and has no clue about this fresh, forest girl style. Seeing her in a linen long dress with waist-length hair cascading down her back, he mistakenly thinks he has encountered a crazy person. Li Qin has just finished visiting her aunt in the country and, upon seeing Shen Han, can't help but call out to him. Seeing him looking at her with a serious expression, she thinks she has been recognized, so she quickly approaches and compliments him. "Your company is developing quite well in the country lately." Shen Han is taken aback, staring at the person in front of him for a long time. It isn't until she gives him a slight smile that he suddenly realizes and respectfully walks up to Li Qin, leaning in to ask softly, "How much do you charge for a fortune-telling?" Chapter 47. Li Qin heard Shen Han's words and immediately felt she had been slandered. She took off her sunglasses and asked seriously, "Do I look like someone who reads fortunes?" Shen Han straightened up suddenly and sincerely replied yes. After thinking for a moment, he felt that this person seemed familiar, but couldn't quite place where he had seen her before. He raised his eyebrows in confusion and asked, "Master, did you feed pigs in some village or play a soldier on TV? You look so familiar." Li Qin's eyes went dark, and she quickly brushed her bangs aside to prove her identity. "You really don't remember me, Mr. Shun? I'm Li Qin, the technical researcher from PT. We collaborated before." Shen Han finally remembered her. Not at all flustered, he pretended to be emotional and said, "Oh, it's Technician Li. Wow, you've changed so much. I thought someone who reads fortunes wouldn't have your temperament. Really shouldn't he have thought that?" His words were pure nonsense, just like his appreciation for those abstract paintings. He could come up with a few ridiculous lines, even with his eyes closed. Regardless of whether it was credible or not, it was still pleasant to hear. However, Li Qin was someone who understood things well and took his words seriously. She reached out to grab Shen Han's hand, but he dodged just in time, clearing his throat and looking at her, asking, "Mr. Shun, are you married now?" Seeing her ask, Shen Han immediately covered his chest and nodded vigorously, "Yes, yes. My wife is a host, and she gets jealous easily, so you must not have any intimate contact with me." Upon hearing this, Li Qin couldn't help but take a half step back, feeling a bit disappointed as she nodded. She didn't particularly like Shen Han. They had only collaborated for a while, and talking about love would be nonsense. She just felt she had lost another suitable marriage candidate, which inevitably left her with some regret. To be frank, Technician Li was usually engrossed in science and dedicated to benefiting humanity. After going from undergraduate to PhD, her elderly parents finally began to routinely urge her to get married after she turned 25. She was usually very filial, and upon hearing her parents' words, she quickly nodded in agreement, even seriously writing this matter into her schedule. Whenever she encountered someone she found pleasing at work, she would immediately adopt the spirit of a diligent student and ask, "Do you need a high IQ wife?" Shen Han was so scared he nearly ran away. In the latter half of their collaborative project, whenever he saw this girl, he would definitely cover his backside and flee. Li Qin had no idea about Shen Han's psychological shadow. She lifted her head, looked at the person in front of her, and calmly told him, "Coincidentally, Mr. Shen's wife is also a host. My cousin is currently working as an assistant to a host, and I've heard that entertainment hosts in the country are all very beautiful. Congratulations, Mr. Shen." At this point, Shen Han finally smiled again. Grinning broadly, he nearly revealed all 8 of his front teeth and self-praised. Thank you, thank you. But my wife hosts a wellness program. She has a better temperament. Those entertainment hosts can't compare. Li Qin was silent for a moment before quietly asking, wellness program? That's quite a coincidence. My cousin is also assisting a host for a wellness program. After she said this, Shen Han was immediately stunned, twitching the corner of his mouth and softly asking, your cousin, I isn't a veterinarian for pigs, is she? Li Qin quickly shook her head and answered, of course not. Shen Han finally breathed a sigh of relief. Li Qin continued, she can treat all poultry. Shen Han almost choked on his own blood and coughed for a while before awkwardly exclaiming, you're Xiao Wu's cousin? Li Qin's face showed surprise, and she said solemnly, what has my cousin treated Mr. Shen? Shen Han felt that this sounded like an insult. He cleared his throat and replied, no, the host she follows is my wife. Upon hearing this, Li Qin's eyes widened in disbelief as she asked, so the one who just went upstairs is your sister, Mr. Shen? Shen Han raised an eyebrow and said, oh, how do you know? Didn't you guess that was my wife? Li Qin shook her head very seriously and answered sincerely, I've seen the photo of Xiao Wu that she sent me, and you don't seem like someone who would date someone much younger. Shen Han was both surprised and impressed by her sudden wit and couldn't help but reflect on how Wu Sisi once thought she liked Yu Qin. However, Li Qin didn't notice his contemplation and said approvingly, speaking of which, Tiangu does have good taste. Shen Han felt confused and asked, what good taste? Li Qin asked in bewilderment, I heard Xiao Wu say that Tiangu likes the sister-in-law of the host she follows. Given the age, it should be the one who just went upstairs, right? Or do you have other sisters around the same age? Indeed, he did not. Shen Han lost interest in chatting with Li Qin and turned to drive home. At this time, Wu Sisi had just finished breakfast, applied light makeup, and was preparing to go to work. Seeing Shen Han return, she quickly approached him, feeling cheerful, and kissed him. Looking at him, she asked, is Sister Yue in a good mood? Shen Han looked at his wife's expression, snorted, and thought she was getting a bit too bold. He sat down on the sofa, leaned back, and coldly asked, Director Wu, are you hiding something from your husband? I advise you to confess early. It would be better. Wu Sisi was startled and covered her mouth, asking, how did you know I ate ice cream? Shen Han's eyes darkened as he shouted, what? You ate ice cream again? Wu Sisi saw that his reaction was off and quickly lowered her head, mumbling, you didn't know? Did you find out I gave Lao Bai extra food? Shen Han sighed in distress. Director Wu, Lao Bai is already at risk for high blood pressure and high cholesterol, and you still give it extra food? All day long, it's just trouble. On my way to my mom's today, it was yelling at someone else's kitten, and when I looked, it was a male. Wu Sisi chuckled, finding it amusing, but Shen Han only felt a headache coming on. He suddenly realized that his seemingly peaceful wife seemed to have some unrefined habits when he wasn't watching. Seeing Shen Han not speaking, Wu Sisi couldn't help but lean closer, blinking her eyes. Making a pitiful expression, she quietly asked, what's the matter? Shen Han pinched her cheek and pretended to be fierce, asking, did you know that Xiao Wu's brother likes my sister? Wu Sisi's mouth dropped wide open as she asked, how did you know? Shen Han coldly snorted and replied, it doesn't matter how I know. Were you discussing this with Xiao Wu on your phone all day yesterday? Wu Sisi pouted, leaned into Shen Han's arms, nudging her head affectionately, and whispered, I just wanted to write a bit more of my novel and was discussing the plot with her based on this incident. Shen Han had forgotten that his fresh and lovely wife used to be a writer on a website. He bent down and pinned her on the sofa, holding her gently and saying, why didn't you tell me about this? Wu Sisi pouted, looking innocent, and replied, I was afraid you wouldn't like Xia Ge. Shen Han clicked his tongue and said, do I look like such a superficial person? Wu Sisi nodded and answered yes. At this point, Shen Han was no longer pleased. He directly reached into Wu Sisi's clothes and said indignantly, all right, your man is superficial. I like you just because of your white and soft big buns, and your incredibly alluring waist. What are you thinking? I don't care at all if this works out or not. Wu Sisi was not unhappy at all. Instead, she placed her hands on Shen Han's face and pulled his mouth into a comical angle, looking at him with deep affection and saying, I like you too. Shen Han was stunned. He sat up and, feeling hurt, exclaimed, what? Director Wu, You only like my appearance? I thought you liked my upright and meticulous character. Wu Cece struggled to bite her lip and almost couldn't hold back her laughter. Taking a deep breath, she wriggled out from under him and replied seriously, "No, Mr. Shun. I think, even though I may be blind, I still have a normal perspective." In the end, Shen Han clung to Wu Cece for a while before he was satisfied and took her to the TV station. When they got out of the car, he asked her to tell Xiao Wu that she should take her brother out for a buffet dinner tonight, and he would also pick Fong Qian up from school and casually invite Shen Yue for a chance encounter. Wu Cece thought this was a good idea and agreed. So, before Fong Qian's class even ended, Shen Han was already leaning against the school gate waiting. Today's kids are quite precocious. Even before a few pimples have appeared on their foreheads, they blush and start drooling over handsome men. Shen Han, not knowing how to keep a low profile, stood casually at the school gate. To help Fong Qian recognize him, he even wore a pair of broken sunglasses and looked at his phone, making him appear like a celebrity at first glance. Fong Qian usually goes home by herself. When she came out of the school gate and saw a group of girls whispering around a direction, she couldn't help but glance over. When she realized it was Shen Han, she quickly jogged over and called out softly, "Uncle, are you here to pick me up?" Upon seeing Fong Qian, Shen Han immediately patted her on the head and grinned. "Of course. Come on, Uncle will take you to eat something delicious. I even prepared a gift for you today." Fong Qian isn't as enthusiastic about food as Fong Jie, but she is still a child who enjoys wandering around with adults. Hearing Shen Han say this, she didn't think much and hopped into the car. Shen Han buckled her seatbelt, started the car, hummed a tune, and casually asked Fong Qian, "There's another uncle coming later, but he will come to greet you and your mom, and you have to pretend not to know him, okay?" Fong Qian was silent for a moment, and then quietly asked, "Uncle, are you setting up a blind date for Mom?" Shen Han's carefully prepared evasive words were all rebutted in an instant. Sitting in his seat, he awkwardly asked Fong Qian, "Don't be so smart in front of your mom later, or your uncle might not make it back alive. I have responsibilities now, with both old and young to take care of. If you really don't want to go, I can take you back right now." But Fong Qian suddenly shook her head in refusal. "No, I want to go." Her expression was firm, even a bit stubborn. Seeing her like this, Shen Han could only pat her head and sigh. "Fong Qian, I know you are more understanding than Fong Jie, so I brought you out today to prepare you mentally. I also understand that as a child, you might not be able to accept your uncle's behavior and feel it's too fast or think it's unfair to your dad." "It won't be, Uncle." Fong Qian interrupted Shen Han, her face showing a bit of unexpected calmness, actually for several years now. "Mom and Dad have been arguing a lot, and we knew early on that Dad has another woman outside. Even Fong Jie came back that day and told me that the woman is pregnant with a son. I felt very ashamed at the time, but later I thought about it, and it's something that can't be changed. Uncle, if I had to choose between Dad and Mom, I would definitely choose Mom without hesitation because I can feel that Mom loves us wholeheartedly. I also know that Mom is 35 years old, and Grandma always says that after 30, women lose their value, and if they get divorced with a child, no one will want them, and they will end up lonely. But I don't want Mom to become that way. I think Mom is the best woman in the world, and she certainly won't be unwanted." Shen Han looked at the tiny girl in front of him, momentarily speechless with surprise. After all, when he was her age, he hardly did anything other than mess around. Turning around, he took a paper bag from the back seat with a serious expression and placed it in Fong Qian's hands. Fong Qian thought it was something important. However, when she opened it, she found it was a complete set of 5-year college entrance examination, 3-year simulation. Her face instantly turned pale. Shen Han, oblivious, continued to pat his little niece's head and said emotionally, "You are so young yet can have such awareness. It's clear that you must not have much homework. This is something I kept for a long time, and now I'm giving it to you. You must cherish it and strive to reach new heights." Fong Qian sat there, expressionless, looking at the man in front of her. After several seconds of silence, she finally replied seriously, "Uncle, if you hadn't met Aunt, you really would be unwanted." Chapter 48, Shen Han paid no attention to Fong Qian's words because he felt that, as an adult, he should not bicker with a child over trivial matters at such an emotional and critical moment. Upon arriving at the designated hotel, he parked the car outside and swaggered into the lobby with Fong Qian. He quickly spotted Wu Cece sitting on the sofa and cleared his throat before approaching her. Pretending to be surprised as he exclaimed, "Oh, Director Wu, I didn't expect to run into you here." His voice was exaggerated and his demeanor theatrical, as if they were old friends meeting in a remote place, exchanging pleasantries that were half genuine and half feigned. Wu Cece, however, had no interest in engaging with him. She looked up, barely acknowledging him, and walked straight to Fang Qian, taking her hand with a smile and asking, "Fang Qian, what do you like to eat? Thai cuisine or Japanese? Or how about we go to the second floor for seafood?" Fang Qian blinked and did not respond. Instead, she looked at Wu Cece's gentle smile and suddenly grasped her hand tightly, excitedly saying, "Annie, whatever you say we should eat, we will eat. You're the greatest person in my heart." Wu Cece had no idea that this child could find such determination just from a buffet. She smiled, unable to suppress a shiver of awkwardness, and pulled Fang Qian along as they headed to the seafood buffet on the second floor. The three of them chose a large table by the window. Shen Hanzhan took Fang Qian on a tour around before they could even start eating when Shen Yue arrived. She had only received Shen Hanshan's call before finishing work, saying that Fang Qian was clamoring for a buffet and inviting her to join. Shen Yue couldn't figure out what her brother was up to, but since Fang Jie was participating in a special training program and wouldn't be home for dinner, she thought it was better to have dinner outside rather than cook for herself at home. So, she drove over. Upon entering the seafood buffet on the second floor, she immediately spotted the three laughing and chatting by the window and smiled softly. Shen Hanshan had actually seen Shen Yue from a distance, but he pretended not to notice and shot Wu Cece a meaningful glance. Wu Cece understood immediately and quickly sent a pre-prepared text to Xiao Wu. Just as Shen Yue sat down with her plate of seafood pasta, the others hadn't even had a chance to chat before Wu Cece suddenly stood up, looking pleasantly surprised. She called softly toward the entrance, "Oh, Xia, what are you doing here for dinner? Isn't that Brother Xiao?" Xiao Wu pretended to introduce, "This is my cousin, a technician from the Institute of Bioengineering. She has collaborated with President Shen before." Shen Hanzhan looked at Li Qin's face and felt a headache coming on. He hadn't expected this to lead to any substantial developments. At most, he wanted Xia Tian to be somewhat familiar to Shen Yue. After all, people generally liked good-looking individuals, and even if they had no interaction, a pretty face could leave an impression. But now that Li Qin appeared, Shen Hanshan suddenly felt uncertain. Xia Tian had no idea what Xiao Wu meant by calling him out today. He would have preferred to eat in the cafeteria rather than at a hotel. But Xiao Wu had insisted that if he didn't come, she would move in with Lin Shun. As the older brother, Xia Tian felt some responsibility and, after thinking it over, decided to come along. However, he didn't expect to run into Shen Yue. He stood there, momentarily stunned, with a suspicious flush on his face, feeling a bit awkward, looking like a fool at first glance. Shen Yue, unaware of his embarrassment, nodded at Xia Tian and asked with a smile, "You must be Professor Xia, right? A few years ago during the avian flu outbreak, you were our technical advisor. I didn't recognize you that day." Her words made Shen Hanshan laugh. At that moment, his mind was a bit unorthodox. Seeing Shen Yue take the initiative to greet Xia Tian, he felt that the two of them seemed to have mutual feelings, and he almost wanted to hang a banner on his chest proclaiming him a modern matchmaker. After chatting for a while on various topics, Xiao Wu, seeing the atmosphere was good, pulled Wu Cece to go get food. Shen Hanshan, sensing the opportunity, found an excuse to step out for a cigarette. Only Li Qin, who was oblivious to the situation, remained sitting, listening to Xia Tian and Shen Yue discuss the avian flu from years ago, becoming increasingly interested. Shen Hanshan was genuinely afraid of this woman. He approached a handsome waiter nearby, tipped him well, and asked him to lure Li Qin away. Surprisingly, this tactic worked wonders. Li Qin, who was very into looks, saw a handsome guy asking her to go out and immediately lost interest in the conversation and the food, getting up to leave as if afraid to miss a potentially romantic moment. Thus, the noisy table of people was suddenly left with just Shen Yue, Fang Qian, and Xia Tian. Fang Qian was being quite well-behaved, sitting quietly and secretly observing Xia Tian, impressed by his voice as he spoke with Shen Yue. After all, Xia Tian's voice was indeed pleasant, deep and steady, with a slightly slower pace than usual, which, combined with his appearance, gave a surprisingly soothing effect. Hu Tianxing never expected to see Shen Yue here. At that moment, he was holding a plate of fruit and a plate of seafood, and seeing Shen Yue and Xia Tian together made him boil with anger. He walked over and asked, "Shen Yue, you're quite impressive, aren't you? Just divorced and already eager to find a new partner? Or have you been waiting for this day all along, claiming I cheated?" Shen Yue realized that Hu Tianxing must hate her now. After all, since his hot-tempered father found out about Hu Tianxing's affair, he had taken back everything: his job, house, and car, and even left no job for his sister, Hu Tianping. This time, Shen Yue rarely did not argue back. She was not a woman who could forgive easily. Those things never belonged to him. Since he dared to embarrass himself for another woman, the Shen family naturally had no need to save him any face. Once they were apart, it had to be complete. Sitting there, Shen Yue twirled the pasta around her fork, her expression cold and uninterested. "Hu Tianxing, since we're divorced, can we stop saying things like that? I am what I am, and you should know me best after all these years. Besides, Qian is still here. Let us not make it difficult for everyone." What Hu Tianxing despised most was Shen Yue's detached demeanor. It was as if he was just a ridiculous clown, treated as a joke no matter what he did. With a cold sneer, he couldn't help but look at her and say, "You still know that Qian is my daughter? You're bringing my daughter to meet another man. How do you think I, as her father, should feel?" After he finished speaking, Shen Yue wanted to respond, but Xia Tian, sitting opposite, suddenly stood up. He looked delicate, but at a solid height of 1.8 meters. He was slightly taller than Hu Tianxing, who was 1.77 meters. With a blank expression, he looked at Hu Tianxing and asked, "Director Shen and I are not in the relationship you think we are, sir. If you don't mind, could we have a word aside?" Seeing Xia Tian say this, Hu Tianxing had no reason to refuse. After all, men always love to fight for their pride. He felt that although he was just an ex-husband, he was still more convincing than Xia Tian, this pretty boy. So he put the plate down on the table and turned to walk outside. "Fine, let's go to that water pool outside." Xia Tian silently nodded and followed him without a word. When they got outside, Hu Tianxing stopped and was about to speak. Xia Tian raised his left hand and punched him hard in the face. Hu Tianxing was stunned by the punch, feeling dizzy and completely taken aback. He was about 4 or 5 years older than Xia Tian, and unlike Xia Tian, who maintained a regular routine, he often indulged himself, leaving him somewhat weak. As he stood up, ready to retaliate, Xia Tian raised his right hand and punched him again. This time, Hu Tianxing truly couldn't get back up, lying on the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with anger. At this moment, Xia Tian was very calm. He looked at the man lying on the ground, squatted down, placed his hand on his chest, and slowly said in a cold voice, "The first punch was to teach you how to treat women. As a man, not just a male animal, you should have at least a basic sense of conscience and respect. This second punch is to teach you how to treat your underage daughter. Do you think you are standing up for her? No, you're selfishly using your daughter to embarrass your ex-wife. As a father, you should learn to avoid topics that children should not be exposed to, yet you shamelessly exploit a mother's restraint for a moment of verbal satisfaction. Sir, your shamelessness is truly impressive." After saying this, he raised his fist again, ready to strike. Seeing this, Hu Tianxing quickly turned over and shouted behind Xia Tian, "Shen Yue, look at this so-called good man you brought. He clearly has violent tendencies." Upon hearing this, Xia Tian's body immediately stiffened. He stood up and turned around in panic. And when he saw Shen Yue standing not far away, his mind suddenly buzzed as if it had exploded. After a few seconds of silence, he quickly ran to the nearby window and jumped out with a crash. At that moment, several surprise shouts came from downstairs. "Oh no, a guest on the second floor just jumped." Chapter 49. Shen Yue stood there in a daze. At this moment, Shen Han had leisurely returned from outside. Upon seeing Hu Tianxing, he immediately frowned and approached her, asking in a deep voice, "What's going on? Why is this guy here?" Hu Tianxing had just gotten up from the ground and originally wanted to pretend to wail for a while, but upon seeing Shen Han approaching, his face immediately tightened, and he stopped wailing, quickly turning to run downstairs. How could he not run? The person in front of him was like a beast. Well, he went mad. Everyone was beneath him. Standing there with his old arms and legs was not enough to fill his teeth. Shen Yue looked up at Shun Hanshan's face, her mind finally coming back to her senses. She hurried to the windowsill and looked down at the people below, whispering, "Professor Xia." It seems he jumped off the building. Hearing this, Shen Hanshan burst out laughing, but then felt that his reaction was somewhat unfriendly. So he quickly pretended to be sorrowful and sighed, stretching his head out. When he saw Xia Tian falling in the middle of the large flower bed, his body twisted in a strange way. He buried his face in his arms and started laughing again. A few seconds later, when he finally laughed enough and took a deep breath, he pretended to be serious and asked, "Director Shun, I have to say you're being too unkind. He just confessed to you. Was it necessary to go to such extremes?" Shen Yue frowned and asked while running downstairs, "You know he likes me?" Shen Hanshan followed her down the stairs, jokingly saying, "How surprising. He sees you and radiates a spring aura." His old face turns red, just like a flower girl meeting a lewd man. How pure. Furthermore, Director Shun, I'm not saying you, but Professor Xia can act like that mostly because you disturbed his heart. After years of cultivation, he was close to becoming an immortal. And you say, isn't that a sin? Shen Yue did not respond to his words. By the time they reached downstairs, Xia Tian had already been helped up by a security guard from the grass patch, with a few sparse blades of grass stuck to his forehead, swaying in the wind, giving off a somewhat weak beauty. The cleaning lady nearby had been sweeping around him with a broom since morning, and it looked like she was about to bald the lawn beneath her feet, but still refused to leave. Shen Hanshan stood by, watching the lady's actions, and couldn't help but express his pain. Look at this world. It's all about looks. There are face controllers everywhere. If Yuan Sheng had fallen here, it definitely wouldn't have had this effect. He might even have to pay for damaging the flowers. Shen Yue looked at him and said, "Don't talk about Yuan Sheng like that. I think he's pretty healthy. This person, if he has any friendship, he must find a place to praise. Those with average looks can be praised for their good temperament, and those without any temperament can be praised for their kindness. A shameless and dim-witted person like Yuan Sheng can only be praised for being healthy. After all, Shen Yue can't praise him for looking like a 1,000-year-old tortoise like Yu Qiu does." Shen Hanshan chuckled, walked over with a fake cordiality, patted Xia Tian's shoulder, and asked with a serious face, "Professor Xia, what happened to you?" At this moment, Xia Tian's face was still somewhat awkward, and he didn't dare to look at Shen Yue, only lowering his head to tidy his clothes, softly replying, "Just a slip, just a slip." Shen Hanshan raised his eyebrows and smiled, not exposing him. After all, he had never seen anyone specifically slipping while standing on a windowsill. Clearing his throat, he asked with a smile, "Shall we go back up to eat?" Xia Tian waved his hand to refuse. "No, I'll go back to the hospital. I suddenly remembered there's still some things I haven't done. You all go ahead." Upon hearing this, Shen Yue, who had been silent, finally spoke up. Looking at him, she asked, "Professor Xia, may I borrow a moment to talk?" Shen Hanshan immediately pushed Xia Tian out, smiling as he replied, "Sure, a few steps are fine." Xia Tian's ears turned red at this moment. His eyelashes fluttered like a fan, his eyes darted around, and he stammered, Okay, just a moment. TSK, getting a bit proud now." Shen Hanshan found Xia Tian's reaction quite interesting. After all, he himself was thick-skinned. When he was pursuing Wu Cece, he would have stripped down to show her everything. Now seeing this kind of shy and pure type, he not only felt a bit ashamed, but also thought when he could let Wu Cece experience a taste of pure first love. After all, he was overly doting on his wife, and whenever he had a new idea, he didn't care whether she was willing or not. He always wanted to use it on Wu Cece first. During Wu Cece's first year in the mainland, he took her to a temple fair, buying almost all the street snacks, and Wu Cece was just curious at first, eating a few bites, but later she got too full, and all the food went into Shen Hanshan's stomach. An older vendor asked him why he bought so much, and he shamelessly replied, "My daughter likes it." Wu Cece was furious, glaring at him. "Who is your daughter?" Shen Hanshan shamelessly answered, "I'm your daughter." After saying that, he placed a flower lantern on his head, awkwardly calling out, "Mom, do I look good?" The couple nearby was momentarily stunned by Shen Hanshan's actions. The girl had actually noticed Shen Hanshan early on. After all, he was handsome, tall, and looked quite normal from the outside, following Wu Cece like a little follower. his money-dispensing posture skilled and suave. Regardless of whether it was true love or not, he could at least be considered a quality boyfriend. The guy beside her, although not bad-looking, was simply not as stunning as Shen Han, and with a sigh of relief, he finally relaxed a bit. Some people are handsome, but they can't help being foolish. When Shen Han saw the man looking over again, he thought he was looking at Wu Cece. He quickly pulled Wu Cece into his arms, showing a bit of hostility on his face, frowning as he asked, "What are you looking at?" Fortunately, that man was not combative. If Shen Han had encountered someone who would have said, "What are you looking at?" he might have actually thrown a punch. You can't say he was unreasonable. At that time, he and Wu Cece were not officially together, and with Yang Shenji in front and a pack of wolf-like seniors from the music academy behind, how could he feel at ease? He had to keep a close eye on her. Who knew if this piece of pork might run away naked? Of course, Shen Yue didn't know about her brother's old stories. She followed Xia Tian to the side of the flower bed, looking at the leaves that had fallen to the ground, and said, "What you said today actually moved me." Xia Tian swallowed, seemingly surprised, and lowered his head to reply, "I didn't exert much force when I hit him. Really, he was mostly pretending." Upon hearing his words, Shen Yue suddenly laughed, looking at the person in front of her and softly saying, "It doesn't matter if you exerted force. I had always pretended not to care, but when I saw you hit him just now, I realized I actually hoped for such an outburst. I should thank you." Xia Tian finally put down his earlier awkwardness, scratching his head and softly replying, "That kind of scum deserves to be hit." Shen Yue nodded, suddenly looking at the nearby bushes and asking, "So do you like me?" Xia Tian had no idea Shen Yue would change the topic so quickly. He stood there stunned, clutching his chest, his face unable to hide a look of shock. Shen Yue didn't care about him and continued to ask, "When did you start liking me?" She didn't really expect Xia Tian to answer. The old cadre Xia hadn't dated in 32 years. Most of the females he interacted with in life were either silent or babbling, or they were lively and bouncing around like this, directly questioning him about when he liked her, with a pair of sparkling big eyes staring at him like a little fan. This was truly a first for him. At this moment, Xiao Wu heard the news and came down from upstairs with Wu Cece. She leaned close to Shen Han and, looking at the two not far away, whispered, "President Shen, are they discussing reproduction plans?" Shen Han looked at her with disdain and asked, "Why does this little girl have so many random thoughts in her head?" Xiao Wu felt very wronged. "You don't understand. My brother rarely shows this kind of expression. Really, when he has this expression, it usually means he has broken through some biological reproduction rules, just like my dad who is obsessed with scientific pig farming." Upon hearing this, Shen Han couldn't help but roll his eyes dramatically. He had recently learned from Li Qin that Xiao Wu's father, Xia Qingshan, was a well-known breeding expert in China, known as the father of high-quality piglets in the country. Not only did he represent China at the World Breeding Conference, but his reputation was also widespread, and his face could even be seen on feed bags. Seeing him was like seeing a bunch of lively piglets, very much loved by farmers. Seeing that Shen Han didn't speak, Xiao Wu thought he was moved by her words. Unable to help herself, she grabbed Wu Cece's hand and asked worriedly, "Cece, do you think Sister Shen can like my brother? Can that thing of his, which has been idle for decades, be put back into use now?" Wu Cece coughed at her question. Patting her chest, she exclaimed in horror, You. Just then, Shen Han spoke again, touching his non-existent beard. He thoughtfully replied, "Don't worry. Since your brother can have a spring in his thoughts, he can naturally also become a beast physically. Trust me. Have a bit of faith in your brother." Wu Cece looked at the two in front of her, finding their conversation about such topics as casual as eating and drinking, and for a moment could not help but wonder whether she was overreacting or if these two were indeed extraordinary people. At this moment, Shen Yue had her back to the three and did not notice their intense gazes. Seeing that Xia Tian had not said anything, she directly expressed her opinion. "Actually, I think we can give it a try if you feel the same way. Although I am divorced, I take every relationship seriously." At this, Xia Tian's initial confusion was suddenly replaced with a surge of joy. His face turned pale and then flushed, looking quite endearing. Shen Yue pressed her lips together and asked him, "So, what do you mean?" Xia Tian suddenly lowered his head and began to fumble on his body. Shen Yue felt curious but did not ask. Finally, Xia Tian took out a shriveled wallet from his right pocket, an old Gucci model that looked shabby. He pulled out a bank card from inside and, with a serious expression, placed it in Shen Yue's hand. Swallowing hard, he slowly told her word by word, "This is my salary card, plus the bonus from the previous project. Although it's only a bit over $1 million, but you can use it as you like." Seeing Xia Tian's serious and earnest look, Shen Yue couldn't help but chuckle. Chapter 50. Xiao Wu and Shen Han stood in place, almost bursting into laughter. With faces that struggled to hold back their amusement, they quietly remarked to each other, "With my brother's steel-strong, straight-man approach, if Sister Shen agrees, she must be blind. Who just hands over money like that?" Indeed, it was vulgar. Wu Cece, overhearing their conversation, had a different opinion. This isn't about money. A man willing to hand over financial control to you is a sign of his affirmation, indicating he's ready to share his life with you. Seeing her leader say this, Shen Han quickly seized the opportunity, nodding seriously. "That's right. I think Director Wu is absolutely right. A good man should hand over his bank card." Xiao Wu rolled her eyes, internally lamenting Shen Han's sycophancy, and replied indifferently, "So you're saying Lin Chen's card is still with me?" Once she finished speaking, Shen Han and Wu Cece looked at her in astonishment. One asked, You have both gone this far?" The other exclaimed, "Wow, who would have thought that Lin Chen, that stoic face, could actually pull this off? Devious. Evil." Seeing their misunderstanding, Xiao Wu quickly defended herself. "What are you talking about? That card is for paying the property fees and utilities for our house. Besides, he often asked me to bring him breakfast in the morning. That's not money. Can you stop overthinking it?" Shen Han shook his finger, looking pained. "Don't deny it, veterinarian Xia. Lin Chen looks human, but he's really just a beast. Seeing you probably gives him a sense of maternal warmth. You have no idea, in the company, if someone tries to sneak a bottle of yogurt, he'll shoot them a glare. A bank card from you is like a piece of his heart. Ah, don't say any more, veterinarian Xia. You've already been blinded by the evil capitalist sugarcoating. I can only wish you both a long and happy marriage and early offspring." Xiao Wu felt dizzy from his words, thinking, what does this even mean? Just as she was about to retort, she suddenly heard Li Qin's voice calling out from the hall behind them. The sound was quite alarming, tinged with panic. Xiao Wu quickly turned to Li Qin and asked, "Sister, what is wrong?" Li Qin's face was still fluctuating between emotions as she pointed at a male waiter behind her. Her expression grave. "Just now, that person actually held my hand." Xiao Wu was confused and exclaimed, "Huh?" She turned to Shen Han, signaling him to explain what was happening. Shen Han recognized that the male waiter was the one he had tipped earlier to take Li Qin away. The waiter was now leaning against the door, smiling, with a flirtatious look, and upon closer inspection, he seemed somewhat familiar. Shen Han didn't have time to think about where he had seen this person before, and he cleared his throat to start reassuring Li Qin. Comradely, "Haven't you always liked handsome guys?" Li Qin sincerely nodded. "Of course." Shen Han then asked, "So is this person handsome?" Li Qin replied, "Of course he is. Just a bit less handsome than you." As soon as she said that, the waiter immediately looked displeased. His previously smiling eyes turned cold, as if Shen Han owed him 250. Shen Han felt like he might have stirred up trouble and helplessly asked, "Then if you don't want to hold hands, how can you date properly?" Li Qin stared at Shen Han in disbelief, as if looking at a creature from another world, and asked in horror, "Date? Why would I want to date? I just want to marry him." As soon as she finished speaking, both Wu Cece and Xiao Wu coughed in surprise. Shen Han couldn't help but ask her quietly, "My dear sister, you should think a bit more. If you don't even want to hold hands, how can you marry him? What's wrong with you?" Li Qin frowned, looking quite aggrieved, and replied seriously, "But now he's holding my hand. Doesn't that mean he'll want to kiss me after we get married?" At that moment, the waiter suddenly burst out laughing. Shen Han now had a strong suspicion that this person was definitely not just an ordinary waiter. After all, in all his years, he had never seen a big hotel where the staff could so brazenly flirt without doing any work. Feeling a bit guilty, he was about to say something when Shen Yue came over after finishing her conversation with Xia Tian. Looking at Shen Han, she softly asked, "Where's Qian?" Shen Han cleared his throat and replied, "Don't worry, she's upstairs playing with the boss's daughter. I know that person. Shen Yue didn't press further. Looking at the people gathered, she curiously asked, "Why is everyone huddled together here?" Li Qin looked at Xia Tian's face and suddenly spoke bluntly. "Xia Ge, I just saw you holding Sister Shen's hand. Right?" Xia Tian had previously been a bit dazed. When Shen Yue smiled, he found her incredibly beautiful and couldn't help but reach out. After chatting with Shen Yue, he felt less shy, but now, Li Qin's words made him blush again. Shen Yue couldn't help but laugh, softly telling her, "Your brother and I have decided to try being together." Upon hearing this, Li Qin felt like thunder struck her, incredulously asking, "What? Just because two people held hands, they have to be together?" Shen Yue was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. However, the male waiter stepped forward, not considering himself an outsider, raising his eyebrows with a calm expression. "Yeah, did you just realize that?" Wu Cece looked at the man in front of her, feeling he looked familiar. After thinking for a moment, she suddenly tilted her head and asked, "Are you Lu Director's nephew, the one in England?" A couple of years ago, Wu Cece had attended the station's annual meeting, where Lu Xian had brought Lu Jin along. They had had a brief encounter. Shen Hanzhan finally understood why he found this person familiar. It turned out he resembled Lu Xian, the deputy director of the station, with single eyelids and a particularly tall nose, looking a bit silly at first glance. Lu Jin wasn't a celebrity, having just returned to the country, and it was surprising he could still be recognized. Chuckling, he asked, "Oh, Beauty, you work at the TV station?" Shen Hanzhan immediately felt displeased and retorted, "Did you just call her Beauty?" Lu Jin laughed even harder, patting Shen Hanzhan on the shoulder and reassuring him, "Dude, why so jealous? I already have Li Qin. How could I have ulterior motives towards other ladies?" Li Qin's eyes went dark as she shouted, "What? You held hands and even know my name?" Shen Hanzhan rolled his eyes, thinking, "Great, these two must be old acquaintances. Who knows? Maybe Li Qin even asked him if he needed a high IQ wife before." Xiao Wu, being clever, realized she was the only one radiating single dog vibes in this situation. Feeling she should contribute to world peace, she lightened the mood with a smile. "Hey, you guys, come on. I'm still hungry. Can we stop lingering here? Let's go upstairs and have dinner first. Then we can go home, go on dates, or catch up. Wouldn't that be nice?" For the first time, Shen Hanzhan felt Xiao Wu was reliable. He quickly chimed in, "Exactly. I still need to go home and watch some romantic adult films with my wife." Wu Cece's face flushed, and she couldn't help but kick the person next to her. Shen Hanzhan is acting very beastly now, as Wu Cece is pregnant, and he can be said to be howling with thirst on ordinary days. The key is that he is unwilling to suffer alone and insists on dragging Wu Cece to study adult films with him. One moment, he complains that a particular sound is too fake, and the next he says another is too high-pitched, like someone is trying to screw a telephone pole. The most excessive part is that most of the time, he finds it boring halfway through and turns it off, ultimately just using Wu Cece for his own pleasure until director Wu finishes reciting a whole segment of the core socialist values with a face full of spring feelings and a voice fluctuating in pitch. You have to wonder if this person is insane. Anyway, regardless of what others think, Wu Cece has no way to deal with him. Sometimes she thinks about buying him some adult toys online to resolve the issue, but Comrade Shen is quite steadfast, with a stern face. And even the two pimples he just squeezed out on his face seem exceptionally principled. Pointing at his own tint with a pained expression, he opens his mouth and says, "Stand at attention for me. Tell me, besides director Wu's little bottom, do you want to insert anything else?" Wu Cece covers her ears, feeling her spirit has been greatly polluted. But Shen Hanzhan, that shameless man, has gotten addicted to acting and in a strained voice replies, "No, all reactionaries are paper tigers. We must uphold Comrade Wu's right to the exclusive rake." Wu Cece lies on the bed, her vision going dark, and finally shouts for help. Thinking of this, Wu Cece can't help but shiver, disdainfully leaving Shen Hanzhan and walking upstairs by herself. Just as a few people reached the second floor, a woman dressed in mourning clothes suddenly walked out from inside, with a somewhat sultry air, but her entire outfit was colorless, as if she was trying hard to exude a sense of purity. When the girl saw Lu Jin's face, her eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, "Oh, Lu Xiao, you're back in the country." Lu Jin raised an eyebrow and glanced at Li Qin beside him. Seeing her unresponsive, He couldn't help but cough lightly and replied with a smile. Yeah, Xiaoya, you're getting more beautiful. The girl called Xiaoya pouted and replied, How annoying. My name is Xiao. After saying that, she looked at Li Qin beside him, showing a teasing expression and amusingly asked, Who is this woman? Why is she dressed so rustic? Lu Jin frowned, just about to educate her. Unexpectedly, Shen Hanzhan burst out laughing first. Although the woman's clothes looked colorless, they were at least from a big brand. Seeing herself being laughed at, she immediately raised her voice and asked, What are you laughing at? Shen Hanzhan looked her up and down, gazing at her white outfit and the layers of makeup on her face. He couldn't help but sincerely reply, Sister, don't overthink it. Isn't this just the first time I've seen a refined piece of toilet paper? Chapter 51. Li Qin stood still unable to pull herself out of her initial shock. Hearing Shen Hanzhan's words at this moment, she felt even more confused and directly asked with a serious face. But I heard from a colleague that after the founding of the country, it was forbidden to become a spirit. Her voice was so sincere that for a moment, no one could find any fault with it. After a few seconds of silence, the people around her dared to lower their heads and stifle their laughter. Xiao Wu was the first to crack, letting out a dramatically meaningful burp. With a hint of embarrassment on his face, he quickly cleared his throat, tiptoed, and pretended nothing happened as he hurried into the dining room. Little did he know, just as he settled down, having taken only a couple of bites of hot noodles, his dad's phone call came in again. Professor Xia seemed to have just gotten home and was a bit out of breath as he opened with, Good boy. Is your mom with you? I tried calling her but couldn't get through. She hasn't been taken by a human trafficker, has she? Xiao Wu silently rolled his eyes, not even bothering to respond. Have you ever seen someone abduct a 50-something woman who talks nonstop? Speaking of which, veterinarian Xia was indeed a pitiful person. One of the main reasons she didn't live at home was her two annoying parents. In their 50s, they still called each other darling all day. And if they couldn't reach each other for a moment, they would panic and harass everyone around them. They were practically the industry standard for maintaining the stench of middle-aged romance for decades. Moreover, veterinarian Xia's mother, Ms. Chun, was a particularly meddlesome chatterbox. She stubbornly believed that although her daughter appeared bright, she was actually quite foolish. At her 20s, instead of dating and enjoying the sweetness of love, she happily inherited her father's knowledge of treating pigs, wandering around aimlessly, sometimes with a broken bowl in hand, looking like a beggar on the street. Xiao Wu had no idea her mom thought of her this way. Otherwise, she would definitely rebel. With a huff, she angrily hung up the phone, feeling that old Xia was making a mountain out of a molehill. Ms. Chun had been around for years, living a glamorous and fierce life, and had never encountered anyone who could take her away. Back when her brother Xiatian was preparing for the college entrance exam, Ms. Chun could chase away no fewer than 3 female students trying to disturb him with just a broom in one day. Later, when Xiatian became the top scorer, a bunch of ill-intentioned reporters came to interview him, and once again, Ms. Chun stood at the door, scaring them away with her fierce demeanor, looking more intimidating than a door god. Thinking of this, Xiao Wu finally felt somewhat full. Li Qin, not wanting to interact much with Lu Jin, quickly got into Shen Yue's car with Xiatian. Xiao Wu got into Shen Hanzhan's car, asking him to drop her off at her apartment. However, unexpectedly, they hit a severe traffic jam halfway through. Shen Hanzhan, being an impatient person, decided to turn around and take another route. This alternate road led to a square that was usually a major hangout for Xiao Wu's mom, Ms. Chun. During the day, a group of dog friends would gather, and at night, it was filled with elderly men and women enjoying song and dance. At that moment, Xiao Wu casually glanced through the car window and suddenly widened her eyes, shouting, Stop! Shen Hanzhan, startled by her outburst, instinctively slammed on the brakes. Once the car stopped, he frowned and asked irritably, What the hell are you seeing? Xiao Wu replied as she got out of the car, It's scarier than a ghost. Wu Cece, feeling curious, couldn't help but follow her. They saw that the originally chaotic square dance had turned into a mess, with one prominent leader, none other than Xiao Wu's mom, Chun Xinglan. At this moment, Chun Xinglan had taken on the fierce demeanor she hadn't shown in years, her neck held high, looking even more formidable. Pointing at a woman across from her, she exclaimed, Humph, What's so great about being from abroad? Is your butt painted with gold? Dressed so gaudily? Who are you trying to impress? I've been practicing here for 4 to 5 years, and I've never seen anyone like you. What's wrong with the Tai Chi team? Is the Tai Chi team superior to our square dance? Shen also got out of the car and followed. He took a closer look at the two groups, and suddenly his expression darkened. He pulled out his phone and called Lin Shun, clearing his throat and asking, Lin, didn't your sister tell you that your mom is back in the country? Lin Shun, still busy at work, paused at this and asked unhappily, what? You saw my mom? Shen nodded, replying, yeah, and it seems she's arguing with Xia Wu's mom over territory. He Qing and Chen Xinglan were actually around the same age. However, years of professional habits made her pay extra attention to her appearance, making her look like a woman in her early 40s. When she glanced at you, there was a hint of alluring softness in her eyes. At 28, she followed Lin Shun and Lin Wan's father to emigrate to Switzerland. Not long after, Lin Xiaoji had a car accident due to drunk driving. The family's only source of income was gone, and they had to mortgage their house to compensate the family of the child who was killed. Although He Qing was beautiful, she was otherwise quite lacking, with a heavy dialect that made her Mandarin sound funny, let alone foreign languages. After a hard time, she finally got a job as a housekeeper for a Chinese family, only to find that the male employer was a creep who bound her to the bed. When the female employer returned, he cried and said she seduced him. He Qing was slapped twice but didn't cry, feeling only that her life had become like this. The two children were still small, looking at her face, unable to articulate anything profound, just gazing at her with their big, sparkling eyes, perhaps a bit hungry, sucking their fingers and making a clicking sound. After becoming a hostess, He Qing never pretended to be high and mighty, telling her two children without care, you may look down on your mother, but you must remember to respect yourselves. As Lin Shun grew older, He Qing became even more open. Occasionally, when she returned home and saw him, she would joke, Ah Chun, if you find a girlfriend, bring her home for me to see. I can tell at a glance if she's a fox spirit. You know, the scent of the same kind is the most accurate. By then, He Qing could speak fluent foreign languages and no longer had the initial hesitation she had when Lin Xiaoji first left. She often spoke with a smile, as if she were genuinely happy. Lin Shen's teenage years were spent in such contradictory emotions. He both loathed his mother's profession and could not let go of his guilt and love for her. After starting work, the first thing he did was buy back Lin Xiaoji's original house for He Qing and then enrolled her in an adult harmonica class. In Lin Chen's memory, there weren't many things He Qing could do. The harmonica was perhaps the only hobby she had. Shen walked over to Wu Cece, tugged her hand, and whispered in her ear, Lin Shun will be coming over soon. Wu Cece looked up confused and asked, why is he coming? Shen gestured towards He Qing's direction and quietly answered, the one leading, isn't she from abroad? Lin Chen's mom. Upon hearing this, Wu Cece's mouth dropped open in surprise, and she secretly asked Lin Chen's mom? Isn't she a hostess? No, that is not what I meant. I just think she doesn't look like that kind of person. Ah, that is not what I meant either. Why am I so bad at speaking? Shen grinned, finding Wu Cece's flustered expression incredibly amusing. Unable to resist, I pinched the flesh on her face, hugged her, leaned down, and kissed her, cheerfully comforting her. You're still so particular about your man. The first time I met his mom, she was still playing the harmonica, like an artist, almost dazzling my eyes. Really, when it comes to looks, there's no logic to it. Even a bear in a hat can pretend to be a person for a while. We shouldn't feel guilty about this. Wu Cece looked at his serious expression and couldn't help but laugh out loud. The two of them were being affectionate when Chen Xinglan started shouting again, Vixen, shameless, putting on makeup to practice Tai Chi outside. Who are you trying to seduce? I'm simple and I'm proud. I have both sons and daughters. All of them are presentable, unlike you who's wandering around all day. The way the ants argue has its own uniqueness, but in the end, they all bring out their husbands, sons, and daughters to suppress their opponents. He Qing heard this and also became unhappy, looking at her and shouting, oh really? I also have both sons and daughters, and my son graduated from a prestigious Swiss university. He used to get scholarships in school. Chen Xinglan clicked her tongue and replied, what does that count for? My daughter also has awards. Moreover, she has a technical award from a state-subsidized breeding institution, worth several thousand, along with a certificate stating she is working hard for the rise of the pig industry in the motherland. He Qing then shouted, "So what? With a mother like you, your daughter probably won't even be able to get married." Chun Xinglan was hit where it hurt, and her anger surged, her voice rising 2 pitches as she yelled, "Mind your own business. With a vixen like you for a mother who would want to marry into your family, that would be bad luck for 8 generations." Shen Han and Wu Cixi, standing on the sidelines, heard this and both lowered their heads, holding their foreheads, feeling cold sweat pouring out. Xiao Wu initially didn't want to get involved, but seeing herself being mentioned, she couldn't help but step forward to pull her mother, quietly saying, "Mom, can you say less? I've been standing here for over half an hour, and you haven't stopped." Chun Xinglan saw Xiao Wu appear and immediately pushed her daughter forward, pointing at her face. "See, this is my daughter. Isn't she pretty? To be fair, Xiao Wu does look quite good. Her dimples when she smiles are especially liked by middle-aged and elderly folks. But is this the time to be charming?" Xiao Wu just wanted to pull her mother away quickly. Before she could say anything, He Qing was suddenly pulled by Lin Shun from behind, who asked in a deep voice, "Mom, why didn't you tell me you were back?" Xiao Wu thought the voice sounded familiar. Looking up, she immediately showed a shocked expression, staring at him and shouting, "Oh, Lin, is this your mom?" He Qing also caught on, frowning and asking, "Son, do you know this girl?" Chun Xinglan couldn't help but scold. "How do you know the son of this vixen?" Xiao Wu lowered her head, unsure how to answer. But Lin Shun, after a long silence, suddenly replied, "We live together now." Once he said that, everyone around froze. Chun Xinglan, with a stiff expression, pointed at Lin Shun, asking her daughter, "You live in the same house with him?" Xiao Wu thought, that's not wrong, and could only nod slightly. Chun Xinglan then clutched her chest and shouted, "No, I don't agree.